100 years ago, exotic beasts appeared on Blue Star. Games and reality fused, and secret realms and dungeons emerged endlessly. At this time, the entire population entered the job transfer era. As long as you killed monsters and completed a transfer, you could level up and continuously grow stronger. 100 years later, on the day of his job transfer, Chen Xuan successfully transferred into the only special hidden class Mythical Beast Master. Contracted Scarlet Fire Bird Black Iron rank. God's Gift obtained. Crimson Flame Fire Phoenix Mythical rank. Contracted Golden Short Hair Cat Black Iron rank. God's Gift obtained. Sacred Beast White Tiger Mythical rank. Contracted Black Scale Snake Bronze rank. God's Gift obtained. Five-Clawed Golden Dragon Mythical rank. And so, the scene gradually became bizarre. The little red-feathered bird opened its beak and cast a forbidden fire spell. The golden short-hair cat tore a giant dragon apart with one claw. The little black-scaled snake swallowed a titan giant ape whole in a single bite. Professionals. Outrageous. Didn't they say beast masters grow with difficulty? How the hell does he have divine beasts like this? Chapter 1. National Job Transfer. I'm Mythical Beast Master. Shuang City, 3rd High School Playground. No. Why do I have to transfer into a tailor? No. Be content. I just transferred into a clown. My circus job has already been pre-booked. Huh. My luck is the best. I successfully transferred into a combat class. Wahaha. Damn. Awesome, bro. Quick, tell us. Are you a warrior or a mage? Yeah. I'd gladly be a single hair on your leg. An accessory is fine too. Boss, please cover me. Out of the way. Do you think you can casually cling to my thigh? Hey, goddess. Can you guess what class I transferred into? The transfer hotshot, surrounded by adoration, leaned toward a beautiful female classmate with a flattering smile, deliberately acting mysterious. Smack. She slapped him aside, eyes annoyed as she stared at the transfer platform ahead. Get lost. Don't block me from watching my male gods transfer. All eyes gathered that on one of the transfer platforms, a tall, slender figure with handsome features stood there, following the teacher's guidance, preparing to transfer. What's so good about him? A male classmate grumbled with jealousy. What's the use of being handsome these days, show? Brother, unless you want every girl in this school to kill you, shut up right now. His friend quickly covered his mouth in warning. Hiss, feeling the murderous stares of all the girls around, the boy instantly went silent. After a moment, he whispered in a low voice. Who is this guy, with so much charm? You a day student, bro? Don't even know him? Glancing sideways, another student explained quietly. His name's Chen Xuan, once the young master of the Chen family, now the school's male god and top student. The Chen family? The one that was annihilated overnight 3 years ago, leaving no bones? Yeah, he survived only because he was in the training hall that night. Thought he'd collapse after that, but instead he kept ranking top. Worse, he's even better looking than me. In this world of looks, just accept it. Bro, I'm more curious what class he'll transfer into. Definitely a combat class. I heard before the Chen family was wiped out, the patriarch was a mage and a mage. Damn, combat class, long-range artillery, and handsome too. Damn, I'm so sour. Guess it's true. After great disaster comes great fortune. Look, he's starting to transfer. Oh my, what class will my male god transfer into? Of course, Gidge must be a mage. Not necessarily. Maybe an even stronger special class. While everyone speculated, boom. A brilliant light burst skyward from the transfer platform's magic circle. The dazzling surge instantly shook everyone present. Damn, it's really a special class. Did this guy step in dog's at luck? Storm Messenger? Flames Chosen? Or Thunder Apostle? Countless expectant eyes fixed on Chen Xuan, waiting for his transfer result. The next moment, a mechanical voice sounded from the platform. Transfer complete. Congratulations to Chen Xuan for transferring into Beastmaster. What? Beastmaster? Did I hear wrong? The most expensive of all special classes? Beastmaster? Ha. And you said after disaster comes fortune. Turns out he's just a beast master. A beast master. Huh. On the transfer platform, Chen Xuan froze for a moment at the announcement. Beast master, as a special branch of the mage class, was a combat profession centered on contracting beasts. Sounds prestigious, but in reality, it required not only the beast master's own leveling and class progression, but also tremendous resources to raise contracted beasts. If you didn't invest in your beasts, your own combat growth was too weak. Simply put, you had to spend several times more resources for only the same results. Even the already costly mage class couldn't compare to the money-burning rate of Beastmaster. Generally, only those with extremely wealthy backgrounds could shine in this profession. In other words, someone like Chen Xuan Fallen Phoenix Feathers. No, Even when the Chen family was alive, they were just a small family and Yingshuang City could never afford the growth cost of Beastmaster. Sigh. To say he wasn't disappointed would be a lie. Chen Xuan, who had transmigrated to this world 10 years ago, never expected his mage dream to end before it even began. Even the teachers seemed to notice his changing expression and gently comforted him. Chen Xuan, though Beastmaster is costly, its growth potential is very high. The school also has support in this area. You could get a beast egg from the exotic beast department for free. Thank you, teacher. Adjusting his mood, Chen Xuan nodded slightly and stepped down from the platform. Fortunately, having lived 2 lives, his mental resilience was strong. He quickly accepted reality. Almost instinctively, he opened his transfer panel for the first time. In an instant, a translucent screen only he could see appeared before his eyes. But before he could look closely, the screen began distorting rapidly, accompanied by a sizzling, electric noise. The noise came and went quickly, disappearing in less than 2 seconds, after which the panel cleared. When Chen Xuan saw it clearly, he gasped. Name: Chen Xuan class. Mythical Beast Master first transfer only special hidden class. Level: LV1 HP. 12,000 every 1 strength increases HP by 10. Mana: 26,000 every 1 spirit increases mana by 10. Strength: 12 average untransferred adult value is 6. Agility: 10 spirit. 26 skills: God's contract, God's gift, God's feedback, God's blessing. Contracted beasts: none combat power. 1 star available attribute points, 10. Hiss! Chen Xuan's body froze, completely shocked. Mythical Beast Master? What does this mean? And isn't first transfer supposed to have only 2 skills? Why do I have 4? Perplexed, he opened the skill panel. God's contract active. A contract signed under divine gaze. Each transfer grants 1 contract slot. Once signed, no external force can break it. Contracted beast loyalty 100. Active skill. God's gift active. A gift from the gods. Applies only to contracted beasts. After activation, forcibly matches beast potential and upgrades it to mythical quality. God's feedback. After each God's gift, 100 chance to gain part of the beast's attributes. High chance to gain its skills or talents as feedback. God's blessing. You and beast blessed by God's gift enjoy the following privileges. Privilege 1. HP and mana 100. Privilege 2. Skills require no chanting or casting delay. Cost reduced 100. Privilege 3. Skill control 100. Mana recovery speed 100. Privilege 4. Skill cooldown reduced 10. Chapter 2. The completion of the contract, the divine gift. Is this truly the legendary Beastmaster? Upon witnessing the comprehensive introduction to the 4 paramount skills, Chen Xuan's heart was jolted with profound astonishment. What is the greatest fear of a Beastmaster? Undoubtedly, it is the inability of their contracted beasts to mature or the lack of potential. However, the divine gift skill allows a contracted beast to ascend directly to its zenith, possessing mythic-level qualities, thus sparing countless resources and arduous toil. Moreover, according to the skill's description, regardless of which beast Chen Xuan contracts, he can forcibly enhance its qualities. This skill is breathtakingly formidable. Thus, does it imply that if I were to contract the most mundane of beasts, I could elevate it to mythic quality? With this thought, Chen Xuan felt a surge of excitement, the shadows of doubt dissipating entirely. Even his steps upon descending from the transfer platform became noticeably lighter. Was I not correct? What use is handsomeness? In the early stages, a Beastmaster is utterly useless, lacking in damage output, control, and even the resilience of a tank, I dare say. The boy, who had previously been relentless in ridiculing Chen Xuan, found himself at a loss for words. The palpable aura of hostility emanating from the surrounding girls began to coalesce, almost as if they were ready to tear him apart. What is happening? He is already a Beastmaster. There is no future in that. I am a warrior. Shouldn't I be receiving your admiration? Just as he was engulfed in confusion, the goddess he admired approached him with a sympathetic expression, shyly uttering, Chen Xuan, please don't lose heart. It's just a matter of spending a bit more money. I can help you. Yes, and I too. I will save my allowance to help you buy food for your contracted beast. Once your beast has grown, we might even find ourselves relying on you. Observing the cascade of gentle reassurances, every male classmate stood in utter disbelief. Who could have anticipated that what was supposed to be a scene of mockery would transform into such an unexpected display of support? A gaggle of vain little harlots. Why do they not admire me? Feeling the fervent attention surrounding him, Chen Xuan subtly furrowed his brow. Having been deceived too many times in his previous life, he was not one to easily trust others or accept their assistance. With a polite smile directed at the girls, he replied, Thank you, but I do not require assistance at the moment. After saying this, he turned and found a secluded area amidst the crowd to stand quietly, patiently awaiting the completion of the transfer process. This scene was observed by the school leaders on the platform, who mistakenly assumed that Chen Xuan was disheartened by his new role as a beastmaster. Alas, it is rare to see a special profession emerge, yet it seems. The principal sighed, his tone tinged with regret. Had it been a special mage, he would have surely been destined to join one of the nation's top guilds after the college entrance examination, but now. The other teachers nodded in agreement with the principal's lament. Their gazes toward Chen Xuan were imbued with additional sympathy. Indeed, it was he who bore the heaviest burden. Chen Xuan felt quite miserable at that moment. He was eagerly anticipating the chance to receive a complimentary beast egg from the school. However, with the transfer process not yet complete, he was unable to leave and could only endure the wait. At long last, after more than an hour, the transfer process was concluded. Of the nearly 1,000 candidates from the school, fewer than 50 successfully transitioned into combat-oriented professions. Among them, only 2 were mages. And aside from Chen Xuan, there were no other special professions. This outcome pleased the principal immensely, even surpassing last year's results. Dear students, there remains but half a month until the college entrance examination. Regardless of the profession you have transitioned into, I implore you to strive to elevate your levels in the time remaining, with the aim of achieving your desired score and successfully joining the guild of your choice. The principal, with a smile, suddenly wore a mysterious expression. Furthermore, I shall let slip a secret. This year's exam questions present an extraordinary opportunity. If you all apply yourselves diligently, you may find yourselves unexpectedly wealthy. What? Opportunity? Overnight riches? My word, this is rather substantial information. Surely the principal is merely trying to motivate us to level up with such tall tales. No, my father works at the transfer examination office. He mentioned this to me before. At first, I didn't believe it, but now I do. What are we waiting for? Let us team up and head to the novice leveling area. Who wants to join me, a warrior? I do. Big shot, take me with you. Upon hearing this news, a fervor erupted among the classmates, particularly those in combat professions, as they eagerly departed for the novice leveling area. Many female classmates extended olive branches to Chen Xuan, hoping to team up with him for leveling. Among them was even a girl who had transitioned into a mage, inciting envy among all. However, to everyone's surprise, Chen Xuan graciously declined their offers with a smile. He had no contracted beast yet. Would he merely be riding on their coattails for experience points? Chen Xuan had no intention of being a freeloader, so naturally, he could not agree. After bidding farewell to the enthusiastic girls, Chen Xuan made his way to the school's beast management office. Hello, teacher, I would like to select a free beast egg. May I see your identification? Chen Xuan handed over his student ID. The teacher, a balding man, scanned it with a device, his eyes flashing with surprise. A beastmaster? What a pity. He shook his head and opened the door. Please, come in. There aren't many beast eggs left, so you may choose for yourself. 5 minutes later, Chen Xuan emerged, cradling an egg adorned with red patterns. There were indeed only 3 eggs in total, including the one he held. Upon returning home, Chen Xuan placed the egg on the sofa. It was only the size of a palm, and as he gently stroked it, he could even feel the heartbeat resonating from within. Though it was of black iron quality, it was sufficient. Chen Xuan murmured to himself. Beasts are classified into 9 quality tiers: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, starry, epic, legendary, and mythic. For a typical first-tier beastmaster, the stronger the beast, the more challenging it is to contract. Thus, selecting an egg from the egg-laying beasts is one of the most prudent approaches. Without hesitation, Chen Xuan placed his hand on the beast egg and activated his skill, Divine Contract. Buzz! A faint white light emanated from his palm and subsequently seeped into the beast egg. Prompt: Contract successful. Is it truly this simple? Chen Xuan had anticipated some extravagant effect, yet the success was instantaneous. Simultaneously, the originally pristine shell of the egg cracked with a distinct sound, a fissure appearing. The crack widened, and soon a tiny beak emerged, hastily pecking through the shell. In no time, a diminutive creature resembling a bird landed on the sofa, no larger than his palm. Crimson Firebird, Black Iron. Species, bird. Level, LV1. Life, 30. Magic, 50. Strength, 3. Agility, 10. Mentality, 5. Skill, Fireball. Combat power, 0-3 stars. Loyalty, 100. Evaluation: among fire-type exotic beasts, this one is rather unimpressive. With proper training, its fireballs might just be capable of igniting a cigarette. It was the first time Chen Xuan encountered a contracted beast that was even weaker than the Beastmaster himself. However, he was undeterred, for he possessed a second skill. Resolutely, he activated the second skill, Divine Grace, upon the Crimson Firebird. Chapter 3. The Blazing Phoenix. Feedback of the Forbidden Spell. Buzz. A radiant light emerged from the palm of his hand, enveloping the crimson firebird entirely. The bird, having just opened its eyes, sensed the surrounding fluctuations and raised its tiny head in fear. Yet, before it could react, it was completely wrapped in a warm, nurturing force. In an instant, an astonishing transformation began to manifest. The pale red feathers deepened in hue, igniting with a fervor akin to flames, while a colossal ethereal shadow ascended from its form, morphing into a blazing phoenix engulfed in fiery radiance. An overwhelming aura of terror erupted, causing Chen Xuan's heart to tremble with awe. My heavens! What level of exotic beast has it transformed into? Before he could regain his composure, the ethereal form flickered and vanished, as though nothing had transpired. The crimson firebird before him, aside from its feathers gleaming with newfound vibrancy, bore no additional changes. Had he failed? In his confusion, Chen Xuan opened his attribute panel and located the detailed information of the crimson firebird in the contracted beast section. Blazing Phoenix, Mythical. Species, Phoenix. Level, LV15. Health, 421,000. Mana, 568,000. Strength, 421. Agility, 289. Mentality, 568. Skills, Super Fireball Technique, 7th tier. Explosive Earth Flame, 8th tier. Flame Tornado, 8th tier. 10,000 Phoenixes Annihilation Flame, Forbidden Spell. Combat Power, 56 stars. Loyalty, 100. Evaluation, the Supreme Fire-type Divine Beast, the unparalleled entity that wields flames. Once matured, it can incinerate the void and scorch deities. Gasp! The attributes that had previously been disheartening now skyrocketed, as if propelled by a rocket. Were it not for his unwavering certainty in his vision, Chen Xuan might have doubted his own eyes. This seemingly harmless, even somewhat adorable creature had transformed into the divine beast, Blazing Phoenix. Its level had surged dramatically to 15, and its attributes had inflated to an extraordinary degree. Even the combat power evaluation had escalated to 56 stars. However, Chen Xuan felt that this evaluation might not be entirely accurate, for within the skills section, he had clearly witnessed the presence of the forbidden spell, 10,000 Phoenixes Annihilation Flame. If he could unleash the forbidden spell, then not even 560 stars would suffice as a measure of its prowess. Yet, it must still be in its juvenile phase, he mused, casting a contemplative glance at the adorably dazed little red bird. Just then, a notification resonated in his mind. Notification, the feedback of the divine has taken effect. Congratulations. You have received rewards, Strength 40, Agility 30, Mentality 60, and acquired the skill, 10,000 Phoenixes Annihilation Flame, Forbidden Spell. Buzz. Chen Xuan felt a quiver run through his body, as if a warm current flowed ceaselessly within him, filling him with explosive strength and clarity of mind. Had he just extracted nearly 1/10 of his attributes? This was simply exhilarating. It is worth noting that after class change, every level gained by a professional would offer merely 10 points of free attribute points. This single enhancement granted him an increase of nearly 130 points, equivalent to a terrifying elevation of 13 levels. What astonished him even more was that the skill he had drawn was none other than a forbidden spell. Goodness! Was it truly selecting the best option? Though it was exceedingly extraordinary, he found himself relishing it. The corners of Chen Xuan's mouth began to curl upward uncontrollably. If a single contracted beast could yield such a monumental enhancement, what would happen if he had several? Would he not ascend to the heavens? With that thought, Chen Xuan's gaze toward the little red bird transformed into one of immense fondness. The little red bird reciprocated by affectionately hopping onto his shoulder, leaning its tiny head against Chen Xuan's cheek in a gentle gesture of affection toward its master. Witnessing this, Chen Xuan felt a rush of warmth. It was essential to note that a contracted beast's loyalty does not begin at 100 upon contract, but must be cultivated through continuous battles and the nurturing of bonds. Moreover, should a master willfully mistreat their contracted beast, it could lead to a decrease in loyalty, risking escape or rebellion if it fell below 60. However, with such a powerful contracted beast at his side, Chen Xuan had no cause for concern. Eager to test the combat capabilities of his newfound companion, he examined his own attributes. Name, Chen Xuan. Occupation, Mythical Beast Master, First Transition. Unique Special Hidden Profession. Level, LV1. Health, 52,000. Mana, 86,000. Strength, 52. Agility, 40. Mentality, 86. Skills, Divine Contract, Divine Grace, Divine Feedback, Divine Blessing, 10,000 Phoenixes Annihilation Flame, Forbidden Spell. Contracted Beast, Blazing Phoenix. Combat Power, 8 stars. Available Attribute Points, 10. As a branch of mages, the Beastmaster class naturally prioritizes mentality as its primary attribute, so he unhesitatingly allocated the 10 points to mentality, further enhancing his mana capacity by an additional 1,000 points. Observing his current health and mana, Chen Xuan resolved to bypass the typical leveling zones for novices and seek a location conducive to the Blazing Phoenix's prowess. Outside Frostwind City, Chen Xuan, clad in a black casual outfit, stood before an expansive thicket of thorny brambles. Before him, a translucent barrier materialized. Man-eating flower jungle, standard leveling zone, recommended level LV10. LV15, warning, do not enter if below level 10, life-threatening risks await. Little Yin, you're now a level 15 powerhouse. You should be able to handle this, right? Chen Xuan inquired, glancing at the diminutive red bird perched on his shoulder. Chirp. The little bird nodded its head earnestly, then with a hint of pride raised its chin, as if to declare that these trivial monsters posed no challenge whatsoever. Indeed, you're the most formidable, Chen Xuan chuckled, affectionately patting its head before disregarding the danger warnings on the barrier and stepping forward. Within the dense forest, tendrils of deep green vines slithered around the trees like giant pythons, each adorned with budding pale red flower buds, each the size of a human head, hanging heavily from the vines. However, as Chen Xuan drew near, a sudden rustle erupted, and the flower buds sprang to life, unfurling in an instant. Hiss! Within, gaping maws lined with menacing barbs opened and closed, as if they had spotted their prey. Yet, these gaping mouths were not solitary. They were densely packed along every vine. Moreover, tendrils began to extend down from the tree trunks, slithering toward Chen Xuan like venomous serpents. In mere moments, Chen Xuan found himself completely surrounded. As he gazed into the distance, he could discern the information manifesting atop the heads of the carnivorous plants. Ordinary carnivorous plant, LV10. Ordinary carnivorous plant, LV10. With the tendrils drawing ever closer, before Chen Xuan could issue any commands, the little flame perched on his shoulders sprang into action. Chapter 4. I instructed you to unleash your abilities, not to cast a forbidden spell. Chirp. With a sharp cry, the little flame triggered a sudden tremor beneath Chen Xuan's feet. A crack emerged abruptly in the ground not far away, followed by a multitude of fissures that widened and multiplied. An inferno erupted from these rifts, consuming all surrounding vines and even trees within a radius of several hundred meters in an instant. Despite his readiness, Chen Xuan could not suppress his astonishment upon encountering such searing heat. Was this the 8th-tier explosive earth flame? Its power was astonishingly formidable. Chirp! The little flame nodded with pride, though it corrected him. What? This was merely the result of your deliberate control. Otherwise, the area of effect could have been even greater. Chen Xuan was genuinely taken aback by the sheer potency of this skill. It was overwhelmingly powerful. Before he could fully recover from his shock, a series of notifications began to ring in his ears. Notification. You have slain an ordinary carnivorous plant LV10, earning 57 experience, 6 contract beast experience. Notification. You have slain an ordinary carnivorous plant LV10, earning 50 experience, 5 contract beast experience. Notification. You have slain a medium carnivorous plant LV12, earning 82 experience, 8 contract beast experience. Notification. Your level has increased, gaining 10 attribute points. Notification. Your level has increased, gaining 10 attribute points. Notification. Your level has increased, gaining 10 attribute points. Haha, leveling up 5 times in a row. How exhilarating. Chen Xuan couldn't help but burst into laughter. He had not anticipated that with just one skill from the little flame, his level would soar to LV5. It is worth noting that for 99 of newly promoted players, reaching LV5 would typically take at least 3 days, requiring them to form a party to grind monsters in the novice area. Yet, how long had it taken him? Less than a minute in total. Such a comparison was beyond verbal description. Moreover, among the slain carnivorous plants, numerous materials had dropped. Carnivorous plant fangs, carnivorous plant seeds, carnivorous plant corrosive juice. Although the value of these materials was modest, their abundance was undeniable. Thus, Chen Xuan wasted no time in collecting all of them into his transfer space. After witnessing the little flame's combat prowess, Chen Xuan's heart finally settled. He strode forward without hesitation, venturing deeper into the thicket of carnivorous plants. Empowered by the blessing of the divine, the little flame not only possessed remarkable mana but also saw its skill cooldown reduced tenfold, coupled with an extensive array of fire-based spells on its skill list. Chen Xuan felt utterly unconcerned for his safety. Should he encounter a carnivorous plant, it was of no consequence. A super fireball would obliterate even the roots into ashes. What if he found himself surrounded by carnivorous plants and was unable to use the explosive earth flame due to cooldown? Fear not. A flame tornado would strip the very ground bare. To achieve all this, All Chen Xuan needed to do was utter a few words. Well done, little flame. Splendid. Little flame, incinerate them. What a bountiful harvest, haha. You are incredible, little flame. In less than half an hour, Chen Xuan ascended directly from LV5 to LV10. Even the little flame itself had leveled up by 1. Chirp. The little flame flapped its wings, spiraling around Chen Xuan excitedly. Yes, yes, you are amazing, the most amazing. Chen Xuan generously lavished praise upon it, marveling at how formidable the little flame was even in its juvenile stage. It would undoubtedly become even more powerful as it matured. Chirp. What? You have even greater abilities? Chen Xuan smiled and nodded, saying, Good, good, such a vast expanse of forest, ample opportunity for you to showcase your prowess. Go ahead. Unleash your most formidable skill. Your master will applaud you. Chirp. The little flame nodded earnestly before soaring high into the air. Chen Xuan stood below like an audience member, gazing upward with curiosity about what skill it would unleash. 7th tier, 8th tier, or perhaps 9th tier. If it were 9th tier, the power would indeed be terrifying. However, as its master, he felt no concern about the potential damage from the contract beast's abilities. Chirp, chirp, chirp. But as the little flame's call echoed, a look of puzzlement crossed Chen Xuan's face. What had it just said? Myriad Phoenix Annihilation Flame? Was that a forbidden spell? Chen Xuan froze for 2 seconds, and his expression changed drastically. I instructed you to unleash your abilities, not to cast a forbidden spell. Instinctively, he attempted to intervene, but it was already too late. Boom. Without warning, a deep rumble resonated through the sky, and he felt the air thickening with the gathering of intense fire elements. Within mere seconds, a phoenix, several dozen meters long with a wingspan exceeding 100 meters, materialized, entirely formed of flames. Caw! As soon as it took shape, the vivid fire phoenix let out a long, resounding cry, splitting into 2, then 4, and finally 8, filling the vast expanse above with its presence. The searing aura of flames was so intense it seemed to scorch the very air. Then, countless phoenix apparitions spread their wings simultaneously, diving toward the carnivorous plant thicket like meteors. Boom, boom, boom. Before Chen Xuan, aside from the raging inferno, the air was filled with the ominous sounds of fire elements exploding in fury. The immense thicket of carnivorous plants was instantaneously transformed into a sea of flames. No carnivorous plant, ancient tree, or even the plant leader could emit a sound before being reduced to ashes. Myriad Phoenix Annihilation Flame. Only now did Chen Xuan comprehend the true essence of annihilation. Before he could recover from his astonishment, a flood of notifications overwhelmed his mind. Notification. You have slain an ordinary carnivorous plant LV10, earning 23 experience, 2 contract beast experience. Notification. You have slain a high-level carnivorous plant LV13, earning 48 experience. For contract beast experience. Notification. You have slain a carnivorous plant leader LV15, earning 89 experience, 10 contract beast experience. Notification. Your level has increased, gaining 10 attribute points. Notification. Your level has increased, gaining 10 attribute points. Notification. Your level has increased, gaining 10 attribute points. Notification. Your level has reached its limit. All subsequent experience will be capped at 1. Notification. You have slain a scarecrow puppet, earning 1 experience, 1 contract beast experience. Notification. You have slain a scarecrow elite. What? Is this already max level? Chen Xuan felt somewhat dazed. This one forbidden spell not only cleared the carnivorous plant thicket entirely, but even annihilated the wild monsters in the surrounding areas. The vast range of this forbidden spell was beyond his imagination. As the notifications finally ceased, a particularly marked red alert suddenly appeared. Notification. Your level has reached its maximum. Please proceed to the transfer temple to accept the promotion quest. Chapter 5. Directly max level, explosive rewards. What? Is this for a second promotion? Chen Xuan was momentarily taken aback, before abruptly realizing that he had reached level 30, thus unlocking the second job transfer quest. The swiftness of his job transition was akin to a whirlwind, leaving him momentarily dazed. During his time at school, he had learned that every professional who completed their job transfer must undertake a subsequent transfer every 30 levels. Only by accomplishing this can one continue to ascend in levels. Moreover, each successful transfer significantly enhances one's attributes, and one also acquires 2 brand new skills, marking a substantial elevation in power. However, there was no urgency to proceed with the transfer just yet, as Chen Xuan was dazzled by the array of equipment scattered around him. Withered Scarecrow Heart, Crystal of the Carnivorous Flower Leader, Rusty Scythe. In addition to materials, a plethora of equipment had also emerged. If finished gear were to be sold at the marketplace, their value would far exceed that of the raw materials. In fact, amidst the shimmering items, Chen Xuan even glimpsed the outlines of skill books. It was a veritable bountiful harvest. Meanwhile, Within the grand hall of the Defense Command Center at the Lord's Manor of Xuan City, the tall, silver-haired Lord Ji Lianhe gazed gravely at the flickering alarms of the instruments before him. Just moments ago, a formidable magical fluctuation had been felt outside the city, triggering a series of alarms from the protective barrier surrounding Xuan City. 35 formations had been rendered inoperative merely by the brush of this wave. Such occurrences were enough to leave him in a state of distress. What further troubled him was the terrifying shriek that echoed through the skies, likely indicating a riot of monstrous beasts. Before long, a scout clad in the garb of a ranger hurriedly entered the room. Upon seeing the man, the Lord promptly rose to greet him. "What news? Is there a beast tide?" Reporting to the Lord, "My subordinate has only discerned that the wave originated from the direction of the carnivorous flower forest, and no signs of a beast riot have been observed." No riot? What could be causing this? Ji Lianhe's brow furrowed deeply. Could it be that a high-tier professional had unleashed a skill? But that was merely the carnivorous flower forest, inhabited by lowly creatures. Which esteemed figure would be idle enough to cast skills there? "My lord, when I arrived, I did indeed sense an overwhelming concentration of fire elements, and the entire carnivorous flower forest had been engulfed in flames." What? Ji Lianhe gasped in shock. The entire forest had been obliterated? Not only the carnivorous flower forest, but also the adjacent scarecrow wheat field and the ruins of Yunmiao village had been utterly destroyed. The scout paused, revealing news that nearly caused Ji Lianhe to faint. What? Ji Lianhe felt darkness encroaching upon his vision, nearly collapsing from the sheer astonishment. A single skill obliterating 3 maps. What level of skill could possibly achieve such devastation? 8th tier? Or perhaps 9th? Hiss. Ji Lianhe inhaled sharply, exclaiming, "When did a formidable figure of 8th tier or above appear in Xuan City?" "My lord, should I investigate further?" the scout suggested hesitantly. But before he could finish, Ji Lianhe raised his hand and delivered a sharp reprimand. "Do you wish to meet your demise? With your 3rd-tier strength, you would crumble to ashes under merely the residual energy." He glared at his subordinate with exasperation. A being of such immense power could extinguish even a 3rd-tier professional with a mere breath. To venture forth would be equivalent to delivering oneself as a sacrifice. "What should we do then?" the scout inquired anxiously. "Such a significant incident has occurred. How can you report to the higher authorities without clarity?" Ji Lianhe pondered for a moment, gazing out the window toward the horizon. "Let us wait. Once the fluctuations subside, I shall personally investigate. Regardless, I am at least a 4th-tier professional. With caution, I may yet uncover some clues." He had no intention of discerning who had unleashed the skill. As the lord of a city, Ji Lianhe merely needed to confirm that the disturbance was of human origin, after which he could report it upward. If indeed it was a top-tier powerhouse, it would be better left for the higher-ups to handle. Hee. In the now desolate carnivorous flower forest, only Chen Xuan's laughter echoed, creating an eerily chilling atmosphere. Should someone stand before Chen Xuan now and inquire about the source of his mirth, he would undoubtedly respond, "I had no intention of laughing, but the sheer volume of loot is overwhelming." Setting aside the materials, he had acquired several pieces of equipment. Corrosive earrings, black iron. Category, accessory. Base effect, life 10, mana 20. Durability, 2020. Level requirement, LV 10. Additional effect, corrosion, attacks target's armor, 1. Note, 10 agility provides an additional point of armor. Rudimentary straw hat, black iron. Category, accessory. Base effect, agility 2. Durability, 2020. Level requirement, LV 10. Additional effect, none. Wooden staff, black iron. Carnivorous flower inner armor, black iron. Among these items, only the staff and earrings were suitable for Chen Xuan's use, yet he deemed their enhancement too minimal and their quality too poor. Thus he stored them away without hesitation. However, amidst the remaining spoils, the most precious were the 3 skill books. Swift Thrust, a skill exclusive to melee warrior professions. Upon activation, it enables the user to unleash a swift slash-forward, with a 15 probability of landing a critical hit, dealing damage equivalent to 150 of base attack. Basic Block, an exclusive passive skill for melee warriors, permanently blocking 100 points of physical damage. Double Water Bullet Technique, a universal skill for mages upon release. It allows the user to generate 2 water bullets to attack the target consecutively. Skill books are a scarce resource throughout Blue Star, as normal job changers can only acquire skills through job transfers. Therefore, learning from additional skill books becomes a vital means of augmenting one's abilities. Among these 3, as a Beastmaster, Chen Xuan belonged to a branch of mage professions and could indeed learn the double water bullet technique. However, he was limited to general mage skills, unable to acquire many exclusive high-tier mage abilities. Yet, this was of little concern, as he had already obtained a forbidden spell from Xiao Yan, ensuring he was not lacking in skills. The only issue was that he currently lacked the mana to unleash the forbidden spell. Even Xiao Yan, after casting it, appeared somewhat depleted, now resting peacefully upon his shoulder. At this moment, another issue with the forbidden spell surfaced, the cooldown time. Chen Xuan discovered that under the blessing of the divine blessing, he had reduced the cooldown period by tenfold. For Xiao Yan to cast again, it would take at least 10 hours. In other words, the cooldown for the forbidden spell alone reached a staggering 100 hours. Over 4 days of cooldown time. It utterly reshaped Chen Xuan's understanding of forbidden spells. However, it also provided him with a clearer insight into the potency of such spells. After a brief reflection, Chen Xuan collected all the equipment and skill books, preparing to depart from the scene. He intended to first visit the job transfer temple to accept the transformation, then devise a means to sell the items he acquired at the trading post, in addition to purchasing the beloved food for his companion, Xiao Yan, to help it level up. This time, Xiao Yan had truly rendered a significant service, and Chen Xuan was genuinely prepared to reward it handsomely. More importantly, Chen Xuan also planned to select a new exotic beast egg or young beast for a contract. The divine contract granted him an additional slot for a contracted beast. Stealing his emotions, Chen Xuan prepared to leave the now desolate and ruined man-eating flower forest. Little did he know that just a few steps away, a cold voice rang out from behind him. Stop. Chapter 6. Are my shoes really that precious now? The sudden voice jolted Chen Xuan, causing him to halt abruptly. Oh no, had he been discovered so quickly? As a transmigrator, Chen Xuan understood well the nature of treachery and the survival of the fittest. In his previous life, he had been too ostentatious and had fallen victim to a deception, ultimately meeting an untimely demise. Now that he had arrived in this world, he realized that if anyone were to learn about his possession of a mythic quality contracted beast capable of unleashing forbidden spells, the likelihood of being hunted for it was nearly 99%. If someone were to eliminate him, the master, they could easily contract the mythic quality beast for themselves. Thus, as the voice echoed, a thought crossed Chen Xuan's mind. Should he strike first to gain the upper hand? If he eliminated all witnesses, no one would be the wiser. Although Xiao Yan could not currently unleash forbidden spells, executing a series of 7th-tier skills was still within reach. Silently, Chen Xuan raised his hand, ready to rouse Xiao Yan from its slumber. Just then, the voice called out again. Hey, you there, the boy? Yes, you. Are you unaware of how perilous this place is? Are you recklessly wandering about? Startled, Chen Xuan lowered his hand, realizing the intent was not to kill and seize his beast. Turning around, he saw a tall figure with sparse facial hair and an imposing presence. Riding a majestic steed engulfed in flames, none other than the city lord, Ji Lianhe. Who are you? Chen Xuan furrowed his brows, addressing the figure. Where I choose to roam is my prerogative. What concern is it of yours? It was Ji Lianhe's first encounter with a child who dared to speak to him in such a manner. His expression darkened as he replied, I am Ji Lianhe, the city lord. Did you not witness what transpired here just moments ago? What transpired? Chen Xuan's eyes revealed a contemplative glimmer, and he hesitantly lifted his head. Are you referring to the multitude of fiery birds in the sky? Fiery birds? Ji Lianhe's demeanor shifted. He realized someone must have unleashed a skill that created such an anomaly. Indeed, please elaborate on what you witnessed. Chen Xuan recounted the event of the Wanhua Jimmy Yan, blending truth with fiction. While Ji Lianhe maintained a composed exterior, a tempest brewed within him. A skill capable of simultaneously manifesting numerous anomalies was something he had never encountered, nor even heard of. This further confirmed that it was not a beast riot, but rather the result of a powerful individual releasing a skill. Given such terrifying phenomena, how dare you venture here? Ji Lianhe remarked, a hint of reproach in his voice as he gazed at Chen Xuan. Of course I was afraid, Chen Xuan replied, his tone shifting. However, to grow stronger, mere fear is insufficient. Knowing the dangers, I chose to venture forth in hopes of greater gains. What a bold statement, Ji Lianhe exclaimed, impressed. With such courage, your future shall not be lacking. By the way, have you just undergone a job transfer? What is your new profession? Pointing to the sleeping Xiao Yan on his shoulder, Chen Xuan confessed, Beast Tamer. A beast tamer, you say? Initially puzzled by Chen Xuan's claim, Ji Lianhe soon understood. It was evident that only someone in dire need of money would dare to seek fortune amidst such peril. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly dismounted his horse and placed a reassuring hand on Chen Xuan's shoulder. Fear not. What is a little extra expenditure? Rest assured, should you find yourself without a place to go in the future, you may come to the city lord's manor, and I shall offer you a position. Ji Lianhe's words stirred something within Chen Xuan, slightly altering his impression of the city lord. It was rare to encounter a city lord who offered such a guarantee upon learning of one's status as a beast tamer. Therefore, with a fist salute and a smile, he nodded. I shall remember your promise, my lord. Ha ha ha. Indeed, the the city lord, am a man of my word. Ji Lianhe laughed heartily, surveying the surroundings. The dangers here have yet to dissipate fully. You should depart promptly. As he mounted his horse once more, Ji Lianhe seemed to recall something. By the way, where are you headed? If you're returning to the city, I can give you a ride. Really? That would be splendid. Chen Xuan eagerly accepted the offer, grateful for the chance to return without spending a coin. Climb aboard. Chen Xuan leapt onto the horse, and soon they were galloping across the ground, the fiery steed's speed rivaling that of a sports car. Strangely, a gentle flame surrounded the horse, shielding them from the wind's resistance, allowing Chen Xuan to feel completely at ease. This made Chen Xuan envious. If only he could possess such a steed, traveling would be so much easier. Yet, glancing at the slumbering Xiao Yan on his shoulder, he felt that achieving this goal was still a distant dream. By the way, I still don't know your name. Ji Lianhe inquired as they rode. I am Chen Xuan, of Class 3. Chen Xuan responded candidly. Oh, splendid. A hero emerges from the youth. You indeed possess the potential to become a hero, Ji Lianhe praised. Your flattery is too much, my lord. I am merely driven by necessity, Chen Xuan replied, his eyes glinting as he subtly probed. My lord, do you know who was responsible for the earlier incidents in that forest? Not yet clear, Ji Lianhe replied casually. However, from the residual elemental fluctuations, it appears at least an 8th-tier professional was involved in releasing those skills. Terrifying indeed. I wonder which great figure passed through our Shuang city. If possible, I would love to meet them. Meeting them? That is hardly a challenge. One simply needs to seek them out, right? Chen Xuan questioned, puzzled. Seek them out? Humph, you underestimate such top-tier figures. Ji Lianhe scoffed. The terrifying skill fluctuations have obliterated all traces. Unless a similarly formidable professional with exploration or deduction skills were to come, it would be nearly impossible to find them. Besides, even if one did locate them, someone of my caliber wouldn't even be worthy of carrying their shoes, let alone meeting them. At these words, Chen Xuan instinctively glanced at his shoes. Are my shoes truly so valuable now? Unaware of Chen Xuan's thoughts, Ji Lianhe suddenly adopted a serious demeanor and reminded him. You are but a child, and one must not let curiosity run rampant. Are you not aware that curiosity killed the cat? Oh, I am grateful for your reminder. Esteemed lord of the city. Chen Xuan nodded earnestly, yet as he beheld the glimmering yearning in Ji Lianhe's eyes, he could not help but ponder how the other would react if he were to reveal that he was indeed the illustrious figure in question. He would certainly not be foolish enough to disclose the truth outright, and even if he did, the other party would likely deem him a madman, unless he were to cast a forbidden spell once more, but at present, he was unable to do so. The reason Chen Xuan posed so many questions was merely to gauge whether the other might discern his true identity. The risk was temporarily manageable. Yet the possibility of high-tier professionals arriving could not be dismissed. A few minutes later, Chen Xuan bid farewell to Ji Lianhe and boarded a bus. His destination, the Transmutation Temple. Soon, he arrived at the temple. Chapter 7. Ah, I wish you would eat excrement. Gazing upon the row of classical buildings before him, curiosity sparkled in Chen Xuan's eyes. The Transmutation Temple had emerged autonomously during the game's invasion, rather than through human construction. Apart from its primary function of facilitating job transitions, the temple also offered various services such as guild registrations, regional bounties, and material exchanges. After observing for a moment, he proceeded toward the most magnificent edifice among them, designated specifically for the purpose of job transitions, serving as the core functional area of the temple. Creak. Pushing open the temple doors, the pure white marble decorations dazzled Chen Xuan, and a solemn, weighty atmosphere enveloped him. The hall was not large. Directly ahead was a spacious white stone table, situated in such a sacred and dignified place. Behind the stone platform, a stunning lady clad in garments reminiscent of a nun was sound asleep. Chen Xuan's lips twitched slightly. How peculiar it felt as the ambience shifted. Shouldn't the Transmutation Temple be a place of sanctity? How could someone be napping here? Upon hearing the sound, the young lady, resting her head on the table, groggily opened her eyes. Shuang City was merely a remote little town, and the number of professionals was not substantial. As a dedicated staff member responsible for job transition duties, she rarely encountered a single professional seeking a transition during her days. In fact, she often worked only half a day before heading home, sometimes even earlier. Were it not for the late-night gathering with her girlfriends, she might have already left. After all, no one ever came at this hour. Yet, now someone had come to undergo a transition, even disrupting her sweet dreams, which immediately ignited her displeasure. Truly, even sleep was not to be had. Who was so audacious? Hey, handsome, are you here to transition? Her sarcastic words were only half spoken when she caught sight of Chen Xuan's striking features, instantly snapping to attention. A charming smile erupted on her face as she hurriedly emerged from behind the counter to approach him. Wow, This young man is exceptionally handsome, and the aura surrounding him is utterly intoxicating. He is 100 times better than those greasy, repulsive men. How wonderful it would be to engage with him in some manner. Excuse me, I wish to transition, Chen Xuan interjected, raising his hand to wave in front of the lovely lady's face. Was it the temple's overwhelming aura that had rendered her a bit daft? Why did she seem somewhat foolish? Ah, certainly, the lady exclaimed, startled. Do you wish to undergo a first transition? It costs 100 gold coins here. And you must first. She assumed that, due to his age, Chen Xuan was likely a student who had missed the school transition and was now paying for the service himself. However, before she could finish her introduction, Chen Xuan interrupted her. Ahem, I am here for a second transition. Oh, a second transition? The lady's heart raced. Today was not the day when all the middle school students in Hengshuang City had just transitioned, was it? How could it be that this young man had come for a second transition so soon? Her feminine intuition suggested that this extraordinarily handsome young man might be one of those legendary second-generation players, capable of transitioning in less than a day. With this thought, her gaze nearly ignited with fervor, her entire body leaning closer to Chen Xuan, nearly pressing against him. The fee for a second transition is 10,000 gold coins. Dear sir, you know that different transitions have different fees, as clearly stated on that notice board over there. Chen Xuan glanced at her perspiring arm, shifted his feet to halt her advance, and produced a card to hand to her. Swipe the card. After the tragic demise of the Chen family, while Chen Xuan had become an orphan, he was fortunate that the family's funds remained intact. 10,000 gold coins were not a burden for him. Seeing her charm fail to elicit a response, the lady reluctantly accepted the card, returning to the counter to process the transaction. All done, young sir. She handed the card back to Chen Xuan, gesturing toward a tightly shut door beside them. That is the transmutation hall. You may enter and follow the instructions provided. Thank you. Chen Xuan nodded slightly, accepting the card as he strode toward the door, never once glancing back at the lady. Boom. The ancient, heavy door swung open before closing again, and as Chen Xuan's figure vanished, the lady could not help but sigh wistfully, lamenting the missed opportunity to engage with a second-generation player. Just then, a message notification popped up on her communication panel. Lick one, darling. What do you want to eat tonight? I'll bring it over for you, excited. The lady took a glance and replied without hesitation. Queen, huh? I wish you would eat excrement. Lick one. 3 despairing emojis. All right, I'll do my best. Click. As the door closed, Chen Xuan found himself in a circular room measuring only a few square meters. The walls were pure white, adorned with mysterious runes of various colors. There was no need for deliberate perception to discern the overwhelming magical elements almost spilling over. All the magical elements coalesced toward a 6-pointed star magic array beneath his feet. Before Chen Xuan could react, an emotionless prompt echoed in his mind. Detection, a professional has entered the temple. Please select a job transition project. A series of texts indicating 1st through 9th transitions manifested on the light screen. Chen Xuan raised his hand and directly selected the second transition. Job transferee Chen Xuan. Current level LV30, meets the transition conditions, may issue transition tasks. Please select the difficulty level of the task. The prompt surprised Chen Xuan, leaving him puzzled. Was there a distinction in difficulty for transition tasks? In an instant, the light screen shifted, revealing 6 different difficulty levels. Simple difficulty, basic reward. Medium difficulty, basic reward of 10. Hard difficulty, basic reward of 20. Insane, basic reward of 50. Despairing, basic reward of 80. Impossible for mortals, basic reward of 100. Chen Xuan could not shake the feeling that this transition task reminded him of a certain popular game from his previous life, accompanied by a sense of dread. The panel's information was straightforward. The higher the difficulty, the greater the reward. The highest reward could even yield a basic attribute bonus double that of the standard reward. Certainly, from the very names of the difficulties, one can discern that opting for the final option would undoubtedly surpass all expectations in terms of challenge. Which one to select? Chen Xuan gazed at the 6 levels of difficulty, unable to suppress his contemplation. However, before he could reach a decision, a countdown timer unexpectedly began to appear on the interface. Goodness, he felt that this transmigration temple harbored a malicious intent towards him, a novice. All right, it shall be you. Ultimately, as the countdown approached its conclusion, Chen Xuan extended his hand and clicked on one of the options. Chapter 8, An Insurmountable Challenge, The Plight of the Lava Spiders. You have selected an insurmountable challenge. Do you wish to confirm? I feel as though you are mocking me, yet I cannot find any evidence. Chen Xuan silently complained, decisively clicking to confirm. Subsequently, a series of notifications resonated. Notification: you have successfully accepted the second transition quest, Insurmountable Challenge. Quest name: The Plight of the Lava Spiders. Quest description: The Verdant Valley. once a paradise for many adventurers in search of treasure, has transformed into a nightmare ever since thunderous roars echoed from the caverns below, releasing not just searing magma, but also swarms of lava spiders. Their numbers are vast, preying upon all living beings, turning the once beautiful valley into a forbidden zone that strikes terror into the hearts of adventurers. Now, it is time to eradicate them. Quest objective: eliminate the lava spider horde and retrieve the venom sac from the lava spider matriarch. Quest time limit: 24 hours. Quest requirement: must be completed solo. Teaming up is not allowed. Notification: quest countdown has begun. So it begins. Chen Xuan stared at the quest panel, momentarily dazed. He had previously studied the location of the lava spider horde in his textbooks. It was situated just beyond the novice leveling area, in a place known as the Lava Spider Valley. What left him in a stupor was not merely the location, but the fact that the Lava Spider Valley was a territory for level 40 to 60 adventurers. Only second transition adventurers, or those preparing for their third transition, could venture there. Yet, it had now become the site of Chen Xuan's second transition quest. Even more astonishing was the fact that the creatures known as lava spiders were not only colossal in size and numerous in quantity, but they also thrived in the molten rivers beneath the ground, possessing an absurd level of flame resistance. To say nothing of a solitary individual. Even several teams might struggle to eradicate all the hordes within the Lava Spider Valley in a single day. Truly, an insurmountable challenge is indeed extraordinary. Chen Xuan mused, feeling somewhat contemplative yet not overly worried. With the assistance of the Crimson Flame Phoenix, a single powerful forbidden spell would suffice to obliterate them. Regardless of their formidable flame resistance, they would be reduced to ashes. Having come to this realization, Chen Xuan redirected his gaze and turned to push open the temple doors as he stepped outside. Creak. As the doors swung open, the lady stationed behind the counter quickly raised her head. Upon seeing Chen Xuan, her face brightened with a welcoming smile. Young man, you have accepted the quest, haven't you? Nini wishes you great success in completing it. Thank you. Chen Xuan replied with a slight nod, making his way toward the exit. Observing this, Nini displayed no trace of annoyance. Instead, she smiled and added, if your transition quest requires materials, you may purchase them at the trading house, sparing you the trouble of grinding in the wild. Having worked here for quite some time, she had encountered most of the adventurers who chose the less challenging transition tasks. Over time, she had gathered a few tips, or, one might say, quest bugs. Although Chen Xuan appeared indifferent to her, she sensed that he was of noteworthy status, coupled with his striking looks, prompting her to offer a friendly reminder. Unexpectedly, as her words tumbled forth, Chen Xuan halted his steps and turned to her. Do you have knowledge of the trading house here? Nini was momentarily taken aback by his inquiry, but soon nodded enthusiastically. Yes, the city of Yingshuang is relatively small and actually hosts 4 trading houses. The Wu Trading House is local, albeit with higher prices, though negotiations are possible. Nini recounted with enthusiasm. The Douyin, Dimao, and Kan Yi Dao trading houses are all quite substantial, with Dimao being the oldest, Douyin primarily focusing on online sales, and Kan Yi Dao being a bit of a scam, not recommended. If you need assistance, I can take you there, she offered eagerly. Though she had not had the opportunity to transition herself, that did not mean she hadn't listened to others. Moreover, many adventurers she had encountered had been captivated by her figure, sharing all kinds of information. Thank you, but I know the way, Chen Xuan had asked casually. Yet he was surprised by the valuable information she provided. After expressing his gratitude, he turned to leave the Transmigration Temple. As he departed, a hint of melancholy crossed Nini's face. She had hoped to get to know him better and perhaps even add him as a friend. Regrettably, he had offered no such opportunity. Nevertheless, she felt content. After all, they had exchanged several words. Moreover, he had thanked her, indicating a step forward in their relationship. Should they cross paths again? The mere thought of their next meeting sent a thrill through Nini, causing her legs to tremble with excitement. Just then, her communication device chimed with a new message. Lick 1. 3 vomiting emojis. Babe, I drank 3 buckets of water and finally swallowed it. Queen, you even ate that? You're a freak, get lost. Lick 1. 3 pitiful emojis. Wasn't it you who told me to eat it? Queen initiated friend verification. You are not yet their friend. Please send a friend request, and once verified, you may chat. Lick 1. Why? What did I do wrong? Whoa. In the bustling heart of Yingshuang City, Chen Xuan stood before a grand and opulent establishment, Dimao Trading House. After synthesizing the information provided by the lady and the details he had previously gathered online, he ultimately decided to conduct his transactions at Dimao Trading House. After all, it was the most venerable trading house in the entire realm of Xia, without exception. A time-honored establishment, it should surely be trustworthy. As Chen Xuan approached, the doors parted automatically, revealing 2 elegantly attired ladies who greeted him with polite smiles. Welcome to Dimao Trading House. How may we assist you today? I wish to sell materials and purchase some items, Chen Xuan stated with a slight nod, articulating his intentions. Certainly, sir, please follow me. We have dedicated trading specialists ready to assist you, replied one of the ladies in a cheongsam. As they entered the trading house's hall, Chen Xuan was taken aback by the level of activity within. It was far more bustling than he had anticipated. Numerous patrons of varying ages crowded the counters, some older, some younger, and others accompanied by parents bringing their children. So many people? Chen Xuan instinctively inquired. The cheongsam-clad lady smiled and explained, yes, sir, recently there have been quite a few adventurers completing their transitions, and many parents wish to provide additional support for their children before the exams. Her keen professional insight revealed to her that Chen Xuan appeared to be a newcomer, prompting her to offer a considerate explanation. Over there lies the potion sales area, where one can procure both mana and health restorative items. The counter with fewer patrons is dedicated to equipment sales, while the other side features a stall for miscellaneous items. Chen Xuan nodded in understanding. In order to enhance efficiency while grinding monsters in the wild, many adventurers now equip themselves with copious amounts of restorative potions. The better the supplies, the higher the efficiency, potentially allowing one to level up before the exams. Even a single level gained could distinguish a candidate among millions and attract the attention of elite guilds. Will my transactions be conducted here as well? Chen Xuan inquired, casting a wary glance at the bustling hall. He carried a considerable amount of items and wished to avoid drawing attention to himself. He understood the wisdom of keeping one's wealth discreet. Not at all, sir. This area only handles sales, not purchases. Acquisitions are managed on the second floor in a separate trading hall, ensuring ample privacy, the lady in the qipao explained, gesturing toward the nearby staircase. Just as Chen Xuan was about to follow her, a familiar voice suddenly called from behind him. Chen Xuan, what are you doing here? Turning around, he spotted a rather unremarkable yet robust youth striding toward him, his face lighting up with surprise upon seeing Chen Xuan. Zhuangping. You're here at the trading house too. Zhuangping was a classmate from their school, their relationship neither particularly close nor distant. Indeed, I came with my father to stock up on potions for grinding in the novice area, Zhuangping replied with a grin. Have you found your first contracted beast yet? As a beast master, Chen Xuan had access to a dedicated space for his contracted creatures. He had recently noticed that his companion, Xiao Yan, was slumbering within, with a significantly improved mana recovery rate compared to the outside world. Thus, he had summoned it back just moments ago. Yes, I have. Chen Xuan nodded, not denying it. That's fantastic. When shall we team up for leveling? Zhuangping beamed. I'm now a warrior, and I can deal some serious damage. I'll ensure you soar ahead. Thanks, but... Xiaoping, who is this? Why haven't you introduced him to your father? Chen Xuan's words were abruptly interrupted by a rather portly man in a slightly shabby suit. Father, this is the academic prodigy from our class, Chen Xuan. Zhuangping's father paused briefly, then offered a polite nod to Chen Xuan. Greetings. Xiaoping, did you select the potions we discussed? Come, let us choose together, so I can settle the payment. Without waiting for Chen Xuan's response, he pulled Zhuangping away. Hey, Dad, why are you dragging me? I haven't finished talking to Chen Xuan. What's there to say? He is a beast master, don't you know? I know. I was hoping to team up with him. Are you brainless? Do you think he's the previous master of the Chen family? A penniless beast master has no promising future. If I hadn't intervened, you might have foolishly tried to team up with him. What's wrong with teaming up? Dad, I'm a warrior. I can help him level. Shut up. If you utter one more word, you can forget about buying any potions today. After all this time in a foreign enterprise, how did I end up with such a dim-witted son? Remember, in this world, only those of value are worth associating with. Keep your distance from someone like him, who relies on free handouts for his contracted beast. Though Zhuangping's father spoke softly, Chen Xuan, now at level 30, had remarkably acute hearing and caught nearly all of his words. However, he was not overly concerned. After all, those with whom he had little interaction would not affect him in the slightest. Under the guidance of the lady in the qipao, Chen Xuan arrived at a secluded private room on the second floor. Once she departed, a middle-aged man in a suit entered, his surprise evident upon seeing Chen Xuan's youth. He quickly bowed slightly and introduced himself. Good day, sir. I am a certified trader from the Dimiao Trading House. Here is my identification. Chen Xuan glanced at it briefly before returning his gaze. The trader then asked, what items do you wish to sell? Please feel free to present them for my appraisal. Very well, Chen Xuan replied without hesitation, raising his hand to open his game inventory. In an instant, a multitude of materials spilled forth, forming a small mountain on the floor of the private room. The trader had initially anticipated only a few items for sale, but the sheer volume of materials caused his pupils to constrict in surprise. Which young master has come to possess such an abundance of materials all at once? He could scarcely fathom that such a quantity had been collected by a single individual. It seemed far beyond the capabilities of one person. He assumed it must be the accumulated stock of a family. The quality of the materials is not high. Please count them and provide an estimated value. Chen Xuan stated calmly. Understood. I shall begin the counting now. Please have a seat, sir. The trader donned a pair of gloves from his inventory and began tallying the items in the room. He even requested a pot of tea and some snacks for Chen Xuan to enjoy while he worked. Approximately 10 minutes later, the trader returned with a smile. Having completed his count, Sir, I have finished. You possess a total of 13,927 items, including 6,089 materials from man-eating flowers, 3,132 materials from scarecrows, with the remainder being miscellaneous items. Based on current market prices, the total should be around 140,000 gold coins. However, given the substantial quantity, I can offer you a premium of 15,000 gold coins. How does that sound? 15,000 gold coins. Chen Xuan pondered. Contemplating the value of the universal currency of Blue Star, where 1 gold coin equated to 100 silver coins and 10,000 copper coins. This was not a self-issued currency, but rather a product of the game itself. If he were to draw a comparison, 1 gold coin was roughly equivalent to 100 units of currency from his previous life. Therefore, 150,000 gold coins would amount to approximately 15 million from his past. Wow. These basic materials are worth so much money all at once. Chen Xuan felt a sudden rush of elation akin to striking it rich overnight. Unbeknownst to him, it was rare for an average adventurer to clear 3 maps in one go. Even if one could, it would require a team. Sometimes several groups working for an extended period to achieve such a haul. All right. Chen Xuan nodded, satisfied with the price offered by the D Miao trading house. Having previously researched the market and estimated his batch of materials at around 130,000 gold coins, the price presented was even higher, which gave him a measure of confidence in the trading house's reputation. Please wait a moment. I will apply for the funds and finalize the transaction. The trader was swift in his actions, returning almost immediately. Here you go, sir. The 150,000 gold coins have been credited to your card, he said, handing the card back to Chen Xuan. Please confirm the amount before I take possession of these materials. Chen Xuan appreciated this detail, and once he verified the transaction, the trader waved his hand to collect all the materials into his inventory. Sir, the transaction has been completed. If you have no further requests, I could accompany you downstairs for a brief tour. The attendant just mentioned that you might have additional purchases in mind, the trader said with a smile. Tipping his top hat. There's no rush, Chen Xuan replied, remaining seated with no intention of moving. Our transaction has only just begun. With a casual wave of his hand, he discarded all the items he had previously retained onto the floor. Gasp. Several pieces of equipment materialized, causing the trader's pupils to constrict in surprise. However, when he noticed that among the equipment there glimmered the light of skill books, his composure shattered completely. Chapter 10. Could it be that she intends to support me? The trader inhaled sharply, utterly taken aback by the scene before him. Skill books? When was the last time he had seen skill books for sale in a place like Frosty City? 3 years, 5 years, or perhaps even a decade ago. If nothing else, receiving even a single skill book would suffice to propel his monthly performance to the pinnacle of acquisitions. Yet now, there were 3 in total. 3 skill books at once. Gasp. The way he looked at Chen Xuan changed entirely. This young man was undoubtedly a scion of a prestigious family, come to indulge in the world of gaming. Chen Xuan, too, found himself lost in thought while gazing at his 3 skill books. His contemplation was not about anything else. It was regarding the dual water projectile technique, which he had initially intended to learn himself. However, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. Such a low-tier skill seemed unnecessary for him. Monster farming relied on Xiao Yin, with his initiation being a 7th-tier skill. The first-tier dual water projectile technique, aside from giving monsters a bath, appeared to serve little purpose. It would be more advantageous to trade it for currency. After a brief silence, the trader, fearing he had offended Chen Xuan due to his earlier lapse, quickly bowed in apology. I beg your pardon, sir. The amount involved in your transaction is rather substantial, and I cannot make decisions on my own. I will promptly summon the supervisor. With that, he bowed once more and hurriedly exited the room. Has it alarmed the supervisor? Chen Xuan also regained his composure, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He quickly surmised it must be related to the 3 skill books. Otherwise, the trader would not have acted so out of character regarding those black iron items. Creak. Not long after, the previously closed door of the private room swung open once more. This time, it was not the trader who entered, but a tall, elegant woman with a regal aura. Dressed in a white blouse and a black pencil skirt, her long, slender legs were encased in sheer black stockings. Her exquisitely shaped face, complemented by well-styled short black waves, added a touch of sharp professionalism to her commanding presence. With a gentle smile playing on her lips, she slightly bowed upon seeing Chen Xuan. Her melodious voice followed suit. Greetings, sir. I am Lu Xiaoya, the supervisor here. Chen Xuan's gaze lingered on the supervisor, briefly scanning her curvaceous physique before responding. Greetings, Supervisor Lu. He gestured towards the nearby equipment and skill books. These items require your appraisal, I presume? Certainly, Lu Xiaoya replied, her fingers deftly donning gloves as she turned to examine the items with meticulous care. With a flick of her hand, a glimmer of light emanated from her fingertips and settled upon a piece of equipment. In an instant, all pertinent information regarding the item materialized before her. Chen Xuan's eyes sparkled with insight. This must be a form of identification skill. A supervisor like Lu Xiaoya, responsible for an entire city's commerce, was undoubtedly a professional, possibly specializing in appraisal. Lu Xiaoya worked swiftly, soon having assessed all the equipment. She exhaled softly, as if visible tendrils of fragrant warmth escaped her lips. In total, there were 8 pieces of black iron equipment, 5 suitable for melee classes, 1 for ranged mages, and 2 designated for enchanters. Turning to Chen Xuan with a radiant smile, she explained, according to market prices, the 5 melee class items are valued at 50,000 gold coins each, the enchanter's equipment at 40,000 coins, and the mage's equipment at 60,000 coins, totaling 350,000 gold coins. Pausing, she then regarded the 3 skill books shimmering with light. These 3 skill books are all first tier. The 2 for warriors are priced slightly lower at 100,000 gold coins each, while the mage skill book is valued higher at approximately 150,000 gold coins each. She calculated swiftly, adding the previous total of 350,000, resulting in exactly 700,000 gold coins. As a token of gratitude for your support of our business, I can offer an additional 20 premium. I can also grant you a platinum membership card with the highest supervisory privileges. Would that satisfy you? Chen Xuan did not respond immediately, instead casting several more glances at the elegant supervisor. It was unnecessary to speculate. He understood that a supervisor could not simply grant such a significant discount. This represented a value of 140,000 gold coins. Previously, he had sold materials for 3 maps for merely 150,000 gold coins. Such a substantial benefit raised questions. What was her motive? Was she perhaps enamored with his youthful appearance? This alluring woman was undeniably attractive. Her figure was remarkable, though she seemed a tad older, likely in her early 20s. If he accepted, Chen Xuan felt an odd sensation. No, suddenly a thought struck him. Could it be that she intended to support me? To make me her kept man? Unbeknownst to him, Chen Xuan's brows knitted slightly. Observing his frown, Lu Xiaoya felt a jolt of concern. Was he dissatisfied with such a generous offer? Initially, she had been impressed by how this remarkably young individual could present such valuable items for sale, harboring thoughts of wanting to befriend him. Yet, it seemed he might be displeased instead. This realization startled Lu Xiaoya. Given his youth and demeanor, he clearly hailed from an extraordinary background. What she perceived as a generous offer might be negligible in his eyes. Consequently, instead of leaving a favorable impression, she risked inciting his displeasure. With this in mind, Lu Xiaoya hurriedly bowed again. Sir, please do not misunderstand. I merely admire how, at such a young age, you have achieved such remarkable success. Your future potential is boundless. Thus, I took the liberty of elevating the maximum discount from 10 to 20. I understand this may not seem substantial, and I implore you not to be upset. I hope you can graciously accept it. She spoke all at once, lowering her head until it rested at her chest, patiently awaiting Chen Xuan's response. After a moment, he finally spoke, his tone calm. Ahem, this is not to be repeated. Wonderful. Lu Xiaoya internally sighed in relief, and when she raised her head again, her smile radiated with tenfold brightness compared to when she first entered. Excellent. Please have a seat while I prepare your platinum card. Mr. Chen, here is your platinum card. Please keep it safe. Lu Xiaoya presented the card with both hands, continuing, all transaction gold will be stored on this card, and you can transfer it to your personal account at any time. Chen Xuan accepted the card with a slight nod, thoroughly impressed with the supervisor's efficiency. Not only was she remarkably swift, but she had only asked for his name regarding the card, inquiring nothing further. This greatly ensured the privacy of customer information, leading Chen Xuan to appreciate that he had made the right choice in visiting the Cat Merchant Guild. Excellent. Chen Xuan cast a fleeting glance before tucking the card away. I still require some items for procurement. What do you need to procure? I can have someone fetch samples right away, the elegant supervisor inquired with a smile. Chen Xuan pondered. Is there anything suitable for fire-type avian beasts to consume? Chapter 11 indeed seemed rather extensive. Chen Xuan harbored immense gratitude toward Xiaoyan. Not only was it his contracted beast, but without it, he could never have reached the second transition in such a short span of time. One of the principal objectives of this visit to the merchant was to select delectable treats for the little creature, satisfying and capable of facilitating growth. That was Chen Xuan's foremost principle. The growth of a contracted beast diverged from that of wild monsters. Merely acquiring experience points through defeating monsters was but a drop in the bucket. To expedite the rapid growth of a contracted beast, one must also incorporate numerous valuable potions to foster development. Otherwise, at Xiaoyan's current growth rate, even reaching level 100 would likely still leave it in a juvenile state. Suitable for fire-type avian beasts? Lu Xiaoya paused momentarily, her astute mind refraining from further inquiries. And directly introduced, indeed, there are over 10 types of the most sought-after beast potions nationwide from Dimao. We may not have them all, but we do possess 8 varieties. Would you like to see them all? Yes, that would be great, Supervisor Lu. Chen Xuan nodded, feeling it best for Xiaoyan to personally select. If you don't mind, you can just call me Xiaoya, Lu Xiaoya said with a smile while nodding. That seems a bit too informal. Chen Xuan mused. I perceive that Supervisor Lu is slightly my senior. Perhaps I'll call you Sister Ya. How delightful. It is truly an honor to meet someone like you, Mr. Chen. Lu Xiaoya's smile blossomed further, feeling that getting to know Chen Xuan was more valuable than the transaction itself. As she departed, Chen Xuan summoned Xiaoyan from the contracted space. The little creature, upon appearing, opened its remarkably spirited eyes to survey its surroundings. Upon spotting Chen Xuan, it flapped its wings and alighted on his shoulder, affectionately nuzzling its small head against his cheek. All right, Xiaoyan, several delicious treats will be arriving shortly. Let us see which one you like the most, shall we? Gigi. The moment it heard about food, the little one instantly perked up, its wings fluttering with excitement. It had been several hours since its birth without sustenance and was already quite hungry. Soon enough, Lu Xiaoya returned, and upon seeing Xiaoyan perched on Chen Xuan's shoulder, her gaze remained unchanged as she approached the table and waved her hand. With a swish, 8 potion vials resembling test tubes appeared. As the 8 vials emerged, a potent aura of fire elements suddenly enveloped the room. Gigi. The moment Xiaoyan laid eyes on the potions, it chirped excitedly. Without needing Chen Xuan's guidance, it flapped its wings and flew towards the potion vials. Gigi. It called out twice, then looked back at Chen Xuan. Seeing this, Chen Xuan chuckled and shook his head. No, choose just one that you like the best. Xiaoyan nodded in agreement, and without hesitation landed before the vial with the most intense fire elemental essence. Observing Xiaoyan's choice, Lu Xiaoya remained silent, but felt somewhat astonished internally. She was surprised that Chen Xuan possessed a firebird as a pet. When did such a high-tier creature catch the attention of a prominent figure? Yet, seeing the little creature's lively demeanor, Lu Xiaoya assumed that Chen Xuan had adopted it merely for amusement. Throughout, she never considered that this was, in fact, Chen Xuan's contracted beast. Sister Ya, what is the potion in this vial? Chen Xuan inquired once the little one had made its selection. I didn't expect your pet to have such discerning taste. Mr. Chen, this vial contains Tian Yin Ling Sui, said to be produced only in a certain stellar secret realm, making it the most precious among these 8. Tian Yin Ling Sui? Chen Xuan thought to himself that he had never heard of it. But a treasure exclusive to the stellar secret realm surely wouldn't be of inferior quality. What is its price? This one costs 10,000 gold coins. But since you are a platinum member, you can enjoy a 20 discount. 8,000. This price was indeed steep. Yet upon recalling his current savings of 1,000,000 gold coins, Chen Xuan nodded casually. Let us start with 10 vials. Certainly, I will arrange that right away. Lu Xiaoya replied with a smile, secretly astonished, realizing that this was the demeanor of a top-tier wealthy individual, spending 80,000 gold coins on pet supplies without batting an eye. This further solidified her belief that Chen Xuan was undoubtedly from a distinguished family of immense wealth. Let us not rush. In addition to these, please prepare some mana recovery potions for me. Do you have any beast eggs available? Or perhaps young beastlings would suffice. We do have a complete list of all beastlings and eggs available. You can browse through it directly, and I will deliver your selections, Lu Xiaoya said, suddenly smiling apologetically. Mr. Chen, I need to go downstairs to fetch the Tian Yin Ling Sui from stock. It may take a little longer. Would you mind going downstairs? Chen Xuan shook his head. That's perfect. I shall accompany you to avoid wasting time. He glanced at the countdown for his class transition task, realizing that he needed to hurry. Thus, 5 minutes later, after selecting a suitable beast egg to place in his transition space, he rose and accompanied Lu Xiaoya downstairs. Mr. Chen, please wait here. I shall return shortly. Next to the potion counter on the first floor, Lu Xiaoya bowed slightly to Chen Xuan before gracefully departing. The first floor remained bustling with activity, with receptionists and customers engrossed in their tasks, leaving Chen Xuan to idly survey his surroundings. At that moment, he spotted a familiar figure with a slightly balding head, it was Zhuo Ping's father. Surprisingly, the man approached Chen Xuan with a smile. You are Chen Xuan, Zhuo Ping's classmate, correct? Uncle, is there something you need? Chen Xuan initially wished to dismiss him, but his impression of Zhuo Ping was relatively favorable, so he replied nonchalantly. Oh, nothing in particular. I noticed you have been here for quite some time. Have you found anything to your liking? Zhuo Ping's father chuckled, displaying a warm demeanor. I purchased some potions. Chen Xuan nodded casually. Haha, are you referring to mana recovery potions? Zhuo Ping's father laughed. Let me tell you. There are several types of mana recovery potions. You're still young. Don't let those receptionists deceive you. Those costing below 100 gold coins aren't worth considering. They recover slowly and provide minimal mana. If you were to team up with my Zhuo Ping, he could use one vial and cast 2 skills, while you wouldn't even have enough for one. Isn't that quite a disparity? Indeed, it is somewhat significant. Chen Xuan feigned ignorance to the implications of Zhuo Ping's father's words, nodding seriously. Exactly. Therefore, it's crucial to combine the right potions with the appropriate skills to maximize efficiency. Wouldn't you agree? Chen Xuan, you're here too. Before Chen Xuan could respond, a figure suddenly appeared from a distance. It was Zhuo Ping. Chapter 12. Zhuo Ping's father. The fool was me all along? Zhuang Ping strode forward, his eyes landing on Chen Xuan's goofy grin. He intended to say something, but upon noticing his father's presence, he swallowed his words and turned his gaze back to his dad. Dad, have you two been chatting? We just exchanged a few words. Zhuang Ping's father chuckled, urging him onward. Have you prepared your potions? Let us go. Aren't you waiting to level up? Dad, you go ahead. I'll stay with Chen Xuan. Zhuang Ping waved his hand, about to decline, when suddenly a graceful figure emerged in the distance, prompting a swift change in his tone. Whoa, who is that? So stunning. Smack. Zhuang Ping received a light slap on the back of his head from his father, who gritted his teeth and whispered, Keep your voice down. That is Lu Xiaoya, the supervisor of the D Mao Trading Company. You cannot afford to offend her. The supervisor of the trading company? What brings her to the first floor? Zhuang Ping furrowed his brow in confusion. However, before he could finish his thought, he saw Lu Xiaoya approaching them directly. She stopped in front of Chen Xuan, bowed gracefully, and waved her hand. A tray draped in red satin landed in her palm. Mr. Chen, your requested potions are here. As she spoke, she gently lifted a corner of the satin, revealing 10 vials of Tian Yanling Sui. This swift action allowed Zhuang Ping's father to catch a glimpse of the potions. Boom. A thunderous noise echoed in his mind, leaving him momentarily dazed. What was that? If he wasn't mistaken, it appeared to be Tian Yanling Sui worth 11,000 per vial. Moreover, there were 10 vials on the tray. Holy moly. 10 vials amount to 100,000 gold coins. His entire annual salary combined wouldn't even match that. Impossible. How could a poor kid like him afford such precious potions? I must be mistaken. Yet, would the supervisor of the D Mao Trading Company personally deliver ordinary potions? As Zhuang Ping's father wrestled with his thoughts, Chen Xuan had already stored the potions in his transfer space. Thank you, Sister Ya. I must take my leave now. Chen Xuan turned to leave, but just as he took a step, Sister Ya suddenly recalled something and called out. Wait, is there anything else, Sister Ya? With a light laugh, she said, Mr. Chen, don't forget that retrieving items requires a membership card for registration. She handed him his card. Upon seeing the card, Zhuang Ping's father felt as if he had been struck by lightning. A platinum card. How could it be? He couldn't be mistaken. He had seen it when the head of the main office visited. It was indeed the D Mao Trading Company's platinum card. He had envied it back then. Knowing such a card required a single expenditure of 500,000 gold coins to obtain. 500,000 gold coins. In that moment, Zhuang Ping's father felt as if he were being slapped repeatedly across the face. It was utterly humiliating. His prior insistence on preventing Zhuang Ping from teaming up with Chen Xuan stemmed from his belief that Chen Xuan was just a poor beast master devoid of any resources. But now, it seemed he was the fool, as Chen Xuan had acquired 10 vials of Tian Yanling Sui and even produced a D Mao Platinum card. Almost forgetting, Chen Xuan accepted the card, tucked it away, nodded respectfully to Lu Xiaoya, and turned to leave. However, as he passed by Zhuang Ping's father, he paused slightly and, with a faint smile, remarked, Uncle, you were absolutely right. I have learned much from our conversation. After nodding at Zhuang Ping, he exited the trading company. Dad, what did you say to Chen Xuan? Zhuang Ping, with his innocent demeanor, couldn't help but ask as he watched Chen Xuan depart. Zhuang Ping's father's face flushed crimson, and suddenly, overwhelmed by anger, he rolled his eyes and fainted on the spot. In that fleeting moment before losing consciousness, only 2 words lingered in his mind: regret. He was indeed correct. Different potions were not suitable for combination. He had initially believed his son was of a higher caliber, but now it appeared the true fool was he. Unbeknownst to Chen Xuan, he was oblivious to Zhuang Ping's father's reaction, and even if he were aware, it would matter little. As stated, he was fundamentally different from the others, and the opportunities for their paths to cross in the future would be exceedingly rare. This was not a matter of arrogance on Chen Xuan's part. Rather, he had already transcended the novice leveling area, heading directly into regions for second-tier professionals and beyond. Gazing at the marshy expanse before him, Chen Xuan couldn't help but wrinkle his brow. The display before him indicated the location: Novice Marsh, recommended level, LV1, LV10. Looking at the seemingly boundless muck, Chen Xuan felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. The taxi had only delivered him to this point. Even if he were willing to pay more, the driver refused, citing the treacherous terrain. If he got stuck here, it would be a significant loss. In truth, the optimal method would be to possess a means of flight or another mount to traverse this area. However, glancing at the adorable little yen on his shoulder, who was bobbing its head in a daze, Chen Xuan let out a resigned sigh. "You little glutton, when will you grow up so you can take me flying?" During the journey, he had already fed 10 vials of Tian Yen Ling Sui to little Yen, yet after consuming them, the little creature showed no signs of change apart from a burp. If anything, perhaps its feathers were a tad more vibrant, and its aura of fire elements slightly intensified. Chirp chirp. Upon noticing Chen Xuan's gaze, little Yen excitedly chirped twice. "Get to work, will you? Only when you've done your job will there be food. Don't think about it for now." Hearing that there was no food, the little creature immediately wilted, lying on Chen Xuan's shoulder and feigning sleep. Phew. Chen Xuan exhaled, attempting to reassure himself. "No worries, I still have another little one yet to be born. I hope that one is more obedient and doesn't require excessive spending to level up." The beast egg he had chosen remained in his possession, as he intended to wait until he reached the outskirts of the Wolf Spider Valley to address it due to the transition quest. After calming his thoughts, Chen Xuan rolled up his pant legs and stepped into the Novice Marsh area. Fortunately, he was now at level 30, and his speed had improved considerably since then. Before long, he delved deeper into the Novice Marsh map. However, the further he went, the more he realized that many players were gathered here grinding for levels. Almost every few steps, he could see figures splattered with mud fiercely battling small monsters before them. "Look out, mudfish. You little turtle, don't run. I'll chop you to bits. Hey, monster, prepare to meet your demise. I fight for the moon." A cacophony of bizarre battle cries emerged, and he observed several players teaming up, pulling monsters, and battling with great enthusiasm. Chen Xuan didn't linger. He swiftly maneuvered through the crowd. As he ventured deeper, the number of players dwindled. Yet, throughout his journey, Chen Xuan noted that while the small monsters hidden in the marsh were numerous, defeating them was no simple task. They were exceedingly slippery, and upon sensing danger, they would burrow into the muck, disappearing from sight. Even though the marsh wasn't particularly deep, locating and defeating them in a short time frame posed a significant challenge. "HM, what is this aura?" As Chen Xuan advanced, he suddenly paused, glancing to the side. To his astonishment, a palpable aura of frost was visibly radiating outward. Someone had successfully transformed the marshland into a frozen expanse, significantly diminishing the likelihood of the minor creatures fleeing. This clever tactic elicited a moment of admiration from Chen Xuan. However, when he beheld the enchanting figure wielding a staff and casting spells like an ice fairy, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. How could it be her? Chapter 13. Do I know you? The Elementalist of Ice. Mu Shui, the esteemed daughter of the Mu family from Frosty City, renowned as the belle of the first high school. Before the tragic demise of Chen Xuan's family, they lived adjacent to the Mu family. Mu Shui and Chen Xuan had known each other since childhood, akin to childhood sweethearts. Yet, due to Chen Xuan's transmigration, coupled with the subsequent mysterious annihilation of the Chen family, he faded from her sight. Despite Mu Shui's numerous attempts to contact him, he remained unresponsive. It was unexpected that they would cross paths in the novice zone today, and even more surprising was that she had transitioned to a mage and mastered ice skills. Having not seen each other for a long time, Chen Xuan had no intention of rekindling their acquaintance. To him, women were merely distractions that impeded his leveling progress. They held no other significance. Thus, he cast a fleeting glance before diverting his gaze, ready to continue on his path. However, after taking a few steps, a tall figure clad in simple armor and wielding a great sword appeared nearby, eyeing him warily and coldly admonishing, "Hey, this area has been claimed by our team. If you wish to level up, go elsewhere." Claimed? Such audacity. Should I cast a forbidden spell to teach him a lesson? This thought flitted through Chen Xuan's mind for but a moment before he merely nodded and changed direction. His perspective had shifted. He would not engage in conflict over trivial matters. Yet, as he sought to avoid confrontation, someone collided with him. "Ah, let me see. Isn't this the former young master of the Chen family, Chen Xuan?" The untimely voice echoed just as Chen Xuan was about to depart. A youth, clad in significantly more luxurious armor than the previous soldier, strode forward. Chen Xuan did not recognize him. Yet he vaguely recalled that he might be associated with a family that had dealings with the Chen family in the past. Though Chen Xuan was unfamiliar with Wu Ming, Wu Ming was well acquainted with Chen Xuan. The Wu family was the most prominent professional family in Frosty City, and although Wu Ming was a bastard, he held a certain status within the family. Having just successfully transitioned to a warrior, he had received a set of armor as a reward. He had not anticipated encountering his most despised person, Chen Xuan, in this place. After all, the Chen family had been merely a small clan, yet the goddess he idolized, Mu Shui, seemed to harbor affection for this wretched boy. Despite his own efforts to win her heart as a sycophant, he had failed to stir her emotions. While she spent her days in the company of Chen Xuan, when the upheaval struck the Chen family, Chen Xuan vanished from sight, leading Wu Ming to believe his chance had finally arrived. However, 3 years of relentless pursuit had only secured him an opportunity to team up with her for monster hunting. And that was only due to pressure from the Wu family. Otherwise, he would have had no chance to team up at all. Now, upon seeing Chen Xuan, memories of the past surged uncontrollably in his mind. Realizing that someone recognized him, Chen Xuan paused his movements, casting a puzzled glance at the other. Do I know you? Wu Ming felt an overwhelming urge to spit blood. How could the person he loathed most not even know who he was? A surge of unnameable rage compelled him to sneer. Oh, what is this? Has the esteemed young master Chen developed an air of superiority since becoming a professional? As he spoke, he fixed his gaze on Chen Xuan, deliberately inquiring, I wonder what profession young master Chen has transitioned to? Pray tell. How absurd. Chen Xuan regarded him for a moment, sensing that this individual seemed to be suffering from some delusion, and then returned his gaze elsewhere, intending to depart. Hey, you plan to leave just like that? Don't be shy, do share. Wu Ming feigned exaggeration. Oh, actually, I already know, you must be a beast master. The most challenging special profession to level up, huh? What? The nearby classmates exclaimed in surprise, following suit with laughter. Is that fiery bird on your shoulder your contracted beast? I'm curious. How long will it take for it to slay a wild monster? Ha! Chen Xuan's form did not waver in response to their taunts. It was not out of magnanimity, but rather because, in his eyes, these two were akin to stray dogs barking on the roadside. Why should a passerby stop to engage with such noise? Seeing Chen Xuan turn to leave without a word only fueled Wu Ming's delight, as he perceived it as a sign of Chen Xuan's loss of spirit due to amnesia. Yet, at that moment, a graceful figure resembling an ethereal spirit darted past him. Is that you, Chen Xuan? A slightly trembling voice called from behind, prompting Chen Xuan to sigh internally. He turned to face the stunning ice fairy-like figure. Mu Shui, it's been a while. Chen Xuan greeted her with a smile. Yes, it has been quite some time. Upon seeing Chen Xuan, Mu Shui felt her heart inexplicably race, and her voice trembled slightly as she spoke. Are you doing well? After a few seconds of silence, Mu Shui finally managed to utter those words. The moment they left her lips, she inwardly cursed herself, while others might be unaware. She had been quietly following Chen Xuan's every move. Ever since she learned that Chen Xuan had become a beast master, she had yearned to appear before him to offer comfort. Yet, fearing it would hurt his pride, she had refrained from taking action. Now, upon seeing him, her thoughts instinctively reverted to his past tribulations, prompting her to ask that question. Oh no, I must have wounded his pride again. What if he ignores me even more now? However, Chen Xuan did not grasp the meaning behind Mu Shui's words. He merely smiled and nodded. I'm doing well. I have matters to attend to. Let us chat another time. As Chen Xuan turned to leave, Mu Shui's expression shifted, and she quickly interjected, Wait, Chen Xuan, are you going to level up? Shall we team up? What? The onlookers were taken aback by this proclamation, all casting incredulous gazes at Chen Xuan. Who was this guy that could elicit a direct invitation from Mu Shui to form a team? Wu Ming, standing nearby, felt his face darken with rage. He had exerted considerable effort to secure an agreement from the goddess to team up with him, yet this fellow had exchanged only a few words. And Mu Shui was now imploring him for a partnership? Was there any justice in this world? Moreover, her tone carried an unmistakable hint of desperation. Seething with anger, Wu Ming immediately shouted to intervene. No way. Excuse me? Mu Shui's delicate face turned to Wu Ming, her previously shy and nervous demeanor vanishing, replaced by an icy glare. What did you just say? I, Mu Shui, along with all of us here, have more than enough capacity to draw aggro. Adding another person is truly unnecessary. Wu Ming suppressed his fury and forced a smile, attempting to explain. Besides, he is a beast master. Without a proper contracted beast, what combat prowess could he possibly have? His gaze swept the surroundings before a sudden realization struck him. If forced into the group, we would all have to share our experiences with him, which might hinder everyone's progression. Upon uttering these words, Wu Ming couldn't help but admire his own cleverness. He managed to connect everyone. And even if Mu Shui desperately wished to team up with Chen Xuan, she had to consider the feelings of the entire group. Indeed, someone nearby chimed in, exactly. Beastmasters are merely a burden now. Having them around is just a waste of experience. Another added, precisely. Moreover, Mu Shui is an ice elementalist. What qualifications does he have to team up with us? Enough. Mu Shui's voice, as cold as frost, suddenly rang out, causing her light blue hair to tremble slightly. Since you all believe that teaming up with Chen Xuan is inappropriate, then I shall withdraw from the group. What? The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically upon hearing this. The situation was escalating. They knew that the sole reason they were here was because of Mu Shui, the invaluable asset. As a specialized ice elementalist, her skills were not only formidable, but her control also surpassed that of an ordinary mage. Without her, how could they possibly maintain such rapid monster-clearing speed? What shocked them even more was that Mu Shui was willing to forfeit such free labor for the sake of a beastmaster. It was common knowledge that mages had a significant weakness, frail bodies and lengthy cooldowns on their skills. If they only cleared a single monster, using a skill would be a waste. Luring a horde was something they could not endure alone. Thus, having a sturdy warrior to bear the brunt of the damage was crucial. However, her decision to withdraw from the team was tantamount to relinquishing her own chance to level up swiftly, even if she could recruit others. Finding warriors of such high caliber in Shuang City would not be an easy feat. Watching this unfold, Chen Xuan wore an expression of helplessness. He truly did not require anyone to team up with him. Really, it's unnecessary. Chen Xuan looked at the agitated Mu Shui. I have my own methods for leveling up. You should continue to team with them. The crowd's faces shifted, many gazing at Chen Xuan in disbelief. He was about to forfeit a golden opportunity to team up with a specialized mage? Was he out of his mind? Mu Shui, upon meeting Chen Xuan's calm gaze, assumed he was struggling with his pride. She intended to explain further, but others in the vicinity, fearing they might hurt his feelings, could only nod in agreement. Then, if you ever need anything, do let me know. Mu Shui said cautiously. I am willing to assist you with whatever you require. Anything at all. Chen Xuan's eyes swept over Mu Shui's nearly flawless figure, and almost unconsciously, he replied, of course, anything you desire. Mu Shui instinctively nodded, but suddenly, upon catching Chen Xuan's gaze, a flush crept up her cheeks, and her legs unconsciously pressed together. How annoying. Why have I never seen this side of him before? Oh no, he won't misunderstand my intentions, will he? This is so embarrassing. As Mu Shui snapped back to reality from her thoughts, she noticed Chen Xuan had already turned to leave. Observing Chen Xuan's direction, Mu Shui seemed to remember something and hurriedly called out, Chen Xuan. The Wolf Spider Valley lies ahead. Do not venture there. Chen Xuan did not halt his pace, but merely raised a hand to wave at her. Thank you for the warning. You should return home soon. Staying here poses a risk to your life. Chapter 14. You promised me a blue-striped ice lizard. Yet you present me with a gecko? Risk to life? How absurd. This is merely a novice leveling area. What danger could there possibly be? Wu Ming scoffed without hesitation. Exactly. Even as we delve deeper, it remains a novice leveling area. Others, encouraged by Wu Ming's background, chimed in. Chen Xuan is truly ungrateful. Mu Shui kindly invited him to join, and instead of accepting, he dares to frighten us? Such a person is utterly beneath contempt. I suggest we keep our distance in the future. I concur, Mu Shui. Let us focus on leveling. At this rate, I'll reach level 3 in no time. Yes. Indeed, leveling is of utmost importance. Seeing the overwhelming agreement among the group, Wu Ming felt elated. He composed himself and gently addressed the still pensive Mu Shui. Mu Shui. Everyone is waiting. Shall we continue leveling? I will not level anymore. To everyone's surprise, Mu Shui replied coldly. What? Not leveling? Why? Wu Ming was momentarily taken aback, unable to restrain his curiosity. Because I trust Chen Xuan. Mu Shui cast a glance at her teammates. If you trust him as well, you should leave too. Without waiting for their reaction, she promptly exited the group, her delicate feet kicking off. A gust of wind swirling from her silver boots as she swiftly departed like a dragonfly skimming the water. Hey, why did she just leave like that? She simply ceases to level? Indeed, even a specialized profession shouldn't be so reckless. Wu, what shall we do now? Wu Ming clenched his teeth as he uttered Chen Xuan's name. Let her go. If Chen Xuan can go, then I shall stay. I want to see what danger lurks in this novice leveling area. Upon hearing Wu Ming's intention to continue leveling, the crowd eagerly rallied behind him. Right, what danger? I believe Chen Xuan is merely trying to monopolize the monsters here, scaring us away. Ignoring him, they resolved to confront Chen Xuan the next time they crossed paths. Thus, apart from Mu Shui, the rest of the team remained in the area to continue battling monsters. Although their efficiency was significantly lower than when Mu Shui was present, it was still better than retreating. Outside the Wolf Spider Valley, a figure clad in black casual wear, his pant legs splattered with mud, emerged atop a slightly elevated boulder. It was Chen Xuan. He looked down upon the vast, silent valley, filled with grotesquely shaped trees whose leaves were a withered yellow. And even the trunks appeared cracked and desiccated, as if they had endured relentless scorching. It seemed the lava wolf spiders had retreated underground. Speaking softly to himself, Chen Xuan did not rush into the valley but instead, with a flick of his hand, retrieved a beast egg from his class change space. In comparison to the previous crimson firebird egg, this one was noticeably larger. The pristine white shell was adorned with faint blue patterns, exuding an air of elegance. What truly captivated Chen Xuan, however, was that this egg purportedly belonged to a creature known as the blue-striped ice lizard. Such a beast was non-existent in Yingshuang City, for despite the city's name suggesting frost, it only experienced a light frost during its coldest periods, spending most of its time in a humid, sweltering climate. Thus, this rare ice-type beast immediately captured Chen Xuan's attention. Alongside its rarity, the quality of the blue-striped ice lizard could not be gauged, which was why its price soared to a staggering 300,000 gold coins, significantly more than other beast eggs. Ultimately, Chen Xuan gritted his teeth and purchased it. After all, such an opportunity, once missed, would be challenging to encounter again. What if he were to be graced by fortune and hatch a stellar-grade beast? Under the auspices of divine grace, perhaps I shall surpass even the illustrious Xiao Yan. Spirits of heaven and earth, let the contract bear fruit. Chanting these incantations, Chen Xuan unhesitatingly activated the divine contract. Buzz. The familiar radiance re-emerged, and in the next moment, a notification echoed in Chen Xuan's mind. Notification, contract successful. Haha, it worked. A broad smile spread across Chen Xuan's face as he heard a crack, and a fissure began to form on the beast egg, followed by a scene strikingly reminiscent of Xiao Yan's hatching. As the eggshell shattered completely, Chen Xuan finally beheld the entirety of the blue-patterned ice lizard. Nearly 20 centimeters in length, it possessed an adorably naive lizard head, adorned with delicate blue patterns across its body. While its somewhat short and stout tail and diminutive limbs quivered slightly, still unsteady from its recent birth. Notification: you have acquired the contracted beast, blue-patterned ice lizard, black iron. Chen Xuan stared at the little creature for a full 5 seconds before exclaiming in exasperation, "Isn't this just a gecko?" Defying fate, Chen Xuan hastily opened its attribute panel. Blue-patterned ice lizard, black iron. Race, gecko. Level, LV1. Health, 10. Mana, 30. Strength, 1. Agility, 5. Spirit, 3. Skill, ice crystal technique. Combat power, 2 stars. Loyalty, 100. Evaluation, you must let it grow. Well, that's all for now. Chen Xuan felt a wave of darkness wash over him, nearly collapsing to the ground. 300,000 gold coins, exchanged for a pet gecko? Gazing at this panel, it seemed even weaker than Xiao Yan at the outset. Chen Xuan could hardly fathom what utility it possessed beyond its cuteness. I refuse to believe this, Chen Xuan exclaimed, glaring at the blue-patterned ice lizard. Come, show me your ice crystal technique. Ah, the little creature understood, opening its mouth wide to unleash. Whoosh. A chilling white mist erupted from its tiny mouth, covering the stone beneath it with a layer of frost the size of a hand, which quickly melted away. The pain was unbearable. Had it not been for Chen Xuan's preparation of the divine grace, he might have succumbed to despair. After a full 5 minutes, he finally accepted this harsh reality. The little creature steadied itself on the stone, and similarly to Xiao Yan, it exhibited an endearing affection towards him, already climbing to rub against his feet. Chirp! Suddenly, Xiao Yan flapped its wings and emitted a wary call, sensing that someone was vying for its master's affection. Just as it contemplated whether to unleash a 7th-tier spell upon the ugly blue-patterned ice lizard, Chen Xuan spoke up. Little one, don't blink. It's time to witness your miracle. With that, he pointed his palm and activated the skill, Divine Grace, upon the blue-patterned ice lizard. Chapter 15, The Gift Unleashed. Second Mythical Contract Beast. Buzz. A brilliant light began to emanate from the blue-patterned ice lizard, its body trembling slightly as its large, pitiful eyes gazed at Chen Xuan, seemingly terrified by the spectacle. Visibly, the blue patterns on its surface deepened and spread outward, becoming resplendent, noble, and intricate. Simultaneously, a formidable aura of icy elements erupted from its diminutive frame. Unseen, a resonant dragon's roar suddenly reverberated through the void. Roar. A colossal spectral dragon, over 100 meters in wingspan and nearly entirely composed of blue ice, materialized in the air. It transformed into a dragon? Although Chen Xuan had anticipated this, he was utterly awestruck by the immense silhouette. The transformation from gecko to dragon was an overwhelming sensation that defied description. This massive apparition lasted but a moment before vanishing from sight. As the illusion dissipated, the blue-patterned ice lizard's voice rang out first, louder than before, though it still sounded adorably fierce. This time, Chen Xuan would not be deceived by appearances. He promptly opened the attribute panel for clarity. Frost Saint Dragon, Mythical. Race, Dragon. Level, LV18. Health, 512,000. Mana, 625,000. Strength, 512. Agility, 277. Spirit, 625. Skills, Ice Spike, 7th tier. Frost Saint Shield, 8th tier. Ice Control, 9th tier. Ice Realm Saint Dragon's Burial, Forbidden Spell. Combat Power, 54 stars. Loyalty, 100. Evaluation, the great dragon seated in the realm of Frost, the sole master of all things icy. I am Frost, and Frost is me. Huh. Upon witnessing this magnificent attribute panel, Chen Xuan finally exhaled in relief. Thankfully, Divine Grace did not disappoint. However, unlike the previous enhancement with Xiao Yan, this time the blue-patterned ice lizard evolved into a Frost Saint Dragon at a level even higher than Xiao Yan's post-evolution. Could it be that the blue-patterned ice lizard possesses greater potential than Xiao Yan? No, quite the contrary. Chen Xuan speculated that it was likely due to the blue-patterned ice lizard's low potential, allowing it to achieve an elevation to level 18 under the same divine grace that had previously enabled Xiao Yan to grow only 15 levels. This revelation imparted a crucial understanding. The mightier the contracted beast, the greater the potential it unveiled under divine grace. No need to rush, no need to rush. Chen Xuan reassured himself, waiting until he embarked upon the second transition, at which point he would not be bound solely to beast eggs. Some slightly stronger beast cubs could also be attempted. By then, the higher-level cubs would undoubtedly experience even greater enhancement following divine grace. Notification, divine feedback activated. Congratulations on receiving rewards. Strength 50, Agility 28, Spirit 60, Acquired Skill. Ice Realm Saint Dragon's Burial, Forbidden Spell. Good heavens, another forbidden spell? Chen Xuan did not expect to receive yet another forbidden spell this time. With the addition of the previous Myriad Phoenix Annihilation Flame, he had now mastered 2 forbidden spells. Moreover, these were instant-cast forbidden spells that required no incantation. Previously, he estimated that casting a forbidden spell would require at least 5 million mana points. Even with Divine Blessing reducing it tenfold, he would still need over 500,000 mana points. He had been incapable before, but now, having leveled up, he had allocated all his attribute points entirely to Spirit. Coupled with this recent feedback, he had undergone a transformative change. Name, Chen Xuan. Class, Mythical Beast Master, First Transition. Level, LV30. Health, 102,000. Mana, 446,000. Strength, 102. Agility, 68. Spirit, 446. Skills, Divine Contract, Divine Grace, Divine Feedback, Divine Blessing, Myriad Phoenix Annihilation Flame, Forbidden Spell. Ice Realm Saint Dragon's Burial, Forbidden Spell. Contracted Beasts, Crimson Flame Phoenix, Frost Saint Dragon. Combat Power, 42 stars. Available Attribute Points, 0. TSK, just a hair's breadth away. Merely that slight margin. Gazing at his 440,000 mana, Chen Xuan sighed deeply, realizing that the exhilarating sensation of casting a forbidden spell would have to be postponed for now. With this thought in mind, he gently lifted the soft, pudgy, blue-patterned ice lizard. No, the frost dragon. Little one, you must heed your master's commands from now on. Oh, such a good little creature. Since you keep babbling, I shall name you Little Fong. As if in agreement, Little Fong extended its somewhat elongated tongue to lick Chen Xuan's palm, seemingly quite pleased with its new name. He placed Little Fong upon his left shoulder, while on his right, Xiao Yan abruptly awoke from its feigned slumber. Chirp, chirp, it protested, asserting its claim over the shoulder, unwilling to cede space to this rather unattractive newcomer. Enough of that. Xiao Yan, this is Little Fong. You two shall be companions from now on. No bullying, understand? Upon uttering this, Chen Xuan paused momentarily, pondering the little creature's gender. He carefully flipped Little Fong over by its neck, searching for some time before confirming it was indeed female. Ahem, all right, Xiao Yan, this shall be your little sister from now on. Do you comprehend? Chirp. Upon hearing that it could assume the role of an elder sister, Xiao Yan's eyes brightened, its hostility towards Little Fong considerably diminished. Conversely, Little Fong cast a timid glance at the formidable flying elder sister, retreating into the safety of Chen Xuan's neck, too frightened to utter a sound. Goodness, this sister is rather intimidating. Having secured 2 contract beasts, Chen Xuan finally turned his gaze towards the wolf spider valley below. Although Xiao Yan's forbidden spell was still in cooldown, the presence of Little Fong provided him with a sense of reassurance. Glancing at the remaining time for his second-tier quest, he resolved to proceed without further hesitation, stepping forward into the valley. Chirp! With a whoosh, a blazing fireball erupted from the void, crashing down onto a thorny patch of ground within the wolf spider valley. A thunderous boom resounded, and all vegetation was reduced to ash beneath the flames, while 5 hidden lava wolf spiders trembled and met their demise. Crack! As the flames dissipated, the ground nearby suddenly convulsed, and several spiders the size of basins emerged from the earth. Their bodies were adorned with fearsome, sharp spikes, glowing a fiery red, radiating intense heat. Their sharp mandibles, combined with their spider legs, allowed them to burrow easily into the ground. Sensing the recent fluctuation of flames, more lava wolf spiders began to emerge. Snap! The moment they spotted Chen Xuan, they charged towards him, ready to attack. Before Chen Xuan could utter a word, Little Fong opened her mouth and unleashed a torrent of searing frost, instantly encasing several lava wolf spiders in ice, killing them on the spot. Had there been onlookers, witnessing Chen Xuan's effortless annihilation of the lava wolf spiders would surely have left them awestruck. Despite their unassuming size, these creatures were formidable level 30 wild monsters, clad in exceptionally robust lava crystal armor. Alas, before the 2 little companions, they could not withstand even a single skill. How long will this slaughter continue? Observing the seemingly endless stream of lava wolf spiders emerging from the ground, Chen Xuan felt the pace was far too sluggish. He had contemplated allowing Little Fong to unleash a forbidden spell, but the proximity to the novice area posed a risk should it spiral out of control. It might engulf the very zone intended for beginners. Such an event would spell disaster for those fledgling adventurers. He did not consider himself a virtuous individual, but he certainly did not wish to commit indiscriminate slaughter. Just as he hesitated, his gaze suddenly sharpened as it fell upon a distant sight. A glimmer of realization striking him. Chapter 16. The Ice Realm's Sacred Dragon's Grave. This difficulty did not seem insurmountable. Concealed by thorns, Chen Xuan discerned a dark entrance deep within the valley. This very entrance was likely the portal to the lair of the lava wolf spider leader. By venturing inside, he could locate their nest. Casting a forbidden spell underground would surely not affect the novice area, would it? Besides, it appeared there was an underground lava source, an absolute guarantee of safety. With this revelation, Chen Xuan promptly set off at a brisk pace towards the cave entrance. Snap! Snap! The lava wolf spiders emitted sinister hisses from their mandibles, pursuing him relentlessly. To them, Chen Xuan was merely a moving feast, and it was only a matter of time before he would be devoured. Look at him, willingly burrowing into their lair. Such an act would only hasten his demise. Upon entering the cave, a wave of searing heat engulfed him. Accompanying this was a notification chime ringing in his mind. Notification: you have entered the wolf spider cave. Notification: you will suffer from fire element erosion, with continuous loss of health, and all non-fire skills will be suppressed. Suppression level 1. Notification: health 1. Notification: health 1. Notification: health 1. Continuous health loss? Hearing the notifications, Chen Xuan could not help but change his expression slightly. But noticing that the rate of health decline was slower than his recovery speed, he felt relieved and even smiled. This indicated he had indeed found the right place. The cave sloped downward, and the surrounding rock walls appeared smooth, as if scorched by flames. Contrary to Chen Xuan's expectations, the further he advanced, the more expansive the cave became. Xiaoyan conjured a fireball to illuminate their path, revealing a labyrinth of intersecting passages that emerged densely within the cave. Nevertheless, the route to the lair was not overly complicated. One particular opening, exceeding 3 meters in diameter, stood out as the widest passage. It required little contemplation to ascertain its significance. Boom! A fireball detonated, causing the entire cave to tremble. This was a deliberate sound created by Chen Xuan through Xiaoyan, aimed at attracting all the lava wolf spiders to avoid any stragglers. Thus, he ventured forth for a full 10 minutes, finally arriving at a vast underground chamber. A river of lava, seemingly emerging from nowhere, flowed through the depths of the cave. At the center of the river, upon a massive boulder measuring over 10 meters in diameter, lay a colossal lava wolf spider, measuring more than 5 meters in length and 3 meters in width. Lava Spider Matriarch, Bronze. Level, LV60. Chen Xuan had not learned any identification skills, so he could only glean basic information. Yet even so, the prominent red lettering of the Lava Spider Matriarch's name sufficed to illustrate its formidable nature. Upon noticing Chen Xuan's presence, the matriarch's 8 compound eyes snapped open. Roar! With a thunderous bellow, a terrifying sound wave radiated outward, expanding in all directions. In the next instant, an overwhelming swarm of lava wolf spiders began to emerge from the cave, swiftly surrounding the expansive chamber of several thousand square meters. Should anyone else have been present, The sheer number of lava wolves would have sent chills down their spine. At this moment, even if 10 second-tier adventurers were to join, they would surely succumb to despair and meet their end amidst such overwhelming encirclement. For these were all level 30 or above wild monsters. Witnessing this scene, Chen Xuan nodded in agreement, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Indeed, this truly resembles a challenge beyond the capabilities of mere mortals. Buzz, buzz. The colossal lava spider matriarch rose, its enormous abdomen shimmering with a light reminiscent of a flickering bulb. It was evident that it was brewing a skill of formidable power. Observing this, Chen Xuan remained unperturbed as he glanced at the small figure of Little Fong, curled up on his shoulder, and encouragingly clenched his fist. Little Fong, it is your time to shine. Upon hearing the command from its master, Little Fong timidly lifted its head, gazing at the densely approaching lava wolf spiders, and let out a faint cry. This sound was so diminutive that even Chen Xuan could scarcely discern it. However, the moment the sound escaped its lips, the entire underground cavern trembled violently. All the advancing lava wolf spiders abruptly halted, their fierce compound eyes scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance, seemingly in search of something. What is happening? Is the temperature dropping? Crack. A crisp sound eerily manifested in the air, initially scarce but soon multiplying, growing increasingly pronounced. Upon closer inspection, one could observe countless minuscule ice crystals rapidly coalescing in the atmosphere. Not only were they coalescing, but they also began to gather with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying blizzard engulfed the entire subterranean cavern. Woo, woo. The bone-chilling frost, intermingled with a piercing cold wind, rampaged mercilessly. Centering around Chen Xuan, as the terrifying frost tornado expanded, growing ever larger and more potent. The immensely resilient underground cavern could not withstand the onslaught of this tornado and was torn asunder. Cracks appeared, spreading swiftly across the ground. Within mere seconds, a deafening boom resonated as the violent frost tornado burst forth from the earth, soaring into the heavens. This was seemingly just the beginning. After breaching the surface, the tempestuous frost tornado began to swell at an alarming rate, reaching kilometers, tens of kilometers, hundreds of kilometers, as if intent on transforming every corner of the world into a realm of frost. Within this icy domain, a frost saint dragon, entirely composed of gathered frost, materialized abruptly. Roar! A roar that reverberated through the skies erupted, causing all frost to momentarily freeze. Everything enveloped by this icy realm also came to a standstill. All was encased in ice, entombing all. This was the forbidden spell, the Frost Realm Saint Dragon's Grave. At this moment, standing within the underground cavern, Chen Xuan beheld the lava wolf spiders, the lava spider matriarch, and even the molten lava rivers that had once flowed vigorously, now entirely frozen. The entire cavern had transformed into a frosty world. The might of the forbidden spell was truly fearsome. As Chen Xuan prepared to speak, a prompt resonated in his mind. Prompt: you have slain a lava wolf spider LV30, gaining 1 experience point. Contract Beast Experience Point. 1. Prompt: you have slain a lava wolf spider LV32, gaining 1 experience point. Contract Beast Experience Point. 1. Prompt: you have slain a lava spider matriarch LV60, gaining 1 experience point. Contract Beast Experience Point. 1. Prompt: the task Wolf Spider Menace has been completed 99. Please return the Lava Spider Matriarch's Venom Sac to the Transcendence Temple for submission. Is this truly the completion? Chen Xuan paused momentarily upon hearing the prompts, then broke into a grin. He had anticipated that the Lava Spider Matriarch would put up a struggle, yet to his surprise, it had not even unleashed its skills before the encounter had concluded. This revelation instilled in him the sense that the difficulty of this class transfer task might not be as daunting as he had initially perceived. If others were to hear this, they would likely be infuriated to the point of spitting blood, for surely it was not that simple. While many had undertaken tasks, who had ever accomplished one utilizing a forbidden spell? If such a task were to remain unfulfilled, one might as well seek a block of tofu to bash their head against. Gazing at the towering pile of materials and equipment before him, Chen Xuan could hardly contain his excitement. It was once again time for his favorite phase of counting his spoils. Yet, just as he was about to commence, his peripheral vision caught sight of the now exposed underground cavern, blown open to the elements, prompting an involuntary exclamation of alarm. Oh no. Chapter 17. Despairing Wu Ming. I do not wish to die. In the novice leveling area, amidst a chorus of shouts, a wild mud turtle was utterly toppled. Prompt: you have slain a mud turtle LV3, gaining 10 experience points. Prompt: your level has increased, gaining 10 attribute points. Ha ha ha, leveled up. Wu Ming erupted into a fit of jubilant laughter. In just a few hours, he had rapidly ascended to LV3. The elation he felt was indescribable. Others nearby echoed their admiration. young Master Wu's prowess is unparalleled. He must be among the foremost contenders in the examination of Frosty City. Indeed, just look at young Master Wu's equipment. Aside from a few exceptionally powerful mages, who could possibly rival him in terms of output? Humph, even if mages boast high output. If young Master Wu gets close, it's but a single strike. Previously, that Chen Xuan had mentioned life-threatening dangers, yet how long had it been? Not a single hair had been lost. I knew I was right. He was merely trying to frighten us. I can't believe Mu Shui actually believed him. Young Master Wu is truly wise and did not fall for his ploy, as the crowd lavished praise upon him. A smile could not help but spread across Wu Ming's face. Heh, such trivial tricks were easily seen through by me. He directed his gaze towards the direction beyond the novice leveling area, for he was aware that the nearest wild monster map was the Wolf Spider Valley. All the wolf spiders resided within the caverns beneath the valley, never daring to step outside. Thus, where was the danger? The more he spoke, the more animated he became. With no danger present, how could there be talk of life-threatening situations? Yes, young Master Wu is absolutely correct. Indeed, it is a profound truth. Let us proceed. Young Master Wu, what should we do next? Witnessing the unwavering resolve of the crowd, Wu Ming clenched his fist and declared loudly, "What else is there to say? Of course, we continue grinding. We shall not cease until the heavens fall." As Wu Ming passionately spoke, a thunderous roar resonated from the distant horizon, startling him into a sudden tremor, causing him to plop down into the mud. What was that sound? Wu Ming exclaimed, instinctively reaching out for assistance. Yet after a full 3 seconds, not a single hand was extended to help him. How could the esteemed young Master Wu, even after falling, receive no assistance? A surge of anger ignited within him. He sprang up from the mud, ready to unleash his wrath upon the crowd. However, in the next instant, his form froze in place. A massive, swirling storm, laden with countless frost particles, materialized out of nowhere in the distance. As this storm appeared, it expanded outward at a terrifying speed, leaving everyone in a state of shock. "You, young master, what is happening? Why is the wind rising?" Someone asked, dazed. "Such a strong wind. It won't reach us, right? Surely it won't. Should we continue grinding here?" "Yes, young Master Wu, what do you say?" "Wait, young Master Wu has fled." Just as everyone was poised to seek young Master Wu's counsel, they discovered he had already fled in sheer terror, leaving no time to inform them. At this moment, regardless of the flattery from the crowd, he found himself utterly repulsed by the unfolding events. Flee. For it turned out that what Chen Xuan had said was true. Remaining here would undoubtedly pose a threat to their lives. Those who had come to their senses immediately began to panic and flee. Unfortunately, the most significant issue in the novice mire was the sluggish pace of movement. After only a few steps, they felt a chilling wind sweep over them. Instinctively turning back, they were left in a state of shock and disbelief. A pure white wave surged forth like a tsunami, encasing everything in its path in a layer of frost. Even the wild creatures in the mire were frozen stiff. Whoosh! A biting gale, intermingled with frigid air, struck, causing all fleeing figures to come to an uncontrollable halt. They watched helplessly as frost crept over their bodies, ultimately encasing them in ice. Wu Ming, who was at the forefront, instinctively glanced back upon hearing the commotion and was so terrified that he burst into tears. "Wah! I don't want to die. I don't want to die." At this moment, he regretted not leaving earlier more than ever. But regret was futile now. He could only watch as the icy storm engulfed him like the Grim Reaper. Alert! There seems to be a beast riot in the novice training area, accompanied by a terrifying surge of ice magic. The protective barrier has suffered the destruction of 32 energy sources. What? The city lord, Ji Lianhe, who had just hoped for a moment of peace, dropped his most cherished teacup, shattering it upon the ground, yet remained utterly unaware. Yet another beast riot? Indeed. This time, I can assure you with utmost certainty, the scouting officer declared resolutely. I heard a dragon's roar and even glimpsed the silhouette of a colossal dragon. What? The silhouette of a dragon? Ji Lianhe sprang from his seat, rushing out without a moment's hesitation, leaving his stunned officer behind. "My lord, do you truly need to investigate personally?" "Investigate what? Are you not aware of how many novices are training in that area? Hurry and assemble the priests and the fire mages to rescue them. There are at least 3,000 people in the novice training area, all candidates for Frosty City." Ji Lianhe could hardly fathom the dire situation he would face if anything happened to all of them. Upon arriving at the novice mire, the scene before him first shocked him, then he exhaled in relief. Fortunately, the center of the skill was not in the novice area, resulting in only minor residual effects here. Thus, while many were encased in ice, it was not fatal. Once the priest and mage teams arrived, the problem would soon be resolved. With the immediate danger averted, Ji Lianhe's gaze drifted toward the direction of the storm. Could it be that the powerful mage had struck again? This thought lingered for but a moment before he shook his head in denial. It was impossible. How could anyone master two entirely different high-level skills simultaneously? Lava Spiderweb Armor, Bronze. Category, Armor. Base Effects, Life 500, Mana 500, Strength 18, Spirit 15. Armor 10, Durability, 50-50, Level Requirement, LV 30. Additional Effect, Lava Resistance, Fire Skill Resistance increased by 15. Set Attributes, Not Yet Activated 1, for once activated. All base stats are increased by an additional 10, and attacks inflict a burning toxin effect, 5 damage per second. Lava Spiderweb Boots, Bronze. Category, Boots. Base Effects, Life 100, Mana 100, Strength 10. Agility 15, Durability, 50-50, Level Requirement, LV 30. Additional Effect, Obstacle Climbing, can be released once every 10 minutes for a duration of 5 seconds, allowing rapid traversal of complex terrain. Set Attributes, Not Yet Activated 1. For once activated, all base stats are increased by an additional 10. And attacks inflict a burning toxin effect, 5 damage per second. In the Wolf Spider Valley, Chen Xuan, counting his spoils, discovered to his astonishment that he had acquired a complete set of armor, compared to the equipment he had previously obtained. Both the base attributes and quality saw a significant enhancement. Regrettably, this set was tailored for melee warrior classes, making it unsuitable for Chen Xuan himself. Aside from this set, there were a few scattered pieces of equipment that dropped, but they were merely of black iron quality, far less valuable than the set. Additionally, there were 2 freshly minted second-tier skill books. They were Chapter 18, Wu Ming. I don't want to pee either, but I can't control it. Toxic Touch, second tier. Active skill. Upon release, a toxic tendril attaches to the target, causing continuous damage and slowing effects, with damage and slowdown dependent on the target's level and toxin resistance. Fire Arrow, second tier. Active skill upon release. A rapidly moving fire arrow is formed for a short duration, the arrow inflicting burning and penetrating effects. These 2 second-tier skill books were exclusively for mage use. However, Chen Xuan merely glanced at them before stowing them away, intending to sell them to Lu Xiaoya upon his return. In truth, he could learn both skills after his second-class transition. Yet, upon reflecting on his skill slots, Chen Xuan opted to forego them. There was simply no room for ordinary skills in his elevated standards. After securing all his gains in the transition space, Chen Xuan waved his hand, summoning both Xiao Yin and Xiao Ye into the contract space. The consumption of mana from Xiao Ye's recent forbidden spell had nearly exhausted her reserves. Given that there was currently no imminent danger, he decided to store her away. With everything settled, Chen Xuan hurriedly dashed out of the valley, racing towards the novice training area. His urgency stemmed from a desire to assess the impact of Xiao Ye's Ice Realm Sacred Dragon Burial on the surrounding area. As he sprinted, a sinking feeling gripped his heart. Despite having highly anticipated the power of the forbidden spell, he was still taken aback by its extensive reach. It was as if the entire world was encased in 1,000 miles of ice and a myriad of snowflakes. This was the result of his explicit instructions to Xiaoya to control the release range of the forbidden spell. Had she not done so, the entire Frosty City would likely have succumbed to its effects. Please, let there be no significant casualties, Chen Xuan muttered to himself, suddenly narrowing his gaze as he noticed figures emerging in the novice training area. His heart leaped, and he hastened toward the silhouettes. How is it? Has it melted yet? Ji Lianhe casually inquired, glancing at the ice sculpture that had thawed halfway. A nearby mage nodded in affirmation. Yes, those have all melted and have been carried away by the priest team. Carried away? Were there any life-threatening situations? Ji Lianhe pressed. No, they were merely frozen stiff. With some rest, they will recover. Oh, but wait, if they have all been carried away, why has this fellow only melted halfway? The mage paused, looking somewhat helpless as he shrugged. That one is the young master of the Wu family. You can tell by his demeanor. The Wu family. Upon hearing this name, Ji Lianhe took a few steps closer to the ice sculpture, just in time to see 2 mage practitioners manipulating fireballs to slowly roast the ice sculpture surrounding it. Meanwhile, Wu Ming, revealing his upper body, was emitting low growls of dissatisfaction. Hey, keep your distance. Can't you see the flames have already reached me? Are you blind? Can't you see the ice melting around me? Let me remind you, I am the young master of the Wu family. If you harm me, beware of the consequences. The 2 mages beside him wore grim expressions. Had it been anyone else, they would have long since reprimanded him for his insolence. However, they remained silent. For the Wu family, behind Wu Ming, was indeed the foremost clan in Frostweave City. At last, after an indeterminate passage of time, all the ice enveloping Wu Ming completely melted away. With a loud thud, he collapsed onto the ground, like a shrimp with weak legs, unable to maintain his balance. Yet, before he could utter a word, his expression suddenly changed as he glanced down between his legs. A torrent of murky, yellow liquid, reeking of foul odor, streamed from his trousers, saturating a large area of the pristine ice beneath him. What on earth is happening? Wu Ming stared incredulously at the scene between his legs, unable to believe that he could humiliate himself in such a manner. However, this spectacle evoked an inexplicable sense of delight in the two mages nearby, who could hardly contain their laughter. Ha! Ha ha! The raucous laughter pierced Wu Ming's ears, inciting his fury. He shot up, glaring at the two. What are you laughing at? Go ahead, laugh again. Young Master Wu, aren't you being a tad excessive? One of the mages retorted with a smirk. Do you dare mock me? Believe me, I can ensure you won't be able to remain in Frostweave City. Wu Ming's face flushed with anger as he struggled to rise, but the chill of the ice within him rendered him powerless. Oh, you're the young Master Wu. How could we dare to laugh at you? The mage exaggerated. I merely chuckled because I saved someone earlier. Isn't that reasonable? Yes, yes. The other mage chimed in, nodding eagerly. The weather is delightful today. Isn't it reasonable for me to laugh too? Ha ha. You. Humiliated beyond measure, Wu Ming struggled to move to a dry patch of ground. Just as he settled there, another thick stream of liquid uncontrollably gushed forth beneath him. The familiar odor resurfaced, sending him into a state of sheer terror. What is happening to me? At that moment, Ji Lianhe approached with his entourage and frowned upon witnessing Wu Ming's plight. At the very least, you are a member of the Wu family. Can't you be more mindful of your reputation? Wu Ming, on the verge of tears, replied. I don't want to wet myself, but I can't control it. Noticing Wu Ming's distress, Ji Lianhe waved his hand. Get a priest to examine him and see what's wrong. As he spoke, Ji Lianhe's gaze suddenly sharpened as he spotted a figure sprinting toward them. Chen Xuan? He had not anticipated encountering this likable youth here. Unable to restrain himself, he called out, Chen Xuan, what brings you here? Startled by someone calling his name, Chen Xuan paused and smiled upon seeing Ji Lianhe. Ah, free ride. Lord City Master, what brings you to the novice zone? Oh, it's just that there was a beast riot earlier. Are you here to scavenge again? Ji Lianhe quickly realized that Chen Xuan had come from the direction of the Wolf Spider Valley. Hee. Chen Xuan chuckled. You're quite perceptive, my lord. Do you not realize how dangerous this place is? Ji Lianhe scolded playfully. Fortune favors the bold. Chen Xuan replied with a grin. Besides, I'm back now. Just because nothing happened this time doesn't mean it won't next time. Ji Lianhe scrutinized Chen Xuan, sensing that the youth had made significant progress in strength. An inexplicable fondness for talent swelled within him. Young man, would you like to join the guild right now? Join now? Chen Xuan was momentarily taken aback. Isn't that something to consider after the college entrance exam? In his understanding, the so-called universities in this world were the various guilds born from the game. Guilds were ranked from 1 to 9, with higher-tier guilds imposing increasingly stringent entry requirements. Each year, many guilds scrutinized candidates' exam results to select outstanding students for membership. To Chen Xuan, joining a prestigious guild was akin to entering a reputable university, offering not only good resources, but also valuable connections and backgrounds. However, he had never heard of joining a guild ahead of time. You didn't know? Ji Lianhe looked at Chen Xuan in surprise. Guild recruitment isn't limited to the entrance exam. Anyone meeting the criteria can join. Otherwise, wouldn't all those who passed the exam end up as lone wolves? Is that so? Chen Xuan contemplated, realizing that while the entrance exam was crucial, it wasn't the sole determinant. Indeed, I've heard of many top candidates who were reserved by high-tier guilds even before the exam. Oh, I see. Chen Xuan nodded, although he didn't dwell on it too much. After all, he harbored many secrets, and he needed to be cautious about joining a guild. Subconsciously, he muttered, what is the benefit of joining a guild? It only brings more constraints, which isn't worth it. Ji Lianhe regarded Chen Xuan with curiosity. Who told you joining a guild has no advantages? Let me tell you. Just then, a figure dressed as a priest approached, bowing respectfully. My lord, how is the situation with Wu's family? Ji Lianhe inquired about Wu Ming. Preliminary assessments indicate that prolonged freezing has led to internal frostbite, resulting in incontinence. Additionally, what else? Ji Lianhe pressed, noticing the priest hesitating. Also, impotence. Although it was a sorrowful tale, Ji Lianhe felt an inexplicable urge to laugh. My lord, I merely used my skills to suppress the frost. However, for the bodily harm, it would be best to take him to the hospital quickly. If delayed, this condition may persist for a lifetime. Is it that serious? Were the others treated the same way? No, the previous cases I examined showed no issues. Then why is he different? Perhaps he has a weak waist? Upon hearing the priest's words, Ji Lianhe nodded seriously and approached Wu Ming, patting his shoulder in consolation. Don't worry, I will have someone notify the Wu family immediately. They will come to take you home soon. With that, Ji Lianhe stood up and called to Chen Xuan. Hey, Chen Xuan, where are you going? Let me give you a ride. Wu Ming, still reeling from humiliation, looked on in confusion. What is going on? I'm in such a hurry to get to the hospital, and you completely ignore me. yet you actively offer him a ride? And it's that Chen Xuan, the one I detest the most? The flames of anger erupted from within him like a volcano. The despair encased in ice, the mocking laughter of the mage, the humiliation of cold seeping into his very being. And Ji Lianhe's utter indifference towards him ignited Wu Ming's rage to its zenith. By what right? What gives you the authority to send him? Wu Ming bellowed with unparalleled fury. I am the esteemed young master of the Wu family, a future formidable warrior. How can I possibly be inferior to a mere waste of a beast tamer? What gives you the right to overlook me? Ji Lianhe, do not presume that your status as the city lord intimidates me. If you do not grant me this, my Wu family shall ensure you face dire consequences. With a sharp crack, Wu Ming felt a flash of pain as Ji Lianhe's palm struck him, sending stars dancing before his eyes. A sickening sound followed, as blood mixed with two freshly dislodged teeth splattered upon the ground. Bewildered, Wu Ming clutched his cheek, incredulously staring at Ji Lianhe. You dare strike me? Speak another word, and I shall end you. Ji Lianhe's frigid words sent a shiver through Wu Ming's heart, forcing him to swallow the retort that had been on the tip of his tongue. Confronted with calamity, you were encased as a mere ice statue, afflicted by ailments, while others dare to venture into the heart of disaster for gain. By that measure alone, you are less than a mere failure. How dare you even ask for my assistance? With a dismissive gesture, Ji Lianhe summoned a magnificent steed, wreathed in flames, which materialized before him. He mounted the horse and beckoned to Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan, let us depart. Certainly. Chen Xuan nodded, preparing to join him, but paused momentarily to crouch beside Wu Ming. After glancing at the revolting puddles of liquid around them, he expressed a measure of sympathy. Though we are not well acquainted, do not worry. If you find yourself unable to recover in the future, you may call upon me. I take pleasure in assisting others. Farewell. You. Wu Ming's eyes widened in disbelief as he attempted to respond, but the surge of anger overwhelmed him, and he succumbed to darkness. Before losing consciousness, visions of lush green fields danced across his mind. Is Wu Ming not exceedingly arrogant? How dare he speak to you in such a manner? Chen Xuan inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity as he sat atop the horse. Do you truly believe the confidence of the Wu family, the foremost family of Yingshuang City, derives from nothing? Ji Lianhe chuckled. It is because they possess the backing of a fifth-tier guild. How formidable is the influence of a fifth-tier guild? Before Chen Xuan could interject, Ji Lianhe continued, reflecting with a hint of nostalgia. Mobilizing the entire guild's power could easily flatten Yingshuang City. Is it truly that exaggerated? Chen Xuan's eyes flickered with a newfound understanding of guild dynamics. Does the city lord not worry about offending the Wu family? Wu Ming himself is merely a secondary son of the Wu family. There remains a significant distinction from the legitimate heirs, Ji Lianhe dismissed with a smirk. If the Wu family were to retaliate against me due to him, it would be sheer folly. Even if that were the case. Do you think I lack a guild backing of my own? Upon observing Ji Lianhe's relaxed demeanor, Chen Xuan began to piece together the implications. So, the city lord is also affiliated with a fifth-tier guild then? Indeed, Ji Lianhe confirmed. The Windwalker Guild, to which I belong, parallels the Wu family's quadded guild in tier. Should you wish to join, I can recommend you to the guild leader. At this juncture, Chen Xuan grasped Ji Lianhe's intentions. The extensive introduction was merely to clarify the connections behind the Wu family. Wu Ming's persistent hostility towards him, compounded by today's events, hinted at ulterior motives. Joining a fifth-tier guild would, in Ji Lianhe's estimation, secure Chen Xuan's safety. However, after a moment of contemplation, Chen Xuan smiled politely. Thank you, City Lord, but I prefer to wait until after my college entrance examinations. He refrained from voicing his unspoken thoughts. Should Wu Ming pose a genuine threat, he would not hesitate to strike first. Very well. Acknowledging Chen Xuan's resolve, Ji Lianhe offered, should you require assistance, feel free to visit me at the City Lord's residence. Certainly. After exchanging pleasantries, they soon arrived at the Transference Temple. Chen Xuan greeted Ji Lianhe and hurried towards the temple, eagerly anticipating his long-awaited second career advancement. Chapter 19. Mythical Beast Taming, Second Advancement Amplified. Creak. With a tentative spirit, Chen Xuan pushed open the grand doors of the Transference Temple, surprised to find them yielding. As the doors swung wide, the familiar figure clad in nun's attire re-emerged. This time, however, she did not recline at her desk in slumber. Instead, she promptly assumed a standard welcoming pose, a bright smile illuminating her face. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? She chirped cheerfully, just as her professional greeting began. Her eyes widened in delight upon recognizing Chen Xuan. Oh, your demeanor seems rather more refined today. Having shared a previous encounter, Chen Xuan seized the opportunity to jest. I thought you had already returned home for the day. Hee, please do not mock me. The nun chuckled, attempting to present herself more demurely. I initially intended to head home, But then I received an urgent notification regarding a beast tumult outside Xuan City. All city personnel were put on high alert. And here I am. A beast tumult? Chen Xuan paused, contemplating whether it was the result of Xiao Ye's casting of a forbidden spell. Yes, it is said that the skills unleashed by the beasts are formidable enough to damage the protective barriers, which had yet to be repaired from before. Chen Xuan remained silent, though he was internally convinced that these disturbances were indeed linked to his contracted beast. Oh dear, I've been so caught up in conversation. I forgot to ask what brings you here today. The nun's bright eyes sparkled with anticipation. You did not return merely to see me, did you? Thump, thump. Her heart raced, and her legs instinctively tightened. Oh no, I must, sensing her thoughts spiraling. Chen Xuan swiftly brought her back to reality. Ahem, I am here to submit a quest. Oh, I see. What quest did you complete? Have you successfully achieved your second advancement? The sudden exclamation revealed the nun's true nature. But she quickly forgot her surprise, her eyes widening in disbelief. As a staff member of the Transference Temple, she had the authority to review transfer records. However, this privilege only allowed her to access the difficulty of the most recent transfer task undertaken, limited to a maximum of level 3. Upon noticing Chen Xuan's departure, she had eagerly checked the difficulty of his quest, only to discover unknown. The inability to retrieve results indicated only one possibility. The difficulty of Chen Xuan's quest was at least level 4 or higher. She understood that even the lowest level 4 tasks required several days to complete. If it were to take several months, or even more than half a year, it would not be impossible. Yet now, how long has Chen Xuan been out? Merely a few hours, and he has astonishingly completed the second transition task. This is simply inconceivable. In fact, if the sister nun were to discover that Chen Xuan had undertaken the most challenging 6th level job transition task, she would likely be so shocked that she might spontaneously shed her garments. Ahem, yes, may I submit my task directly? I am pressed for time, Chen Xuan inquired. Clearing his throat, he felt an unsettling gaze from the nun, as if she were poised to devour him at any moment. Oh, quite all right. You may proceed directly to submit your task, the nun responded, quickly stepping aside. She harbored a desire to pin Chen Xuan down right here, but alas, she knew that was impossible. Thank you. Nodding appreciatively, Chen Xuan hurried inside. Boom. The great door closed behind him, and without hesitation, the nun opened her chat list from earlier. Lick 2. Darling, what did you say you wanted to eat with your boyfriend? Lick 2. I have already transferred the money to you. Did you receive it? Lick 2. Darling, why are you ignoring me? Lick 2. Darling, 3 pitiful faces. Is it that the money is insufficient? Lick 2 has transferred you 200 gold coins. You have received a transfer of 200 gold coins. Lick 2, wonderful. Darling. You finally replied. The Queen has activated friend verification. You are not yet on their friends list. Please send a friend verification request. Only after the request is accepted can you chat. Lick 2, no, why not? What is the reason for this? Boom. As the door closed behind him, Chen Xuan once again stood in the center of the hexagram, moving his palm to retrieve the venom sac of the lava spider matriarch. Notification, task item detected. Would you like to trade? Yes. Notification, task completed. Congratulations on finishing the second transition task, a difficulty no ordinary person can achieve. Baptism commencing. Buzz. Before Chen Xuan could react, he felt the runes surrounding the job transition shrine emanate a dazzling radiance. The light enveloped his body entirely, and he sensed a rapid enhancement of all his attributes under this luminous aura. Chen Xuan had learned in school that with each job transition, aside from the 2 additional fixed skills, the transformation of attributes varied from person to person. In other words, the greater the potential of the practitioner, the more substantial the benefits garnered during the job transition. Notification, job transition complete. Congratulations on becoming a second-tier practitioner. Attributes have been significantly enhanced, and you have acquired 2 skills. Notification, for detailed information, please check the attribute panel. Notification, current accumulated experience points have automatically increased your level. I must check it immediately. Almost simultaneously with the notification, Chen Xuan opened the attribute panel. Name, Chen Xuan. Job, Mythical Sacred Guardian, second transition. Level, LV 40. Health, 225, 000. Mana, 565. 000. Strength, 225. Agility, 188. Mentality, 565. Skills, Divine Covenant, Divine Grace, Divine Feedback, Divine Blessing, 10,000 Phoenix Obliteration Flame, Forbidden Spell, Ice Realm Sacred Dragon Grave, Forbidden Spell. Eye of Primordial Chaos, Primordial Edict, Contract Beast, Crimson Flame Phoenix. Frost Sacred Dragon, Combat Power, 52 stars, Available Attribute Points, 100. Chen Xuan glanced over his attributes and gained a clear understanding of this transition. Firstly, Every attribute had seen an increase of over 100 points. This was akin to the benefits one would typically receive after leveling up by more than 10 levels. Yet he achieved it all in one transition. According to the conventional augmentations for second-tier practitioners, a standard difficulty would yield an increase of around 30 points. However, having completed the highest difficulty, he received nearly double that, an increase of 60 points in attributes, coupled with the difficulty reward of double benefits. He surged upward by approximately 120 points. Just in terms of attributes, he had already surpassed other second-tier practitioners by nearly 10 levels. Furthermore, the experience he had accumulated from slaying monsters catapulted him up by 10 levels post-transition. With an additional 100 attribute points at his disposal, he had significantly shortened his leveling time. Moreover, aside from the enhancement of his attributes, the two brand new skills filled Chen Xuan with anticipation. He turned his gaze directly to the skill bar, and upon opening the skill icon's description, he could not help but gasp in astonishment. This is astonishingly powerful. Eye of Primordial Chaos. At the dawn of creation, all things return to the primordial state. The eyes of the primordial can see through all in the world. Upon use, it allows for the detailed examination of all things. Nothing escapes its gaze. Examining information about all things? Isn't that akin to an identification skill? Initially, Chen Xuan was somewhat bewildered by the description, but moments later he came to a startling realization. This skill was indeed an identification skill. However, unlike other skills, it could examine anything without regard for level or job transition requirements. Could it truly disregard levels and job transitions to uncover any information? Upon this realization, Chen Xuan's eyes widened in surprise. If that were the case, this skill would be extraordinarily formidable. It is well known that any form of identification skill carries level requirements for the user, should one exceed the necessary level by too much. The identification skill would be rendered ineffective. Moreover, there are those who possess passive skills or equipment that can completely shield against others probing. Yet, the Eye of Primordial Chaos could bypass all of this to uncover any information, which left Chen Xuan in awe. Additionally, he noticed that while these two skills did not carry the divine character, they similarly lacked any indication of tier ranking, just as the previous four skills had. Was it that the skills were too low or too high to display their inherent status? The answer could only be the latter. This indicated that the skills Chen Xuan possessed had even surpassed the realm of forbidden spells. If the Eye of Primordial Chaos was already so remarkable, then what could the Primordial Edict entail? Calming his thoughts, Chen Xuan quickly turned to the other skill. Primordial Edict, passive skill. You possess a decree rune born from the Primordial Chaos, which grants you protection from any non-energy form of attack, such as curses, sorcery, soul attacks, and deductions, among others. Furthermore, when attacked, it will generate a counterattack based on the nature of the assault. While reviewing the skills, Chen Xuan suddenly sensed a faint glimmer of a mysterious rune flickering in the depths of his mind. This rune was the Primordial Edict. He focused intently on it, discovering that the edict was not static, but rather formed entirely from a swirling chaos. Within it, luminous streams flowed, with stars, earth, rivers, and mountains continuously evolving, never ceasing. The radiance emitted by the Primordial Edict appeared subtle, yet enveloped Chen Xuan's fate entirely. From that moment forth, no one would be able to discern his true information unless he chose to reveal it. Even those who attempted to pry forcefully would face repercussions. It seems that fortune favors the prepared. Chen Xuan laughed heartily. Previously, he had harbored concerns about the potential exposure of his information, especially since the consecutive release of forbidden spells had already stirred significant commotion. As his level ascended and the number of his contracted beasts increased, the likelihood of casting forbidden spells in the future would undoubtedly rise. Just because he had not been discovered thus far did not guarantee he would remain unnoticed in the future. However, now, with the protection of the Primordial Edict, the chances of exposure had been considerably diminished. With a long sigh of relief, Chen Xuan felt that this transition had yielded immense rewards. Although his attributes had not increased significantly, the two skills he acquired were extraordinarily powerful. If the second transition was already so promising, what formidable skills would the third transition unveil? For a moment, Chen Xuan found himself filled with anticipation. Yet, amidst his excitement, he knew he must first attend to pressing matters. He decided to visit the Cat Merchants Guild to sell the spoils of his recent endeavors. Afterward, he planned to rest and scout for a suitable leveling spot the following day, aiming to swiftly reach level 60 and unlock the quest for the third transition. With this resolve, Chen Xuan prepared to withdraw his gaze and depart from the Temple of Transitions. Suddenly, however, his peripheral vision caught sight of his attribute panel, causing him to pause. Mythical Beast Sovereign? What was this? Chen Xuan had not previously noticed that even his title had changed. The esteemed title of Mythical Beast Tamer had transformed into that of Mythical Beast Sovereign. With a sense of confusion, he discovered that appended to his name was an entire designation, Mythical Beast Sovereign Mentor. What? Sovereign Mentor? Wasn't he that akin to the title of Holy Mage? Chen Xuan's heart raced at the recognition of this name, which he was all too familiar with. His textbooks had often drawn parallels between the titles of magical practitioners, ranging from the novice apprentice sorcerer to the grand sorcerer, and even the illustrious archmage. The title of Holy Mage, however, was a legendary moniker reserved for the fabled nine-turn sorcerers. How could he, merely at the second transition, be bestowed with a title befitting the ninth? Staring incredulously at his name, questions flooded his mind. If he was now the mythical beast sovereign, what would follow? Laden with uncertainty, Chen Xuan departed the Temple of Transitions without even bidding farewell to the sister, leaving her disheartened and blocking some unsuspecting admirer. Bearing the weight of his new title, Chen Xuan felt an intensified urgency to conceal his information. There were too many with ulterior motives. One could never know when they might be schemed against. In contemplation, he decisively allocated 100 attribute points to his mental attribute. Consequently, his mental attribute surged to an impressive 665, and under the augmentation of the blessing of the gods, his mana reached an astounding 660,000. What did this signify? It meant that Chen Xuan was now capable of casting a forbidden spell himself. With the cooldown period of his two companions elapsed, he could potentially unleash 3 forbidden spells simultaneously, significantly enhancing his safety. With this newfound confidence, the urgency in Chen Xuan's heart waned slightly. As evening fell, he once again found himself at the entrance of the Cat Merchants Guild. Mr. Chen, you aren't here just to see me again, are you? Lu Xiaoya teased, her gaze lingering on the handsome Chen Xuan. She recalled that he had just visited earlier that day and was surprised he had returned to sell items. Ah, sister ya, with such beauty. Who wouldn't he want to steal a few more glances? Chen Xuan replied with a faint smile. However, before that, I do have a few items to sell. With that, he waved his hand, presenting the entirety of his spoils from the Wolf Spider Valley. Black iron, bronze, and skill books? As Lu Xiaoya's eyes widened at the sight of the gleaming items piled high, her composure faltered. Did you just clear a dungeon? Amidst the mountainous accumulation of goods, a mere glance revealed several pieces of finished equipment shimmering with an extraordinary light. Some of these glimmers even indicated the presence of bronze-grade equipment. Hadn't he just sold black iron-grade items earlier? Sort of. Chen Xuan nodded, neither confirming nor denying. In addition to these materials, I also have 2 second-tier skill books. They're right up there. He pointed to the 2 most radiant lights atop the pile. Second-tier skill books? Lu Xiaoya, disregarding her decorum, dashed forward to examine the skills. Toxic Touch, Flame Arrow, excellent. All mage skills. As an adept appraiser, there was nothing more exhilarating than discovering valuable items. Before her excitement could subside, Chen Xuan added nonchalantly, oh, and there's also a set of bronze armor, but it's for warriors. Could you please appraise it as well? A set? Lu Xiaoya stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. If individual pieces of equipment were the primary means of enhancing a professional's abilities, then a complete set was a crucial advantage for any practitioner. The significance of a full set was universally acknowledged. Even a bronze-grade set would attract considerable attention. At that moment, Lu Xiaoya completely overturned her previous assumptions about Chen Xuan. Initially, she had thought him merely a scion of a nearby city's family, out-leveling up while casually disposing of his loot. However, upon witnessing the 2 skill books and the armor set, she could ascertain that Chen Xuan was undoubtedly a direct elite from a powerful family or guild. Only such individuals would be regarded highly enough to have a high-level expert accompany them for leveling. Only they could clear a dungeon in such a short span of time. This realization filled her with gratitude for her earlier assistance to Chen Xuan. Cultivating a friendship with him would prove invaluable throughout her life. Little did she know, these accomplishments were solely Chen Xuan's doing. His ostentatious display was intentional. Externally, he appeared as a mere teenager, yet within, the wisdom of 2 lifetimes lent him a maturity far beyond his years. Ultimately, following the usual procedure, Lu Xiaoya appraised the items, and Chen Xuan surprisingly earned over 2 million gold coins. The 4-piece armor set alone was valued at 500,000, while the 2 skill books together amounted to 800,000. With his previous savings, his total now exceeded 3 million. Though he had suddenly acquired considerable wealth, Chen Xuan felt no elation, as his expenditures were only just beginning. The primary focus of his combat prowess lay with his 2 companions. Drawing from his previous experience with the Tianyan spiritual essence, Chen Xuan decisively commanded, I'll take 100 portions of Tianyan spiritual essence. What? 100 portions? Lu Xiaoya was taken aback for a moment, then offered an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen, but our current stock only contains 50 portions. No worries, any inadequacies can be supplemented with other similar materials. At this moment, Chen Xuan finally comprehended just how voracious Xiaoyan was. He could hardly believe that with 100 portions, the other party would not grow. Similarly, Xiaoya also required suitable nourishment to enhance its growth. As was his custom, Chen Xuan instructed Lu Xiaoya to prepare several portions of ice element materials for Xiaoya to choose from. Before long, Xiaoya developed a fondness for a material known as frost tear. "Monsieur, how much stock do we have of frost tear?" Chen Xuan pondered that since he was going to purchase it, he might as well acquire a generous quantity. "Rest assured, Mr. Chen, frost tear is not only a material needed by certain exotic beasts, but also a high-grade tempering material frequently utilized by blacksmiths. We have at least 200 portions in stock here," Lu Xiaoya cheerfully explained. "May I inquire how many you intend to procure? Then I shall take 100 portions." "Please," Chen Xuan replied decisively after a moment of contemplation. "Very well, please hold on. I will have it brought to you immediately." Lu Xiaoya did not require Chen Xuan to descend this time, as she wished to ensure he did not leave with any unpleasant experiences, despite the minor incident from the morning. In fact, she did not even leave the elegant chamber herself, but sent someone to the storeroom to fetch all the items Chen Xuan required. Chen Xuan refrained from inquiring about the exotic beast eggs or their young, as he had previously surveyed the entire inventory of the trading house, and, to be frank, he was not satisfied. Moreover, with Xiao Yin and Xiaoya now by his side, Chen Xuan began to reflect on the direction of his next two contracted beasts. Xiao Yin was a fire-type divine beast, profoundly adept at various fire magic. Xiaoya was ice-type, equally proficient in an array of ice magic. With only 2 slots available for contracted beasts, despite having one more than the average beastmaster, he still needed to proceed with caution. Thus, according to his considerations, it would be most suitable to select exotic beasts of entirely different attributes. "Monsieur, are you aware of any places that produce exotic beast eggs or their young?" Chen Xuan casually inquired during the wait. "Exotic beast eggs or younglings?" Lu Xiaoya contemplated for a moment before responding. Any secret realm capable of producing contractable exotic beasts is referred to as an exotic beast secret realm. As far as I know, the nearest exotic beast secret realm to Yingshuang City is the Wu family's Shadow Python secret realm. The Shadow Python secret realm? An idea flashed through Chen Xuan's mind as he recalled having heard intriguing tales about it in class. It was said that a remarkably swift giant python could be contracted by humans as a mount, known as the Shadow Python. Could this secret realm yield such a creature? Indeed, however, the Shadow Python secret realm is exclusive to the Wu family and a unique asset of their trading house, Lu Xiaoya replied with a smile. "I gather that what you seek is not merely a mount. To enter this secret realm, one must purchase a passage permit from the Wu family trading house." Thank you for clarifying, Monsieur." Chen Xuan nodded, familiar with the concept of passage permits, as most secret realms require one to gain entry. Families or guilds that control these realms typically profit by selling such permits. Since these secret realms are renewable resources, regardless of how many times one enters, they automatically refresh after a certain period, returning to their original state. This is, in fact, one of the reasons the Wu family trading house can remain resilient amidst the fierce competition of numerous trading houses across the nation. What Chen Xuan sought was not merely a mount, but rather exotic beast younglings with potential to become contracted beasts. As things stood, he could only opt to purchase a passage permit for the secret realm from the Wu family trading house and give it a try. Seeing that Chen Xuan had nothing further to add, Lu Xiaoya wisely refrained from probing deeper. The atmosphere in the elegant chamber lingered in a somewhat palpable silence until suddenly, someone pushed open the door. A female trader entered, waving her hand to place the prepared materials on the table. "Manager Lu, everything is here." Lu Xiaoya nodded lightly, smiling at Chen Xuan. "Mr. Chen, you may count the materials." "All right." Chen Xuan was never careless when it came to business. He lifted the red silk cloth to begin counting the materials before him. 454,647. Just as he was counting, Chen Xuan's brow furrowed involuntarily, interrupted by a ruckus from outside the door. At this, Lu Xiaoya's expression darkened immediately. Who was making such a commotion outside? Go and check. Yes. The female trader promptly turned and exited the elegant chamber. But just as she closed the door, "Hey, gentlemen, this is the D Mao trading house. Please, cut the nonsense. The one buying frost here is in the elegant chamber. Let him come out." "No, our guest is currently in a transaction. Sir, you cannot." "Hey, sir." With a loud bang, the door was forcefully pushed open from the outside. Chen Xuan and Lu Xiaoya both looked up simultaneously to see several imposing figures stride in. Chapter 22. If you cannot afford the price, then leave. How dare you have the audacity to act so recklessly in my D Mao trading house? Upon seeing the group, Lu Xiaoya was the first to rise, exclaiming sharply, "Leave this place at once, or do not blame me for being rude." The group paused momentarily upon seeing Lu Xiaoya. Just as someone behind was about to speak, the bearded middle-aged man at the forefront raised his hand to stop him. Oh, it turns out to be a guest received by Manager Lu. No wonder. The bearded man clasped his fists and chuckled lightly. I am Lu Cheng, a practitioner from the Kuang Tao Guild. The Kuang Tao Guild? Is that not the guild behind the Wu family? Chen Xuan's mind stirred, suddenly recalling that Ji Lianhe had once introduced this Kuang Tao Guild. Instinctively, he glanced at the man and activated the skill he had just acquired. The Eye of Yuan Chu. Name: Lu Cheng. Profession: Greatsword Warrior. Third transition. Level: LV72. Life: 7,800. Magic: 2,560. Strength: 780. Agility: 142. Mental: 256. Skills: Basic Block, first level. Cleave, first level. Greatsword Cleave, second level. Swift Step, second level. Rage Sword Slash, third level. Combat Power: 80 stars. A third transition practitioner? Chen Xuan maintained his composure, his gaze sweeping over the others. Name: Wang Quan. Profession: Warrior, second transition. Level: LV52. Name: Wu Hongtao. Profession: Warrior, second transition. Level: LV55. Name: Zhu Shou. Profession: Mage, second transition. Level: LV43. Name: Li Lei. Profession: Warrior, second transition. Level: LV45, a 5-member team. 1 third transition and 4 second transition, with all second transition members at commendable levels. In Yingshuang City, such a small team would likely dominate, even commanding respect from the city lord. Thus, the leading Lu Cheng merely clasped his fists. Is the Kuang Tao Guild allowed to act so brazenly in the Dimao trading house? In response to Lu Cheng's self-introduction, Lu Xiaoya showed no signs of softening, stating, even if your guild leader were to come here, he would not dare to be so arrogant. Manager Lu, there is no need for anger. Lu Cheng replied with a faint smile. We are indeed here on the guild leader's orders to procure a batch of frost tear. The inventory of other establishments has been completely depleted. Only the frost tears from the cat merchant remains. As he spoke, his gaze shifted towards Chen Xuan, inquiring if this gentleman was indeed the one who had purchased 100 portions of frost tears. With a subtle bow, he declared, my guild, the Stormy Waves, wishes to acquire these 100 portions. I kindly ask for your cooperation. There will be generous recompense afterward. Outrageous. With a resounding slap, Lu Xiaoya slammed her palm on the table, rising in indignation. The frost tears have already been procured by this customer. How could there be any question of transfer? Guards, expel him at once. Hold on. Observing Lu Xiaoya's relentless demeanor, Lu Cheng's expression darkened slightly. Manager Lu, I was merely inquiring with this gentleman, which is unrelated to the cat merchant, correct? Our transaction with the customer has not yet been finalized, and thus it remains relevant. Lu Xiaoya stood her ground unwaveringly. Indeed, it is relevant. Very well, Lu Cheng acknowledged the weight of the cat merchant's reputation with a nod. In that case, may I purchase the 100 portions of frost tears from this gentleman for a higher price? Let us foster a friendship with my Stormy Waves Guild. What do you think? And if I refuse? Chen Xuan remained seated, his demeanor unchanging as he spoke in a calm tone. Refuse? Lu Cheng's gaze sharpened, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. That is certainly an option, but I fear you may forfeit the friendship of a 5th-tier guild, which may not bode well for you. The implication was clear. Refusal would mean enmity with a guild capable of suppressing all in the Frosty City, where even 3rd-tier powers were considerable and 4th-tier guilds were exceedingly rare. Please refrain from threatening my guest, Lu Cheng. Lu Xiaoya stepped forward, her expression frigid. Should you persist in your obstinacy, I could interpret the Stormy Waves Guild's actions as a provocation against the cat merchant. Provocation against the cat merchant? Lu Cheng chuckled, dismissively waving his hand. Manager Lu, you overestimate my guild. We are hardly a match for the cat merchant. I made it clear that I merely wish to purchase the frost tears from this gentleman. Is that so? Then allow me to respond on behalf of my customer. It is not for sale. Please leave. E.g. Chen Xuan suddenly raised his hand, interrupting Lu Xiaoya's support. Since they are a 5th-tier guild, selling for a personal favor would not be amiss. He regarded Lu Cheng with an expression devoid of emotion. Lu Cheng, I agree to sell it to you. Mr. Chen. Just as Lu Xiaoya was about to interject, she saw the unwavering expression on Chen Xuan's face and swallowed her words. In her view, someone with such a background would hardly be interested in the Stormy Waves Guild. Seeing Chen Xuan's consent, Lu Cheng's face lit up with a triumphant smile. Those who know how to adapt are truly wise. This young gentleman is indeed astute. He then produced a card, stating, this card contains precisely 815,000 gold coins. 800,000 for the frost tears, 10,000 as a promised reward, and the remaining 5,000 as a gratuity. With a flick of his fingers, the card soared towards Chen Xuan. To everyone's surprise, Chen Xuan did not reach out to catch it. Instead, he allowed the card to fall onto the carpet before the tea table. "Ah, I believe Mr. Liu has misunderstood me." Chen Xuan smiled faintly. "The price I agreed upon is not 815,000 gold coins." Then how much do you desire?" Lu Cheng's smile faltered slightly. "Not much, just 1 million will suffice." Chen Xuan raised a single finger, stating, "Since the frost tears are in such high demand by your guild, it would not be unreasonable for me to earn an additional 200,000 gold coins, would it?" "What? Such audacity, to profit at our expense?" A member of Lu Cheng's team exclaimed angrily. "Boy, has your superior not taught you proper conduct? Shall I take it upon myself to educate you?" The shouts of anger were swiftly silenced by Lu Cheng's raised hand, his smile vanishing as he fixed a scrutinizing gaze upon Chen Xuan. "Would you care to reconsider?" "Reconsider?" Chen Xuan raised an eyebrow, his previously calm demeanor suddenly turning icy. "If you cannot meet my price, then kindly take your leave." "You." Just as the angry retort began to escape Lu Cheng's lips, he abruptly halted. "Very well, if you refuse to negotiate, then I shall not press the matter further. Farewell." Chapter 23, Because I am waiting to reason with you. Hiss. Who is this youth? How could he be so audacious? At that moment, numerous patrons from the second floor had gathered in the corridor, eager to witness the commotion between the Stormy Waves Guild and another party. However, as they peered through the doorway, they were astonished to find that the instigator of the confrontation was merely a young boy. Before they could inquire further, they witnessed a remarkable scene. A mere youth daring to command a fifth-tier guild member to leave was nothing short of astonishing. Even more surprising was that, after a single statement from Chen Xuan, Lu Cheng and his entourage truly departed. Who exactly is this youth to have intimidated the Stormy Waves Guild? Some onlookers pondered as they watched the retreating figures. Are you truly foolish or merely pretending? Clearly, they were not scared off. Indeed, this youth is still too young. Others privately shook their heads, sighing. One can only blame his youthful arrogance. If it were me, I would have sold it, as I would neither incur a loss nor forfeit the chance to earn over 10,000 gold coins. Why not seize the opportunity? Isn't that so? Now, not only has he failed to profit, but he has also offended a fifth-tier guild. Such a guild is far more formidable than the Wu family. This matter surely will not end here. As the door closed, the murmurs outside were silenced. Lu Xiaoya slightly bowed, her face filled with regret. "Mr. Chen, I apologize for my lack of oversight that allowed them such audacity. E.g., there is no need for concern. It was but a minor interlude." Chen Xuan replied with a faint smile, unperturbed. "Our transaction must continue, and I have other items to procure as well." "Very well, as an expression of my regret, I will offer you a 10% discount on today's order," Lu Xiaoya stated earnestly. As their transaction proceeded, Lu Cheng and his team had already exited the merchant hall. "Captain, are we truly leaving just like this?" One of the team members voiced his discontent as they stepped outside. When has our Stormy Waves Guild ever suffered such indignity? "Captain, we cannot let this go unaddressed. Indeed, I cannot swallow this bitterness." Silence. Lu Cheng paused momentarily. "Who told you that I intended to let this slide?" Then what do you mean, Captain?" The team members' eyes brightened as they turned to Lu Cheng. After all, we are on the cat merchant's territory. If we are to take action, it must be done elsewhere." With those words, the understanding among the group was clear. Their eyes gleamed with excitement. "Captain, does that mean we will?" One team member rubbed his hands together, whispering in excitement. "If he refuses to sell, then we shall take it ourselves." Lu Cheng chuckled coldly. This young man may be youthful, but he sits in a private room on the second floor to conduct business. His worth is undoubtedly considerable. Moreover, judging by his inexperience, he is likely a spoiled scion from some affluent family. His eyes glinted with a chilling light. "In the city of Frostfall, anyone who defies my Stormwave Guild shall pay a steep price." Lu Cheng cast a glance at the entrance of the merchant hall and commanded, "Divide into 2 teams and keep a close watch on the Earthcat merchant hall. The moment he appears, follow him immediately." "Understood, Captain." Several team members displayed sinister grins on their faces. Committing murder and theft was not a novel endeavor for them. In truth, acts of killing and looting were almost commonplace in the wilderness. As long as one executed their deeds with sufficient precision, there were seldom dire consequences. "E.g., you need not see me off," remarked Lu Xiaoya, dressed in a cheongsam, her face etched with concern as she gazed at Chen Xuan. "Mr. Chen, do you truly not require an escort?" She refrained from elaborating, yet her implication alluded to the prior incident involving the Stormwave Guild. It's merely a trivial matter. There's no need for concern, e.g., Chen Xuan replied with a faint smile. "I trust that the Stormwave Guild is not composed of lawless rogues. Should they truly wish to confront me, I shall reason with them." "Very well, but please exercise caution, Mr. Chen. Should you require assistance, you are always welcome at my Earthcat Merchant Hall." Lu Xiaoya yearned to inform Chen Xuan that reasoning was perhaps not the modus operandi of a fifth-tier guild. Yet seeing his resolute demeanor rendered her speechless. After parting ways with Lu Xiaoya, Chen Xuan surveyed the night sky. The evening was not particularly bright. In fact, it was somewhat dim, with gusts of wind occasionally rising, swirling dark clouds and rendering the streets unusually desolate. Yet Chen Xuan could not suppress a gentle smile. A moonless night, perfect for a killing spree, he murmured to himself, extending his palm as a magical scroll materialized before him. This scroll was among the many he had procured from the merchant hall, primarily for the convenience of travel, at least until he acquired a suitable steed. The scroll's efficacy was commendable. With a mere trickle of mana infused into the scroll, it shimmered with light, transforming into a cerulean ring that enveloped Chen Xuan. In an instant, he felt as if he were floating. Is this the third-tier wind spirit's mark? Quite impressive, he remarked lightly before propelling himself forward, his form morphing into a gust of azure wind that swiftly vanished into the distance. Just as he disappeared, a figure clad in armor emerged from around the corner. Captain, that brat has activated a magic scroll and fled, he exclaimed urgently over the communication channel. What are you waiting for? Pursue him. Lu Cheng barked angrily from the other end. If he had previously harbored doubts about the opponent's bluster, he was now thoroughly convinced. The use of an expensive magic scroll left no room for ambiguity. The boy was undoubtedly attempting to escape. Swish, swish, swish. 5 figures surged forward in unison, racing toward the direction Chen Xuan had vanished. Outside the city of Frostfall, atop a rugged hillside, Chen Xuan, dressed in black casual attire, strode briskly. Suddenly, he perceived a flicker in his vision as a figure lunged out from behind a boulder, blocking his path. Who goes there? The sudden appearance of the figure caused Chen Xuan's expression to shift, prompting him to exclaim softly. Instinctively, he turned to retreat, only to find himself completely surrounded by 4 additional figures. Amidst the night, a light chuckle echoed. Young sir, we meet again. Lu Cheng's smile held a taunting edge. Lu Cheng. Chen Xuan initially froze, but the panic on his face swiftly dissipated, replaced by a smirk. Excellent. You finally caught up. What do you mean by that? Lu Cheng's gaze sharpened, sensing something amiss. Shouldn't this fellow be terrified? How could he still smile upon seeing them? Chen Xuan raised a hand, summoning a small red bird and a blue-striped gecko that materialized on his shoulder. Once the 2 creatures settled, he smiled faintly. Because I've been waiting to reason with you. Chapter 24. Almost leading to your annihilation? Reasoning? Apart from Lu Cheng, the other 4 could not suppress their laughter. Haha. He wants to reason with us? Haha. This is the funniest joke I've ever heard. All right, you wish to reason? Boy, take out everything of value you possess so that we may reason together. As the laughter subsided, Lu Cheng's expression turned grim as he regarded Chen Xuan. You brat. Produce the frost tier and any other valuables, and I promise to spare your life. No tricks, he added. You hardly seem old enough. I assume you haven't even undergone the second transition yet? He gestured around them. We have 4 second transition and 1 third transition here. Even with your magic scroll, you stand no chance. In this world, there was no such thing as killing someone and directly obtaining their equipment. Had it not been for this fact, Lu Cheng might have acted decisively moments ago. However, as long as they could subdue Chen Xuan, there were many ways to extract valuable items from him. Chance. Chen Xuan paused, then shook his head with a smile. You truly misunderstand me. I only wish to reason. I spent an expensive magic scroll and ventured out here at such a late hour specifically to reason with you. Don't you think you should be thanking me? Thank you? Lu Cheng regarded Chen Xuan with skepticism, questioning his sanity. Indeed. Of course, I don't require much. Just produce all valuables you possess. Chen Xuan stated earnestly. Rest assured, as long as you comply, I will not harm you. Such audacity. Captain, he is mocking us. At this moment, the others finally comprehended that Chen Xuan's idea of reasoning was merely a ruse to rob them. Swish, swish, swish. Almost simultaneously, 3 warriors leaped into action, charging toward Chen Xuan from 3 directions. Meanwhile, the lone mage began chanting incantations, gathering intense fire elemental energy around him, visibly coalescing into a fireball the size of a human head. This was a well-trained 5-person squad. Years of synergy had forged an extraordinary camaraderie. Once the warriors executed their initial assault, the amassed fireball would deal a second wave of devastating damage to Chen Xuan. Against a practitioner who had yet to undergo the second transition, their only concern was likely how to control their strength to avoid killing him outright. However, just as everyone believed Chen Xuan's fate was sealed, he astonishingly stood still, unperturbed. He even took a moment to pet the small creature resting on his shoulder. The little creature stretched its neck comfortably and then piped up in a childish voice, "Yay." At the sound of this voice, Lu Cheng's expression shifted abruptly. He could distinctly sense a terrifying frost element materializing around them. Little SSSHHH. The sound of countless shards of ice coalescing drowned out Lu Cheng's words. Sharp, spear-like icy spikes erupted from the ground, each extending several meters, harder than diamonds and sharper than blades. Puff, puff, puff. With scarcely a hint of suspense, the figures of the three warriors, suspended in midair, were utterly pierced by a flurry of icy spikes. Even the distant mage, who had just conjured a fireball, was abruptly interrupted, causing the fireball to detonate before him, enveloping him in flames. Aside from the roaring inferno, the echoes of anguished screams rang out, piercing through the chaos. Captain, the sole surviving warrior's eyes brimmed with despair and defiance as he attempted to reach out to Lu Cheng, but ultimately, his hand merely trembled in vain before he succumbed to his fate. Silence reigned, a stillness akin to death itself. Lu Cheng's eyes widened in horror, his body frozen as he beheld the scene before him. Just moments ago, his four teammates had boasted with unwavering confidence, believing they could easily vanquish Chen Xuan, only to be skewered like meat on a stick. What manner of skill is this? Lu Cheng gaped, his mind struggling to comprehend. 7th tier, Ice Spike Barrage. Chen Xuan affectionately ruffled Xiao Ye's head, having just discovered that he could telepathically command the little creature to unleash this powerful 7th tier ability. Fortunately, he had deliberately guided Xiao Ye to select the weakest skill, otherwise, Lu Cheng might have faced dire consequences. Yet, upon noticing an ice spike piercing through Lu Cheng's foot, he could not help but shake his head in feigned reproach at Xiao Ye. I told you to control it well. You nearly caused a total annihilation. Yeah, Xiao Ye protested, feeling aggrieved. It had indeed exerted considerable effort to maintain control. After offering some comforting words to the little one, Chen Xuan turned his gaze back to the somewhat dazed Lu Cheng. So, may I continue to reason with you? How is that possible? How could you possess a 7th tier skill? Lu Cheng stammered, still reeling from Chen Xuan's earlier statements. That was a 7th tier skill. He had not witnessed Chen Xuan utilizing any magic scrolls. How could someone who was not even a 2nd tier practitioner wield such power? That is of little consequence. Chen Xuan replied with a calm smile. Now, let us return to our previous discussion. I have indeed invested considerable effort and gold in order to reason with you. Hence the need for compensation. Of course, you may attempt to resist, but I am confident there will be ways to make you see my perspective. As he spoke, Chen Xuan gently stroked Xiao Ye. With a swift motion, an ice spike erupted from the ground, unimpeded as it pierced through Lu Cheng's other foot. A piercing scream escaped Lu Cheng's lips, quickly swallowed by the howling winds of the night. 2 minutes later, countless ice spikes shattered and vanished, leaving behind 5 lifeless bodies. Chen Xuan deliberately entered Frost City through a different city gate before returning home. After locking the door, he peered out through the living room window, ensuring no one was following him, and let out a sigh of relief. Phew! A smile crept across his lips. The adage kill and burn for gold proved true. Initially, Chen Xuan had only intended to eliminate his adversary, but the latter's words had sparked a realization. He had merely scratched the surface of the tortures of his past life. Yet Lu Cheng had capitulated, relinquishing everything. This revelation astonished Chen Xuan. In addition to a card containing over 800,000 gold coins, he was pleasantly surprised to find that Lu Cheng had amassed an astounding 400 units of Frost Tears. Just those 400 units alone were worth over 3 million gold coins. Coupled with the 100 units in Chen Xuan's possession, they totaled a staggering 500 units of Frost Tears. What kind of growth could Xiao Ye achieve if he consumed them all? Contemplating this, Chen Xuan placed Xiao Ye on the coffee table, his eyes gleaming with hope. Xiao Ye, it all depends on you from here on out. Chapter 25. The frenzied level up of Xiao Ye, the re-emergence of divine feedback, a new forbidden spell. With a flourish, Chen Xuan spread an abundance of Frost Tears across the coffee table. Meanwhile, he had set the heavenly flame essence aside on the sofa for Xiao Yan to enjoy. Feeling neglected by his master, Xiao Yan voiced a strong protest. Yet ultimately, his objections fell on deaf ears, and he had no choice but to accept his fate. Xiao Ye, however, sensed his master's expectations and eagerly began to consume the Frost Tears. With a swift gulp, an entire vial disappeared down his throat. After 10 vials, Chen Xuan noted that aside from a slight bulge in Xiao Ye's belly, there was no apparent change. He even opened Xiao Ye's attribute panel in real time, monitoring its evolution and level progression. However, after 20 vials, Xiao Ye remained unresponsive. What kind of gluttonous beast is this? Chen Xuan lamented. Watching the Frost Tears vanish at an alarming rate, even as a beastmaster, he could not help but sigh at the exorbitant costs of this profession. Just when he thought the 31st vial would also be in vain, Xiao Ye's attribute panel suddenly registered a jump, leveling up from LV19 to LV20. Finally, a breakthrough. Chen Xuan's eyes brightened, witnessing the first sign of reward. It seemed Xiao Ye had also begun to appreciate the benefits of the Frost Tears, consuming them with renewed vigor. In this extravagant manner, its level began to rise at a visible pace. LV21, LV22. Just as only 6 vials remained from the original 500. Chen Xuan saw Xiaoya's level ascend to LV30. Upon reaching this milestone, a prompt echoed in his mind. Notification, your contracted beast, the Frost Dragon, has reached LV30. Unlocking a new skill, Sacred Dragon's Ice Blade, Forbidden Spell. What? Another forbidden spell unlocked? Chen Xian's eyes widened in astonishment, never expecting such a delightful surprise at level 30. He had assumed that a contracted beast would only acquire one forbidden spell, as per the established norms. But now he realized that a mythical quality contracted beast was akin to a divine entity. How could it possibly be limited to a single forbidden spell? In that instant, Chen Xuan felt as if he had discovered a new world. The urgency to elevate his contracted beast's level surged within him. Once it reached LV30, it was not merely a matter of acquiring an additional forbidden spell. With sufficient mana, it could unleash 2 forbidden spells simultaneously. The enhancement was beyond words to describe. Just as the excitement in his mind began to fade, another notification chimed in. Notification, your contracted beast has successfully triggered divine feedback. Congratulations on receiving the rewards, Strength 80, Agility 50, Spirit 100, and the feedback skill, Sacred Dragon's Ice Blade, Forbidden Spell. Good heavens! Chen Xuan marveled in disbelief. The surprises kept coming. He had thought it remarkable for Xiaoya to gain a single forbidden spell, yet now it had also triggered divine feedback, bestowing him a substantial boost in attributes along with an additional forbidden spell. Wasn't divine feedback supposed to activate only after divine grace? Chen Xuan pondered, perplexed as to why it had triggered at LV30 as well. After reviewing the introduction to divine feedback once more, he finally confirmed a crucial detail. The so-called 100 probability does not merely refer to the divine grace that occurs at a certain moment, but rather indicates that every time a contracted beast ascends, there exists a chance for feedback. Upon reaching level 30, Xiaoya experiences a significant enhancement akin to a professional's second job transition. It is this very elevation that activates the divine feedback. If Xiaoya at level 30 can provide me with feedback, what of Xiaoyan? Chen Xuan glanced at Xiaoyan, only to discover that the 100 portions of Tianyin Ling Sui had been entirely consumed. Astonishingly, Xiaoyan's level had surged by several levels, reaching level 23. However, a distance still remained before attaining level 30. Nevertheless, Chen Xuan had already resolved to gather more Tianyin Ling Sui after venturing into the Shadow Python's secret realm the following day, allowing Xiaoyan to further ascend in levels. At that point, he could also receive feedback. Besides the increase in levels, the appearances of the 2 little creatures had also undergone remarkable transformations. Xiaoyan had noticeably grown larger, now nearly double in size compared to before. Its feathers had become more vibrant, a fiery red imbued with a faint luminescence, as if ready to ignite at any moment. In contrast, the transformation of Xiaoya upon reaching level 30 was even more dramatic. Its ice blue patterns had spread across its entire body, and with each breath, wisps of frost could be seen escaping from its mouth and nose. One could say that the little creature had transformed from a tiny gecko into a small lizard. Observing the impressive progress of the 2 little ones, Chen Xuan nodded in satisfaction, preparing to rest for the night in anticipation of seeking suitable contracted beasts in the Shadow Python's secret realm the next day. Meanwhile, in the heart of Yingshuang City, within a luxurious and expansive estate, the master of the Wu family, Wu Tianying, dressed in a splendid robe, sat on a long bench with a furrowed brow. Beside him, a middle-aged woman in a form-fitting gown sat weeping profusely. "Oh, my lord, you must take charge for Wu Ming," she cried, her tears flowing. After all his efforts to become a professional, he could have inherited our bloodline and perhaps established a powerful family in the future. But now, alas, enough of the weeping. Wu Tianying said helplessly, his elongated cheeks betraying his frustration. He was affected by the beast's skills, and the chill has incapacitated him. What can I do? I have already sought help from the priest. I know. The middle-aged woman wiped her tears, but Ming cannot swallow this grievance. He claims that had it not been for that Chen Xuan provoking him with his words, he would not have remained there so long. If he had left earlier, perhaps nothing would have happened. Chen Xuan, the orphan from the Chen family. At the mention of this name, Wu Tianying's eyes flickered, and the name of the Chen family resurfaced in his mind. Indeed, it is him, the middle-aged woman affirmed. That boy, rumored to have transitioned to a beast tamer, has no promising future. I initially pitied him, but I never expected his words to be so venomous. Not only has he slandered Ming, but he has also defamed our Wu family. Enough. Wu Tianying interrupted his third wife's lamentations. What is one mere professional? If the Chen family were still around, I might have had to consider this. But now it is simple. Once Lu Cheng and the others return, I will have them bring this Chen Xuan to me. Really? That would be splendid. The middle-aged woman's eyes brightened, and she flattered him incessantly. "You are truly the one who cares for Ming the most, my lord. I am so delighted. How about we indulge in something exciting tonight?" Exciting? Wu Tianying's eyes lit up at the suggestion. Among his many wives, the third one catered most to his tastes, often introducing him to new and thrilling experiences. Yet, before he could respond, a hurried knocking on the study door interrupted. Bang! Bang bang! "Master, there is grave news." An individual rushed in without permission, causing the third wife to change her expression and scold. "You dare barge in without the master's consent? Enough, you may leave." Wu Tianying silenced her, dismissing her. Once she had exited, he straightened up slowly in his seat. "Butler Wu, what brings you here in such haste?" The butler, with a grim countenance, replied, "Master, Lu Cheng and all members of his team have gone missing." Chapter 26, The Blood Oracle. "What? Missing? How can that be?" Wu Tianying's pupils contracted in shock. He hastily opened his attribute panel and searched for Lu Cheng in the contacts, only to find him offline. After several unsuccessful attempts to contact him, a sense of dread enveloped Wu Tianying. Lu Cheng and his team were elite members of the Guangtao Guild, and this time, the guild leader was preparing to forge a top-tier piece of equipment that required a substantial quantity of frost tears for tempering. Given the significance of this task, Lu Cheng and his team had been dispatched to assist him. But now, just as the frost tears were about to be obtained, they had suddenly gone missing? "Master, could it be that Lu Cheng and his team absconded with our funds?" "Impossible." Wu Tianying interrupted the butler's speculation. "The funds were intended as tribute to the guild leader. He is a third-tier professional and would not be foolish enough to do something so reckless. Then could they have been taken by the Windwalker Guild?" The butler hesitated before his expression shifted. "That is a possibility we cannot rule out." Wu Tianying pondered as he stood up. "Quick, send someone out to search for them. We must find them alive or dead." He needed to find evidence swiftly, lest he be unable to offer an explanation to the Guangtao Guild. 2 hours later, outside Yingshuang City, clad in armor, Wu Tianying stood atop a hillside, surrounded by 5 corpses, those of Lu Cheng and his companions. Numerous figures had gathered around, scouring the area for clues. Reporting to the master, Lu Cheng and his team appear to have perished from ice-type skills, the butler informed, bowing. "Our family's mage detected a strong residual presence of ice elements on their bodies." "Ice-type?" Wu Tianying frowned. "That should not be the case. I distinctly remember that the Windwalker Guild primarily comprises fire and wind-type professionals. I have yet to hear of any formidable ice-type professionals among them. But if it's not the Windwalker Guild, then who could it be? A robbery? Or perhaps a vendetta?" This was no ordinary professional's work. It was likely that someone had long been eyeing the Wu family. "What shall we do now, master?" The butler inquired anxiously. "The Guangtao Guild will surely inquire about this. How will we explain it? How will we explain?" Wu Tianying's expression darkened. "Unless we can recover the frost tears. Do you think our explanations will convince the guild leader? But we have no leads. Where can we search?" The butler panicked. The guild leader of the Guangtao Guild was a genuine 5th-tier professional, and if his wrath were directed at the Wu family, the consequences would be dire. Others may lack the opportunity, but we Wu family have one. A glimmer of determination flashed in Wu Tianying's eyes. "It is time to summon our ancestor." "What? The Wu family ancestor?" The butler's expression changed dramatically as he gasped. As an indispensable confidant of the Wu family, he was acutely aware of the family's most crucial trump card. Apart from the Storm Guild, it was the ancient ancestor who had been hidden deep within the Wu household for many years. The age of this venerable figure was a mystery, surpassing his own by an unfathomable number of years. However, the only certainty the steward of the Wu family possessed was that this ancestor was a concealed 5th-tier practitioner, an exceedingly rare blood diviner. Utilizing blood as a medium, he could perform divinations. It was precisely due to his existence that the Wu family had evaded several calamities, even becoming a part of the Storm Guild, thereby acquiring their current power and status. Yet, this ancient ancestor had been striving to attain the 6th tier, remaining concealed in the deepest recesses of the Wu estate, making it nearly impossible for outsiders to gain knowledge of him. Splendid. With the ancestor's intervention, the perpetrator would undoubtedly be unable to escape. Indeed, Wu Tianying nodded in agreement. The ancestor had never failed in his endeavors. Once the individual was identified, a satisfactory resolution could be provided to the Storm Guild. With the decision made, the group swiftly returned to the Wu family estate with 5 lifeless bodies in tow. Wu Tianying selected the most trusted confidants of the Wu family and, with the corpses, proceeded alongside the steward into the depths of the ancestral home. Within a seemingly ordinary yet resplendent courtyard, they encountered an elderly figure with white hair and an ethereal presence. "I have seen the ancestor." Wu Tianying led all the Wu family members to kneel in unison. Clad in a blue robe, the Wu family's elder, reclining in a chair, slowly opened his eyes and spoke in a deep tone. "Eagle, What matter compels you, the esteemed head of the family, to summon me with such urgency? The elder's words were laced with a hint of inquiry, suggesting his discontent with Wu Tuanying's actions. Confronted with the elder's inquiry, Wu Tianying dared not offer any rebuttal and hastily expressed his apologies. I report to you, esteemed ancestor, that the president of the Storm Guild summoned me the day before. Oh. Upon Wu Tianying's completion of his statement, the elder's expression remained neutral, merely uttering a soft, very well, prepare the sacrificial offerings. We have already made the necessary preparations. Wu Tuanying turned and gestured to his confidants. Bring them forth. Soon, a young girl, her face pale with panic, was thrust forward by two individuals. For a blood diviner to perform a divination, blood must serve as the catalyst. However, this blood was not of his own, but rather that of the sacrificial offering. Over the years, the Wu family's elder had discerned that the most effective offering to enhance the success rate of divination was the blood of an untouched maiden. Creak. The chair emitted a soft sound as the Wu family elder rose, approaching the girl. Everyone stepped back. With this command, the multitude of Wu family members scattered, leaving the girl standing alone. Terror flickered in her eyes as she fell to her knees, pleading, I beg you, spare me. I implore you, please. Hee. The once impassive Wu family elder suddenly revealed a peculiar smile. Do not fear, child. This will soon come to an end. With a resonating hum, a strange wave emanated from the Wu family elder, and in the next moment, his formerly murky eyes gleamed a vibrant crimson. The glaring red light stood out starkly against the deep night sky, captivating the girl, who could only widen her mouth in shock before becoming utterly entranced. As if the blood-red radiance had ensnared her very being. Swish! A dagger adorned with intricate patterns materialized out of thin air in the elder's grasp. He firmly held the hilt and plunged it into the girl's chest. Thud! The dagger swiftly pierced her heart, yet curiously, not a single drop of blood spurted forth. Instead, the flowing blood began to seep along the dagger, resembling blood-colored maggots, crawling towards the elder's hands. The moment the blood made contact with his hands, the elder's frail frame trembled violently, and in the next instant, an even more dazzling light erupted from his eyes. O essence of the blood, heed my call and guide my path. An obscure incantation resonated from his lips, and his blood-red eyes seemed to pierce through the void, searching for something in the unknown. At that moment, Wu Tianying, who had been prepared, flicked a drop of residual blood from Lu Cheng's corpse, sending it directly into the thick crimson light. In an instant, the elder's gaze appeared to be directed, as he began to probe through the chaotic distortion of the void. Through the intricate veins of blood, he seemed to penetrate endless nothingness, peeling away layers of mist in pursuit of the murderer who had slain the blood's owner. As long as he could behold the culprit, all information and location would be laid bare beneath the gaze of the blood diviner. Suddenly, the elder's blood-red eyes trembled, followed by a surge of elation within him. Found it. Chapter 27. Counterattack from afar? The terrified Wu family. As the elder's voice resonated, all present were filled with joy. As expected of the ancestor, he has swiftly located the whereabouts of the murderer. The steward of the Wu family lavishly praised him. Of course, the elder's blood divination exceeds our comprehension. As long as the blood is sufficient, he has never missed. I have heard that this unique profession can even achieve the ability to curse from afar with but a trace of evidence. Moreover, I know that should the elder attain the 6th tier, the Wu family will undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Amidst the discussions, the elder's blood-red gaze seemed to penetrate through countless streams of blood, glimpsing a somewhat blurred silhouette. Although the figure was indistinct, he recognized it as the murderer who had taken the lives of Lu Cheng and others. Indistinct? Could it be that there is equipment shielding against detection? A hint of doubt flickered in the elder's mind, followed by a cold snort. A mere trifle. Let me break through it with blood sacrifice. With a flash of light, the onlookers beheld the blood that had been flowing from the dagger suddenly accelerate. Crackle. The girl, resembling a mere husk, began to rapidly wither, as if all her blood had been siphoned away. Meanwhile, the blood light within the elder's eyes grew increasingly terrifying. The overwhelming aura left the observers in awe of the elder's might. Finally, bolstered by such power, the elder's eyes pierced through the enveloping mist. Just as he believed everything would soon be revealed, he abruptly discovered an ancient, intricate, and chaotic symbol emerging within the haze. What is this? The elder murmured in confusion, yet before he could act, the symbol quivered slightly. In the next moment, a cloud of nebulous mist erupted from it, completely engulfing the silhouette. Buzz. The elder felt a terrifying wave erupt from within, instinctively attempting to withdraw his gaze. But alas, it was too late. With a resounding bang, his once radiant eyes inexplicably exploded. No. The elder barely managed to cry out, as his body seemed to be drained of countless lifeblood, transforming instantaneously into a desiccated corpse. Bang! The lifeless body collapsed to the ground, plunging all within the courtyard into a profound silence. What is happening? Just moments ago, everything was fine. How could his eyes explode all of a sudden? And judging by the appearance, the elder has most likely perished? This is dire. The steward's voice trembled in panic. Unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Leave. Wu Tianying appeared to have realized something, his expression suddenly shifting as he dashed out of the courtyard almost as if fleeing. The onlookers, witnessing this, exchanged perplexed glances before hastening to follow him. It was only after they had distanced themselves from the courtyard that Butler Wu tentatively spoke up. Master, what is the matter? This is truly terrifying. A pallor washed over Wu Tianying's face, and his tone was laced with a hint of dread. Had we delayed even a moment longer, we might have followed in our ancestors' footsteps. What? The crowd gasped in shock, their expressions transforming. Did the ancestor not just divine the identity of the murderer? How could this be? Indeed, could it be that the ancestor's abilities faltered? Foolish. Wu Tianying scoffed. The ancestor has performed countless divinations over the years. When has there ever been such an error? Not an error, but rather a backlash. Wu Tianying's tone grew grave. If my suspicions are correct, during the divination, the ancestor inadvertently alerted the murderer, who then retaliated from afar. Had we not departed swiftly, we too would have drawn their attention and been directly targeted. What? A remote backlash? The crowd's faces paled further upon hearing this. They had believed the ancestor's powers to be divine, capable of easily identifying the foe. They had never anticipated such a formidable opponent. One who could not only conceal their own traces, but also retaliate against the ancestor from a distance. Surely, the opponent cannot be of the 6th or even 7th tier. Butler Wu's speculation was abruptly silenced by a sharp slap from Wu Tianying. Silence. Wu Tianying growled through clenched teeth. To carelessly mention the adversary is to invite their awareness and doom the Wu family. Yes, I understand my mistake. Butler Wu, covering his face, revealed a glimmer of fear in his eyes as he looked at the master, not with anger, but with gratitude. Such powerful beings are exceedingly treacherous. Merely uttering their name could alert them. Had he spoken earlier, he might have been the first to perish. What shall we do now, master? After a prolonged silence, Butler Wu cautiously inquired. We must seal off this place. We cannot allow anyone to approach. Wu Tianying deliberated. I shall report this to the president immediately and have him come to investigate personally. The ancestor has sacrificed their life. He will not dismiss this lightly. At that very moment, as the Wu family's ancestor fell, Chen Xuan, who had been resting, suddenly opened his eyes, a notification echoing in his mind. Notification. You are under the scrutiny of a divination. The Yuanchu mandate has blocked this attempt. Notification. The Yuanchu mandate has initiated a backlash. The backlash is complete. Chen Xuan, upon hearing the notification, jolted awake. Someone is divining my information? In this world, apart from combat-oriented professions, there existed other specialized classes that instilled fear. The methods of diviners, predictors, and curse casters were nearly impossible to defend against. Fortunately, this time he possessed the Yuanchu mandate, which had directly thwarted the divination and inflicted a backlash upon the perpetrator. He pondered, wondering who would be inclined to divine his information. Could it be the Quangtide Guild? He had just eliminated a 5-member team from the guild. If anyone had a motive, it would likely be them. It seemed he needed to delve deeper into the circumstances surrounding the Quangtide Guild. With this thought, Chen Xuan resolved to find a way to gather intelligence on the Quangtide Guild the next day. Having established a bitter enmity with them, if they indeed harbored hostility, he would not hesitate to unleash Xiaoyan and Xiaoya to deliver a forbidden spell in retaliation. The night passed without incident. The following morning, Chen Xuan donned a loose black robe, topped with a hooded cloak. With sunglasses obscuring his eyes, he made his way to the Wu Trading Company. Shortly thereafter, he emerged once more, holding an object resembling a magical scroll, quietly lamenting, no wonder the Wu family ranks as the foremost clan in Yingshuang City. This Mystic Realm Pass is exorbitantly priced. To his astonishment, a mere bronze-tier Mystic Realm Pass commanded a staggering 300,000 gold coins. Moreover, each pass permitted only 2 hours of exploration within the realm. By this calculation, the Shadow Python Mystic Realm could yield a staggering 3.6 million gold coins in a single day. Chen Xuan mused that this was more profitable than robbery. Arriving at the entrance of the Shadow Python Mystic Realm in the western outskirts, he was met by a Wu family guard, who, upon seeing his hooded, masked, and sunglass-clad figure, showed no surprise. Pass. Hand it over. Chen Xuan presented the Mystic Realm Pass, and the guard merely glanced at it before returning his gaze. Enter. Retrieving his Mystic Realm Pass, Chen Xuan casually approached the ancient stone door that served as the entrance. Though termed a mystic realm, It was essentially an ancient portal that had emerged randomly following the game's invasion. As he stepped onto the threshold, he felt the past tremble slightly in his hand before disintegrating into a wisp of ash. He was enveloped by a radiant light emanating from the stone door and vanished from sight. Chapter 28. The Mystic Realm Unleashed, Hidden Tasks, and the Mutated Twins? When Chen Xuan opened his eyes again, he found himself amidst a shadowy forest. Was this the Shadow Python Mystic Realm? Contrary to his expectations of a swampy habitat for the Shadow Pythons, there was no sign of mire or bog here. Just as he pondered this, a series of notifications appeared before him. Notification: you have entered the Shadow Python Mystic Realm. You are affected by its influence. Strength 10, Agility 10, Spirit 10. Notification: you sense a gaze upon you. You have been detected by the Shadow Python. Numerous Shadow Pythons are converging on your location. Danger is imminent. Notification: you have discovered a hidden task. Cuckoo occupies the magpie's nest. Will you accept? Notification: upon acceptance, you will receive Clue 1. Cuckoo occupies the magpie's nest. A hidden task? Chen Xuan was momentarily stunned by the barrage of notifications. He knew that most mystic realms rarely offered hidden tasks, and he had not expected to trigger one upon entry. Since it was a hidden task, perhaps the rewards would be equally concealed. After a brief hesitation, he decided to accept it. After all, he had come to slay monsters and obtain a contract beast. Completing a task in the process was simply icing on the cake. Notification: you have accepted the hidden task. The shadowy forest was once a tranquil paradise, where all creatures lived peacefully under the protection of the dark shadow leopard. However, the arrival of the Shadow Python clan, bloodthirsty and ruthless, led to the massacre of every creature in sight. Soon, a fierce battle ensued between them and the dark shadow leopard, with devastating consequences, leaving a haunting past. Fortunately, a beastmaster appeared. Clue 1. Withstand the pursuit of the Shadow Pythons, and find the remnants left by the dark shadow leopard. Clue 2. Notification: the survivor's home to the south of the forest may hold the answers you seek. The dark shadow leopard? The survivor's home? Chen Xuan couldn't help but twitch his mouth at the task prompt. What a convoluted mess. According to the requirements, he should first eliminate the current batch of pursuing shadow pythons before seeking out the survivor's home to the south. Subsequently, Clue 2 were acquired from within. It is anticipated that there may be further clues, such as Clue 3, awaiting discovery. According to Chen Xuan's understanding of such tasks, a minimum of 4 to 5 clues must be gathered to successfully complete this hidden mission. Would 2 hours suffice? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xuan resolutely opted to abandon this hidden task. What rewards could possibly be gleaned from the hidden mission in the Bronze Secret Realm? If he were to fail even once, he might end up without the contracted beast, only to be teleported away, resulting in a substantial loss. Suddenly, a rustling sound from a distance interrupted Chen Xuan's musings. He turned his gaze to see serpents, each exceeding 3 meters in length, their bodies as black as ink. Emerging before him, Shadow Python. Instinctively, Chen Xuan activated the Eye of Yuanchu for a closer inspection. Shadow Python. Species: Python. Level: LV 35. Health: 2290. Mana: 1560. Strength: 229. Agility: 394. Mentality: 156. Skills: Shadow Concealment, Strangle, Venomous Bite. Battle Power: 42 stars. Evaluation: its speed and venomous fangs are its weapons. Be wary of allowing it to close in, for if it does, prepare for dire consequences. This level of power appeared no less formidable than the wolf spiders Chen Xuan had encountered in the Wolf Spider Valley. In fact, in terms of size and speed, they seemed superior. Moreover, as Chen Xuan scanned his surroundings, he was astonished to find numerous shadow pythons encircling him, with many among them boasting levels of LV 50 and even LV 60. Quite formidable. Thus, Chen Xuan reached up to stroke the Frost Saint Dragon, Xiaoya, perched on his shoulder. It's your turn, Xiaoya. It's the perfect opportunity to test your new skill. Ever since unlocking the new ability yesterday, Chen Xuan had been eager for Xiaoya to put it to the test. Yea, though grown considerably, Xiaoya's voice retained its juvenile tone. Upon hearing him, she lifted her little head and unleashed her skill against the approaching shadow pythons. Forbidden spell: Frost Dragon's Ice Soul Slash. In an ethereal manner, countless ice elements began to converge frantically above Xiaoya's head, silently coalescing into the colossal phantom of a frost dragon. Unlike the previous Ice Realm Dragon's grave, this apparition appeared crystalline and translucent, yet as ephemeral as a dream. This was the dragon soul. As soon as the dragon's soul materialized, it began to dissolve rapidly, akin to ice melting under the sun. The next moment, an array of ice-cold blades, resembling crescent moons, swept outward in all directions. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All the shadow pythons fell before the terrifying icy blades as if they were mere stalks of wheat, cleaved with precision. The cut surfaces were smooth and even, and in an instant, the chilling aura enveloped them, transforming them into ice sculptures. The Frost Dragon's Ice Soul Slash could function as both a group and single-target attack skill. At that moment, the icy ripples emanating from the blades spread like waves throughout the entire secret realm, enveloping it entirely in mere moments. Simultaneously, a barrage of notifications flooded the screen. Notification: you have slain a Shadow Python LV-35, gaining 18 experience points and 4 Contract Beast experience points. Notification: you have slain a Shadow Python LV-55, gaining 26 experience points and 8 Contract Beast experience points. Notification: you have slain a Shadow Python LV-58. Notification: you have slain a Shadow Python LV-56. Notification: you have slain a small white pig from the survivor's house. Notification: you have slain a small squirrel from the survivor's house. Notification: you have destroyed the clue artifact. Notification: you have slain the Shadow Python leader LV-70. Notification: congratulations. You have completed the hidden task, defeating the Shadow Python leader and reclaiming the territory, receiving the reward, Mutated Twins. Notification: the secret realm has been permanently destroyed. Estimated collapse time is 10 minutes. Countdown initiated. What? Permanently destroyed? Chen Xuan, who had been reveling in the serendipity of completing the hidden task, suddenly found himself bewildered by the sudden announcement of the realm's destruction. Was this secret realm truly so fragile? One forbidden spell could lead to its permanent demise? After scrutinizing the notification list several times, he finally confirmed that he had not misheard. The secret realm could not withstand the power of his forbidden spell and had been irreversibly destroyed. What does permanent entail? Simply put, it meant that after his departure, the secret realm's gate would completely collapse, vanishing from existence. At that point, the Wu family would lose a lucrative asset, and the term catastrophic loss would scarcely suffice to describe the magnitude of the situation. Chen Xuan could only feel a sense of regret within, and all he could do now was hasten to collect the spoils of this venture and depart. 10 minutes was hardly sufficient for a leisurely inventory of his gains. With a sweeping gesture, Chen Xuan gathered all items that had fallen before him. He then proactively concluded the countdown of his pass. Buzz! A white light enveloped Chen Xuan's form, and in an instant, he began to shimmer and became transparent, vanishing from sight. A few minutes after Chen Xuan's disappearance. Chapter 29 Wu Tianying. Wu family, are we done for? Counting the gains from the secret realm. Excuse me, how much longer until the person ahead can emerge? A warrior asked with a humble smile. The Wu family members seated there didn't even lift their eyelids, casually responding, what's the rush? Didn't we tell you to wait? Of course, you're right. We'll just wait. The middle-aged warrior felt displeased but dared not voice his discontent. After all, he and a few friends had pooled their coins to purchase this passage to the secret realm, hoping for a good battle and perhaps the chance to acquire a couple of mounts, making the trip worthwhile. Although the Wu family's attitude was far from cordial, the rarity of the secret realm deterred the middle-aged warrior from speaking out further. After exchanging a few words with his teammates behind him, he stood in place, continuing to wait. However, moments later, a dull thud echoed from afar. The middle-aged warrior instinctively looked up, his eyes widening in disbelief. Look over there. Before he could finish his sentence, a Wu family member interrupted. What are you looking at? Didn't I tell you to wait? If you keep talking back, you won't get to enter next. No, it's not that. Look at the stone door. The middle-aged warrior, along with his teammates, displayed expressions of shock as they pointed towards a nearby location. Upon noticing, the Wu family members instinctively turned to look as well. The sight before them caused them to leap to their feet, their mouths agape, as if a chicken egg could fit inside. What is this? They watched as cracks began to appear on the massive stone door, rapidly spreading across its surface. In the blink of an eye, the door was covered in fissures. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, it shattered. The secret realm's gate collapsed. In unison, everyone's minds echoed the same question. If the gate had collapsed, what of the secret realm itself? Is it even still there? The Wu family member tasked with guarding the entrance turned pale, drenched in cold sweat. This is bad. We're in serious trouble. The members of the Wu family, who had just moments ago been filled with arrogance, now rushed towards the Wu residence in a frenzied panic. Not good, master. Inside the Wu estate, the worried head of the family, Wu Tianying, sat deep in thought in his study, furrowing his brow. Suddenly, the frantic shout of Butler Wu pierced through the air. What has happened now? Wu Tianying inquired, his brow knitted in concern. Breathe, a grave matter has arisen. Butler Wu gasped, leaning against the doorframe. Humph, what could be so serious? Wu Tianying scoffed. In his view, nothing could be more distressing than the demise of their ancestor. The southern city, the Shadow Python secret realm, has collapsed permanently. Is it merely the collapse of the Shadow Python's secret realm? What is it that you wish to convey? Wu Tianying's derisive tone had barely escaped his lips when he sensed the gravity of the situation, abruptly rising from his seat, disbelief lacing his voice. Indeed, Master, we have just received word that, for reasons unknown, the Shadow Python's secret realm has suffered a permanent collapse. Butler Wu responded, tears streaming down his face. I personally went to inspect it. It truly lies in ruins, the teleportation portal reduced to mere shards of stone. The Shadow Python's secret realm, shattered? Wu Tianying felt his vision blur, unable to comprehend the reality of the situation. With a sudden gasp, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and slumped back onto his chair. Master, Butler Wu exclaimed, rushing over to check on him. With our ancestor gone and the realm destroyed, could it be that the heavens conspire against the Wu family? A bitter smile crept upon Wu Tianying's lips. The Wu family was his life's work, and should it fall, he would be the first unable to accept it. Master, you must pull yourself together. The Wu family is currently in tumult, and the president of the Storm Guild is expected to visit soon. You must preside over the meeting. Butler Wu urged earnestly. The president? Wu Tianying's eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope. Yes, when the president arrives, it will present the perfect opportunity to compel the Mu family into an alliance. An alliance? Butler Wu was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Wu Tianying propped himself up, deep in contemplation. Mu Shui of the Mu family is said to be the only special practitioner from the First Academy. Undoubtedly, after the college entrance examination, she will attract the attention of high-tier guilds. Wu Tianying appeared to have found a breakthrough. If we can secure her as a daughter-in-law for the Wu family, perhaps we might lean against a great tree for support, and in time, we could even join a 6th or 7th-tier guild. A 7th-tier guild? Butler Wu gasped, his face lighting up with joy. Master's plan is brilliant. However, that girl seems to have little regard for young Master Wu Ming. I fear she may be reluctant to agree to the alliance. Humph. What use is that waste of a son? Wu Tianying's frustration bubbled to the surface at the mention of his son. We must summon Fenger back quickly. Though he is a bit older, he is still a 3rd-tier practitioner. With the Mu family's debts and the president's pressure, I refuse to believe they would not yield. Young Master Wu Feng? Butler Wu's eyes glimmered with insight. Wu Feng was the legitimate heir of the Wu family, aged 25, a 3rd-tier warrior currently serving in a 3rd-tier guild in another region. If he were to return, he could indeed be a suitable match for Mu Shui. Butler Wu, there is no time to lose. Contact Fenger and have him return at once. Yes, Master. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan was blissfully unaware that the Wu family had descended into chaos. Upon exiting the secret realm, he had been randomly teleported away. As soon as he appeared, he utilized a magic scroll to swiftly depart the area. However, instead of returning home, he made his way deeper outside the city. After running for several dozen miles, he finally shed his robes and mask, incinerating them in a blaze. After altering his direction, he continued on for another several dozen miles before finally making his way back to Yingshuang City. The reason for his caution was rooted in prudence. After all, he had just destroyed the secret realm, and should the opposing party come seeking retribution, he would have to engage in explanations. While he was not afraid of discussions, he deemed his current strength insufficient, and it was best to remain hidden for now. By the time he arrived home, day had turned to dusk. Noticing the time, Chen Xuan decided to temporarily set aside other plans and first assess the spoils from his recent venture into the secret realm. Moreover, he had yet to examine the rewards from the hidden quest hinted at earlier. After securely locking his door, he sat on the sofa and, with a thought, summoned all his gains. In an instant, the living room, spanning several dozen square meters, overflowed with treasures, completely filling the space. As Chen Xuan beheld the radiant glow emanating from the amassed items, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Haha, I've struck it rich again. Chapter 30. A windfall worth millions. The mutated twins. Are they truly a dual gradient? Gazing upon the mountainous pile of spoils, Chen Xuan couldn't contain his joy. This was a bronze secret realm, and a special one at that, capable of producing mounts, with a bit of organization. His haul would undoubtedly surpass that from the Wolf Spider Valley. Revenge of the Shadow Python, bronze, category, armor, base effects, strength 50, agility 80, spirit 50, durability 50. 50. Level requirement, LV 30. Additional effect, shadow cloak, if concealed in shadows for over 3 seconds, can trigger an invisibility effect, temporarily becoming invisible while moving or casting skills. Evil Fong Necklace, bronze, category, accessory, base effects, mana 200, spirit 20, durability 50. 50. Level requirement, LV 30. Additional effect, reduces skill casting costs by 2 upon wearing, mana recovery of 3 per second. Black Pattern Dagger, bronze, category, weapon, base effects, strength 20, agility 30, durability 50. 50. Level requirement, LV30. Additional effect. Evasion. Attacks have a distorted trajectory, making it hard to lock on. Penetration. Passive effect reducing target's armor by 10 points. Wanderer's Backpack. Bronze. Category. Bag. Rebel's Sword. Bronze. Tranquil Ring. Black Iron. In addition to over 10 pieces of bronze-level equipment, there were also around 30 to 40 pieces of black iron-level gear. Of course, for Chen Xuan, these were not the focal point. The true treasures lay before him, the glowing beast eggs. Shadow Python Beast Egg. Bronze. Category. Mount. Beast Level. LV30. Contract Requirement. LV30. Shadow Python Beast Egg. Bronze. Category. Mount. Beast Level. LV33. Contract Requirement. LV30. Shadow Python Beast Egg. Bronze. Category. Mount. Beast Level. LV35. Contract Requirement. LV30. Using the Eye of Yuan Chu, Chen Xuan scanned the area and discovered there were hundreds in total. These mount-type beast eggs were distinctly different from contract beasts. Only through the exclusive contract of the mount can a connection be established. However, such a contract conflicts with the divine contract utilized by Chen Xuan. Nonetheless, even without using them himself, selling the numerous mount eggs at the merchant's shop would undoubtedly yield a substantial profit. It is worth noting that even the most ordinary level 30 Shadow Python mount commands a price exceeding 100,000 gold coins at the merchant's shop. With several hundred eggs in hand, one could amass an astronomical sum of several million gold coins. In comparison, even the most expensive skill books would pale in significance. As Chen Xuan reveled in the joy of counting his gains, his little companion, Xiaoya, suddenly exclaimed, clinging to Chen Xuan's shoulder with its tiny paws. It nuzzled its little tongue against his neck. What is it, Xiaoya? Are you hungry? Chen Xuan affectionately patted it, only for Xiaoya to shake its head in response. At that moment, Xiaoyan, perched on the beam of the living room, appeared to have noticed something and excitedly flew over, landing directly atop one of the largest beast eggs. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Xuan suddenly recalled that he had completed a hidden quest, which rewarded him with a beast egg. Is this the mutated twin? Chen Xuan placed the oversized beast egg, roughly the size of a watermelon, before him, revealing a look of confusion. This particular beast egg was entirely different from that of the shadow python. The left side was pitch black, adorned with intricate patterns, exuding an unfathomable depth, while the opposite side was completely pure white, embellished with layers of silver patterns. Such an extraordinary beast egg was a sight Chen Xuan had never encountered before. Could it be that a powerful beast resides within? With a sense of curiosity, Chen Xuan unhesitatingly struck the egg with his palm, causing it to crack with a resounding snap, fissures beginning to appear. Exercising caution, he refrained from directly invoking the divine contract, instead positioning Xiao Yan and Xiaoya on alert, ready to act should any emerging beast pose a threat. Crack! As the fissures spread, the beast egg suddenly shattered. In an instant, the interior scene revealed itself. Two adorable figures, resembling small kittens, hazily opened their eyes. Their first sight was of Chen Xuan. Meow, meow. The two little kittens mewed in sweet voices, tumbling out of their shell and eagerly rushing towards Chen Xuan. Meow, meow. Chen Xuan extended his palm in an attempt to halt their advance, yet they began licking his hand with their tiny, pink tongues, as if affectionately seeking their mother's attention. What? Two kittens emerged from the egg? Chen Xuan felt a mixture of amusement and exasperation as he sensed the warmth of their tongues against his palm. He had anticipated the reward for the hidden quest would be a majestic dark shadow leopard, yet it turned out to be merely two kittens. Wait a moment. Isn't the dark shadow leopard black? I can understand the black one, but what about this white one with silver patterns? A silver gradient? Moreover, the black one isn't purely black either. It bears white patterns, resembling a black gradient. Mutated twins, indeed, they are just two gradients? Just as Chen Xuan was about to voice his complaints, he suddenly noticed words appearing seamlessly upon the shattered eggshell. Brave Beast Tamer, I thank you for vanquishing the Shadow Python leader and restoring tranquility to the forest. These are the two cubs I birthed just before my demise. Due to their father's influence, they have undergone mutations, rendering them no longer similar to the dark shadow leopard. I believe it is no longer suitable for them to remain here. I kindly beseech you to take them in. Is this from the dark shadow leopard that was slain by the shadow python leader? Chen Xuan gazed at the fading words, swiftly connecting the dots of his earlier confusion. According to the narrative of this secret realm, it must have been during the shadow python's assault that the dark shadow leopard gave birth to these two little ones. Overcome by the immense strain and then besieged by the shadow python, it met its demise here. Before its passing, it sealed the two little ones within an egg, hoping someone would take them away. Chen Xuan, due to his identity as a beast tamer, activated the hidden quest that others could not trigger without such a title. Now, the question arose, Should Chen Xuan contract these two cubs left behind by the Dark Shadow Leopard? This ponderous consideration lingered in his mind. Chapter 31. Dark Shadow Leopard. Gongjin Snow Tiger. The myth reappears, the bestowal unveiled. Chen Xuan did not hastily make a decision, but instead chose to examine the attributes of the two little ones. Dark Shadow Leopard, Silver. Species, Leopard. Level, LV10. Health, 1150. Mana, 1820. Strength, 153. Agility, 237. Mentality, 182. Skills, Agile Swift, 2nd tier. Shadow Control, 3rd tier. Combat Power, 20 stars. Evaluation, originally a Dark Shadow Leopard, it has inherited some of its father's traits, resulting in a darker appearance. Not bad. Upon seeing this attribute panel, Chen Xuan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, reminiscing about his first contracted beast, the Crimson Firebird, which was merely a bottom-tier existence among the Black Iron ranks. Yet now, this Black Gradient cub was born at level 10, and its quality had surpassed the bronze threshold. Attaining silver status. This realization confirmed that the little one was indeed a worthy reward for the hidden quest. Moreover, this reward was not limited to the Black Gradient. There was also a Silver Gradient. Chen Xuan turned his gaze to the Silver Gradient. The little creature appeared quite similar to its black counterpart, but it was noticeably larger at birth. Its entire body was enveloped in pure white fur interspersed with silver-gray patterns, strikingly beautiful. Chen Xuan also examined its attribute panel. Gongjin Snow Tiger, Silver. Species, Tiger. Level, LV12. Health, 1150. Mana, 1820. Strength, 309. Agility, 237. Mentality, 279. Skills, Gongjin Claw, 2nd tier. Roar of Fury, 3rd tier. Combat Power, 30 stars. Evaluation, it was never a Dark Shadow Leopard, primarily inheriting its father's traits. It has grown more robust. Gongjin Snow Tiger? Upon hearing this name, Chen Xuan couldn't suppress his astonishment. Such a beast was a rare silver-tier creature. He never anticipated that this Silver Gradient would be a little tiger. Could it be that their father was a Gongjin Snow Tiger? Chen Xuan speculated that this could indeed be the case. Perhaps the Gongjin Snow Tiger passed through the forest and had a fleeting romance with the Dark Shadow Leopard, only to leave without a care, resulting in the birth of two cubs. Ugh, what a scoundrel! Silently criticizing this irresponsible father, Chen Xuan pulled his thoughts back. Logically, he had initially intended to choose a level 30 contracted beast for experimentation. After all, if successful, not only would the original level remain intact, but it would also continue to rise. Such an approach could indeed conserve considerable resources. However, the two little creatures before him gazed at him with eager anticipation, causing Chen Xuan to hesitate momentarily. To abandon them would evoke a pang of reluctance, yet to retain them brought with it a tinge of regret. After much contemplation, Chen Xuan finally reached a resolution. Prepare yourselves. If we can successfully forge a contract, you shall accompany me henceforth. He could not bring himself to forsake them, as finding suitable contract beasts would take time, and success was not guaranteed. Meow, meow. The two little beings seemed to comprehend his words, extending their tongues to lick Chen Xuan affectionately. All right, one at a time, he chuckled, offering them reassurance before directly invoking the divine contract. Notification, contract successful. Congratulations on acquiring a new contract beast. Did it work? Chen Xuan smiled knowingly and activated the divine contract once more. Notification, contract successful. Congratulations on acquiring a new contract beast. With both contracts consumed, Chen Xuan had completely exhausted his quota for contract beasts at the second transformation stage. Nevertheless, there was little sign of agitation on his face. Feeling the profound connection with the two little creatures, a smile crept upon his lips. Patience, my two little ladies. This is merely your first step towards metamorphosis. The most significant step lies ahead. Gently ruffling their heads, Chen Xuan opened the skill panel and bestowed the divine grace upon each of them. Buzz, the Black Gradient feline, was the first to experience the enhancement from the grace. Its petite form began to grow, transforming in the blink of an eye into a slender kitten the length of an arm. Its glossy black fur shimmered with lighter streaks, exuding an aura of depth and enchantment. Meanwhile, the Silver Gradient, having grown considerably, evolved from a newborn kitten to a size reminiscent of an insatiable orange cat. Its body was pure white as snow, with barely a trace of color, and silver stripes resembling tiger patterns were evenly distributed across its form. Rather than a mere cat, it resembled a robust young lynx. Roar! The transformed lynx let out a low growl, unexpectedly resonating with a hint of a tiger's roar, prompting Chen Xuan to instinctively cover its mouth. It was the dead of night, and he feared disturbing the neighbors and incurring their complaints. Chirp! Yay! Xiao Ye and Xiao Yin raced over, as they distinctly sensed that the two little creatures now shared the same aura as them. Indeed, the aura of mythic contract beasts. Previously, they had only exchanged curious glances, but now, following their transformation, the two little beings had become entities worthy of attention. Well, since we are all family now, allow me to introduce you. Chen Xuan suppressed his desire to inspect their attribute panels and address the newcomers. This is Xiao Yin, the eldest. This is Xiao Ya, the second, and you two shall be the third and fourth. He pondered briefly before declaring, from now on, you shall be called Xiao Ying, the Black Radiant, and you, with your snowy white fur, shall be known as Xiao Shui. Meow, meow. Upon hearing their names, Xiao Ying let out a soft call, proudly raising its head atop the table as if to proclaim, I have a name now. Meanwhile, Xiao Shui leapt from the table to the sofa, exuberantly bouncing up and down. With a loud rip, its overwhelming excitement caused it to tear Chen Xian's genuine leather sofa in two. Chen Xian was at a loss for words. Was this creature a tiger or a husky? If this had happened before, he might have erupted in anger. But circumstances had changed. Once he dealt with this batch of matters, Chen Xian felt he could ascend into the ranks of millionaires. He even contemplated whether he should acquire a standalone villa to improve his living conditions, providing the four little creatures with their own space. Shaking his head, Chen Xian momentarily set aside these thoughts and swiftly opened the attribute panels for the two little beings. In an instant, their dramatically transformed attribute panels materialized before him. Chapter 32. In the blink of an eye, max level again. Shadow Spirit Panther, Mythic. Race, Panther. Level, LV20. Life, 419,000. Mana, 548,000. Strength, 419. Agility, 672. Mentality, 548. Skills, Shadow Traversal, 7th tier. Shadow Sovereign, 8th tier. Phantom Shadow Stab, Forbidden Spell. Combat Power, 71 stars. Evaluation, born from the abyss of shadows. It either devours the abyss or is consumed by it. Fortunately, it has succeeded. A transcendence from the shadows. Chen Xian merely glanced at the panel and grasped the general idea. After all, this was not his first encounter with divine grace, and he had some inkling regarding the nature of such transformations. Indeed, the Shadow Spirit Panther, post-transformation, had elevated its mastery over shadows to an extraordinary level, far surpassing the previous ability to merely conceal itself within the shadows. It had become a formidable entity capable of wielding shadows as weapons. On the other hand, the transformation of Xiao Shui caused Chen Xian's expression to shift, revealing his astonishment. Holy Beast White Tiger, Mythic. Race, Tiger. Level, LV15. Life, 716,000. Mana, 699,000. Strength, 716. Agility, 653. Mentality, 699. Skills, Metal Cleaving Slash, 8th tier. Holy Beast Roar, 9th tier. White Tiger Annihilation, Forbidden Spell. Combat Power, 85 stars. Evaluation, a transformation born of its lineage has bestowed upon it legendary power. One of the four holy beasts, it commands slaughter. No questions asked, just execute. Hiss. Chen Xian could not help but widen his eyes in shock upon seeing this panel. Holy Beast, White Tiger. He glanced at Xiao Shui, who was still busy demolishing the furniture. Finding it hard to believe, this creature? A white tiger? He had not wanted to acknowledge it, but the attributes clearly surpassed those of Xiao Ying, and the evaluation provided an almost blatant confirmation that he could no longer deny the truth. This creature was indeed a white tiger. After a full 5 minutes, Chen Xian finally accepted this enigmatic reality, and a wave of elation surged within him. It seemed he had indeed made the right decision. Had it not been for Xiao Shui's unique nature, it would not have transformed into a holy beast white tiger upon receiving the grace. With the addition of these two little companions, it was akin to acquiring two formidable forbidden spells for free. Furthermore, judging by the attributes of the white tiger, apart from its forbidden spells, once it matured, its physical body would carry the formidable energy of the metal element, rendering it invincible in close combat. If he could gather all four holy beasts, would he not soar to greatness? Unbeknownst to him, Chen Xian began to envision a magnificent scene of himself riding upon the four great holy beasts, effortlessly overcoming all obstacles. However, upon witnessing Xiao Shui completely dismantling the sofa, he was abruptly jolted back to reality, realizing that this journey was destined to be arduous. Smack! He suddenly slapped his forehead, recalling that while he had been engrossed in examining the two contract beasts, he had completely forgotten about the items he had received in return. Thus, he promptly opened his attribute panel. Name, Chen Xuan. Profession, Mythical Beast Tamer, second transition. Level, LV60. Health, 525,000. Mana, 1005000. Strength 525. Agility 478. Spirit 1005. Skills: Divine Contract, Divine Blessing, Divine Feedback, Divine Blessing. Phoenix's Annihilating Flame, Forbidden Spell. Sacred Dragon's Ice Grave, Forbidden Spell. Eye of Primordial Chaos, Primordial Decree. Sacred Dragon's Ice Soul Slash, Forbidden Spell. Shadow Phantom Stab, Forbidden Spell. White Tiger's World Extinguishing Strike, Forbidden Spell. Contract Beasts, Crimson Flame Phoenix, Frost Sacred Dragon, Shadow Phantom Leopard. Sacred Beast White Tiger. Combat Power, 100 stars. Available Attribute Points, 200. By the heavens, when did I reach max level? Chen Xuan couldn't help but exclaim a curse as soon as he saw the panel. The sudden surge in level left him utterly astonished. He distinctly remembered just recently attaining LV 40. How could he have jumped straight to LV 60 in the blink of an eye? Wait a moment, let me recollect. Chen Xuan hastily ceased his downward gaze and began to ponder when he had ascended to max level. Before long, he realized that he must have reached full level right after obliterating the Wu family's secret realm with a forbidden spell. At that time, due to the urgency of the situation and an overwhelming number of notifications, he had scarcely had the chance to check. The moment he emerged, he had immediately begun to run in circles, completely oblivious to his newfound level. How long did it take me to reach LV 60? 3 days or 2? Chen Xuan suddenly recognized that it had been less than 3 days since his transition, and he was already confronted with the prospect of a third transition. In truth, the bulk of the time spent was primarily due to his own delays. The time spent battling monsters barely added up to 10 minutes. Hiss! Chen Xuan inhaled sharply, feeling somewhat astonished by himself. If word of this level-up speed were to spread, it would not merely frighten a few professionals. A horde would undoubtedly rush over to dissect him for research. Suddenly, a profound sense of crisis washed over him. Although his attributes were somewhat exaggerated, they were roughly equivalent to those of a level 80, albeit with higher dimensions. Chen Xuan scrutinized his attribute panel and began to calculate quickly. With the enhancement from Divine Blessing, his mana had already crossed the 100 threshold, signifying that he could unleash 2 consecutive forbidden spells. He glanced at the 4 familiar little creatures. Little Tooth could unleash 2 forbidden spells in succession, Little Flame 1, while Little Shadow and Little Snow could each cast 1, allowing for a total of 7 forbidden spells at his disposal. In theory, a 7-fold casting of forbidden spells would constitute a formidable level of combat power for Chen Xuan. However, he furrowed his brow and shook his head. No, each forbidden spell has a cooldown period of nearly 10 hours. Even if I managed to cast 1 every hour, I would only be able to sustain it for 7 hours, leaving a 3-hour gap. Chen Xuan was aware that the 4 little creatures possessed skills of the 8th and 9th tiers. But what if the opponent was exceptionally powerful? What if the forbidden spells failed to eliminate them? What use would ordinary skills be then? What if the adversary possessed 7 or 8 life-saving items or resurrection scrolls? Just a single opportunity could plunge him into an exceedingly perilous situation. I am but a beast tamer with low health, minimal defense, and sluggish speed. Chen Xuan glanced at his mere 520,000 health points, feeling rather insecure. Just moments ago, the 2 little creatures had reported 2 forbidden spells to him, but regrettably, he could only afford to cast 2 spells due to his limited mana. Moreover, as a trump card, Chen Xuan was not inclined to cast forbidden spells himself too readily. With this in mind, he immediately began to outline his plan for enhancing his strength, completing the 3rd transition, elevating the levels of his contract beasts, and if possible, acquiring equipment that could reduce cooldown times would be ideal. As he contemplated, he swiftly discerned his next course of action. After resting for a night, he resolved to head to the transition temple at dawn the next day to accept the transition quest, then visit the cat merchant to sell his spoils. Chapter 33. The School Bell's Invitation. I originally did not wish to attend. The 3-bedroom apartment where Chen Xuan resided was in a state of disarray, with only the bedroom remaining relatively intact, while the other areas had been nearly dismantled by Little Snow. The furniture was shattered, the sofa was in ruins, and the wallpaper was torn. Upon awakening to this scene, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Just as he was about to scold Little Snow, he noticed her clinging to his leg with a pitiful expression, meowing softly. What? You merely moved slightly, and it broke? Chen Xuan surmised that perhaps the little creature's sudden surge in strength had rendered her momentarily unable to control it. But why was Little Shadow unharmed? Chen Xuan looked questioningly at Little Shadow, who was squatting nearby, grooming her paws. Meow? Little Shadow proudly lifted her head, declaring, I must maintain my poise as a lady. Naturally, I cannot act like her. With a resigned sigh, Chen Xuan had already placed the plan to relocate on his agenda. After a quick freshening up, he donned a light and casual outfit, preparing to step outside. It was only 8 in the morning. The lady at the transition temple should be punctual. With this thought, Chen Xuan instinctively opened the door. However, as soon as he did, he was taken aback by the sight of a graceful figure standing at his doorstep. The figure boasted long, ice blue hair, dressed in a fitted, light-colored gown, with a segment of her fair, smooth calf exposed, as if her foot were a piece of jade resting atop delicate strappy sandals. Her 10 toes, resembling translucent lollipops, trembled slightly with unease. "Mushue, what brings you here?" Chen Xuan was astonished to encounter a familiar face so early in the morning. No, it was evident that she had come to wait for him. Chen Xuan. Mushue's cheeks flushed as she spotted him. She had been standing at the door for nearly 10 minutes, unable to summon the courage to knock. Yet, unexpectedly, Chen Xuan had stepped out. "Is there something you need?" Chen Xuan inquired, perplexed by her presence. I would like to invite you to my birthday party." "A birthday party?" Chen Xuan was momentarily taken aback. Then he expressed his surprise. "Have you turned 18 already?" Mushue hesitated, correcting him. No, it's 17. "Oh, I've been quite busy lately." Chen Xuan hesitated. "I might not be able to attend." As he spoke, he reached to close his door and began to walk towards the staircase. He and Mushue had indeed shared a good rapport in the past. But after all these years, Chen Xuan's sole focus was on how to grow stronger, naturally reluctant to partake in such gatherings. "Hey, Chen Xuan, please don't go," Mushue exclaimed, sprinting after him. "It's been so long since we last met. Once the college entrance exams are over, we might end up in different guilds. Who knows when we'll see each other again?" As she gazed at Chen Xuan's departing figure, she unconsciously let slip the words she had harbored for years. "This is my last birthday in Shuang City. They have invited many people from the Wu family, the Li family, and the Zhang family. But I truly do not wish for them to come. The only person I hope will attend is you." The nearly confessional words caused Mushue's trembling legs to clench tightly together, her gaze becoming a haze of bewilderment. In a fleeting moment, she seemed to be transported back a decade, to the time when she unexpectedly fell into the water, and Chen Xuan, disregarding all else, leaped in to rescue her. He had swum her to the shore, performing CPR and administering mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Just as she was lost in these memories, she suddenly noticed the figure ahead come to a halt. He stopped? Oh my, he must have sensed my feelings for him. But does he reciprocate my affections? What if he rejects me? What should I do? My heart is racing so fast. You just mentioned that the Wu family will also be attending? Mushue could hardly believe that Chen Xuan was inquiring not about her, but about the Wu family. She paused for a moment, then quickly nodded, saying, "Yes. I originally didn't want to go, but my father insisted on making it more festive, saying it was to bless me. If you don't like it, I can refuse the Wu family's participation." No, that is not what I meant." Chen Xuan hastily waved his hand, a faint smile appearing on his face. "Very well, since we are all friends, how could I possibly decline your invitation? Just let me know the time and place, and I will certainly be there." Previously, when he hadn't heard about the Wu family's attendance, he had no intention of going. However, with their participation, the scenario had changed. Chen Xuan had just recently destroyed their secret realm, and there were individuals who had been divining his fate. All of this was likely connected to the Wu family and the Storm Guild. He had initially considered investigating near the Wu family's vicinity, but that would have drawn too much attention. A keen observer would easily detect his unusual behavior. Now, however, with the birthday celebration, attending would pose no issue. It would provide him an opportunity to discreetly gather information about the Wu family and ascertain whether they were probing into his affairs, as well as learn more about the Storm Guild, both of which were crucial for him. Naturally, Mushue was unaware that Chen Xuan's motive for attending her birthday celebration was to gather intelligence. Instead, she was nearly bursting with excitement. "Great. I'll send you the details shortly. Tonight at 8, let us not miss each other." "Absolutely." Chen Xuan waved goodbye and departed. After parting ways with Mushue, he arrived at the Transmutation Temple. As he pushed the door open, he found the nun dozing off, her face adorned with smoky makeup, suggesting she had indulged in a wild night. The nun was not actually asleep. Rather, she was idly chatting with a few new additions to her contact list, who were eager admirers. She was well versed in dealing with such admirers. A simple response from her would keep them elated for an extended period. Upon hearing the door creak open, she instinctively glanced up, and when her gaze met Chen Xuan's, her eyes lit up. "Young man, what brings you here?" "Oh, nothing much, just here to take on a task," Chen Xuan replied with a smile. "To take on a task, you need to head to the task hall. Are you preparing for your third transmutation already?" The nun's words trailed off as her eyes widened in shock. How could it be so soon? This individual was already on the brink of his third transmutation? What kind of background could allow someone to progress at such an astonishing pace? In a flash, she quickly stood up, striving to maintain a professional demeanor. It wasn't he for any other reason, but because she sensed that Chen Xuan's prowess was far beyond her reach. In fact, she feared that even the slightest dissatisfaction from him could lead to her silent annihilation. She couldn't help but envision a terrifying scenario where she was dragged away in the wilderness and eliminated without a trace. Very well, sir. You only need to complete a few tasks to enter, the nun stated with newfound respect. Chen Xuan cast a quizzical glance at her sudden shift in demeanor, nodded lightly, and proceeded with the registration. He then pushed open the great doors of the transmutation temple and stepped inside. The third transmutation task had begun. Chapter 34, Stormy Drift. The Fantasies of Frantic Women. Notice, you have entered the transmutation temple. Current level, LV 60. Would you like to initiate the transmutation task? The first prompt appeared, and Chen Xuan glanced at it before promptly nodding. Yes. Notice, congratulations, Transmuter. You have initiated the third transmutation task. Please select the task difficulty: easy, medium, hard, insane, despair-inducing. Impossible for mortals. Each transmutation offers a corresponding difficulty choice. Previously, Chen Xuan had dared to challenge a level 6 difficulty, and the rewards indeed doubled his attributes. However, this time, there were no indicated rewards for the difficulties listed. A blind box, perhaps? Chen Xuan pondered over the choices, though his contemplation did not linger long. As he directly selected the impossible for mortals difficulty, his primary motivation for this choice was the potential rewards, coupled with his previous experience in completing a task. With the forbidden spell in his possession, he felt a sense of confidence. Notice, you have chosen the impossible for mortals difficulty. Do you confirm? I really feel like you're insulting me, but I have no evidence. Chen Xuan sighed in resignation, then continued, yes. Notice, you have accepted the third transmutation task, Stormy Drift. Task name, Stormy Drift. Task description. The vast ancient ocean conceals countless mysteries waiting to be explored, among which the enchanting song of the legendary mermaid princess is a favorite topic among adventurers. Notice, this task is divided into 3 phases. Phase 1. Craft a long-range battleship. Phase 2. Locate the secret realm, the Lost Mermaid City, Golden Tier. Phase 3. Assist the mermaid princess in achieving her goal. Task duration, 1 month. Current phase, Phase 1. Task objective. A high-quality battleship cannot be constructed without perfect materials. Please collect the following materials to complete the task. Bloodstained cold iron, 5th tier, 100. Purple gold vine, 5th tier, 100. Dragon bone wood, 5th tier, 100. Blackened leather, 5th tier, 100. Celestial river jade, 5th tier, 100. Chen Xuan was taken aback by the length of the task list. After scrolling for quite a while, he discovered an extensive array of various 5th tier materials, each requiring 100 units. Damn it, for a third transmutation task, you're demanding 5th tier materials? Chen Xuan couldn't help but feel frustrated. 5th tier materials could only be obtained from monsters defeated by professionals who had already undergone their 5th transmutation, which was 2 whole tiers above his current level. Moreover, not only was the variety extensive, but the required quantity was also substantial. Just sourcing these materials would undoubtedly consume a significant amount of his time. Nonetheless, despite his grievances, he had already accepted the task and could only plan his next moves accordingly. At the very least, Chen Xuan now understood that this level 6 difficulty task was no longer merely about slaying monsters. More complexities were likely to emerge in the future. It was rumored that upon reaching the 4th transmutation, professionals would unlock their talent trees, and the challenges would only become more formidable. After contemplating for a moment, Chen Xuan turned and exited the transmutation temple. As soon as she stepped outside, the nun greeted Chen Xuan with a polite smile, yet she uttered not a single word, not even inquiring about him. Although Chen Xuan found this somewhat peculiar, he merely nodded in acknowledgement and departed without further conversation. Once his figure had completely vanished from sight, the nun audibly exhaled, phew, finally gone. She patted her exaggerated chest, her face betraying a hint of apprehension. After all, in her eyes, she had already categorized Chen Xuan as one of those low-profile second-generation heirs hailing from prestigious families or guilds. Such individuals, she mused, might not only attract admiration, but could also invite peril even for a mere overnight stay. Reflecting on this, she opened her contacts list, realizing that her usual admirers were far easier to manage. Had Chen Xuan been privy to the nun's shifting mindset, he would likely have erupted into laughter. Having exited the transference temple, Chen Xuan made his way directly to the cat's merchant to seek out Sister Ye. Upon seeing him, Sister Ye's face blossomed with uncontainable delight. To Chen Xuan's surprise, her first inquiry was about his well-being rather than any business transaction. Mr. Chen, I have been eager to reach out to you these past few days, Lu Xiaoya said, adorned in a fitted qipao with a slit nearly reaching her thigh, her expression rife with sincere apology. However, I lacked your contact information and could only fret in silence. Thank you for your concern, Sister Ye. I am quite well. Chen Xuan replied with a smile, seizing the opportunity to exchange contact details for future needs. That would be splendid. Lu Xiaoya's face lit up with joy. Rest assured, I shall fulfill any requests you may have in the future. Realizing the potential ambiguity in her words, she suddenly blushed, hastily gesturing for him to follow. Mr. Chen, please. Understanding the unspoken nuances, Chen Xuan merely smiled and followed Lu Xiaoya into her private room. I wonder what Mr. Chen intends to sell this time? She inquired, aware that he was not one to visit without purpose. Nothing much, just these. With a flick of his wrist, Chen Xuan produced all the items he had gathered from the Shadow Python's secret realm. In an instant, a radiant brilliance eclipsed the previous encounter, momentarily blinding Lu Xiaoya. Bronze equipment, skill books, second-tier materials. Is that a Mount Egg? As she activated her appraisal skill, she was utterly taken aback by the mountain of treasures before her. Shadow Pythons. So many Shadow Pythons. She gasped, her shock beyond words. In a heartbeat, the astute Lu Xiaoya deduced the source of these items. The Shadow Python's secret realm. Although the Wu family had strived to conceal the permanent destruction of the realm, as the manager of the cat's merchant, she was well aware of the truth. Initially, she had speculated on the identity behind this chaos. But the sheer number of Mount Eggs revealed everything. It was undeniably Chen Xuan's doing. Or rather, the influence that loomed behind him. Heavens! What kind of terrifying existence could obliterate an entire secret realm? Lu Xiaoya's gaze shifted, now filled with a deeper respect for Chen Xuan. Not only had he caused the permanent collapse of the Shadow Python's secret realm, but he also brazenly brought the spoils to sell here. If he wasn't a fool, he must be someone of unfathomable depth and confidence. Chen Xuan lounged casually, observing the myriad expressions on Lu Xiaoya's face, knowing full well that he had achieved his objective. Chapter 35, Blood Appraiser, Millionaire. A sudden windfall regarding the handling of his items. Chen Xuan had already contemplated various options before arriving at the cat's merchant. Generally, there were three main avenues. The first was the cat's merchant itself, with whom he had prior experience, and he understood Lu Xiaoya's operational style. Though complete trust would require time. The second involved other merchants, notably excluding the Wu family's enterprise, leading him to consider places like the cut-and-slice merchant. However, Chen Xuan sensed that his mere presence, especially with a large number of Shadow Python Mount Eggs, would surely alert the Wu family. The third option was the black market, which appeared the most confidential on the surface. Yet, Chen Xuan knew that in the black market, only one principle held sway: money could accomplish anything. With sufficient payment, even his most guarded secrets could be unearthed. Naturally, he had considered selling in other cities, but he found the prospect too cumbersome, as he would face similar challenges. Thus, he ultimately decided to return to the cat's merchant, presenting all his gains without reservation, not out of a desire to flaunt wealth, but simply to gauge Lu Xiaoya's reaction. As anticipated, her response was predictable. At least she remained oblivious to his true background, which was merely that of an ordinary examinee from the Frost City. Should she continue to inquire about the origin of the Shadow Python Mount Eggs, or subtly probe further, Chen Xuan had resolved what actions to take. Once these items were sold, everyone associated with the cat's merchant branch in Frost City would be erased from existence. Even if someone were to investigate later, they would find no trace leading back to him. Conversely, if she remained silent, they could proceed with the transaction, and even Lu Xiaoya's level of trust would rise further. Uncertain of how long Lu Xiaoya contemplated her next move, she suddenly sprang to her feet and deeply bowed to Chen Xuan, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Sister Ya, what is this? I recognize that your presence here at the cat's merchant to sell is the highest form of trust placed in me, Lu Xiaoya stated earnestly. I, Lu Xiaoya, vow that today's events will not be disclosed in the slightest. Should I betray this trust, I would willingly accept a fate worse than death, and my career would never advance a single step. As she spoke, she raised her head and bit her own fingertip, blood tracing a peculiar arc in the air. In the name of the blood contract, I bear witness. As her words fell, Chen Xuan witnessed a flash of crimson light blooming from her fingertip, transforming into an enigmatic rune that flickered in the void before dissolving into nothingness. Is that a blood contract skill? Chen Xuan inquired, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Indeed, Lu Xiaoya affirmed with a smile, nodding. Mr. Chen, my profession is that of a blood appraiser. This special vocation primarily revolves around appraisals, but I can harness the power of blood to forge contracts, thereby aiding clients in maintaining secrecy. There may be numerous other skills, but alas, as a mere third-tier practitioner, I cannot yet unlock them. Ah, I see. Chen Xuan nodded slightly, his expression remaining composed. He had not anticipated that Lu Xiaoya possessed such an ability. With her invoking the blood contract skill, he felt a heightened sense of assurance. Regarding this skill, he had only heard the teacher mention it curiously in class. Once activated, this skill would be bound by the entire set of game rules. Any transgression would indeed lead to consequences that could be deemed as violating one's oath. At that time, he remembered the teacher jokingly saying that if one encountered a boy willing to use the blood pact skill, they should marry him. Sister, you seemed a bit overly anxious. Chen Xuan suddenly chuckled, his smile more radiant than before, stating, I am merely selling a batch of goods, nothing more. I understand. Lu Xiaoya nodded emphatically. I will personally authenticate this batch, ensuring that no one else handles it. However, this process will take some time, so I kindly ask Mr. Chen to be patient. Of course, with such self-interest in mind, Chen Xuan had no reason to refuse. He then settled onto the sofa, savoring his tea while admiring Lu Xiaoya as she meticulously examined each piece of equipment. At times she bent low, at other moments gazed thoughtfully upward, and occasionally turned to jot down notes. Unbeknownst to him, her perfectly formed silhouette was presented in various angles before his eyes. Chen Xuan found this quite enjoyable, and time passed without monotony. Before long, nearly 2 hours had elapsed, and a perspiring Lu Xiaoya finally approached Chen Xuan with a graceful stride. Ah, she exhaled softly, revealing a smile before him. I apologize for the wait. I have registered all the equipment, which includes 15 bronze items, 2 skill books, 678 mount eggs, and several other materials. She opened the list before Chen Xuan and added, Mr. Chen may review it to check for any discrepancies. No need. Chen Xuan waved his hand in refusal. I have complete trust in Sister Ye's credibility. All right. With their previous interactions, Lu Xiaoya was no longer pretentious and stated directly. According to market prices, all of this totals 55 million gold coins. With your platinum VIP status, it comes to 85 million gold coins. Her smile deepened as she continued. By your standards, you have qualified as a black gold user at our Mao Merchant Association, and I can issue you a black gold card. Additionally, I can offer an extra compensation of 3 million gold coins. Does that satisfy you? Indeed, I am thoroughly satisfied. Although Chen Xuan maintained a calm demeanor, his inner joy was nearly bursting forth. He truly wished for the opportunity to engage in more of such Mount Secret realms. It was an impeccable means of attaining sudden wealth. Regrettably, these Mount Secret realms were exceedingly rare, with even one among 100 secret realms being a scarce find. After a moment of silence, Chen Xuan nodded nonchalantly. Very well. He then extended his hand to activate a light screen, which displayed a list. I need Sister Ye's assistance in gathering these items. With such a substantial sum at hand, I had a sudden inspiration to show her the material list for the task I had obtained. If she could assist in collecting them, it would spare him considerable effort. Lu Xiaoya scrutinized the list for a moment, her elegant brows knitting together. She then uttered a statement that took Chen Xuan by surprise. Mr. Chen, the materials you require are available at our Mao Merchant Association. Oh, a flicker of astonishment crossed Chen Xuan's eyes. He had previously learned that these 5th-tier materials were sourced exclusively from diamond-grade secret realms beyond the 5th transition. Moreover, these materials could not originate from a single secret realm, but rather, multiple realms would be necessary to gather them. The fact that she merely glanced at the list and confidently asserted their availability left Chen Xuan in admiration of the Mao Merchant Association's remarkable depth and reputation. Excellent. Chen Xuan smiled faintly. If I need these, how long will it take to prepare? At most, 3 days. Lu Xiaoya pondered briefly and extended 3 slender fingers. Since these are 5th-tier materials, I'll need to requisition them from the headquarters. I will endeavor to complete it promptly. Good. We shall discuss the materials later. Chen Xuan nodded slightly before shifting the conversation. In addition to these, I also require numerous other materials, such as Tianyin spirit essence and food needed for shadow-type exotic beasts. Oh, and I also need some from the metal category. After nearly half an hour, Chen Xuan departed the Mao Merchant Association, his figure watched by Lu Xiaoya. By the time he left, his transfer space was brimming with various materials, specifically prepared for Xiaoyan, Xiaoying, and Xiaoshui. Drawing from his previous experience with Xiaoya, Chen Xuan had prepared 600 portions of delicacies for each of the 3 little companions. The total expenditure for these items amounted to nearly 30 million, causing Chen Xuan's fleeting joy at becoming a millionaire to dissipate significantly. Damn it! With so many gold-gobbling beasts around, no matter how much he earned, it always felt insufficient. After leaving the Mao Merchant Association, Chen Xuan returned home, intending to push these 3 little creatures to level 30. As for the test stone, Xiaoya, it was not that Chen Xuan was unwilling to assist. Rather, all the ice-type materials it consumed in Frost City had been exhausted during its last feast. Once all the prepared materials were laid out, Chen Xuan began to let the 3 little ones feast ravenously. Naturally, the 3 were overjoyed. Chen Xuan, squatting nearby, assumed that Xiaoshui and Xiaoying could conserve some resources due to their higher initial levels. However, he was shocked to discover that the 2 little ones consumed resources even more voraciously than Xiaoyan. This meant that his goal of saving resources had utterly failed. Even with a sufficiently high base level, the consumption of resources surged exponentially. Finally, after a lengthy wait, the second level 30 contract beast, Xiao Yan, emerged. Notice, your contract beast, Qi Yin Hua Huang, has reached level 30, unlocking the skill, Nirvana Heart Flame, Forbidden Spell. Notice, your contract beast has successfully triggered the divine feedback. Receiving rewards, Strength 75, Agility 60, Spirit 100, and acquiring the skill, Nirvana Heart Flame, Forbidden Spell. Chen Xuan felt a shiver run through his body, a sensation of empowerment washing over him. Drawing from his previous experience with Xiaoya, he was not overly surprised this time, but silently embraced the changes coursing through him. However, the newly acquired Forbidden Spell, Nirvana Heart Flame, piqued his interest, compelling him to take a closer look. Nirvana Heart Flame, upon active release. It can produce differing effects on allies and enemies. Allies will recover a significant amount of health under the Heart Flame's embrace, and the effects are doubled for those with the Phoenix Bloodline exotic beast. Enemies will suffer substantial health loss from the burning Heart Flame, and if they are unable to withstand it, they will be reduced to ashes from within. Impressive. Chen Xuan offered a candid evaluation. The fact that this forbidden spell could be unleashed for allies provided him with an additional opportunity for survival. If Xiao Yan activated it himself, it could even restore him to full health instantly, akin to the legendary Phoenix's rebirth. At that moment, Chen Xuan glanced at Xiao Yan. Noticing that the little creature had grown considerably, now measuring around 30 to 40 centimeters in length, its feathers of vibrant red like flames, appearing exceptionally striking. However, it would likely require a considerable amount of time before it could be used as a mount. A mount? As Chen Xuan contemplated this, he couldn't help but glance at Xiao Ying and Xiao Shui. At that very moment, a delightful notification sound emerged. Notification: your contracted beast, the Shadow Spirit Leopard, has reached level 30, unlocking the skill, Shadow Gate, Forbidden Spell. Notification: your contracted beast has triggered divine feedback, receiving rewards, Strength 100, Agility 130, Spirit 100, and the skill, Shadow Gate, Forbidden Spell. If it were possible, Chen Xuan would wish to remain ensconced in this exhilarating sensation of effortless power surging within him. It was evident that the feedback from the Shadow Spirit Leopard, due to its superior potential, was slightly higher than that from Xiao Yan. In a remarkably short span of time, Chen Xuan had experienced an astronomical increase of nearly 200 points in his three-dimensional attributes. This was a comprehensive enhancement, not merely a singular boost. It was astonishingly formidable. Unable to resist, Chen Xuan opened his attribute panel for a closer inspection. Name: Chen Xuan. Class: Mythical Beast Master, Second Transition. Level: 60. Health: 700, 000. Mana: 1, 405, 000. Strength: 700. Agility: 668. Spirit: 1, 405. Skills: Divine Contract, Divine Grace, Divine Feedback, Divine Blessing, 10,000 Phoenixes Annihilation Flame, Forbidden Spell, Ice Realm's Sacred Dragon Tomb, Forbidden Spell, Eye of Primordial Beginning, Edict of Primordial Beginning. Sacred Dragon Ice Soul Slash, Forbidden Spell, Shadow Walk God Shadow Stab, Forbidden Spell, White Tiger Annihilation Kill, Forbidden Spell, Nirvana Heart Flame, Forbidden Spell, Shadow Gate, Forbidden Spell. Contracted Beasts: Crimson Flame Phoenix, Frost Sacred Dragon, Shadow Spirit Leopard, Sacred Beast White Tiger. Combat Power: 108 stars. Available Attribute Points: 0. Exaggeration, Pure Exaggeration. Chen Xuan marveled at the three-dimensional attributes displayed on his panel. It is important to note that as a Beastmaster, the majority of attribute points are typically allocated to Spirit. Even for a level 60 mage, their Spirit generally ranges between 600 to 800, assuming they have invested all points into Spirit. Conversely, a melee warrior fully focused on Strength would not fare much differently. Yet, Chen Xuan not only possessed strength comparable to that of a level 60 warrior, but his agility had also surged to a nearly equivalent level. In other words, any one of his three-dimensional attributes could stand shoulder to shoulder with those of any other profession. His Spirit attribute far exceeded that of his peers. Some may question the significance of these differences, deeming them negligible and unworthy of exaggeration. However, this was far from a mere difference of 11-13. It was akin to a frail mage suddenly wielding the power of a warrior and the swiftness of an archer. Such an enhancement was simply unfathomable. With this in mind, Chen Xuan found himself increasingly eager to discover what skills Xiao Shui would bestow upon him upon reaching level 30. However, when Xiao Shui consumed the final potion, her level remained at 29, merely a step away from 30. Meow? Xiao Shui gazed at Xiao Ying, whose stature surpassed hers, and couldn't help but scrunch her little nose in displeasure, approaching Chen Xuan to act cute and demand more. Alas, it's not that I am unwilling, but there simply are none left. Chen Xuan sighed, having exhausted all the materials, understanding that acquiring sufficient resources in the near future would be improbable. After much coaxing, he finally managed to soothe the somewhat temperamental Xiao Shui. At that moment, the sun began to set, and Chen Xuan glanced at the sky, realizing that it was time for Mu Shui's birthday celebration. Chapter 37. One punch to defeat a third transition warrior. Behold, I have triumphed. Good day, sir. May I see your electronic invitation? On the top floor of the grandest hotel in Yingshuang City, a uniformed beauty barred Chen Xian's entry at the lobby entrance. Chen Xian raised his hand to activate the holographic screen before him, presenting an electronic invitation for her inspection. All right, sir, please proceed. The beauty merely cast a glance, stepping aside with a smile and gesturing for him to enter. Thank you. Chen Xian nodded slightly and smoothly entered the opulent hall. Contrary to his expectations, there were no obstructions or distasteful antics. Upon entering the hall, he observed a considerable number of attendees, bustling with excitement. Is this birthday celebration truly so grand? Chen Xian casually found a seat, lifting a glass of juice while observing the surroundings, unable to suppress a remark. Of course, this is organized with the assistance of the Wu family. After all, an unknown voice chimed in beside him. Chen Xian instinctively turned around, finding a plump youth whose face seemed vaguely familiar. The youth, upon recognizing Chen Xian, exclaimed in surprise, "No way. Chen Xian, what are you doing here? Do we know each other?" Chen Xian was taken aback, scrutinizing the youth with confusion. He felt a sense of familiarity but couldn't recall who the individual was. We don't. You're the heartthrob of our school. What girl wouldn't know you? The pudgy youth's exclamation nearly caused Chen Xian to spit out his juice. But you're a guy? Chen Xian sensed something amiss and prepared to make a hasty exit. However, the chubby youth seized his arm, urgently stating, "This is fantastic. My friends have been raving about you daily. Now I can finally see you in person." With that, he dragged Chen Xian away. Given that this was a public setting, Chen Xian refrained from resisting, allowing himself to be pulled along. Before long, he found himself amidst a cluster of elegantly dressed young ladies, with the pudgy youth being the sole male among them. Upon Chen Xian's arrival, the girls initially froze, then erupted into ecstatic screams. "Ah, heartthrob, I finally see you. Heavens, so handsome. Heartthrob, when will you take me home? Heartthrob, let us exchange contact information. I'm available anytime." "Enough, you infatuated girls. The heartthrob doesn't belong to you. He is mine." Chen Xian was astonished by the overwhelming reaction his appearance elicited. Noticing security moving toward them, he quickly interjected, "Ahem, could we keep it down a bit? This is a public space." "Shoo, the heartthrob is speaking. Didn't you hear him? Whatever the heartthrob says is right. Wah, I'll stop talking." After a brief exchange, Chen Xian learned that these girls were his classmates from the same school, albeit with somewhat premature exuberance. Chen Xian, with the college entrance examination approaching. "How prepared are you?" The concern from the heartthrob prompted the girls to swiftly shift the topic to the upcoming exams. "Indeed, I've heard there will be significant changes this time, and the exam location 1T even be in Yingshuang City." "Exactly. It's rumored that the rewards are quite extravagant, and several 7th-tier guilds are said to be sending representatives to observe." "What? 7th-tier guilds? My goodness. Does that mean someone will ascend to greatness in a single leap?" "Yes. Otherwise, why do you think the Wu family has been so supportive of the Mu family? It's said that the school belle, Mu Shui, has a 99% chance of being recruited by a 7th-tier guild." The Wu family. Chen Xian felt a stir within his heart. This was a matter of great interest to him, prompting an involuntary inquiry. Why is the Wu family offering assistance? Are they considering joining the 7th-tier guild? How could that be possible? "Ah, my dear idol, perhaps you are unaware?" A love-struck female classmate volunteered eagerly. "It is rumored that the Wu family seeks to form a matrimonial alliance with the Mu family, aiming to marry a wife from the 7th-tier guild, which would be incredibly advantageous." "A matrimonial alliance?" Chen Xian's eyes glimmered with curiosity as he pressed on. "Isn't the Wu family the foremost clan? Why would they need to engage in such unions with others?" "Wow, my idol must be so engrossed in rigorous training that he is oblivious to the world around him." Another female classmate lowered her voice conspiratorially. "I heard that the Wu family's secret realm was recently destroyed, and irreparably so. Their economic revenue has been cut by more than half. How could they not be anxious? Indeed, my father is a supplier for them. And I've heard through the grapevine that several individuals from the Guangtao Guild were also mysteriously murdered, along with everything they possessed. Yes. The Wu family has suffered tremendously this time, and they have even provoked the ire of the Guangtao Guild's president, who is reportedly coming personally to investigate the matter. He is determined to uncover the perpetrator." "What? The president of the Guangtao Guild is coming?" Chen Xian's heart raced. It seemed that his fears were materializing. The president of the Guangtao Guild was at least a 5th-tier professional, and potentially even a near 6th-tier entity. If he were to uncover anything, wouldn't Chen Xuan find himself in a perilous predicament? The president of a fifth-tier guild? Chen Xuan's eyes suddenly sparkled with intrigue. When is he arriving? I would very much like to make his acquaintance. It is said to be in the next few days, though I am not entirely certain, a female classmate mused. I heard they are coming for a certain wilderness secret realm, and the Wu family is preparing accordingly. They must explore that realm first. As she spoke, her face radiated with excitement. Idol, if you truly wish to meet him, I could ask my father for an introduction. Just say that you are my boyfriend? Get lost. You little vixen. So it turns out you had ulterior motives all along. Girls, she is trying to monopolize our idol. Let us take her down. Amidst the playful banter, a sudden commotion erupted from the distant crowd, followed by exclamations of surprise. Look, it's the young master of the Wu family, Wu Feng. What? Wu Feng has come too. I heard he has just completed his third-tier professional task. As the crowd buzzed with excitement, Chen Xuan beheld a towering figure, robust and imposing, striding forward like a mighty bear. Thud, thud. Wu Feng appeared not in formal attire, but rather in a short training outfit, exuding an air of arrogance as he sauntered, seemingly indifferent to the presence of others. He certainly possessed the credentials to act in such a manner, as he had returned on the promise of his father, Wu Tening, to bequeath him the position of family head. Provided he could seize control of the entire Wu family, he would have opportunities not only for third tier, but even fourth and fifth tiers. Nonetheless, to achieve this, his father had stipulated a singular requirement: to enter into a matrimonial alliance with the Mu family's heiress. Though Wu Feng had yet to marry, he was known for his flirtatious nature, surrounded by women in abundance. He felt no pressure regarding his father's request. After all, is it not simply a matter of pursuing women? A task made exceedingly effortless. Thus, he willingly accepted the responsibility of organizing Mu Shue's birthday celebration, hoping to curry favor with her and, by extension, with the Mu family. The results were evidently fruitful. Upon his arrival, numerous guests at the birthday celebration rushed to greet him, their expressions filled with deference. Wu Feng wore a proud smile, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Yet he was intoxicated by the thrill of wielding power. Thank you, young Master Wu, for orchestrating such a grand affair for our Mu family. A silver-haired middle-aged man approached, flanked by others. Mu Qingfeng, the current head of the Mu family, was Mu Shue's uncle. Uncle Mu, you are too kind, Wu Feng replied with a slight smile. It is my honor to assist in celebrating sister Mu Shue's birthday. Who would have thought that young Master Wu is so approachable, humble, and refined? My niece is truly fortunate to know you. Mu Qingfeng's smile grew even broader as he turned to a middle-aged beauty behind him. Sister-in-law, with such a fine son-in-law. What could you possibly find unsatisfactory? Honored. The middle-aged woman seemed momentarily dazed, managing only to force a smile in response. Is that Mu Shue's mother? Why does she appear so displeased? Chen Xuan, surrounded by a group of female classmates, observed with curiosity. Certainly, Mu Shue's father, Mu Qingyun, passed away at a young age, and it was her mother who raised her, a gossiping classmate quickly explained. While Mu Shui appears to be the belle of the Mu family, her actual standing is rather low. Indeed, I heard that Mu Shui was initially vehemently opposed to this marriage, but alas, she has always relied on the Mu family's resources for her upbringing. Chen Xuan's gaze flickered. He had not anticipated that Mu Shui harbored such an unknown side. However, this mattered little to him. He surveyed his surroundings, contemplating a departure. After all, he had gathered most of the information he sought, and remaining here seemed increasingly redundant. Yet, the throng of female classmates encircling him made it difficult to extricate himself. Uncle, since everyone is present, shall we invite the guest of honor? Wu Feng, entirely disregarding Mu Shue's mother's demeanor, addressed Mu Qingfeng directly. Very well, I shall summon her at once. Mu Qingfeng nodded eagerly, turning to relay instructions to a servant. Moments later, the lights in the grand hall dimmed dramatically. With a swish, a beam of light illuminated the staircase from the second floor. Instantly, every gaze was drawn irresistibly toward it. As a soft, melodious tune began to play, a stunning figure clad in a light blue gown, resembling a snow-white princess, descended the staircase. Oh my! The entire hall erupted in awe at the sight of her. Her exquisitely delicate features, perfect silhouette, and ethereal aura evoked an almost otherworldly beauty, rendering Wu Feng momentarily spellbound. A paragon, an absolute gem. This was a treasure he had never encountered amidst the floral throng. Upon laying eyes on Mu Shui, he resolved firmly to possess this woman. As the lights shifted, the enchanting figure gracefully descended the stairs, all eyes following her every movement. Tap, tap. The hall fell into a hushed silence, as if only the sound of crystal shoes meeting the staircase could be heard. In mere moments, Mu Shui had become the focal point of the entire gathering, and unable to contain his excitement, Wu Feng parted the crowd and strode forward. Wu Feng's assertiveness instantly carved a path through the throng. Some astute individual had even directed a spotlight onto Wu Feng, swiftly making the two the center of attention. In that moment, the exquisite tableau of a snow-white princess and her prince charming unfolded in the minds of the onlookers. Oh my, they appear so well matched. Indeed, a paragon of talent and beauty, they are truly a match made in heaven. It resembles the fairy tale I have always envisioned. Amidst the chatter of the crowd, a subtle smile graced Wu Feng's lips, and he elegantly inclined his body, extending a hand. It was evident that he intended to be the first to assist Mu Shui down the stairs. At that moment, the space surrounding him had been entirely cleared by the servants, creating an almost perfect setting for their encounter. The sound of Mu Shui's final step coincided with the cessation of the background music, and her exquisite figure stood before Wu Feng. His smile deepened as he extended his arm further, almost bringing it to her fingertips. All that was required was for Mu Shui to reach out and gently place her hand in his palm, culminating in a flawless conclusion. However, under the watchful eyes of all, Mu Shui did not extend her hand. Instead, she remained stationary, lifting her skirt slightly while offering Wu Feng a polite nod. "Hello, Mr. Wu Feng. Greetings to you." Wu Feng's expression stiffened. He was on the verge of expressing his ire, but, considering the gathered crowd and her friendly acknowledgement, he suppressed his annoyance and managed to smile. "I am immensely grateful to everyone for attending my birthday party. I hope you all have a splendid time." Without awaiting Wu Feng's words, Mu Shui effortlessly shifted the focus back to the guests, eliciting applause that filled the hall and reigniting the festive atmosphere. Wu Qingfeng, who had intended to speak, found himself swallowing his words in light of the situation. "Miss Mu Shui, I actually wanted to." With a renewed mindset, Wu Feng wore a smile as he approached Mu Shui for conversation. Yet, just as he began to speak, Mu Shui offered an apologetic smile, saying, "Excuse me for a moment." With a slight nod to Wu Feng, she turned and walked away. "Excuse you?" Wu Feng's frustration surged. Had it been another woman, he might have seized her by the collar to demand an explanation. But Mu Shui was no ordinary girl, and her professional stature instilled in him a degree of caution. Thus, he donned an awkward smile as he watched her weave through the crowd. Mu Shui's enchanting gaze scanned the throng until it suddenly paused, a radiant smile taking form on her face. With her hands lifting her skirt, she dashed toward the edge of the gathering. Ultimately, she halted directly in front of a handsome youth amidst a cluster of girls. Chen Xuan, you're here." To everyone's surprise, it was not a girl whom Mu Shui greeted, but rather a dashing young man encircled by females. Moreover, as she spoke, a faint blush adorned her cheeks, indicating a hint of shyness. Shyness? A wave of unbridled fury surged within Wu Feng. "I extend my hand to you, and you ignore it, only to engage in conversation with another man?" At that moment, Wu Feng had already perceived Mu Shui as his intended partner, his cherished possession. How could he remain calm while witnessing her exhibit such affection toward another man? Nevertheless, Wu Feng retained his composure, instructing his subordinate to approach him. Gritting his teeth as he inquired, "Who is he?" "Sir, he is Chen Xuan, a student from the 3rd school, and he grew up alongside Mu Shui." His subordinate quickly relayed. "A beastmaster?" Wu Feng scoffed, a derisive smile gracing his lips. "I had expected more. Turns out he is merely a trifling character." Being a 3rd-tier professional, he was acutely aware of the limitations of a beastmaster, and in that instant, his worries dissipated. The most effective way to vanquish an opponent was to humiliate him before the woman he cherished. Scores of humiliating tactics flooded Wu Feng's mind. He excelled at dealing with such individuals. "Happy birthday." At that moment, Chen Xuan arrived, offering a smile of his own. "Thank you," Mu Shui replied, her face radiating delight. She glanced at the multitude of girls surrounding Chen Xuan and instinctively asked, "Who are they?" "Oh, they are my classmates from the 3rd school," Chen Xuan casually introduced. Then turned to Mu Shui. "By the way, I have some matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." "What? You're leaving?" Mu Shui's expression faltered, revealing her unmistakable disappointment. "Can't you stay a little longer? We've only just met." Chen Xuan offered an apologetic smile. "I'm afraid my affairs are rather pressing." In reality, he had no pressing matters. He merely felt his objective had been achieved, and lingering would only draw unnecessary attention and complications. As for any potential union, he cared little for the intricacies of who wed whom. "Well, all right then." Chen Xian's response prompted no insistence from Mu Shui, who, with a glimmer of hope, asked, "Will we meet again?" "That depends on fate," he replied, initially tempted to say there would be no chance, but reconsidering, he softened his words. With that, he turned to exit the hall. Yet, just a few steps away, he heard a voice calling from behind. "Since you are a friend of Mu Shui, why the haste to leave?" Chen Xuan turned to see Wu Feng approaching, flanked by several others. As the host of this birthday celebration, it would be remiss of me not to properly entertain Mu Shui's friends, Wu Feng declared, A smile plastered across his face before Chen Xuan could respond. No need. I have matters to attend to, Chen Xuan replied, casting a brief glance at Wu Feng. However, just as he attempted to step away, he noticed several members of the Wu family deliberately obstructing his path. Upon seeing this, Mu Shue's brows furrowed as she sternly admonished, Wu Feng, what are you doing? My friend wishes to leave. Must he seek your permission? You. Wu Feng's eyes flashed with anger, but he forced a smile, saying, There's no need to be upset, Miss Mu Shue. I am merely curious as to why your friend is in such a hurry to depart. Indeed, the gift unwrapping ceremony is about to begin. It's rather peculiar to leave without bringing anything, don't you think? A subordinate chimed in. Exactly. If you haven't brought a gift, just admit it. There's no shame in that. Or perhaps the gift is so meager that revealing it would only bring embarrassment. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Let us not speculate. Why not let our friend reveal what he has brought? Another voice urged, and soon, all eyes were fixed upon Chen Xuan. In response, he merely smiled calmly, gazing at Mu Shue as he said, I'm sorry, but I did not prepare a gift. Before Mu Shue could respond, laughter erupted throughout the hall. Oh dear, the esteemed young master of the Chen family cannot even afford a gift? Surely not. Is there truly someone attending a birthday party without a gift? Haha, that is perhaps the most amusing joke I've heard all year. As the atmosphere reached a fever pitch, Wu Feng finally stepped forward, pressing his lips together. All right, enough of the noise. Who established the notion that one must bring a gift to a birthday celebration? He positioned himself as if standing alongside Chen Xuan. Dear friend, do not heed their nonsensical chatter. Since you are here, why not linger a while longer? After your college entrance examinations, who knows when we might meet again? No sooner had he finished speaking than someone couldn't help but tease. Young Master Wu speaks so lightly. Surely you didn't come empty-handed? Indeed, if you haven't brought a gift, we might just let you off the hook. Oh dear. Wu Feng waved his hands repeatedly. I was merely stating facts. Why have you dragged me into this? I did indeed bring a gift, but it's hardly worth mentioning. Let us disperse, shall we? Having already arranged for it. How could we let it go so easily? As anticipated, upon Wu Feng's words, many voices rose in protest. Oh my, young Master Wu actually brought a gift? Let us see it. Yes, I'm curious to know what you deem hardly worth mentioning. Show it. Show it. As the clamor grew louder, Wu Feng wore a slight look of apology and nodded. All right then, I shall reveal my humble offering. With a swift motion, he summoned a gift from his spatial storage. The moment the gift materialized, the entire hall fell into a hushed silence, followed by a chorus of gasps. Is that the ice crystal snow maiden's staff? My heavens, how exceedingly precious. What? The silver-grade staff that sold for 1 million gold coins at the state auction? It was reportedly acquired by a mysterious buyer. I never imagined it was young Master Wu. Goodness, young Master Wu prepared a silver staff for Miss Mu Shue's birthday. And he dares to say it's hardly worth mentioning. Ha ha ha. If that is not worth mentioning, then what is? Unlike some, who show up empty-handed, yet act as if it's perfectly normal. Listening to their banter, Chen Xuan, standing to the side, finally grasped the intricacies of Wu Feng's ostentatious display. After all the chatter, it was merely a ploy to have his gift showcased in contrast to his own lack of offering. This not only preserved his own dignity, but also mitigated any negative sentiments from Mu Shue, as the gift was presented passively. Do the wealthy heirs of today truly indulge in such convoluted antics? Chen Xuan mused. This differs from the web novels I perused in my previous life. Despite Wu Feng's elaborate schemes, it bore little impact on Chen Xuan. His feelings for Mu Shue were devoid of ulterior motives. Thus he felt no pressure to compete for status. However, he did acknowledge that arriving without even a small token of appreciation seemed somewhat impolite, especially since he attended in celebration of her birthday. Should he procure a gift after all? Yet, his inventory was nearly depleted, leaving only magical scrolls that were hardly suitable as presents. Just as he wrestled with his thoughts, Wu Feng had already approached Mu Shue, staff in hand. Miss Mu Shue, this is a modest gift I prepared, a token of my regard. I hope you won't take offense. Previously, when Mu Shue had ignored him, it was of little consequence. This time, however, Wu Feng had specifically selected a top-tier piece of equipment for ice mages, confident that Mu Shue would be swayed. If she accepted it, the birthday celebration would be deemed a success. To his surprise, Mu Shue showed no intention of accepting, her expression growing increasingly frigid. Young master, your gift is far too extravagant. I cannot accept it. Her icy words momentarily stunned Wu Feng, igniting a surge of anger within him. What nonsense is this? Mu Shue. At that moment, Mu Chengfeng strode forward, glaring sternly at her. This is a gift personally prepared by young Master Wu for you. How can you be so ungrateful? He quickly turned to Wu Feng, forcing a smile. Please don't be upset. Mu Shue is young and still immature. I shall accept this gift on her behalf. He reached out to take it. Yet Mu Shue's voice rang out, even colder than before. Uncle, Is it your birthday or mine? Since when must you accept gifts on my behalf? Her frosty tone rendered Mu Chengfeng's expression grim, and he opened his mouth to reprimand. Do you expect me to join whichever guild I may in the future through your influence? However, Mu Shue's next words silenced him. Indeed, the reason the Wu family values Mu Shue so highly is due to her potential to be coveted by the 7th-tier guild after the college entrance examination. Originally, Mu Qingfeng intended to leverage her status to strengthen relations with the Wu family. Even if the Wu family faced difficulties, their stature still surpassed others, compounded by his own substantial debts to them. Such a transaction of using her for favor bore no burden for him. Moreover, Mu Shue was not even his biological daughter. Yet he overlooked a crucial point. Joining a 7th-tier guild not only signifies connections, but also underscores Mu Shue's own immense potential and strength. A future professional capable of evolving into a high-tier powerhouse is their greatest asset. Thus, when Mu Shue spoke, Mu Qingfeng found himself at a loss for words. You should take back the gift. I will not accept it. She glanced at Wu Feng, whose face now bore a dismal expression, and calmly stated, Not accepting, is it? Wu Feng, unable to contain his fury any longer, coldly scoffed. The items I present are not to be retracted. If you do not want it, then I shall discard it. As soon as the words left his mouth, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Everyone instinctively felt a jolt of alarm. Not at the prospect of the discarded gift. None believed Wu Feng would truly part with it. Rather, they sensed that his statement had irreparably escalated the conflict. Just as the crowd pondered how to defuse the tense situation, an incongruous voice suddenly chimed in. What a pity to throw it away. Why not give it to me? All eyes turned towards the source of the voice, landing on Chen Xuan, who regarded Wu Feng with utmost seriousness. Rest assured, I want to take it for free. I'll offer you 100,000 gold coins, which is certainly better than discarding it. Without waiting for a response, Chen Xuan turned to Mu Shue. I came in haste and indeed did not bring a gift. May I present this to you? All right. Upon hearing Chen Xuan's offer, Mu Shue immediately nodded without a second thought, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. The sight left Wu Feng utterly livid. You rejected my gift, yet you accept his with such joy? Very well. With a sardonic grin, Wu Feng glared at Chen Xuan. You wish for it? If you can defeat me, it's yours. Free of charge? Excellent. Upon hearing that he wouldn't have to spend a dime, Chen Xuan readily nodded in agreement. With that, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. Is Chen Xuan out of his mind? He truly intends to challenge Wu Feng? Humph. Do you think he can walk away without a fight? Isn't that rather reckless? Wu Feng is a 3rd transformation professional, while Chen Xuan has barely transitioned at all. Alas, youth is so impulsive. A few words could have diffused the situation, and now he is prepared to pay the price. What a bold move. Wu Feng, initially contemplating how to persuade Chen Xuan, found himself pleasantly surprised by the latter's eagerness and promptly waved his hand to clear a space for the impending confrontation. Rest assured, I shall not bully you. Are you not a beastmaster? Summon forth your contracted beasts. I shall allow you to strike first. He was troubled by his inability to find an opportunity to humiliate Chen Xuan and was taken aback when the latter willingly presented himself. Fearing that his opponent might refrain from attacking, he even resorted to the tactic of inviting Chen Xuan to make the first move. Very well. Chen Xuan nodded at the unexpected concession. However, I shall forego summoning my contracted beasts and handle this myself. After all, with so many onlookers, should my little companions lose control, it could lead to dire consequences. You will handle this yourself? Wu Feng was initially taken aback, soon replaced by a look of scorn. Do not jest. How can a beastmaster unleash their full potential without the aid of their beasts? Even if I were to triumph. Before he could finish, Chen Xuan suddenly darted forward, moving with a speed akin to lightning. Is he that fast? Wu Feng was startled by Chen Xian's sudden burst of speed, and, as he began to react, he saw a flash before hearing a resounding thud, followed by a sharp pain radiating from his abdomen. The overwhelming force propelled him backward. Boom. Crack. Wu Feng was unaware of how many chairs and pastries he smashed against before finally coming to a halt. Gasp. As he came to a stop, he spat forth a spray of blood, his face a mask of disbelief. He attempted to rise, but discovered several of his ribs were likely broken, rendering him utterly powerless. Meanwhile, not far away, Chen Xian's voice rang out, nonchalantly proclaiming, See, I have won. Chapter 38. Reward for the first stage task, the Fate Warship. See, I have won. This seemingly light statement reverberated through the hall like thunder, leaving everyone in stunned silence as they gazed at the fallen Wu Feng, hardly able to believe their eyes. Wu Feng, a formidable 3rd-tier warrior, had been defeated? Not only defeated but in such a devastating manner, and by a single punch no less. How could this be? After a prolonged silence enveloped the hall, someone finally broke the stillness. Isn't he a beastmaster? How can he be so powerful? What is happening? Can a beast master truly send a third-tier warrior flying with a single punch? If I hadn't witnessed it myself, I would never have believed it. Could it be that Chen Xuan falsely claimed his profession? Impossible. I was present on the day he changed classes. I could not have mistaken it. If it's true, that is simply astonishing. Mu Shue's face was equally filled with shock. She had always believed that Chen Xian's reluctance to draw closer was due to his identity as a beast master. Little did she expect him to be so formidable in his own right. She was already aware of Wu Feng's information. He had just recently become a third-tier warrior, specializing in close combat. At that moment, she had even begun to chant a spell, preparing to intervene and assist Chen Xian. But who could have imagined that before she could act, Chen Xian had decisively dealt with Wu Feng? The entire sequence unfolded so swiftly that she barely had time to react. Mu Qingfeng and the others were equally speechless, overwhelmed by the scene before them. Chen Xian approached Wu Feng, who was struggling on the ground, and casually remarked, "You have lost. Now, hand over your staff." "You." Wu Feng gritted his teeth. But as he spoke a single word, he noticed Chen Xian's expression turn icy. "What? Do you intend to renege?" In an instant, a chill coursed through Wu Feng as if he were being watched by a venomous snake lurking in the shadows. Almost instinctively, he retrieved the icy crystal staff. Chen Xian seized it from his grasp with a faint smile. "Now that is more like it." Ignoring Wu Feng's ashen face, he walked over to Mu Shue and handed the staff to her. "Here, this gift is for you. I shall take my leave." Without waiting for her response, he swiftly departed. Only after Chen Xian's figure vanished did the hall gradually return to normalcy from the shock. Upon leaving the hotel, Chen Xian did not head straight home, but rather took a detour to ensure he was not being followed. Once he confirmed he was alone, he found another hotel situated further away. After securing a room there, he finally felt a measure of relief. Better to be cautious, especially with my third-tier task approaching. I wish to avoid unnecessary complications. If the Wu family were to take action against him, they would certainly track him to his residence. Wouldn't he that put him in a precarious situation? Thus, after careful consideration, Chen Xian resolved not to return home until after the completion of his third-tier task. Moreover, his seemingly reckless display of power was, in fact, a testament to his confidence in his abilities. Prior to this confrontation, he had utilized the Eye of Yuan Chu to scan Wu Feng's information, discovering that he was merely level 61, which put his mind at ease. Chen Xian was fully aware of the potential repercussions of his actions, yet he proceeded regardless. The rationale was simple. If Wu Feng sought to humiliate him, then he would turn the tables and make Wu Feng's humiliation even more pronounced. Furthermore, as Chen Xian struck, a new plan began to form in his mind, one that envisioned the complete annihilation of the Wu family. After all, he was already marked by them, surely. Such a plan was reasonable? Meanwhile, as Chen Xian settled into his hotel, the Wu family estate was rife with turmoil. Wu Tening gazed in disbelief at his son being carried back, his face turning a shade of green. "Who did this?" Chen Xian, one of the subordinates, quickly responded. "Useless. What on earth happened? Explain yourself." Wu Tianning slapped the subordinate, causing his face to swell. Yet, the subordinate remained still, quickly offering an explanation. "It was like this." Moments later, Wu Tianning looked down at the incapacitated Wu Feng and could not help but scold. "Useless. You squandered your opportunity and allowed a beast master to do this to you? Father, it's not that I was unable to defeat him. He must have possessed some sort of equipment. Otherwise, how could he unleash such tremendous power?" On the way back, Wu Feng had already deduced that Chen Xian could not possibly possess such strength, attributing the outcome to his equipment. Regardless of the reason, "Your arrogance has led you to this bitter fate," Wu Tianning reprimanded coldly. "Father, I understand my mistake, but we cannot let Chen Xian go. He may possess equipment of immense value." Wu Feng coughed violently, quickly adding, "I am a third-tier warrior. He has only just transitioned. The equipment he wields cannot be ordinary. We must obtain it." Wu Tianning pondered for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. "The guild leader is currently preparing for the expedition into the secret realm. Our family's focus is on that. If you wish to pursue him, you must do so with your own men." "Thank you, father." Wu Feng was overjoyed. Chen Xian had dared to confront him. This time, he would ensure that Chen Xian learned the dire consequences of opposing him. Merely one night later, thanks to the ministrations of a healer, Wu Feng's injuries had nearly healed. For several consecutive days, he embarked on a quest to locate Chen Xian, leaving no stone unturned, even scouring the usual haunts of his target. Yet, regrettably, the astute Chen Xian had managed to elude him at every turn. On the other hand, after 3 days, Chen Xian finally succeeded in acquiring all the materials he needed from the Earthcat Trading Company. After parting with a substantial sum of gold coins, he returned to the hotel where he resided, laden with his materials. Once he shed his disguise, he opened the task list and was immediately greeted by a prompt. Prompt: materials matching the task conditions detected. Would you like to submit? Yes. Prompt: You have successfully submitted Bloodstained Cold Iron, Tier 5, X100, Purple Gold Vine, Tier 5, X100, Dragonbone Wood, Tier 5, X100. Prompt. You have completed the first stage of the task and received a reward. Fate Worship? Fate Worship? A mysterious worship crafted from numerous materials. It shall carry you across the boundless seas to that ancient land. Prompt. The prompt for the second stage of the task has been updated. Please check it at your convenience. New task prompt. Just as Chen Xuan was about to claim his reward, he hastily opened the task list and noticed a new exclamation mark beneath the first stage. Upon clicking it, information promptly materialized. Task prompt. Young adventurer, I hear you have crafted a warship capable of traversing the ocean? Ha ha ha. It seems you are prepared for your journey. Set forth to Blue Wave Harbor. From there, begin your adventure. Blue Wave Harbor? Chen Xuan paused momentarily, the name sounding somewhat unfamiliar. Yet there was only one harbor in Frostwelcome City, situated over 100 kilometers to the southeast. Could it be that one? Chapter 39. The stormy misadventure begins. The Cursed Sea, the ancient mermaid city. While Frostwelcome City itself could be considered a port city, it was overshadowed by numerous neighboring harbor cities. With Lian Prefecture being one of the significant ports of the Xia Kingdom, coupled with the considerable distance from the small city to the harbor, it appeared somewhat desolate. As Chen Xuan stood at the harbor, which hosted only a handful of fishing boats, he indeed heard the prompt sound. Prompt. You have arrived at Blue Wave Harbor. Please locate a suitable body of water to deploy your warship. The prompt confirmed that Chen Xuan had not made a mistake. He surveyed his surroundings and found a secluded spot, extending his hand to summon the Fate Warship from his task reward, tossing it casually into the water. Splash. The diminutive Fate Warship, upon hitting the water, began to swell dramatically. In an instant, it transformed into a small vessel measuring only 10 meters in length. Indeed, a mere 10 meters. The vessel resembled a rickety wooden boat, with a tattered sailcloth wrapped around its mast, swaying precariously as if it could fall apart at any moment. I spent millions of gold coins for this. Chen Xuan could hardly suppress his frustration at the sight of the diminutive boat. Where was the promised Fate Warship? This wooden craft was even more rudimentary than the fishing boats moored nearby. After a full 10 seconds of silence, Chen Xuan managed to quell his impulse to dismantle it. After all, it was a task item, and if it were to break, he would be unable to complete his quest. With lingering doubt, Chen Xuan cautiously stepped aboard the small wooden vessel. No sooner had he boarded than a low hum resonated, and a faint glow emanated from the ship's hull. In the next moment, without any input from Chen Xuan, the vessel set sail on its own. Autopilot. Sensing the ship's uniqueness, Chen Xuan's skepticism began to wane. Soon, he was astounded to discover that the little vessel was accelerating, fast enough that even the fishing boats could only chase after its shadow. No wonder it had a question mark quality. It was beyond comprehension. After sailing for over 10 minutes, Chen Xuan finally grasped the true essence of the Fate Warship. In simple terms, it possessed built-in navigation. It could automatically seek out the lost mermaid city without Chen Xuan needing to lift a finger. At that moment, he felt fortunate he had not discarded it, for otherwise, he would have truly struggled to locate the fabled mermaid city. Gazing at the boundless expanse of the blue wave sea, Chen Xuan initially felt a sense of serenity. However, as time passed, he realized it was rather uneventful. Ultimately, he even found it somewhat tedious. For 2 consecutive days, Chen Xuan remained aboard the Fate Warship, traversing the ocean. To his bewilderment, he encountered not a single sea creature along the way. Chen Xuan speculated that it might be related to the radiant glow surrounding the Fate Warship. Could it be that I am destined to sail for half a month? Chen Xuan pondered as he stared at the still sea, unable to suppress a growing sense of worry. If that were the case, how could he possibly make it in a month? Just as he hesitated, a sudden thunderous boom erupted, as if thunder rolled across the surface of the sea. Could it be a storm? Chen Xuan stood at the bow of the ship, peering into the distance, where he could see dark clouds rapidly gathering on the horizon, rolling toward him. In the perilous realm of maritime navigation, encountering a storm was the gravest of misfortunes. In the face of such natural calamities, any vessel appeared insignificantly small. Chen Xuan had believed his 2-day journey had been smooth sailing, devoid of any wild creatures, yet now he faced a storm instead. Hey, could you please change course? Chen Xuan tapped the hull in frustration. If you don't turn, the storm will surely tear you apart. Hey, could you not only not change course, but also refrain from accelerating? Hey, for heaven's sake. Just as he uttered these words, the little wooden boat suddenly surged forward at a terrifying speed, hurtling directly toward the brewing storm. This is it. Chen Xuan felt an urge to escape. Plunging into the storm was akin to courting death. However, as he looked around, he discovered he was unable to disembark. The faint white light not only repelled others, but also confined him. Just as Chen Xuan grew frantic, The small wooden vessel plunged headfirst into the tempest. Crash! Torrential rain fell in an instant, accompanied by relentless thunder that echoed mercilessly. At that moment, the little wooden boat felt minuscule as it was tossed about by the colossal waves, as if it could disintegrate at any moment. Instinctively, Chen Xuan grasped the hull, attempting to steady himself, but suddenly, a sight before him made him draw in a sharp breath. No way! Chen Xuan was astonished to find that amidst the tumultuous waves, a colossal whirlpool was forming. The vortex resembled the jaws of a gigantic beast, voraciously consuming everything in its vicinity. In the face of such a terrifying natural disaster, Chen Xuan's small boat was uncontrollably spiraling toward the whirlpool. Before he could react, darkness enveloped him as he was suddenly submerged by the rushing waters. Prompt: You have discovered the cursed sea gold. Prompt: You have been afflicted by the Naga's curse, reducing your strength by 100, agility by 100, mental acuity by 200, diminishing your magical resistance, and decreasing the potency of all magic by 10 due to the curse's influence, while your health regeneration has been weakened. As Chen Xuan's vision regained clarity, he discovered to his astonishment that he was positioned above a sea so eerily tranquil it instilled a sense of dread. Concurrently, a series of prompt sounds echoed in his mind. The cursed sea? The golden secret realm? No longer the novice he once was. Chen Xuan swiftly realized that he had stumbled upon a secret realm of golden caliber. Moreover, the small wooden boat beneath him had inexplicably lost its auto-navigation capabilities. Could it be that the fabled lost city of mermaids lay hidden within this cursed sea? Filled with curiosity, Chen Xuan summoned Xiaoyan, Xiaoya, Xiaoying, and Xiaoxue from his contract space. The four little creatures, abruptly awakened from their sweet slumber, wore faces of reluctance. Yet, upon noticing the enchanting scenery surrounding them, they instantly perked up. Meow! Chen Xuan swiftly grasped Xiaoxue, who nearly leaped into the sea due to her exuberance, noting that while her stature remained modest, her weight had significantly increased during this period. Xiaoyan, it is time to showcase your true prowess. Chen Xuan snapped his fingers, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Squeak! Xiaoyan exclaimed, sensing her master's intentions were less than innocent. Indeed, moments later, a small wooden boat equipped with a flamejet propulsion system sped across the vast expanse of the sea. Accelerate, Xiaoyan, even faster. Meow, meow, yay. The entire crew aboard, including Chen Xuan, cheered on Xiaoyan, who was exhaling flames. Xiaoyan, with a pained expression, contemplated protesting, but realizing her position was precarious, she chose compliance. With such a reliable feathered engine at hand, it was not long before Chen Xuan spotted an island emerging from the sea's surface. At that moment, the prompt in his mind chimed once more. Prompt: You have discovered the lost city of mermaids, golden. Chapter 40, Naga Sea Demons, Shadow Hands, all annihilated. So, the city of mermaids is an island? Upon hearing the prompt, Chen Xuan understood that the quest destination he sought was indeed an island. With the target in sight, he instructed Xiaoyan to decelerate and draw closer to the city of mermaids. As they approached, he beheld a colossal mermaid statue standing resolutely at the center of the island. Simultaneously, a radiant white light emanated from the statue, enveloping the entire island. It appeared as though a translucent barrier had formed, isolating the island from the surrounding waters. Outside this barrier, Chen Xuan observed a multitude of bizarre creatures relentlessly assaulting it, seemingly in search of a breach. However, the situation remained in a stalemate, yielding no progress. What is this? Naga Sea demons? Chen Xuan gazed at the serpentine figures, their bodies adorned with scales and ending in tails, instinctively recalling a peculiar type of wild creature he had previously studied. The Naga Sea demons, dwelling perpetually in the ocean, possessed half-human, half-snake forms, capable of breathing freely in both water and air. In this tribe, male Nagas were notoriously unsightly, while their female counterparts were breathtakingly beautiful. Legends spoke of their enchanting songs, which could ensnare the listener's will, rendering them susceptible to control. Only the songs of the merfolk could serve as a countermeasure. From the sight of the Naga Sea demons besieging the city of mermaids, Chen Xuan deduced that the two races were, by nature, sworn enemies. Prompt: You have been discovered by the Naga Sea demons. Would you like to initiate dialogue? Huh. Chen Xuan was momentarily taken aback by the prompt, quickly realizing it seemed to pertain to the quest's narrative. Engaging in conversation with the NPC was a prerequisite for the next step of the task. Yes, he was here to complete a quest, so there was no reason to decline. As expected, upon Chen Xuan's selection, the previously aggressive Naga Sea demons abruptly ceased their attacks and turned their attention towards him, standing on the wooden boat. Leading the group was a rather elderly male Naga Sea demon who swam closer, emitting a series of garbled sounds. Fortunately, a translation of his words swiftly appeared before Chen Xuan. Essentially, he inquired about Chen Xuan's origins, destination, and purpose. However, when Chen Xuan merely stated his intention to visit the city of mermaids, the elderly Naga Sea demon erupted in anger, raising his staff high. Before Chen Xuan could fully comprehend the translation, thousands of Naga Sea demons brandishing weapons surged towards him with ferocity. A disagreement, and they resort to violence? Chen Xuan scoffed. After all, they were merely quest NPCs, and he felt no hesitation. Before he could speak, the eager Xiaoying leapt onto his shoulder with a meow. In the next moment, the little creature lifted its paw and gracefully waved it, casting the 9th-tier skill Shadow Hands. Meow? Thousands of shadowy hands suddenly emerged from the shadows of the advancing Naga Sea demons. In unison, they lunged forward, seizing the Naga Sea demons by the necks and twisting fiercely. Crack! A cacophony of snapping sounds resonated simultaneously as the bewildered Naga Sea demons were transformed into lifeless bodies sinking beneath the waves. Prompt: You have slain Naga Sea demon LV80. Gaining 1 experience point. Your contract beast gains 1 experience point. Prompt: You have slain Naga Sea demon LV85. Gaining 1 experience point. Your contract beast gains 1 experience point. Ignoring the flood of prompt notifications, Chen Xuan's gaze turned towards the distant city of mermaids. As Xiaoying effortlessly annihilated the Naga Sea demons, figures began to emerge from within the ancient city. Most of them bore a striking resemblance to humans, the only distinguishing feature being their broad, fin-like ears. However, upon diving into the water, they transformed into half-human, half-fish entities. Witnessing Chen Xuan's effortless dispatch of thousands of Naga Sea demons, many merfolk gasped in astonishment. Unfortunately, their dialect was unfamiliar to Chen Xuan, and the distance rendered their words unintelligible. Prompt: You have caught the attention of the mermaid tribe. Would you like to initiate dialogue? As they approached, the familiar quest prompt reappeared. Chen Xuan chose to engage once more, and after a series of narrative exchanges, it was revealed that due to his actions against the Naga Sea demons, he had earned their trust, leading to an invitation to visit their ancient city. Soon, Chen Xuan moored his small wooden boat at the shore, and amidst the throng of merfolk, he ascended to the city of mermaids. Prompt: You have received the blessing of the mermaid's song, dispelling negative effects. As Chen Xuan's feet touched the island, this prompt resonated in his mind. He was not overly surprised, following the mermaid attendants as they guided him deeper into the island. The vast island appeared to be entirely constructed of coral reefs and shells, with remnants of various shellfish scattered throughout. After nearly 20 minutes, Chen Xuan caught sight of a grand palace resembling an open shell situated beneath the towering statue. He was ushered into the palace, where, at the end of a crimson carpet, a stunningly beautiful female mermaid reclined gracefully upon a throne. A delicate, porcelain-like visage, characterized by exaggeratedly perfect curves and a waist that could be grasped with a single hand, epitomizes the essence of perfection and the pinnacle of beauty. Cascading golden tresses framed her face, 2 strands gracefully descending to her chest, revealing a gentle flick of a fish tail beneath the water's surface. Your Highness, the human warrior who has come to our aid is here, announced a male merman, bowing with one hand pressed to his chest. O brave human warrior, we are eternally grateful for your assistance in repelling our formidable foes. In return, a grand banquet shall be held in your honor this evening. The melody of her voice bore hints of youthful innocence, and combined with her youthful appearance, it led Chen Xuan to ponder if this NPC princess was even 20 years of age. Although he contemplated declining the invitation, he recognized it as part of the quest's narrative and knew he must proceed along its course. Soon, as nightfall enveloped the realm, numerous high-ranking merfolk gathered to celebrate Chen Xuan's arrival. He could sense their gazes continuously flitting over him, as if they were deliberating something significant. While he awaited the next plot development, he found himself consuming the lavish feast without any indication of new narrative prompts. As the grand banquet wore on into the night, doubts crept into his mind about whether the plot would extend into the following day. Suddenly, a handmaiden of the mermaid princess approached him, bowing respectfully. Esteemed warrior, the princess wishes to invite you to the garden for a private audience. Just as Chen Xuan was about to respond, a notification abruptly appeared. Notification: Phase 2 of the quest has concluded. Phase 3 has commenced. What is this? We are already at Phase 3? Chen Xuan had anticipated further rewards. Yet the handmaiden's inquiry had propelled them directly into this new phase. Then he recalled the objectives of the 3rd phase mentioned in the task list, to assist the mermaid princess in achieving her goals. Could this gathering in the garden be related to that objective? With that thought, excitement surged in Chen Xuan's eyes. After such a prolonged delay, he could finally fulfill his mission. Chapter 41. Simplified Task Steps? Chen Xuan, well then, you may disrobe. Upon reaching the garden, Chen Xuan was taken aback to find not the imagined rocky pavilions, but rather an immense swimming pool. Indeed, it was a swimming pool, surrounded by an array of vibrant corals, its crystalline waters revealing schools of fish, shrimp, and swaying seaweed beneath the surface. The kaleidoscopic colors were truly breathtaking. Yet, the most stunning sight was the mermaid princess herself, gliding gracefully in the pool, having discarded her lavish gown for a garment fashioned entirely from shells, which accentuated her slender arms and delicate waist. A broad fishtail gently swayed beneath the water, supporting her upper body as she surfaced. Upon noticing Chen Xuan's arrival, a blush graced her crystalline face. Could it be that my assistance is required in a more intimate manner? A fleeting, inappropriate thought crossed Chen Xuan's mind, but was quickly dismissed. If it were merely a matter of applause, the challenge would be far too simplistic. Just as he pondered this, another notification echoed in his mind. Notification: you have arrived at the garden. Would you like to initiate dialogue? The plot thickens. Chen Xuan readily initiated the conversation, and the mermaid princess gracefully swam to the shore, bowing in the water. Thank you for your assistance to my kin, especially for allowing me to witness your formidable prowess. Notification: in response to the mermaid princess's praise, do you choose to smile in gratitude and nod confidently? Chen Xuan found the narrative somewhat tedious and simply selected the option to smile in acknowledgement, prompting the mermaid princess to continue. No, dear warrior. My late-night summons was due to another matter requiring your assistance. Assistance? What sort of assistance? Chen Xuan inquired directly. I seek your help in rescuing my betrothed. Betrothed? Chen Xuan was momentarily taken aback, surprised that such a beautiful princess was already promised to another. After a few exchanges, he finally grasped the reason for her request. It turned out that deep within the ocean lay the lair of the Naga sea demons, who had long coveted the treasures of the merfolk, notably the crown of the mermaid queen. This powerful artifact could only be donned by an adult mermaid princess, and to reach adulthood, she must what a male counterpart. Only then could she transform into human form, allowing her magical abilities to flourish and gain the acceptance of the sacred palace, thereby obtaining the crown. For years, the Naga had besieged the ancient city of mermaids, intent on capturing the princess to exploit her for the crown. However, she had never left the city, rendering their attempts futile. Recently, the betrothed chosen by the elders had ventured out, only to be captured by the Naga. They altered their strategy, using the mermaid princess as a hostage to negotiate his release. Thus, the purpose of Chen Xuan's mission was to assist the merfolk in infiltrating the Naga's stronghold, rescue her betrothed, and facilitate their marriage, allowing the princess to attain adulthood and acquire the crown, thus granting her the power to combat the Naga. Wait a moment. Chen Xuan interjected, looking at the mermaid princess. What you're saying is that I must first help you rescue your betrothed. Indeed, brave warrior. The princess confirmed with a smile and a nod. In return, you shall become an eternal ally of the merfolk. Not so fast. Chen Xuan shook his head. What if I choose not to rescue your betrothed? Oh, The princess was momentarily taken aback, caught off guard by his question. If you don't rescue him, how can I marry? That's simple, Chen Xuan replied thoughtfully. Let me analyze this for you. He extended his hand toward the princess. First, your aim in rescuing your betrothed is to marry him, correct? Yes. The mermaid princess, though an NPC, instinctively nodded, recognizing the logic in his words. Second, your marriage is to achieve adulthood, is it not? Yes. Third, your coming of age is to enter the sacred ground and obtain the crown? Yes. Fourth, do you share a deep emotional bond with your betrothed? Not exactly. He was merely the most distinguished candidate chosen by the elders. The princess gazed at Chen Xuan with wide, jewel-like green eyes, puzzled by his line of questioning. Excellent. That means, regardless of whether your betrothed is rescued, as long as you can reach adulthood, you will obtain the crown and thus gain the power to counter the Naga, correct? Yes. Very well then, you may disrobe. Oh. What? What did you just say? The princess's head snapped up, her expression one of disbelief. It seemed she had never considered that a warrior would make such a suggestion. Indeed, Chen Xuan nodded earnestly. The task you proposed is far too convoluted. I do not have the luxury of time to wait idly. Thus, I shall directly assist you in reaching adulthood. You need not rescue your fiancé to attain the crown. How simple is that? Chen Xuan's intentions were not driven by lust, but rather a pure desire to fulfill his task expeditiously. The inspiration for such a notion arose from his previous serendipitous completion of a hidden quest. After all, his primary objective was to aid the mermaid princess in ascending to the throne as the mermaid queen. As for the fiancé, his rescue was of little consequence. Is this truly feasible? The mermaid princess appeared somewhat bewildered by Chen Xuan's proposition, momentarily at a loss for words. Can it be done? Only by attempting can we ascertain the outcome. With a wave of his hand, Chen Xuan summoned the four little companions nearby, recognizing them to be mere NPCs. Seemingly rather dim-witted, it seemed prudent for him to take the initiative. With a splash, Chen Xuan and the mermaid princess plunged into the swimming pool. An hour later, he successfully assisted the mermaid princess in completing her coming-of-age ceremony. At the moment the fireworks erupted, a notification resounded in his mind. Notification: the mermaid princess has reached adulthood. The contract, Eternal Union, has been triggered. She shall love you wholeheartedly, unwavering, and eternally loyal. Notification: the mermaid's fiancé, far away in the Naga's lair, sensed this occurrence, and his contract has vanished. Notification: the Naga sea witch discovered the fiancé's predicament, and, in a fit of rage, executed him, deepening the enmity between both factions. Notification: the Naga sea witch has mobilized her entire clan, vowing to annihilate the ancient mermaid city. Notification: you have triggered a hidden quest, exclusive battle. Quest objective: exterminate all invading Naga sea witches and protect the ancient mermaid city. Quest rewards: Reward 1. Gain exclusive ownership of the secret realm, earning the allegiance of the entire mermaid race. Reward 2. Obtain the title Deep Sea Fish Rider, with effect, permanent immunity to sound-based attacks, water skill effect enhancement of 15. Reward 3. Divine Treasure Chest 1, artifact opening probability 0.01. Gasp. Upon seeing the rewards for the hidden quest, Chen Xuan could not help but draw in a sharp breath, utterly astonished. The first reward granted him exclusive ownership of the secret realm. What could this signify? It meant that from this moment forth, the secret realm of the ancient mermaid city would no longer be open to the public, but become his personal sanctuary. Simultaneously, he would acquire a legion of loyal mermaid warriors. This was tantamount to gaining a devoted following, a delight beyond measure. The second title reward was equally impressive, providing immunity to sound attacks. Just this alone could drive countless adventurers to madness, not to mention the 15 enhancement to water skills. As for the final reward, it was even more extravagant, a treasure chest capable of yielding artifacts. Artifacts? What are artifacts? They are of mythic quality. If Chen Xuan could possess even one, it would elevate him to new heights. Though the probability of acquiring one was exceedingly low, it filled him with profound anticipation. Buzz. Just as Chen Xuan was lost in contemplation, a sudden buzzing sound caught his attention. He turned to see the mermaid princess radiating a brilliant light. Her form was undergoing a transformation. Specifically, her fishtail began to visibly shrink, bifurcating into 2 long, slender legs. Simultaneously, the aura surrounding the mermaid princess intensified. Chen Xuan instinctively activated his eye of primordial insight, discovering that her level was rapidly ascending from LV90, LV91, LV92, LV93, until it finally ceased at LV100. The mermaid princess slowly opened her eyes, gazing at Chen Xuan with an unmistakable depth of affection. Xuan, thank you. Was it merely Chen Xuan's illusion? Or did the mermaid princess exude a newfound spirit, seemingly transcending the confines of an NPC? It was nothing. It was my duty, he replied, smiling as he gently pinched her delicate chin, her skin as soft as a petal. However, we now face trouble. The Naga sea witches are mobilizing towards us. What? Mobilizing? The mermaid princess, now the mermaid queen, gasped in shock. For many years, the Naga sea witches had feared the power of the mermaid statues, never considering a full-on assault. This news instilled a sense of dread within her. The Naga sea witches, having proliferated over countless years, vastly outnumbered the mermaids, potentially by hundreds of times. How many were left of the mermaid race? Merely around 100,000 in total. Conversely, this indicated that the Naga sea witches had dispatched a colossal force numbering in the millions. In an instant, the mermaid princess, as the leader of her people, could no longer indulge in tender moments with Chen Xuan and hastily departed the garden to convene an emergency meeting with all the elders of the mermaid clan. Your Highness, why the urgency in summoning us? The assembly of elders, numbering in the dozens, turned their gazes towards the mermaid princess. The Naga sea witch clan is mobilizing towards our ancient mermaid city, she declared, shocking them all. What? Mobilizing? How is that possible? Do they not desire the crown? Indeed. Your Highness's fiancé has yet to be rescued. How could they take such a desperate gamble? The elders' expressions shifted dramatically, their voices filled with alarm. Because I have reached adulthood. The mermaid princess's proclamation sent the hall into an uproar. Adulthood? Your Highness, how can this be? The fiancé, he still. An elder exclaimed, disbelief etched on their face. Yet, before the words could fully escape, the mermaid princess gracefully rose, lifting her exquisite gown to reveal her smooth, slender legs to the astonished assembly. Gasp! A chorus of sharp intakes of breath filled the air. The transformation into human form was the most evident sign of adulthood among the mermaid race. The evidence before them left no room for doubt. Your Majesty, I must know, who aided you in achieving adulthood? After the initial shock subsided, the elders began to question. their absolute reverence for the mermaid princess giving way to curiosity about such a transgressive act. It was that human warrior. The mermaid princess hesitated but ultimately revealed Chen Xuan's name. What? It was him. Unbelievable. We should be grateful for his assistance, yet he dares to covet the queen? Furthermore, he has incited the Naga Sea witches to launch an all-out assault, placing our mermaid race in peril. Such a treacherous individual cannot be spared. Indeed. Let us apprehend him at once. Yes, Your Majesty, please issue the command. Observing the fervent outrage of the assembly, the mermaid queen suddenly raised her voice. Enough. The commanding aura of LV-100 silenced the entire hall. The Naga Sea witches are on the verge of attack, and our people face dire peril. Now is not the time to deliberate on other matters. The immediate priority is to rally all mermaid warriors and prepare for a fierce battle against the Naga Sea witches. Boom, boom, boom. As the first rays of dawn illuminated the sea's surface, the vast ocean beyond the ancient mermaid city reverberated with the resounding beats of war drums. In the vast expanse of the ocean, colossal whales, rivaling aircraft carriers, bore countless Naga Sea demons swiftly towards the ancient city of mermaids. A seemingly endless swarm of Naga Sea demons surged forth like an unrelenting tsunami, pressing inexorably towards the mermaid city. Faced with such a formidable force, even the tens of thousands of merfolk standing within the ancient city's protective barrier could not help but feel a bead of sweat trickle down their palms. On the other side, atop a 100-meter-long giant whale, a grotesquely hideous male Naga sat regally upon his throne. In one hand, he wielded a scepter, while the other grasped a stone orb, intricately carved with a massive eye that exuded an eerie aura. Those familiar with the history of the Naga Sea demons would be perplexed to find a male Naga reigning as king in a traditionally matriarchal society. Suddenly, he raised his scepter, pointing its tip towards the mermaid city. In the next instant, countless Naga Sea demons let out a piercing howl and launched an assault on the ancient city. The great battle had commenced. Chapter 42. Are Naga Sea demons too powerful? Let us explore the double forbidden spell. What does it mean for tens of millions of Naga Sea demons to besiege the mermaid city? As a barrage of skills was unleashed, a multitude of rippling light points emerged upon the protective barrier surrounding the entire ancient city. The barrier itself trembled violently under the sheer force of the onslaught. At the center of the city, the grand statue of the mermaid queen radiated a brilliant glow, seemingly replenishing the barrier's energy. Yet, the sheer number of Naga Sea demon skills was overwhelming. Despite the continuous infusion of energy, the barrier began to quiver incessantly. At that moment, the mermaid queen, adorned with a crown and wielding a staff, began to chant fervently. Instantly, the crown emanated a dazzling radiance, which flowed into the barrier, stabilizing it. The Naga king, however, displayed no hint of surprise. Instead, he lifted his scepter once more. Charge! Another wave of Naga Sea demon skills surged forth. Simultaneously, the Naga king raised the eye-shaped stone he held aloft. Great Mother of the Serpents, heed my call. As he intoned his incantation, the previously inert orb came to life, morphing into the head of a venomous serpent with fearsome fangs. The serpent's head began to emit a blinding light, swiftly enveloping the mermaid city. Crack! Crack! At the moment the light enveloped, the formerly translucent barrier began to tremble visibly, as if it were turning to stone. This is the petrifying beam of the cursed serpent mother, an elder of the merfolk exclaimed, his face paling in alarm. Just then, the multitude of Naga Sea demon skills were upon them. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous cacophony reverberated through the barrier, causing it to shake violently until, in a cataclysmic burst, it shattered before the astonished gazes of countless merfolk. The barrier, which had safeguarded the merfolk for countless ages, lay in ruins. Without its protection, how could they withstand such a deluge of Naga Sea demons? In that moment, despair washed over the faces of all the merfolk. Ha ha ha, annihilate them. The Naga king laughed maniacally, confident that the gift from the Mother of Serpents would decisively counter the merfolk's magic. Indeed, it did not disappoint him. With his command, the Naga Sea demons surged forth like a tidal wave towards the ancient city, poised to lay waste to it within a minute. Henceforth, the mermaid city would be relegated to mere history. Just as despair gripped the hearts of all merfolk, a figure suddenly ascended from the rear of the mermaid city. With a pair of wings formed entirely of raging winds, he soared into the air. In an instant, Chen Xuan landed before the advancing Naga Sea demons. Is that the human warrior? What does he intend to do? Does he really think he can confront millions of Naga Sea demons alone? How absurd. He must be insane. This is tantamount to courting death. Numerous merfolk gasped in astonishment, never expecting that at such a critical moment, a single human would dare to charge forth alone. Even though he had previously dispatched thousands of Naga Sea demons, against millions, he stood no chance. Meanwhile, The Naga sea demons erupted into derisive laughter at the audacity of a lone human. Many battle-hardened warriors among them unleashed torrents of water-based spells. Whoosh, whoosh. A myriad of powerful water spells surged towards Chen Xuan, suspended in midair. In response, Chen Xuan paused mid-flight. Atop his head, a small red bird fluttered anxiously, while a black gradient and a silver gradient perched on each shoulder. A gecko clung to his arm, gazing innocently at the ocean below. Chirp, chirp. The little fiery bird called out urgently. You wish to take action? Perhaps it's best to refrain. After all, this isn't solid ground, and your skills may be somewhat hindered. Chen Xuan glanced at the little creature nestled on his arm, realizing its skills would likely remain unaffected. However, he felt somewhat guilty for having relied on it as a laborer. Moreover, retaining 2 ice-based forbidden spells would provide a safeguard against unforeseen circumstances. Finally, Chen Xuan's gaze settled upon the proud little shadow on his shoulder. With but a glance, the little shadow seemed to comprehend his intent. Meow. Forbidden spell, shadow-piercing strike. Where there is light, there are shadows. Where there are shadows, there is stealth. In an instant, the once translucent shadows of countless Naga sea demons morphed into an inky blackness. As they writhed, they transformed into blades aimed at the chests of their masters, striking with lethal precision. This all transpired without warning, abruptly and unexpectedly. Some Naga sea demons, their incantations still unfinished, found their voices cut short as they fell silent. In that moment, all Naga sea demons incredulously lowered their heads to gaze at their chests, where black, liquid-like blades had pierced through. The sight left the merfolk in a state of shock, staring wide-eyed at the scene before them. The Naga sea demons stood frozen in place, fixated on the daggers protruding from their chests. After several agonizing seconds of silence, anguished screams erupted, shattering the calm of the ocean. Countless Naga sea demons, before they could make a move, wailed as they succumbed to the depths. Is this even possible for a human? A trembling elder of the merfolk uttered. A single skill capable of sending millions of Naga sea demons to their doom was beyond mere words to describe. Many merfolk gazed at the human warrior suspended in the sky, uttering a single word, divine. Only a true deity could wield such terrifying power, could they not? Cursed human. The Naga king, who bore the weight of leadership, was incensed upon witnessing the annihilation of so many of his kin in a single blow. Great mother of the serpent clan, he roared. The distorted serpent head in his grasp suddenly reopened its eyes, fixating on Chen Xuan suspended in the air. Notification. You are affected by the petrification curse. Notification. The Yuanshu decree has rendered you immune to this curse and has retaliated. With a crack, the serpent head, which had been radiating light, seemed to witness an unimaginable horror, and as it struggled, its entire form uncontrollably turned to stone. Subsequently, it trembled gently before disintegrating into countless particles that dispersed into the void. Could the sacred artifact truly be destroyed? How could this be possible? The Naga king gazed in shock at the drifting dust between his fingers. Yet, before he could recover from his astonishment, a second forbidden spell was already approaching. A resounding hum echoed through the air. Chapter 43. The so-called minor boss. Unable to withstand even a single forbidden spell? Meow. Observing that his singular casting of the forbidden spell failed to obliterate all the Naga sirens, Xiaoing emitted a dissatisfied sound. Thus, without waiting for Chen Xuan to speak, it proudly lifted its tiny paw once more and pointed towards the void before it. Buzz. The second forbidden spell materialized. Above, a colossal black shadow emerged from thin air, twisting and spiraling like a vortex, forming an immense cloud of darkness. Chen Xuan, gazing upon this gigantic shadowy cloud, could not help but feel a surge of astonishment. He had initially believed the forbidden spell, Shadowgate, to be a teleportation type of incantation. Little did he expect it to be a terrifying area of effect destructive spell. When the shadow gate opened, shadows became omnipresent. As the shadows awakened, all would be ensnared within their grasp. Countless shadows unfurled, resembling an intricate web that ensnared the remaining Naga sirens. As they were consumed by the shadows, it was akin to being drawn into another realm, a place where only shadows could exist, where one would either become a shadow or meet death. Thud, thud, thud. Under the oppressive force of the shadows, innumerable Naga sirens transformed into a mist of blood, with even the colossal sea beasts concealed beneath the waves meeting no exception. In the blink of an eye, the Naga siren clan, which had mobilized their entire force, was utterly decimated. Is this truly the end? Beside the mermaid queen, the elder mermaid gazed in astonishment at the vanishing figures of the Naga sirens. It appears that way. The mermaid queen tilted her head upwards, staring at the figure suspended in the air, nearly entranced. This was the man she had fallen in love with, possessing an unimaginable strength. Other than a deity, she could conceive of nothing that could account for these two incredibly formidable skills. However, Chen Xuan, standing upon the clouds, furrowed his brow as he gazed at the blood-soaked sea. The task has yet to conclude? He looked quizzically at the surface of the water, for the prompt indicating the completion of the task had not sounded in his mind. He had originally thought that, given the difficulty of this hidden task, annihilating all the Naga sirens would be exceedingly challenging. Yet, unexpectedly, further complications arose, causing Chen Xuan to become cautious. Xiaoyan, Xiaoya, Xiaoshui, and 5 more forbidden spells remained to be unleashed. His current magical power was sufficient to sustain 2 additional spells, totaling 7 spells as a safety net, which did not overly concern him. Just as Chen Xuan contemplated, a sudden disturbance erupted upon the sea's surface. All the remnants of the Naga siren's blood seemed to be drawn by some unseen force, converging towards the depths of the ocean. There was an ominous sense that something dreadful was brewing from within. Crash, crash. The once tranquil sea began to manifest terrifying waves, with storms brewing ominously. A low, thunderous roar suddenly reverberated from the depths, and in the next moment, countless waves surged upward in a chaotic torrent. What manner of figure surged forth from the abyss? It was a towering entity, standing over 100 meters tall, constructed entirely from the shattered corpses of countless Naga sirens. It resembled a colossal octopus adorned with numerous tentacles, each stretching 100 meters long. Its surface was marred by cracks formed from the amalgamation of various Naga corpses, dismembered limbs, serpent tails, shattered skulls, and eyeballs, all densely packed, sending chills down one's spine. Suddenly, the faces of all the fragmented Naga opened their eyes simultaneously, emitting a shrill, vengeful howl. Notification: you have discovered the Cursed Soul LV-200. Cursed Soul? LV-200? Upon hearing the notification, Chen Xuan swiftly activated the Eye of Yuan Chu, revealing the information of this gargantuan figure. Cursed Soul Gold. Race, Wraith. Level, LV-200. Health, 30,000. Mana, 50,000. Strength, 3,000. Agility, 1,800. Spirit, 5,000. Skills: Curse Whale 4th tier. Abyss of Malice, 5th tier. Rapid Regeneration, 5th tier. Flesh and Blood Touch, 6th tier. Combat Power, 468 stars. Evaluation: formed from the convergence of countless cursed Naga sirens. It is one entity, yet also a multitude. The power of the cursed sea is inexhaustible, and thus, they remain eternally indomitable. Whoosh! The moment the cursed soul manifested, several tentacles shot forth, crashing onto the ocean's surface hundreds of meters from the mermaid ancient city. With a thunderous boom, the sea seemed to be pierced, creating a massive hole, as countless waves surged forth like a tsunami toward the ancient city. Many merfolk were caught off guard and were instantly obliterated. The sheer power of a single strike was terrifying. Kill! Thousands of merfolk warriors roared in unison, unleashing their skills. Thud! 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 The tentacles, under the onslaught of their attacks, were shattered in large part. Yet before the merfolk could celebrate, they witnessed the tentacles rapidly regenerating, restoring to their former state in the blink of an eye. This is not good. It can absorb the power of the cursed sea to heal itself. An elder mermaid exclaimed in shock, realizing the situation had escalated beyond expectations. What? The power of the cursed sea is boundless. Does that mean they are impossible to kill? In an instant, the merfolk, who had just begun to feel hopeful, were plunged back into despair. Instinctively, they fell to their knees, gazing up at Chen Xuan in the sky, fervently praying. They prayed that this warrior, comparable to a deity, could vanquish the cursed soul. This appears rather troublesome, does it not? Chen Xuan mused thoughtfully, stroking his chin before turning to the spiraling Xiao Yan with a smile. Xiao Yan, I wonder if it can withstand your Nirvana heart flame? Chi. Xiao Yan, upon hearing this, chirped excitedly. It had longed to test the might of its newly acquired skill. With a powerful flap of its wings, it directed a call towards the massive entity below. Caw! An astonishing phoenix cry suddenly erupted, causing the gigantic form of the cursed soul to tremble slightly, as if sensing an impending crisis. Whoosh! 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 Hundreds of tentacles began to shoot toward Chen Xuan in the sky. The tentacles exhibited remarkable resilience, stretching rapidly and slicing through hundreds of meters of void in mere moments. Swiftly approaching Chen Xuan. 100 meters. 50 meters. 10 meters. 5 meters. Just as the nearest tentacle was about to reach Chen Xuan, it suddenly quivered violently, as if it had sensed something profoundly terrifying, and retracted with lightning speed. A piercing shriek echoed from the myriad mouths of the cursed soul. In a burst, flames erupted from their mouths, spreading like wildfire in every direction. Within moments, The entire merfolk community was left in stunned disbelief as they witnessed the colossal entity being reduced to ashes by the flames from within. Just then, a notification chimed in Chen Xuan's mind. Notification. Congratulations on completing the hidden task. The reward has been automatically granted. Please check. Notification. Congratulations on completing all phase tasks. Please return to the class change temple to finalize your class change. What? It's done already? Chen Xuan was momentarily taken aback by the notification. The so-called minor boss had not even withstood a single forbidden spell. Chapter 44. Assessing Gains. Cursed Spirit Altar. Divine Treasure Chest. Did I uncover a divine artifact? Was it this easy to vanquish? The merfolk felt utterly numbed by Chen Xuan's successive displays of prowess. They stared blankly at the enormous creature that had been incinerated on the ocean's surface, showing no signs of revival. Look, the sea has turned blue. Suddenly, one of the merfolk exclaimed, pointing at the water. The ocean, once tainted by curses and shrouded in a gloomy gray, was now transforming into a vibrant blue, signaling the dissipating of all curses after the cursed soul was burned away. This, indeed, was the color the ocean was meant to possess. As the former rulers of this realm, the merfolk would once again reclaim dominion over the secret sea, with a soft hum accompanying a gentle breeze. Chen Xuan descended gracefully from the sky. As he landed, every merfolk dropped to one knee, reverently calling out his name. Thank you, our lord, for rescuing the merfolk. Long live our lord. Thank you, our lord, for rescuing the merfolk. Long live our lord. Thank you, our lord, for rescuing the merfolk. Long live our lord. In that moment, the merfolk had wholly embraced Chen Xuan as their savior, pledging their unwavering loyalty. My king, thank you for saving my kin. The mermaid queen gazed at Chen Xuan with eyes brimming with affection, her admiration nearly spilling over. Rise, this is but a small matter, Chen Xuan said, gently taking the delicate hand of the mermaid queen. Now that the situation here is resolved, I believe I must take my leave. However, if you wish, you may accompany me. Leave? A hint of reluctance crossed the mermaid queen's face. My king, the power of the secret sea is unstable. We cannot leave this place. Oh, Chen Xuan paused. I had thought you could come and go freely from the secret realm. To achieve that, the radiance of the mermaid statue must envelop the entire sea. The mermaid queen apologized. This may take a considerable amount of time. No matter. You shall guard this place well. I can depart alone. Chen Xuan had merely inquired out of curiosity, and since it was not feasible to take anyone with him, he let it go. My king, could you stay a little longer? The mermaid queen's lovely face was filled with hope. Even just for one night would suffice. One night? Chen Xuan contemplated for a moment before nodding. Very well, I have some technical matters to discuss. After an entire night of deliberation, Chen Xuan successfully imparted numerous driving techniques to the mermaid queen. It is time to depart. With a splash, the vast ocean surface rolled with white frothy waves, akin to children playfully chasing one another. Suddenly, a distortion of light flickered, and a figure materialized above the sea. Alongside it appeared a dilapidated little wooden boat. The silhouette on the boat was none other than Chen Xuan. He glanced at the endless expanse of ocean, utterly unaware of where he had been transported. However, he soon discovered that the little boat had resumed its automatic navigation function. Chen Xuan speculated that he would reach Bibo Port in no more than 2 days. Furthermore, with the Eternal Union contract in place, he would be able to sense the direction of the secret realm without needing the little boat again. As the boat set sail, Chen Xuan began to assess his recent gains. The materials dropped by tens of millions of Nagasea demons were already piled high in the class change space. More notably, he had acquired 20 pieces of silver-grade equipment, 5 pieces of gold-grade equipment, and 3 fourth-tier water system skill books, all from the final minor boss, the Cursed Soul. Yet, one item piqued Chen Xuan's curiosity. Cursed Spirit Altar, Gold. Type, Container. Base Effect, Mana 1000. Durability, 100. 100. Level Requirement, LV 30. Additional effects, Spirit Absorption, can contain souls above LV 30. Spirit Preservation, kind curses allow the souls within to be preserved for an extended period. Note, can only contain 1. Details available in container status. Upon opening the detailed status bar, he discovered it contained a soul. Using the eye of primordial insight, he inspected the soul within, which was identified as the Cursed Phantom. Cursed Phantom, Gold. Race, Phantom. Level, LV 30. Health, 380. Mana, 5,990. Strength, 38. Agility, 150. Mentality, 599. Skills, Fatal Link, Tier 2. Cursed Whale, Tier 3. Pain Whip, Tier 4. Phantom Energy Field, Tier 4. Combat Power, 50 stars. Evaluation. The legendary Naga, before its fall, was once an ancient magic sprite. Were it not for the fated curse, How could it have descended to this state? Be cautious. If it awakens, it may consume your brain. A gold-grade quality phantom? This could fetch a handsome price. Chen Xuan, upon seeing this information, began to calculate. Such a phantom beast would be in high demand in the market, as many pieces of equipment require such beasts for enchantment or enhancement. Some high-tier equipment might even allow the entire phantom to be enchanted, serving as a spirit-like entity. However, to ascertain the precise selling price, Chen Xuan felt it necessary to consult Lu Xiaoya first. Aside from these, Chen Xuan was particularly intrigued by the reward for the hidden task. With a swift motion, he summoned a mysterious treasure chest, palm-sized yet radiating a myriad of colors, which materialized before him. Upon seeing this chest, Chen Xuan could hardly contain his excitement. The divine treasure chest, one of the rewards from the hidden task. Its mere appearance was enough to stir emotions, though he wondered if it could yield a divine artifact. With a 1 in 10,000 chance of acquiring a divine artifact, may fortune smile upon me. Chen Xuan murmured a few words to himself, having virtually greeted every deity in the heavens, before a thought crossed his mind, and he opened the treasure chest before him. Prompt. The divine treasure chest has been opened. Prompt. Congratulations. You have obtained a divine artifact, the water elemental secret treasure, mythical. What? A divine artifact? He truly struck gold. The moment Chen Xuan heard the notification, his heart began to race uncontrollably. He had never expected such extraordinary fortune to directly unearth a divine artifact. Before him, amidst a kaleidoscope of radiant colors, a pearl emanating a soft azure brilliance hovered in the air. Without needing to examine it closely, he could sense the overwhelming presence of water elemental energy within. Almost instinctively, Chen Xuan unleashed the eye of primordial insight. Instantly, the information regarding the water elemental secret treasure materialized before him. Chapter 45. Mythical Secret Realm, Mythical Quest? The arrival of a 9th-tier guild leader? Water Elemental Secret Treasure, Mythical. A sacred artifact of the water element, forged during the creation of the gods, inscribed with mysterious sigils, which enhances water elemental recovery by tenfold when carried. Legend has it that when all 5 elemental treasures are gathered, one may enter the mythical secret realm to unlock the gates of the gods and undertake a mythical quest. Note: clues will automatically generate when the 5 elemental treasures are in proximity. The mythical secret realm? At the mention of this, Chen Xuan's heart quivered. If the golden tier secret realm was already so bountiful, how terrifying must the mythical realm be? He had initially thought this was an artifact he could wear, only to discover it was merely a lead to undertake mythical quests. Moreover, the water elemental secret treasure represented only 1/5 of what was required. In other words, to seek the mythical realm and embark on such quests, he would need to gather the other 4 elemental treasures. However, given the nature of the mythical realm, Chen Xuan could fully comprehend the restrictions imposed. Carefully placing the pearl into his class transition space, he turned his gaze toward the distance, a wave of anticipation swelling within him. He wondered if, upon completing his transition, his title would once again change. And what surprises would the 2 new class skills bring? Time slipped by in this state of eager anticipation, and before he knew it, a whole day had passed. At last, Chen Xuan spotted the distant bow port from the bow of the ship, realizing that his current task was nearing its conclusion. Just then, a notification chime echoed in his mind. Who could be messaging me at this hour? Chen Xuan had previously disabled communication functions while on his mission, only allowing alerts from specially designated individuals. The unexpected notification piqued his curiosity. Instinctively, he clicked on the communication alert, and his pupils constricted. The message was from a female classmate who had attended the birthday party that day. The content revealed that the president of the Guangtao Guild had appeared at the Wu family estate with a large entourage, seemingly plotting something concerning a secret realm. The specifics of the secret realm were unknown to her, but she did mention that the entire Guangtao Guild would soon be fully committed to the endeavor. The Guangtao Guild is moving so quickly? As Chen Xuan read the message, doubt crept into his mind. He had assumed they would wait several days. Yet they had arrived so swiftly. This could only mean one thing. The secret realm was of paramount importance to the entire Guangtao Guild. If they succeeded in this venture, would they then turn their attention to seeking out the one responsible for their team members' demise? A sudden sense of foreboding gripped Chen Xuan. He surmised that while the Guangtao Guild might not find him, he preferred not to take any chances. Coupled with the destruction at the Wu family estate, even if the Guangtao Guild did not pursue him, the Wu family would certainly not let the matter rest. Originally, he had been contemplating how to ensnare both the Wu family and the Guangtao Guild in one fell swoop. Only then could he ensure a lasting resolution. Now, such an opportunity had presented itself. However, before that, he could not afford to overlook Wu Feng from the Wu family. Since he intended to take action, Chen Xuan was determined not to let any opportunity slip by. With this thought, a smile crept across his lips. The groundwork he had laid previously was finally ready to bear fruit. Not long after, upon returning to Baibo port, Chen Xuan disembarked, and the small wooden boat that had carried him vanished into thin air as the task concluded. Subsequently, he did not hesitate to utilize another flight scroll, hastening back to Yingshuang City. Upon arriving in Yingshuang City, Chen Xuan did not immediately head to the Transcendence Temple, but lingered in his residential community for a moment, greeting everyone he knew before finally returning home. Sure enough, with his arrival, the Wu family members who had been lurking nearby immediately received word and reported back to Wu Feng. What? After hiding for so long, this fellow has finally shown himself. Wu Feng slammed his hand on the armrest, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Housekeeper Wu, send someone to capture him at once. But, young master, most of the Wu family's practitioners have already set off for the secret realm, the housekeeper replied, bowing. The master has instructed that if you wish to resolve this, you should lead your own people and avoid jeopardizing the Wu families and the Kuangtao Guild's larger plans. Go alone. Wu Feng's expression darkened at this, the pain from his previously broken ribs still lingering, and without the support of higher-tier practitioners from his clan. Facing Chen Xuan alone filled him with trepidation. Noticing Wu Feng's hesitation, the housekeeper interjected, young master, the master said you could lead the younger generation of the clan. They are the foundation of your future control over the Wu family, and it is crucial to establish good relations. Oh, hearing this, Wu Feng's eyes suddenly brightened. In addition to his own lineage, there were indeed numerous collateral branches within the clan he could command. Moreover, this was an opportunity to solidify his image and establish authority. Gather all the young members of the clan and set out immediately. Yes, soon, nearly 100 young clan members gathered before Wu Feng, including the previously troubled illegitimate son, Wu Ming. He had come not for any other reason, but because Wu Feng was seeking trouble with Chen Xuan. Every time Wu Ming recalled the tragic fate of his brother in recent days, his hatred for Chen Xuan intensified. Even though his injuries were caused by the cold, he held Chen Xuan solely responsible for not clarifying the situation. Now that Wu Feng had returned, his status as the young master was no longer secure, prompting him to appear now to avoid becoming a target of Wu Feng's ire and to relish the sight of Chen Xuan's suffering. Just as Wu Feng and his entourage were about to depart, all the core practitioners of the Kuangtao Guild had already gathered at the Wu estate, and soon they set off in grand procession from Yingshuang City. Meanwhile, within the City Lord's mansion, Ji Lianhe also received news of the Kuangtao Guild's movements. City Lord, are we not participating in this venture with the Windwalker Guild? Inquired a puzzled advisor. It is a brand new secret realm, and the initial rewards are 30 higher than usual. Typically, the emergence of a new secret realm would coincide with a first clear event, where the first guild to fully conquer the realm would receive even greater rewards. Absolutely not. Ji Lianhe furrowed his brow. Most of our Windwalker Guild members are currently engaged in another secret realm strategy, and we cannot spare anyone at this time. Furthermore, we have received word that a prominent figure from a 9th-tier guild is on their way to Yingshuang City. We cannot afford to leave now. What? A leader from a 9th-tier guild? The advisor gasped in shock, nearly collapsing from disbelief. How could such an existence arrive at Frosty City? After all, it is a 9th-tier guild. It is utterly incomprehensible that a being standing atop countless guilds would take interest in this remote and impoverished locale. This situation is further exacerbated by the previous suspicions of high-ranking powerhouses lurking in the vicinity. Ji Lianhe expressed his concerns, stating that such matters are beyond the capacity of Frosty City to handle and that we must request an investigation from the higher-ups. The arrival of that esteemed individual should occur within the next few days. Thus, we must maintain unwavering vigilance in managing Frosty City. Do you understand? Yes, the subordinate replied. Should the esteemed figure from the 9th-tier guild discover disorder within Frosty City, a mere word could result in the change of the city lord. Where is he? In the residential area of Chen Xuan, Wu Feng glowered at the empty room. Did I not instruct you to follow him? He cast a frigid glare at a member of the Wu family, causing the individual to tremble slightly. I have been keeping a close watch. He has not emerged at all. The family member stammered. How could he simply vanish while you were watching? Wu Feng kicked him to the ground in fury, bellowing. Did he use a teleportation scroll to disappear? Just as the family member was about to respond, a younger member of the Wu family burst in, exclaiming, Young master, we have spotted Chen Xuan. He used a magic scroll and is fleeing towards the city gate. What? Wu Feng's eyes widened in alarm, his voice icy. He intends to escape? Pursue him immediately. Chapter 46. The Cross Guild's Blessing Staff. Now that everyone is gathered, let us commence the forbidden incantation. Outside Frosty City, Chen Xuan stood atop a rock, glancing back with a hint of dissatisfaction after spotting Wu Feng and his companions racing after him. They are so slow. They are wasting my magic scroll. With a flick of his hand, Another hastily conjured magic scroll dissolved into shimmering light. With this, Chen Xuan turned and swiftly darted away. Small Shadow and Little Snow perched on his shoulders, while Little Tooth rested atop his head. Only Little Flame was nowhere to be found. Chirp! A call echoed as Little Flame transformed into a fiery red streak, soaring towards Chen Xuan. Chirp! Chirp! Oh, they are heading in that direction, are they? Well done. Chen Xuan praised upon hearing Little Flame's report. Little Flame chirped again and continued its flight into the distance. Who would have thought that such an unassuming little bird would become Chen Xuan's contracted beast? With Little Flame tracking their movements, Chen Xuan was assured he would not lose sight of the Chaotic Tide Guild. The reason he had not taken direct action was due to the concern that not all members of the Chaotic Tide Guild had assembled. The optimal moment would be just before they entered the secret realm. Thus, he deliberately lingered behind Wu Feng and his group while following the Chaotic Tide Guild's trajectory. As the chase unfolded, nearly several hours passed, and they had traveled at least several hundred kilometers away from Frosty City. The landscape was dotted with rolling mountains and dense forests. Several hundred professionals from the Chaotic Tide Guild halted in a secluded valley. Upon closer inspection, a circular cave emanating a soft golden glow could be seen at the deepest part of the valley, which was the entrance to the secret realm. Beside the entrance stood a stone tablet that also radiated light, yet its surface remained smooth and devoid of any inscriptions. A golden tier secret realm? The glow from the secret realm caused all members of the Chaotic Tide Guild to gasp in astonishment, their faces alight with joy. The guild leader is truly remarkable. To discover such a wild secret realm. Indeed, and it is a golden tier realm. Our guild is bound to strike it rich. Among the crowd, a middle-aged man with a mustache resembling a scholar smiled faintly at their excitement. I stumbled upon this secret realm by chance. It was not fully formed at the time. As he spoke, he produced a magic scroll inscribed with a high-level identification spell and tossed it towards the stone tablet. With a resonant hum, the soft golden light intensified, and an array of information materialized. Secret realm name, Goblin Kingdom, Gold. Entry level, LV60. Description, goblins, obsessed with mining and gemstones, have established a vast underground kingdom, amassing considerable wealth. If you desire it, arm yourself and prepare for battle. Seizing goblin treasures is almost more challenging than slaying them. Haha, do you see? All second transformation professionals must remain outside. The guild leader instructed solemnly, stating that the primary adversaries in this secret realm would be the goblin race. While individually they may not be particularly strong monsters, their expertise in alchemy and research may yield unexpected magical equipment. Thus, everyone should utilize the magic resistance potions liberally. Do not hesitate, understood? Understood. The crowd replied in unison. They had undertaken numerous significant preparations for this secret realm, and the guild's funds had been significantly depleted. The guild leader nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand, summoning a beautifully crafted staff into his grasp. Observing the golden light emanating from the staff, the guild leader smiled. This cross-guild's blessing staff was forged at considerable expense, with several millions spent on frost tiers alone. Its purpose was to ensure success in this secret realm. With this staff, he could directly unleash a group magic resistance enhancement skill, significantly increasing the likelihood of clearing the secret realm by at least 30%. Once this secret realm concludes, we must locate those responsible for the deaths of our team members, along with the millions in guild funds. The thought of the fallen comrades and the lost funds gnawed at the guild leader's teeth in fury. When the time comes, I shall make them wish they were never born. Yes, the crowd nodded vigorously. While the guild leader appeared somewhat frail, he was, in fact, the only fifth transformation mage within the entire guild. Guild leader, when shall we enter? Wu Tianying, clad in warrior armor, inquired softly. No rush, the guild leader replied, casting a glance at him. One mage is insufficient. I have summoned another external ally, who is also a fifth transformation mage. What? Another fifth transformation mage? The crowd was momentarily stunned before erupting into joyous exclamations. With two fifth transformation mages providing support, victory is assured. Haha, the leader is truly magnificent. We are bound to profit immensely. Perhaps this accumulation will allow the leader to reach sixth transformation. At that point, we may even aspire to become a sixth-tier guild. Amidst the jubilant atmosphere, none were aware of a figure hovering in the sky, gazing down at them. An external ally, you say? Chen Xuan mused softly to himself, observing the gathering below. An ally capable of joining forces with such a guild leader is likely not a virtuous individual. It would be entirely reasonable for me to eliminate him. As he quietly contemplated, Chen Xuan glanced into the distance, where he could vaguely see Wu Feng and his companions drawing closer. Though they still required some time to arrive, it provided a perfect opportunity to await the arrival of that external ally. As time elapsed, after a brief span of several minutes, Chen Xuan caught sight of a figure racing towards the valley atop a colossal wolf, emerging from a forest beyond. This individual must surely be the external aid mentioned by the guild leader, he mused. Chen Xuan then scanned his surroundings, confirming the absence of any other figures before turning his gaze to the languid little glutton, Xiaoxua, who was lazily perched upon his shoulder. Xiaoxua, it's your turn to take action, Chen Xuan exclaimed, gently grasping the nape of the little creature's neck to lift it up. Xiaoxua, slightly displeased, let out a yawn and waved a chubby paw nonchalantly, as if to say, is that all? How simple. Meow. With a flick of its tiny paw, an explosion of countless metal elements erupted from within. The heavens began to change hue, clouds coalescing as a chilling, murderous aura swiftly enveloped a vast expanse of the sky. In the next instant, a terrifying scene unfolded. Chapter 47. The White Tiger's Annihilation. Surely, there would be no survivors this time? Countless metal elements rapidly converged in the void, intertwining and solidifying from the ether. A colossal, shadowy white tiger began to materialize, obscuring the sun. As the white tiger coalesced, the surrounding sky seemed unable to withstand the pressure, emitting ominous sounds of annihilation. This was the might of the metal elements, symbolic of metal, representing an unending sharpness, the epitome of offensive power. Simultaneously, everyone on the ground sensed a palpable shift. Damn it, where did it run off to? After such a long sprint, Wu Feng's stamina began to wane, prompting him to curse in frustration. Young master, look, what is that? Suddenly, a member of the Wu family pointed skyward, and the group followed suit, witnessing a breathtaking spectacle above. Is that an extraordinary beast? Wu Feng's pupils dilated. He had never encountered such a massive creature. A tiger? What level of beast could this be? Panic surged within him. Could it be that a wild boss has spawned? Realization dawned, and his expression shifted dramatically. What? Is that how wild bosses appear? The others paused, astonished by Wu Feng's seemingly extravagant imagination. Yet before they could respond, Wu Feng bolted away desperately. A profound sense of life and death urgency gripped him. Why had Chen Xuan appeared today? Why had he, who could have easily escaped with a scroll, led them here instead? In that moment, he comprehended that everything had been a scheme orchestrated by Chen Xuan from the very beginning. He must have known that a wild boss would spawn here, deliberately luring them into this trap with the intent of annihilating them. There was still a chance to flee. At this instant, Wu Feng wished fervently for wings to take flight. He contemplated using a magical scroll to hasten his escape, but the exhausting chase had drained his energy, leaving him reliant solely on his legs. Meanwhile, all the members of the Guangtao Guild standing in the valley gazed upward in unison. What is that? Such a gigantic tiger. They were astounded by the presence of such a formidable beast nearby. Nonsense. I've examined the map. The strongest beasts in this area don't exceed level 30. So what is this? Could it be the external aid invited by our leader? Perhaps, given the spectacle. It might indeed be the external aid unleashing a skill while on the move. Or maybe it's simply their mount. Is that true? Truly impressive for an external aid to possess such a powerful steed. Leader, do you know what type of mount this esteemed external aid possesses? It seems so remarkable. Indeed, this phenomenon must rival at least a level 7 beast. Flattery echoed in the ears of the Guangtao Guild leader, causing him to feel somewhat elated. Yet, after a fleeting moment of reverie, a question arose within him. When did I invite an external aid with a flying mount? Wasn't he supposed to arrive on a wolf? At that very moment of hesitation, the somewhat ethereal silhouette of the white tiger solidified completely. Then, the magnificent beast raised its lethal paw and struck downward. Boom! Countless blades formed from the gathered metal elements surged forth, transforming into a tempest capable of obliterating the very fabric of existence, enveloping the entire landscape. Forbidden spell, White Tiger's Annihilation. The cacophony of explosions reverberated through the sky, the sheer force of the attack shaking the heavens. The guild leader of Guangtao barely managed to utter a syllable before being utterly consumed by the vast, merciless metal storm, his form disintegrating into mere ashes as if he had never existed. The other members of the Guangtao Guild experienced a similar fate. In a frantic bid for survival, Wu Feng fled with all his might, yet he could only watch helplessly as the metal storm enveloped him entirely. In his final moments, an overwhelming tide of regret and resentment flooded his mind. If only he could have a second chance, he would have eliminated Chen Xuan at the birthday party. Regardless of the cost, even Wu Feng succumbed to the tempest, let alone the slower members of the Wu family. Among the throng, Wu Ming gazed in despair as his body began to disintegrate, lamenting that he had not resolved his impotence before departing this world. Of course, the most unfortunate was the recently arrived wolf-riding external aid. This mage, witnessing the dire situation, had just torn open a priceless level 7 protective scroll. Yet, as the protective glow flickered to life, it was ruthlessly shattered by the descending metal storm. He was left bewildered, unaware that his journey had concluded before it had even begun. Even the mightiest of professionals met such a tragic end. And the mountains engulfed by the forbidden spell were not spared either. Trees, flowers, and extraordinary beasts were all reduced to dust under the onslaught of this cataclysmic wave. Even rocks that had endured for eons were ground to dust by the spell's wrath. Peaks were sheared away, forests obliterated, and the earth itself crumbled, leaving behind gaping chasms as a testament to the devastation wrought by this strike. Only after several minutes did the tumult finally subside. Chen Xuan surveyed the remnants of the shattered mountains, exhaling a sigh of relief. Surely, there would be no survivors left. The most effective method of eliminating danger was to eradicate all potential threats while they were still in their infancy. With the vast majority of the elite members from the Guangtao Guild and the Wu family obliterated, naught remained but the weak and infirm. By the time they might grow stronger, Chen Xuan would possess sufficient strength to safeguard himself. Are there survivors? Suddenly, Chen Xuan's pupils contracted as he caught sight of a golden glow shimmering at the very bottom of the valley. It was impossible for equipment to drop from the deceased, as the world did not allow for such occurrences. In an instant, Chen Xuan surmised that someone might possess a revival item. With a swift motion, he plunged from the heights, appearing directly before the radiant glow. It was only upon Chen Xuan's descent that he discerned the source of the golden light emanated from a stone tablet. The eye of Yuanshu quickly assessed the situation, unveiling the secrets of the monument. A golden-level secret realm? Could this be the very domain that the Guangtao Guild had long sought to enter? Chen Xuan initially believed that this portal to the secret realm had been obliterated by the recent forbidden spell, yet he was astonished to discover it still intact. This led him to a conclusion. Realms of golden level or higher were likely immune to permanent damage from his forbidden spells. Given the significance of this realm to the Guangtao Guild, he felt a pang of conscience at the thought of relinquishing it. Thus, without further deliberation, he stepped into the cavern. Chapter 48. Key to the lower world. The forbidden spell cleanses the ground. Notification. You have entered the secret realm, the kingdom of goblins. Notification. You feel the profound fusion of magic and technology, leaving you deeply astonished. Spirit -10, skill cast delay 10. Notification. Due to environmental terrain, vision -30. Upon entering, Chen Xuan was inundated by a barrage of notifications echoing in his mind. The golden-level secret realm's immediate impression was that a plethora of negative buffs assailed him, significantly curtailing his abilities. Fortunately, both he and his contracted beast possessed instant cast skills, rendering the delays inconsequential. The decline in spirit had minimal impact, merely resulting in a slight reduction in the potency of a couple of forbidden spells. As for the impediment to his sight, it could be disregarded with the enhancement of the eye of Yuanshu. Standing in the damp and shadowy underground cavern, Chen Xuan gazed into the distance. His vision was met with a labyrinth of interwoven tunnels, seemingly endless. Occasionally, he caught glimpses of short figures, equipped with headlamps, scurrying swiftly through the caves. They were diminutive, their skin a deep gray reminiscent of rock, with large ears akin to those of elves. Their exaggerated eyes darted about, glimmering with a keen intelligence. It wasn't long before they noticed Chen Xuan's presence. Chirp chirp, blabber blabber. One goblin exclaimed in fright, quickly alerting its companions. Makabaka, wakaka. Another goblin leaped and smacked the first on the back of the head before diving back into the tunnel. Though Chen Xuan could not comprehend their language, their intent was clear. They were calling for help. Given the vastness of the underground, he pondered how long it would take for reinforcements to return. Unwilling to wait for an extended narrative to unfold, he cast a glance at the four wide-eyed little creatures. Come on, which one of you will step forward? Chirp. Meow. Meow. The four little beings were all eager, for Chen Xuan had previously told them that the one who contributed the most effort would be rewarded with delectable treats. Here, those treats signified not only flavor, but also a means of leveling up. Thus, under such temptation, their enthusiasm surged. Chen Xuan decided to exclude Little Snow, who had just finished a task and hadn't yet recovered from the second forbidden spell. Gently ruffling Little Snow's fluffy head, he moved on to consider Little Shadow. Little Shadow's spells were fairly precise against humanoid targets, so it was excluded as well. After some contemplation, he turned his attention to Little Flame. Little Flame, it's your turn. Use the Phoenix Annihilation Flame. Chirp. Little Flame exclaimed eagerly, ready to showcase its prowess. Within the subterranean world, squads of goblins clad in various armors advanced rapidly, numbering in the tens of thousands. Their trajectory was unmistakably directed towards Chen Xuan's location. Suddenly, a flicker of flames streaked across the ceiling, illuminating the dim cavern in an instant. All the goblins looked up in bewilderment, unable to fathom the source of such brilliant light in the perpetually dark underground. Before their confusion could dissipate, The flames intensified, multiplying until they eventually enveloped the entire sky. At that moment, a resounding cry of a phoenix echoed throughout the cavern. Forbidden spell, Phoenix Annihilation Flame. In the underground realm, flames became the dominant theme. As everything settled, the goblin legions, still reeling from the unexpected event, fell entirely. Notification: you have slain a normal gray goblin, level 60. Experience gained, 1. Contract Beast Experience, 1. Notification: you have slain an elite gray goblin, level 90. Experience gained, 1. Contract Beast Experience, 1. Notification: you have slain a gray goblin commander, level 99. Experience gained, 1. Contract Beast Experience, 1. Notification: you have cleared the upper cavern, acquiring the key to the lower cavern. Would you like to use it? There's a lower level. Chen Xuan was taken aback by the final message amidst the flood of notifications. His gaze swept across the array of equipment that had dropped, quickly spotting a key radiating with a golden glow. Activating the Eye of Yuanchu, the details of the key became clear. Lower cavern key. Type: functional. Description: the Great Goblin Kingdom has long distinguished between nobles and commoners. Only those bearing this key may unlock the path to nobility. 2 levels. Upon reading the description, Chen Xuan realized that this golden secret realm harbored more than a single layer. The lower level was the domain of the Goblin Kingdom's elite forces. Thank goodness I have more than one contingency plan. Chen Xuan couldn't help but marvel at this revelation. He had studied that the higher the level of a secret realm, the broader its scope. Multi-layered, multi-dimensional realms were commonplace in such places. This was one of the reasons he, despite wielding numerous contract beasts capable of casting forbidden spells, refrained from becoming overly arrogant. What if he encountered a multi-layered secret realm and found himself in cooldown after clearing just a few layers, only to be overwhelmed by a horde of bosses from the lower levels? With this thought, Chen Xuan resolved to exercise even greater caution in the future. After mentally reminding himself, he collected all his gains into his transfer space and proceeded to activate the key to the lower level. With a hum, Chen Xuan was enveloped by the key's radiant glow, and his vision shifted as he was teleported into the lower world. When he opened his eyes again, he was momentarily taken aback. By sheer coincidence, he had materialized within a resplendent palace. The palace's architecture was exquisite, even strikingly modern, adorned with chandeliers, magical drapes, and glass. And he even glimpsed a continuously flowing fountain. As his gaze swept around, he noticed a lavishly dressed goblin, crowned and seated upon a throne. Surrounding the palace were hundreds of goblins, all intently observing him. These goblins were evidently much larger than those he had previously encountered, with several towering over 2 meters, representing the rare bear goblins. How on earth did I end up in the enemy's lair? Chen Xuan awkwardly waved his hand at the Goblin King seated upon the throne. Hello, would you believe me if I said I arrived here by accident? The Goblin King's voice, surprisingly, was translated directly into Chen Xuan's ears. Foolish human, how dare you intrude upon my palace? He exclaimed, leaping up and pointing at Chen Xuan. Bring me his flesh, and turn him into paste. With that, 2 formidable bear goblin warriors charged into the hall from outside. Chen Xuan glanced helplessly at the 4 little creatures, sighing. It seems reasoning is futile. Xiaoya, it's your turn. Before the bear goblins could reach him, Xiaoya opened her mouth and called out. In an instant, calamity descended. Chapter 49, The Rotating Hourglass of Time. The arrival of the 8th Transition Master. The entire lower goblin kingdom witnessed a massive dragon, adorned with wings, bursting forth from the palace. Subsequently, the world transformed into a vast ocean of ice. Forbidden spell, Ice Realm Holy Dragon's Burial. All goblins were petrified beneath the overwhelming power of the forbidden spell, completely stripped of life. There is nothing that a forbidden spell cannot resolve. If there were, it would only be 2 things. Countless notifications had been disregarded by Chen Xuan as he surveyed the mountain of materials and equipment before him, beginning to delightfully tally his gains. As he continued his inventory, he realized that even within the golden level secret realms, there existed disparities in strength. The Merfolk Ancient City, which he had sought during his job transition quest, was vastly larger than the Goblin Kingdom. In fact, even his forbidden spell could not encompass the entire area. In stark contrast, this golden secret realm of the Goblin Kingdom was annihilated in an instant by a single forbidden spell. Wait, Chen Xuan hesitated, suddenly realizing that both the Merfolk Ancient City and the Cursed Sea were classified as golden secret realms. Did I just traverse 2 golden secret realms? He quickly pieced together that the job transition quest merely required him to locate the Merfolk Ancient City. It had not mentioned the Cursed Sea. This implied that the place he previously encountered could potentially exceed the golden secret realm in power. Otherwise, how could it yield such top-tier treasures as the divine treasure chest? While pondering, Chen Xuan continued to tally his spoils. Golden level equipment was a certainty, along with several Tier 4 materials, and he had even acquired 2 Tier 4 skill books. Just as he believed he had reaped the majority of his rewards, the eye of Yuan Chu caught sight of an unassuming object. What is this, an hourglass? Chen Xuan gazed curiously at the item resembling an hourglass in his hand. It was palm-sized, shaped like an hourglass, yet riddled with cracks. And on its side was a peculiar winding handle, suggesting it could be turned. Under the influence of the eye of Yuan Chu, the information about the hourglass immediately materialized. Rotating hourglass of time, gold. Category, item, consumable. Base effect, 1000 mana, 10 mana recovery per second. Durability, 2100. Level requirement, LV 60. Additional effects, Goblin Acceleration, passive effect. Combining Goblin Alchemy and Magic to reduce skill cooldowns by 10. Goblin Reset, active effect. After winding the handle, can reset all target states including skill cooldowns, health, mana, etc. Note 1. When durability reaches 0, the item will shatter permanently. Note 2. Only effective for levels below 120. Above that, it will have no effect. Resetting states? Upon reading the information, Chen Xuan became visibly agitated. This is simply too overpowered. With this in hand, a simple twist could allow him to resurrect with full mana? Not only that, but all skill cooldowns would reset. This meant he could unleash at least 2 more forbidden spells. At a critical moment, this could be the key to survival. This was undoubtedly a remarkable item. While he could overlook other gains, this hourglass was a necessity. Chen Xuan felt that even if he had obtained nothing else, having just this hourglass would be worth it. The only uncertainty lay in how many uses the remaining durability would afford him. Glancing at the cracked hourglass, he surmised it might only be usable once before it shattered. A consumable with only one use should not be employed recklessly. Meanwhile, far outside the secret realm, a colossal eagle, nearly 30 meters long, was swooping toward this location. The winds it stirred up were nothing short of tempestuous, lending it a formidable presence. Perched atop this terrifying beast was a gaunt elder clad in a gray robe. His white hair and beard contrasting sharply. His prominent hawk-like nose and sharp eyes surveyed the ground below. What is this fluctuation? The elder directed his gaze downward, astonished by the devastation that lay before him. Who could have unleashed such power? An 8th transition? As a top-tier practitioner of the 9th tier guild, Feng Ling had sensed a terrifying wave of energy erupt here from miles away. Initially intending to head to Frost City, he hastily urged his eagle to this location. Upon arrival, he was met with a scene of utter horror. Metallic element? Wasn't it supposed to be ice and fire types? Feng Ling's eyes widened as he felt the residual metallic elements, a chill running down his spine. Good heavens! The aura here. No ordinary 8th transition practitioner would dare to unleash such power, let alone a 9th transition. A terrifying hypothesis surged through Feng Ling's mind, causing him to gasp in shock. Could it be a forbidden spell? Only a being capable of casting a forbidden spell would be, at least, 9th transition. Even an 8th transition practitioner would require a tremendous sacrifice to achieve such a feat. The presence of a 9th transition master near Frost City? The thought sent a shiver down Feng Ling's spine, nearly compelling him to flee. Despite being an 8th transition practitioner, he would have no chance against a 9th transition master. Fear gripped his heart, instinctively urging him to leave. However, just as he was about to turn away, he caught sight of the golden glowing secret realm monument. A golden secret realm? Feng Ling hesitated momentarily, preparing to retract his gaze, considering it merely a golden-level secret realm. Such places hardly piqued his interest. Even diamond-level realms would not warrant significant attention. Yet, just as he was about to look away, he suddenly noticed the numbers appearing on the monument. A first clear secret realm? Each wild secret realm, upon its birth, would leave behind the time spent for the first clear on the monument. Feng Ling instinctively glanced at the recorded time, which read 1 hour, 5 minutes, and 26 seconds. For a golden-level secret realm, completing the first clear would typically require at least 3 days or more. High-level practitioners would not be interested. Only low-level practitioners would be drawn to it. Even with the entire guild's strength, no low-level practitioners would be able to clear the entire realm in less than 3 days. In a mere second, Feng Ling abandoned any intention of lingering. There was truly nothing of interest here. He had no desire to be surrounded by a throng of low-tier guild practitioners. Moreover, there exists the possibility that a formidable figure of the 9 transformations may have returned. Thus, Feng Ling merely tapped the tips of his toes, prompting the divine eagle beneath him to prepare for a graceful ascent from this locale. At that very moment, however, the previously silent entrance to the golden secret realm suddenly erupted with brilliance. A figure was unexpectedly transmitted forth from the entrance. In an instant, Feng Ling, who had been departing, was startled, his form momentarily frozen. Chapter 50. The Overlord's contract beast rendered speechless. the 9th tier guild invitation, divine favor, completion of the 3rd transformation. One individual? How could that be possible? Upon witnessing the emergence of that figure, Feng Ling could not suppress a soft exclamation, instinctively grasping the divine eagle that was about to depart. It was inconceivable. He was surely just the first, and others must certainly follow. However, according to Feng Ling's understanding of the Golden Secret Realm, once the realm concluded, all participants would be transported out collectively. Even with some delay, it would hardly exceed a few seconds. Yet, after a few moments had passed, he observed that only that solitary figure remained. What did this signify? It indicated that the individual had completed the entire secret realm alone, and astonishingly, in merely 1 hour, 5 minutes, and 26 seconds? Hiss. Even Feng Ling, an 8th tier practitioner, felt a sense of incredulity. Moreover, the individual appeared remarkably youthful. Could it be that he had encountered a prodigious talent here? With the impending examination looming, Feng Ling could not help but feel his eyes glimmer with anticipation. In a swift motion, he urged the divine eagle to charge toward the figure. After a thorough assessment, Chen Xuan finally exited the secret realm. The moment he was transmitted out, his gaze swept the surroundings, noting the absence of anyone else. Instantly, his vigilance eased somewhat. However, just as he prepared to depart, a resounding eagle's cry echoed through the heavens. Instinctively, Chen Xuan looked up to see a colossal eagle-like beast with a wingspan exceeding 30 meters swooping down towards him. In that fleeting moment, he nearly unleashed a forbidden spell. He even grasped the hourglass of time, ready to activate it at a moment's notice. Yet, in the next instant, an ancient voice resonated from the divine eagle above. "Young friend, do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions." The sudden voice caused Chen Xuan's hand to falter momentarily, allowing the large eagle to land several dozen meters away. The golden-feathered divine eagle touched down, and an elder clad in gray robes descended gracefully from its back. Without the need for special perception, Chen Xuan could sense the overwhelming magical aura emanating from the elder. What is this old man up to? Why does he exude such a terrifying presence? Instinctively, Chen Xuan activated the eye of Yuan Shu to scrutinize him. Name, Feng Ling. Occupation, Beastmaster, 8th transformation. Level, LV 212. Health, 28,890. Mana, 90,500. Strength, 2,889. Agility, 2,550. Mentality, 9,050. Skills, Beastmaster's Light, 4th tier. Awakening Aura, 5th tier. Sacred Blessing, 6th tier. Contract Beasts, Swift Giant Eagle. Rock Armored Battle Bear, Arcane Falcon. Combat Power, 900 stars. A being of 900 star combat power in the 8th transformation? Hiss. Chen Xuan's heart trembled violently. Could it be that his previous release of a forbidden spell had been detected? Wasn't Yingshuang City a remote backwater? When had such a terrifying presence emerged? Should he take immediate action to eliminate him? In an instant, Chen Xuan's mind raced with calculations, pondering whether he could incapacitate the elder with 2 initial forbidden spells. His experience with 8th transformation practitioners was limited, rendering him unable to make an accurate judgment. However, he felt confident that his chances of success exceeded 70%. Yet, if the elder possessed life-saving artifacts, he might still have options for resurrection, rebirth, or even instantaneous movement. The most effective approach would be to utilize a force capable of directly attacking the soul, rendering all resurrection or substitute artifacts ineffective. At present, Chen Xuan lacked such a skill. He had expended 2 forbidden spells within the realm, yet he still had 7 remaining. Even if 2 spells could not resolve the situation, perhaps 4 would suffice. While Chen Xuan pondered these thoughts, his 4 small companions were far from idle. They seemed to sense his unease, suddenly raising their heads in unison. Xiaoying fixed its gaze on the elder, ready to strike at any moment. Meanwhile, Xiao Shui leaped onto the ground before Chen Xuan, revealing a somewhat ferocious snarl as a warning. Xiaoya raised its head, exhaling frost towards the elder, while only Xiaoyan took to the skies. Its target not the elder, but the enormous golden divine eagle behind him. Chirp! It emitted a cry, preparing to attack the golden eagle. Yet, at that instant, the golden eagle trembled upon spotting Xiaoyan, as if confronted by an unspeakable horror, curling up on the ground. Its wings enveloped itself completely, trembling uncontrollably. The swift giant eagle was trembling? Witnessing this spectacle, the elder was initially taken aback. Then his face lit up with overwhelming joy. "Young friend, you are a beastmaster?" He raised his hand, as if seeing a beloved toy, longing to touch it yet fearful of breaking it. With a start, Chen Xuan instinctively retreated several steps, widening the distance between himself and the elder. His wariness intensified. Did this elder have designs on his appearance? That warranted even greater caution. He certainly did not wish to become entangled with an old lecher. Seeing Chen Xuan's increasing vigilance, Feng Ling felt his own lapse in composure and quickly cleared his throat, offering a gentle smile as he explained, "Ahem, do not misunderstand, young friend. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Feng Ling, the Beast King of the 9th Tier Guild, the Spirit Pavilion. I noticed you emerged from the secret realm alone and wished to inquire whether you single-handedly cleared this golden secret realm." Chen Xuan regarded him with suspicion, replying, "I do not comprehend what you are referring to." "Haha, no matter." Observing Chen Xian's reluctance to speak, Feng Ling merely chuckled. "It is remarkable that one so young can conquer the golden secret realm alone. If I am not mistaken, you must be a beastmaster, correct?" Noting Chen Xian's silence, Feng Ling continued, "I would like to extend an invitation for you to join my Spirit Pavilion." Join the Spirit Pavilion? Chen Xuan was momentarily taken aback, doubting his own hearing. This was a 9th Tier guild, and they were extending an invitation to him? Had they uncovered his secret? Wait. Chen Xian's peripheral vision suddenly caught the time recorded on the stone tablet. He recalled that after clearing the secret realm, the tablet would automatically log the duration of entry. 1 hour, 5 minutes, and 26 seconds. Such a time indeed seemed inconceivable. In that moment, he understood why the elder was so interested in him and why he wasted no time in inviting him to join a 9th Tier guild. Anyone witnessing a young individual who completed the golden secret realm in just about an hour would undoubtedly find it hard to believe. Fortunately, it took me nearly an hour to count my spoils. Chen Xuan mused inwardly. The actual time he spent casting the forbidden spell barely exceeded 5 minutes. Had he taken nothing, he might have frightened the old man to death. Observing Chen Xuan in deep contemplation, Feng Ling stood motionless at a distance, silently unleashing a high-tier skill, True Eye. To the old man's astonishment, however, even with True Eye activated, he could perceive no information about Chen Xuan. All he could see was a chaotic void, within which lurked an unfathomable danger. "Can't see clearly?" The old man, upon realizing this, felt a swell of joy, and his smile broadened. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan was preoccupied with the old man's previous words, unaware of his probing gaze. He was no stranger to this world. He had often heard his teachers emphasize the importance of guilds back in high school. Joining a guild not only grants access to prioritized resources, but also provides numerous unique buffs. The higher the tier of the guild, the more substantial the benefits. This represents a crucial avenue for practitioners to enhance their combat prowess beyond mere personal development. Gaining entry into a reputable guild is immensely advantageous for any practitioner. Moreover, a 9th Tier guild is a realm many would vie to enter. Nevertheless, Chen Xuan was reluctant to hastily join a guild he knew little about. Should their intentions be dubious, he knew he would be outmaneuvered by those cunning old-timers. "Sorry, I'm not interested." Without waiting for the old man's reaction, Chen Xuan tore open a magic scroll and, with a flutter of his wings, departed from the scene. "Hey, young friend, you." Watching Chen Xuan leave with such determination, Feng Ling found himself momentarily at a loss for words. As Chen Xuan soared through the air, he mentally prepared his skills. Should the old man dare to approach, he would unleash a forbidden spell at the first opportunity. Fortunately, throughout the encounter, the old man showed no intention of hindrance, allowing Chen Xuan to leave unimpeded. "Little Eagle, what did you just sense? He appears to be no more than 17 or 18 years old. That red bird must be his contracted beast, right?" After Chen Xian's departure, Feng Ling turned his attention to the crouching swift giant eagle. "What? You mean it's not just that bird that instills fear in you? Who else? The black cat? Or the white one? What? 2 cats? And that gecko as well? Impossible." Feng Ling vehemently shook his head, incredulous. "For transformations, for contracted beasts? How old is he? He cannot possibly be a 4th Tier practitioner. What? Are you certain you didn't make a mistake?" Feng Ling's eyes widened. He trusted his contracted beast's judgment. Since the swift giant eagle asserted that all 4 of Chen Xian's companions were contracted beasts, and Chen Xian could not possibly possess the level of a 4th Tier practitioner at this moment, only one possibility remained. He was a chosen of the gods. Feng Ling's excitement surged, his body trembling even more than when he witnessed Chen Xuan soloing a secret realm. A chosen of the gods, as the term implies, is a practitioner favored by the divine. Those under such favor often possess the ability to transcend certain established rules. For instance, an ice mage could wield fire magic, and a berserker could execute ranged attacks. Chen Xuan had defied the conventional rule that a beastmaster could only have one contracted beast at the 1st tier. This was the essence of a chosen of the gods. The emergence of such a being would undoubtedly ignite fierce competition among the major guilds. Moreover, within the entire occupational hierarchy, the number of beastmasters is exceedingly rare, and never has a chosen of the gods been known to exist among them. No. This young man is crucial to the prosperity of our beastmaster lineage within the Spirit Pavilion. I must find a way to have him join the guild. Feng Ling lamented his earlier decision to let Chen Xuan leave without obtaining any form of contact. Now that Chen Xuan had vanished, where could he search for him? Suddenly, the swift giant eagle let out a cry, interrupting Feng Ling's thoughts. Bang! The old man slapped his forehead in exasperation, exclaiming, "How could I have forgotten you? You remember the aura of that contracted beast, right? Little eagle, you must pursue and locate that young man without alarming him. I will pay him a visit another day." Feng Ling hastily instructed the eagle to take flight, anxious not to lose track of the aura, while he remained behind to investigate the potential existence of the forbidden spell's release. Chen Xuan utilized the magic scroll to swiftly return to Frost City. After wandering about the city for a while, he did not head home, but instead made his way directly to the Transmigration Temple. Following his encounter with the 8th-tier expert, an instinctive sense of urgency compelled him to expedite his job change. Only by augmenting his strength could he face the myriad crises that might arise. After exchanging greetings with the sister nun, Chen Xuan pushed open the doors of the Transmigration Temple. The familiar hexagram formation awaited him, standing in the center. He heard the prompt sound echo. Prompt. Detection indicates the job changer has completed the 3rd-tier job change task. Would you like to commence the job change? Yes. Prompt. Congratulations. You have completed the 3rd-tier job change task. The baptism is commencing. Prompt. Due to the task's difficulty, you have triggered a reward. Equilibrium stack. Equilibrium stack. After baptism, attribute growth selections will be fixed at the highest growth value. Equilibrium stack? What sort of reward is this? Before Chen Xuan could fully comprehend, a resonant hum enveloped him. Buzz. Radiant light began to envelop Chen Xuan, the familiar warmth washing over him once more. In an instant, he felt his entire being reinforced anew. Akin to an unparalleled powerhouse breaking through their limits, his strength escalating rapidly. This exquisite sensation, however, did not linger long before it faded away. Prompt. Congratulations. You have completed the job change. Prompt. You have acquired 2 brand new skills. Prompt. Excess experience has automatically elevated your level. Please check your attribute panel for detailed information. As the brilliance dissipated, Chen Xuan promptly opened his attribute panel upon hearing the notification. Name. Chen Xuan. Profession. Mythical Beast Master Demigod, 3rd tier. Level. LV 73. Health. 118,000. Mana. 1. 885,000. Strength. 1. 180. Agility. 1. 148. Spirit. 1. 885. Skills. Divine Contract, Divine Grace, Divine Feedback, Divine Blessing, Phoenix Annihilation Flame, Forbidden Spell. Ice Realm Holy Dragon's Burial, Forbidden Spell, Anchoring Hand, Anchoring Foot. Contracted Beasts. Crimson Flame Phoenix, Frost Holy Dragon, Shadow Divine Leopard, Sacred Beast White Tiger. Combat Power, 195 stars. Available Attribute Points, 130. A demigod? I am already a demigod? Chen Xuan gasped in astonishment at the title displayed on his attribute panel. The previous designation of Mythical Saint was already outrageous, but this time it escalated to outright demigod status. He was uncertain of the true strength of a demigod, but he was aware that the invasion of legendary games into this world was somehow linked to the divine, and a demigod is merely a half-step away from the divine realm. That title sent shivers down his spine. Certainly, setting aside Chen Xuan's own transformation for the moment, the formidable power he now wields, having mastered forbidden spells and possessing for contract beasts of mythic potential, cannot be underestimated. However, Chen Xuan did not allow this impressive title to intoxicate him. Instead, he quickly regained his composure. For all his attributes, including life and mana, appeared quite formidable. They still paled in comparison to those of genuine high-tier professionals. Not to mention, the elder he encountered today was exceedingly fearsome. Beyond just his name, Chen Xuan's three-dimensional attributes had experienced a significant surge, and it took him a moment to comprehend the implications of the previously hinted equilibrium stacking. With his mental attribute as his primary stat, he gained an astonishing increase of over 400 points during his job transition, and equilibrium stacking ensured that both strength and agility also selected this maximum value for growth. Such a colossal enhancement indeed justified the level 6 difficulty that Chen Xuan had chosen. Coincidentally, he had a surplus of 130 attribute points saved up from his upgrade, which he could allocate entirely to his mental attribute, allowing his mana to surpass 2 million. This meant he could unleash 4 forbidden spells in a single instance. Naturally, his curiosity was piqued by the 2 newly acquired skills, Anchoring Hand and Anchoring Foot. With a mere thought, he opened the descriptions of both skills. Chapter 51, an unprecedented combination skill, a 9th-tier guild leader approaches. Anchoring Hand. As one capable of anchoring all things, you can establish anchoring points at any location, connecting these points to create a complete anchoring map. The skill costs 100 mana, has no cooldown, and is reusable. Drawing. Upon reading this explanation, Chen Xuan felt somewhat bewildered. It didn't seem particularly powerful, merely a simple marking? With lingering doubt, he turned his attention to the other skill. Anchoring Foot. For every 10,000 mana expended, you can teleport to any established anchoring point. The skill has no cooldown and is reusable. After reviewing this skill, Chen Xuan instantly grasped the true essence of these two abilities. They were, in fact, a synergistic combination skill, an extraordinarily powerful one at that. In simple terms, one would first use Anchoring Hand to map out locations and add anchoring points. Subsequently, regardless of the distance, by expending 10,000 mana, one could instantly teleport to any of these anchoring points. This was akin to carrying an endless supply of long-range teleportation scrolls with designated locations. If this wasn't extraordinary, then nothing was. With this newfound understanding, Chen Xuan swiftly shed his disappointment regarding the two skills. His next objective became evident: equip himself, elevate the levels of his four companions, and continue grinding for experience. He aimed to reach the 4th job advancement as swiftly as possible. At this stage, he would unlock the most crucial talent tree abilities for professionals. With talents, equipment, and dual enhancements, his combat power would undoubtedly soar. With his mind made up, Chen Xuan pushed open the door to the job transition temple and exited. Rather than heading directly to the Earthcat Trading Company to sell his items, he decided to return home first for some rest. He needed to investigate the subsequent developments regarding the Kuangtao Guild and the Wu family's reactions before formulating a plan. Although he was aware that these two factions would not stir up any significant trouble, he opted to exercise caution and wait a little longer. Additionally, he should also look into the news regarding the Spirit Master Guild. To be honest, Chen Xuan felt somewhat tempted by the Spirit Master Guild. As a 9th-tier guild, it was the most prestigious in the history of Yingshuang City, having only directly recruited a single candidate from a 7th-tier guild, let alone such a 9th-tier guild. Upon returning home, he released his 4 companions and settled onto a sofa that was little more than a skeleton of its former self, beginning to search for information related to the Spirit Master Guild. The Spirit Master Guild, a 9th-tier guild, specialized in accommodating beast tamers, hunters, archers, summoners, and druids, essentially practitioners of summoning and transformation. The guild boasted numerous high-tier professionals and exerted control over 3 major states, including Yunzhou, where Yingshuang City is located. It could be said that the Spirit Master Guild held absolute authority within Yingshuang City. Moreover, Chen Xuan discovered that there were a total of 7 9th-tier guilds throughout the Xia Kingdom, with only 7 such guilds in the entire kingdom. The significance of the Spirit Master Guild became evident. However, he could not access more detailed information as it was encrypted. Nevertheless, he gained a general understanding, allowing him to preliminarily ascertain that this guild was indeed one of the most suitable for him to join at this stage. While he had considered other 9th-tier guilds, none could rival the Spirit Master Guild in terms of their expertise regarding beast tamers. Of course, although the Spirit Master Guild was fitting, Chen Xuan did not wish to force the issue. With the forbidden spells he had already mastered and the potential of acquiring a couple more contract beasts, his combat power would soon become formidable. Even without joining, he would not be delayed for too long. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Xuan prepared a simple meal, took a warm shower, and then readied himself for bed. Despite the lack of physical fatigue, he felt mentally drained after all the exertion. However, just as he lay down, his 4 companions leapt onto the bed. Xiaoying claimed the left side, Xiao Shui occupied the right, Xiaoyan perched atop his head, and Xiaoya curled up against his face. Was this the reason they hadn't destroyed the bed? Chen Xuan sighed in resignation and fell into a deep slumber. The next day, with the sun shining brightly, Chen Xuan stretched languidly, feeling revitalized. Lying in bed, he first opened the internet interface to search for recent important news in Yingshuang City. As expected, reports of the Wu family and the Kuangtao Guild's complete downfall had become hot topics of discussion. Among the various reports, Chen Xuan found no mention of any suspicion directed toward him. With this assurance, he felt a wave of tranquility wash over him. It was time to make his move. Resolute, Chen Xuan maneuvered over his 4 companions and began preparing breakfast: bread, fried eggs, and a large glass of milk. Once ready, the aroma drew his 4 companions to the dining table. Seeing this, Chen Xuan couldn't help but smile. As an orphan, he suddenly experienced a sense of familial warmth. After breakfast, Chen Xuan stored his 4 companions in the contract space, changed his clothes, and prepared to head to the Earthcat Trading Company. However, as soon as he opened the door, his expression shifted dramatically. Standing at the entrance was none other than the 8th-tier powerhouse he had encountered yesterday, Feng Ling. Apologies for the abrupt intrusion, young friend. I kindly ask for a moment of your time, Feng Ling said, offering an apologetic smile and a gentle explanation. How did you find me? Chen Xuan inquired warily, recalling how he had deliberately circumnavigated the city before returning home. How had he located him so swiftly? Ah, it was my contract beast, Feng Ling chuckled. It recognized the aura of your contract beast, which led me here. I truly wish to invite you to join the Spirit Master Guild, young friend. I am aware you are a beast tamer, and I too am a beast tamer. When it comes to understanding beast tamers, I dare say no guild in the entire Xia Kingdom can claim to know more than the Spirit Master Guild. What benefits would joining the guild entail? Chen Xuan hesitated before asking. Haha, the benefits are simply too numerous to count. Upon hearing that Chen Xuan had not outright rejected the proposal, Feng Ling's smile blossomed like a flower in full bloom. May I enter? Feng Ling glanced at the sides of the corridor, gesturing for permission to proceed. Come in. Chen Xuan turned back and beckoned Feng Ling to enter. It's a bit messy. Feel free to make yourself comfortable, he casually indicated. Indeed, my contract beast was quite mischievous in its youth as well. Feng Ling, noticing the telltale signs of destruction by a contract beast in Chen Xuan's home, chuckled as he settled onto the sofa. To facilitate your comparison, I have directly pulled up a reference for a typical first-tier guild. As soon as he sat down, Feng Ling skillfully activated a semi-transparent screen, retrieving a wealth of information. Chapter 52, The Terrifying Amplifications of a 9th-tier Guild, the Rebirth Buff of the Diamond Tower. Look here, if you were to join a standard first-tier guild, Feng Ling pointed to the information on the screen, you would gain a mere 1 to your health and mana. However, in a second-tier guild, this would increase to 2. 5 in a 3rd tier, 10 in a 4th tier, 15 in a 5th tier, 20 in a 6th tier, 30 in a 7th tier, 40 in an 8th tier, and 50 in a 9th tier. 50? Chen Xuan felt a jolt of excitement at this figure. If such an enhancement were applied to him, his current mana could soar to nearly 3 million, allowing for the casting of 6 consecutive forbidden spells without issue. Just this prospect alone stirred his interest. Of course, in addition to these benefits, there are also enhancements to experience acquisition and priority access to resources. For instance, when undertaking complex class transition tasks, you can enlist the guild's assistance. Feng Ling continued. Given your limited experience with class transitions thus far, you may not fully grasp the challenges that lie ahead. Many transition tasks cannot be completed by an individual alone. They require teamwork. Especially after reaching the 4th transition, these tasks typically escalate to multi-stage completions. Some individuals may find it impossible to complete them alone throughout their lifetime. Is that so? Chen Xuan nodded slightly. While he had gleaned some information about upcoming transition tasks during class, he still lacked clarity on the specifics. Feng Ling's words implied that the challenges would be significantly more daunting than he anticipated. I must admit, I am quite tempted by the allure of a 9th-tier guild. Chen Xuan pondered for a moment and candidly acknowledged, but I wish to understand the obligations that come with joining a guild. There is no such thing as a free lunch. To gain privileges, one must pay an appropriate price. Naturally, Chen Xuan would not simply acquiesce, but would seek clarity first. Obligations? Feng Ling seemed to anticipate this question from Chen Xuan. The purpose of the guild is to allow members to come together for mutual support, so the obligations required of members are minimal. Particularly in our 9th-tier guild, we maintain a lenient approach. Generally, you only need to complete a certain number of guild tasks within a set time frame. Moreover, these tasks are not performed for free. Adequate rewards and compensation are provided based on their difficulty. Additionally, when the guild faces significant danger, members are expected to unite in defense. However, as a new member, your permissions are too limited to concern yourself with that at this stage. Thank you for clarifying, Senior. Chen Xuan nodded in gratitude. After a moment of contemplation, he added, however, I am not yet ready to make a decision, as joining a guild is no small matter. I understand. Feng Ling smiled and nodded. If you have any requests, you may communicate them directly with the guild. My authority may only be at level 6, but I still possess certain privileges. Not much. I just wish to postpone this decision until after the college entrance examination, Chen Xuan stated, effectively giving himself some breathing room. He needed to reflect on whether joining a guild was truly the right choice for him. After all, if word got out that both he and his contract beast could unleash forbidden spells, who could say how the guild's higher-ups would react? The college entrance examination, you say? Feng Ling paused, suddenly slapping his forehead. Indeed, this year's examination will utilize the Diamond Tower, which presents a significant opportunity for you. The Diamond Tower? What is that? Chen Xuan asked, curiosity piqued by the elder's mention of it. Ah, the Diamond Tower is a unique artifact of diamond quality, a magnificent pagoda. Feng Ling explained with a smile. Although this information is confidential for you students, it won't hurt to share a bit. The tower is not located in Yunzhou. It contains hundreds of layers of space. It was chosen for the examination because it can grant participants a rebirth buff. Even if you die, you can resurrect directly on the first layer. Because of this feature, candidates can confidently unleash their abilities, and all rewards will belong to them. Therefore, I recommend that you quickly level up. If possible, prepare some gear to enhance your health and mana, as well as potions to replenish your contract beast's mana and health. This way, you can stay longer in the Diamond Tower and ascend to greater heights. The elder shared a wealth of practical information, which endeared Chen Xuan to him even more. Thank you, senior. I will take heed of your advice. Chen Xuan nodded in agreement. All right, since you are already aware, I shall take my leave, Feng Ling remarked as he stood. I happen to have some free time today, so come along with me. Come along with you? Chen Xuan blinked in confusion at the unexpected offer. Of course, I'll take you to level up. Feng Ling stated matter-of-factly. With only a few days left until the examination, I aim to help you reach level 60, enabling you to complete your third transition. And you should be able to ascend to at least the 30th layer. An 8th-tier expert offering free training? Chen Xuan hadn't anticipated that Feng Ling would be willing to undertake such laborious work to entice him to join the guild. If it were anyone else, they would likely be overjoyed. However, leveling up wasn't a pressing concern for Chen Xuan. After some contemplation, he politely declined. No, senior. I believe I can manage the leveling on my own. Please, I know your level must already be at the second transition. Even so, your standing among the students in Yunzhou is not particularly remarkable. To be among the top, you must at least reach the third transition. Feng Ling urged earnestly. If you rely solely on yourself, you won't reach level 60 in just a few days, let alone complete your third transition. Trust me, I assure you I have no ulterior motives. I'm simply here to help. Senior, I've already completed my third transition. Faced with Feng Ling's enthusiastic persuasion, Chen Xuan felt a bit guilty and cleared his throat to reveal the truth. Wait, you completed the third transition? How could that be? Feng Ling instinctively nodded but suddenly realized, his expression shifting to one of astonishment as he stared at Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan could only nod in affirmation. You didn't choose a level 1 difficulty transition task, did you? Feng Ling quickly inquired, concern etched on his features. I selected a level 6 difficulty. Chen Xuan replied. What difficulty? Feng Ling's voice rose an octave, doubting his own hearing. Yes, it's a difficulty that no ordinary person can complete. Gasp. Upon receiving confirmation, Feng Ling couldn't help but take a sharp breath, his shock evident on his face. The entire Summer Kingdom adheres to a unified class transition schedule. Yet this fellow has only transitioned for a few days. Not only has he completed 3 transitions along the way, but he has also opted for a difficulty level of 6. If he hadn't heard it with his own ears, Feng Ling would have found it utterly unbelievable. However, he quickly realized that just because others might not be capable, it does not imply that a divinely favored one cannot achieve it. With the answer in mind, a joyous expression blossomed on Feng Ling's face. Such potential, even those few divine-favored individuals of other professions he knew could not compare to Chen Xuan's prodigious talent. In that moment, Feng Ling resolutely decided that regardless of whether Chen Xuan joined the Spirit Beast Pavilion, he must forge a strong connection with him. Ha, indeed. Heroes emerge in their youth. He smiled and gave Chen Xuan a thumbs up, saying, since you have already completed 3 transitions, it would be unrealistic to expect a rapid ascent to the 4th. How about this? I shall gift you a set of equipment as a token of our first meeting. As his words fell, Feng Ling made a swift motion with his hand, retrieving several pieces of equipment from the class transition space. Upon witnessing the radiant glow emanating from the equipment, Chen Xuan couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Chapter 53. Time's Annihilation, the Generous Elder in a Flash. The entire room was illuminated by a dazzling, rich starlight. Starlight? Stargrade equipment? Instantly, such a question instinctively emerged in Chen Xuan's mind. Yet, Feng Ling quickly provided the answer. This set of Stargrade equipment has been my trusty companion prior to my 8th transition. It boasts exceptional cost-effectiveness. A proud smile graced Feng Ling's face. Especially for beast tamers, its effects are simply unparalleled. He gestured for Chen Xuan to step forward and examine the items. Given permission, Chen Xuan eagerly scrutinized the 4 pieces of Stargrade equipment before him. Time's Annihilation Staff, Star Set 1, 4. Category, Weapon, Base Effects, Health 2000, Mana 5000, Strength 100. Agility 100, Spirit 100, Durability 500, 500. Level Requirement, LV 75. Additional Effects, Time Aura, doubles skill casting speed within range. Annihilation Aura, enhances skill effects by 15 within range. Reduces enemy magic resistance by 10. Set Effects, Health 5000, Mana 10,000, all attributes 200, Magic Resistance Aura, increases magic resistance by 10. Cooldown Aura, reduces skill cooldown by 25. Time's Annihilation Robe, Star Set 1, 4. Category, Attire, Base Effects, Health 1000, Mana 3000, Strength 100, Agility 100. Spirit 100, Durability 500, 500. Level Requirement, LV 75. Additional Effects, Elemental Annihilation increases magic resistance by 10. Exploration Annihilation, immunity to exploration skills below tier 7. Set effects, health 5000. Mana 10,000, all attributes 200. Magic Resistance Aura increases magic resistance by 10. Cooldown Aura reduces skill cooldown by 25. Time S Annihilation Necklace, star set 1. 4. Category, accessory, base effects, health 500, mana 1000, spirit 200, durability 500, 500. Level requirement, LV 75, additional effects, time cooldown, reduces skill cooldown by 15. Annihilation Shield creates a magical shield upon release, capable of withstanding a single tier 7 skill, cooldown time 24 hours, set effects, health 5000, mana 10,000, all attributes 200. Magic Resistance Aura increases magic resistance by 10. Cooldown Aura reduces skill cooldown by 25. Time S Annihilation Ring, star set 1. 4. Category, accessory, base effects, health 500. Mana 1000, spirit 200, durability 500, 500. Level requirement, LV 75, additional effects, time Annihilation Light, tier 7 skill, upon release creates a magical beam to attack a target. Cooldown time 24 hours. Annihilation Touch, tier 7 skill, when actively released can reduce target's armor by 50. Set effects, health 5000, mana 10,000, all attributes 200. Magic Resistance Aura increases magic resistance by 10. Cooldown Aura reduces skill cooldown by 25. Gasp. After reading through the items, Chen Xuan couldn't help but inhale sharply. Astonishing. Simply astounding. He acknowledged that he had previously harbored some misconceptions regarding equipment. He had thought that being able to unleash forbidden spells was already formidable. No matter how high the equipment enhancements were, they could not compare to the amplification of a single forbidden spell. Yet now, after reviewing the Time S Annihilation set, all his prior notions were utterly overturned. It was not that the equipment was inferior. Rather, he had never encountered superior equipment. Before him, these 4 pieces of equipment, disregarding the set effects, could increase Chen Xuan's spirit attribute by 100 each. Altogether, that amounted to 600 points. With the blessing of his divine favor, it would equate to a forbidden spell. Adding the set bonus of 200 points meant he was merely 200 attributes away from casting another forbidden spell. Even more enticing was the fact that this set included effects that reduced skill cooldowns. Moreover, it was an aura effect. What did this imply? It meant that when he donned this equipment, his contracted beast would also receive the enhancement. The necklace similarly featured a cooldown reduction, and when combined with the set, it could lead to a staggering 40 reduction in skill cooldowns. A 10-hour cooldown for a forbidden spell would be slashed by nearly half. Even if the contracted beast could only benefit from the aura, it would still enjoy a quarter reduction. The magnitude of this enhancement was beyond words for Chen Xuan. If the Stargrade set was so formidable, how terrifying must higher-tier epic, legendary, or even mythical sets be? This, esteemed elder, this set is far too precious for me to accept, Chen Xuan said, placing the equipment down. After some contemplation, he ultimately declined. It was not that he disliked it, but rather he felt that one should not benefit without merit. If he accepted this equipment, it would likely bind him to joining the Spirit Beast Pavilion. To his surprise, Feng Ling laughed heartily at his words. Young friend, fret not. I merely wish to befriend you. Your decision regarding the Spirit Beast Pavilion is of no consequence. He raised his hand to halt Chen Xuan, who was about to speak again. Do not refuse. If you feel uncomfortable, just leave me a way to contact you. And feel free to visit this old man whenever you wish. But there are no buts. Feng Ling interjected with a smile, shaking his head. You may take your time to consider joining the Spirit Beast Pavilion. Once your exams are concluded, I shall return to inquire about your decision. Now, I must take my leave. With that, Feng Ling waved his hand, and as if enveloped by a gentle breeze, he vanished without waiting for Chen Xuan's response. Esteemed elder, you haven't left your contact information. Chen Xuan's words trailed off as he witnessed Feng Ling completely disappear before his eyes. Phew. Several hundred meters away on the street, Feng Ling's figure slowly materialized. Fortunately, I left quickly. Otherwise, that young lad would have surely been reluctant to accept. Feng Ling glanced back toward Chen Xuan's home, a smile of relief spreading across his face. Understood. Regardless of whether that young man decides to join, it is imperative to leave a favorable impression. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly felt a twinge of confusion, followed by a firm slap to his forehead. Oh dear, my memory. I completely forgot to ask for his contact information. At this moment, Feng Ling dared not return. What if Chen Xuan caught him returning the gift? Never mind. He has the college entrance examination to focus on, and I can simply intercept him at the examination venue later. After pondering for a moment, Feng Ling conceived a clever plan and hummed a little tune as he departed. I am not intoxicated. The wind blows northward, and I shall not retreat. With everyone gone, Chen Xuan could only gather up the equipment he had laid out, which he indeed found quite necessary. Previously, the old man had mentioned that he could only ascend beyond the 30th floor of the Diamond Tower after completing the third transformation. However, the Diamond Tower boasts a staggering 100 floors, presenting no small challenge. Naturally, Chen Xuan could not afford to miss the opportunity to reap benefits. Suppressing his thoughts, he rose once more to head towards the Cat's Paw Merchant, but just then, he received a group notification from the teachers at number 3 high school. Important notice: only 5 days remain until the college entrance examination. All candidates are urged to promptly arrive at the examination venue to make necessary preparations. Examination venue: Yunzhou Prefecture, Yunyang City National Practitioner Higher Assessment Waiting Center. Examination date: June 7th at 10 a.m. Note 1. Candidates experiencing transportation difficulties may privately message me to apply for school assistance funds. Note 2. Presenting a student ID at the Frost City Teleport Station grants a half-price discount. Chapter 54. Billions in Wealth. Crafting the Xuanwu. Ice Sea Elephant Tortoise. Rock Soul Fire. Only 5 days left. Upon reading the message, Chen Xuan couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. This year's examination venue was notably different from previous years, as it was situated directly in Yunzhou Prefecture, within Yunyang City. Yunyang City is the largest among the 100 base cities in all of Yunzhou, serving as its unequivocal center. In such a place, one could easily encounter extraordinary talents. It seems I must remain vigilant. Chen Xuan silently admonished himself and promptly set off for the Cat's Paw Merchant. Mr. Chen, are these all for sale? Within the elegant chamber, Lu Xiaoya trembled slightly as she pointed to the various piled equipment and skill books. Even the number of gold-grade equipment had exceeded 10. Such a monumental harvest was something she had never witnessed, even after years of serving as the manager here. Hee, I didn't bring them out merely for display, Chen Xuan replied, nodding while seated on the sofa. As per our usual arrangement, I will continue to procure those materials in bulk. Additionally, please replenish this batch of magic scrolls from the list. After a moment's thought, he added, moreover, I would appreciate it if you could assist me in locating advanced flying skills. Initially, Chen Xuan had intended to purchase a mount for immediate use. But after witnessing Feng Ling's mount, he felt the aim was too grand. It would be more prudent to acquire a flying skill directly. Though traveling on foot might be tiring, it would be less conspicuous. Furthermore, once his contracted beast matured, it could serve as a mount without issue. As for distant travel, he could easily utilize anchor hands to assist. Rest assured, I have flying skills available right now. Once the settlement is complete, I will send someone to deliver them to you, Lu Xiaoya said eagerly, as she was accustomed to fulfilling Chen Xuan's requests. In such a short time, her superiors had praised her multiple times due to Chen Xuan's orders and even rewarded her with ample resources. The fourth transformation was not far off. Once she completed it, she could leave this place and assume a managerial role in a larger venue. All of this was thanks to Chen Xuan. Thank you very much. After indulging in tea for 3 hours, Chen Xuan finally awaited Lu Xiaoya's return. Mr. Chen, knowing that you needed materials like Tianyin Ling Sui, I specially arranged for a larger batch to be brought over. Here, there are 600 of each type, along with these 3 flying skills, 2 second transformation and 1 third transformation. Since I am unaware of your current level, I have brought them all for your selection. Chen Xuan glanced over and immediately chose the 3rd-tier skill book, Wings of the Sky. Though its level was not particularly high, it was the best flying skill available to him at this stage. Very well, Mr. Chen. The total price for the items you are purchasing amounts to 131,290,000. After deducting 25,800,000 for materials and skill books, you have a remaining balance of 100,509,000 gold coins, all of which has been credited to your card. Lu Xiaoya presented Chen Xuan with his black gold card, which he accepted, a flicker of dazed astonishment in his eyes. Little did he expect to become a billionaire so effortlessly. Lu Jia, might I inquire if you have any contractable exotic beast eggs or young exotic beasts available? Chen Xuan had been contemplating the 2 contract slots for his 3rd transformation. Previously, he had obtained Xiao Ying and Xiao Shui in the secret realm, but with only 5 days remaining, it was uncertain whether he could acquire the desired exotic beasts through further exploration. Moreover, with 4 little companions as a safety net, Chen Xuan's standards for selecting contracted beasts had become increasingly discerning. This time, his primary objective was to find an exotic beast capable of enhancing defensive capabilities. Indeed, it was defense that he sought. While Xiao Shui's melee attacks and the ranged area of effect assaults of Xiao Yin, Xiao Ying, and Xiao Ye had significantly bolstered Chen Xuan's combat prowess, he lacked defensive skills. In the event of encountering a top-tier powerhouse capable of delivering lethal strikes, should they retaliate with a forbidden spell, he would find himself in dire straits. Following the previous incident where Xiao Shui transformed into a white tiger, an audacious thought suddenly sparked in Chen Xian's mind. If a white tiger could emerge, could he possibly summon a Xuanwu? The notion of customizing a contracted beast ignited within him like wildfire. The Xuanwu, one of the 4 sacred beasts in mythology, originates from ancient star worship, governing the north and associated with the water element, embodying the essence of winter. To forge a Xuanwu, one must gather information closely aligned with its characteristics. The Xuanwu embodies both tortoise and serpent. Chen Xian could not find an exact match, so he would need to consider options within the tortoise domain. Additionally, it must primarily possess water attributes. Ideally, it would be an exotic beast sourced from the northern icy seas, which he believed would further enhance compatibility. Mr. Chen, what kind of exotic beast are you seeking? Lu Xiaoya, having speculated that Chen Xian might be a beast master since his previous inquiry, had discreetly prepared several exotic beast eggs and young beasts. To her surprise, this time, her preparations proved fortuitous. Well, I am looking for. After organizing his thoughts regarding the Xuanwu, Chen Xian succinctly conveyed his ideas to Lu Xiaoya. Is that so? Upon hearing Chen Xian's description, Lu Xiaoya pondered for a long while before suddenly offering a wry smile. I apologize, Mr. Chen, but I do not have any exotic beasts that match your specifications. Furthermore, exotic beasts produced in the northern eternal ice sea are exceedingly rare, and it may be quite challenging to find one in Frost City. Understood. Please keep an eye out for any information regarding this matter. If your esteemed merchant has any, please notify me directly. I am willing to offer a generous price for it. Despite a hint of disappointment on his face, Chen Xian recognized that such matters could not be forced. However, this expression did not escape Lu Xiaoya's notice, prompting her to cautiously inquire, Mr. Chen, if there are leads from channels outside the Cat's Paw merchant, would you be open to them? Channels outside the merchant? Chen Xian hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded. Of course, as long as confidentiality is maintained. Absolutely. Lu Xiaoya nodded emphatically, assuring that she would exert every effort to assist the gentleman shortly. With gratitude exchanged, Chen Xian departed from the D. Mao commercial firm, leaving behind a designated anchoring point in the elegant chamber, should it prove useful in the future. Upon exiting the establishment, he made his way directly to the transportation station in Yingshuang City. This station served as a vital conduit linking major cities, its magical array meticulously inscribed at a considerable expense. The cost of transportation varied according to distance. To his surprise, the fare to Yunyang City, located thousands of miles away, amounted to an astonishing 100,000 gold coins. Even with a student ID granting a 50% discount, the fare still reached a staggering 50,000 gold coins. This prompted Chen Xian to humorously contemplate the prospect of establishing his own transportation station. However, he quickly dismissed the idea, as he lacked the ability to inscribe such arrays, and ownership of transportation stations typically resided with 9th-tier guilds. With a low, resonant hum enveloping him, Chen Xian felt a fleeting blur before being enveloped in radiant light and vanishing. When he regained clarity, he found himself once again within a transportation array. An enchanting voice resonated from beyond the array, announcing, "Attention travelers, you have arrived at Yunyang City. Please adjust your state within 10 seconds and exit the transportation array in an orderly fashion. We wish you a pleasant journey." This announcement echoed thrice, and after a brief moment of dizziness, Chen Xian joined the throng exiting the array. As he stepped through the station's entrance, his striking appearance immediately captivated the attention of several onlookers. Some even approached him, eager to strike up a conversation. After politely declining their advances, he managed to extricate himself from the throngs of enthusiastic admirers. As his gaze wandered over the modern cityscape, an exquisite amalgamation of magic and technology, Chen Xian couldn't help but marvel at Yunyang City's grandeur, which far surpassed the opulence of Yingshuang City. After a brief pause, he summoned forth a pair of wings formed entirely from swirling winds, manifesting his 3rd-tier skill. Sky wings. While lacking offensive capabilities, their speed was commendable. With a gentle tremor, he transformed into a gust of wind, soaring into the sky. Following his planned route, he aimed for the illustrious Yunyang Lila Hotel, the grandest establishment in the city. Upon his arrival, he was astonished to see numerous riders, some with flying mounts, descending upon the location. A glance through his eye of origin revealed that they were all 4th-tier, 5th-tier, and even 6th-tier practitioners. This alone underscored the disparity between Yunyang City and Yingshuang City, prompting Chen Xian to exercise increased caution. He promptly reserved an imperial suite at the hotel, priced at 18,888 gold coins, not out of extravagance, but for its unparalleled privacy and security. The suite boasted a bedroom nearly the size of a living room, expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, a double massage bathtub, an exclusive butler service, all epitomizing the suite's regal grandeur. For Chen Xuan, who had witnessed grand spectacles in his previous life, the novelty wore off within mere seconds. He intended to first locate the examination center and establish another anchoring point, in case of any unforeseen circumstances. Additionally, he sought a place to level up and explore local businesses for materials that could enhance his 4 companions, as well as address matters concerning his other 2 contracted beasts. In short, with just 5 days remaining before the examination, Chen Xuan felt his schedule was exceedingly full. After a half-day of rest and a sumptuous lunch, Chen Xuan ventured out alone from the hotel to explore Yunyang City, with the aim of mapping out anchor points. By the time he completed his circuit, evening was approaching. Just as he prepared to return to the hotel, he received a call request. Upon glancing at the screen, his gaze sharpened in surprise. Lu Xiaoya? What could she want at this hour? With curiosity piqued, he instinctively answered the call and was met with her pleasantly surprised voice. Mr. Chen, I found the exotic beast you requested. Chen Xuan momentarily paused, then a smile of delight spread across his face. So soon? How did you manage to find it, Sister Ya? I acquired the information from the black market, and it's classified. Lu Xiaoya revealed earnestly. According to the intel, a 7th-tier practitioner posted a temporary bounty task in Yunyang City 3 days ago. The reward is a young exotic beast from the Eternal Ice Sea, known as the Ice Sea Elephant Turtle. Ice Sea Elephant Turtle? Chen Xuan blinked in confusion, the name unfamiliar to him. However, Lu Xiaoya seemed well prepared, explaining. I've done my research. The Ice Sea Elephant Turtle resides along the coastal regions of the Ice Sea, boasting a long lifespan. Its blood is a crucial ingredient in many rare potions. Additionally, its massive form features a tail with a bulge resembling a snake's head, earning it the playful nickname Snake Turtle. I believe it fits your criteria perfectly. A giant creature, dwelling in the Ice Sea, whimsically dubbed the Snake Turtle. Chen Xuan's eyes lit up. Is it available through the Job Change Temple? That was indeed the case, but it has already been claimed by someone else, Lu Xiaoya elaborated. I also purchased information about the claimant. They belong to a 7th-tier guild called Giant's Grasp, and they warned all other guilds in Yunyang City against interfering with their task. Miss Xiaoya, if you're willing, I could attempt to contact Giant's Grasp to see if they might sell the reward after completing the task. That might prove difficult, Chen Xuan replied, shaking his head. Since Giant's Grasp has warned all other guilds, they are likely intent on securing the Ice Sea Elephant Turtle for themselves and would not easily relinquish it. What should we do then? Lu Xiaoya hesitated. Her focus on assisting Chen Xuan had prevented her from considering the implications, and now she felt a pang of worry. Do you have the information and address of the task issuer? Chen Xuan pondered. I do. I spent a substantial amount to obtain this information, Lu Xiaoya assured him. Excellent. Please send it to me, he requested. Of course, I'll send it right away. Soon, Chen Xuan received the message, glancing at it before nodding with a smile. Thank you, Sister Ya. He recognized that Lu Xiaoya likely incurred significant expense for this information and, after a moment's thought, added, if there's anything you need help with in the future, feel free to reach out. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoya's face lit up with joy. She understood the significance of his words. To gain a friend like Chen Xuan was undoubtedly one of the wisest investments of her life. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Whenever you need me, don't hesitate to ask. After ending the call, Chen Xuan made his way to a hotel where the 7th-tier practitioner was reportedly staying. According to the information, he was not a local and could only remain for 7 days. 3 days had already passed, leaving just 4 days before he would depart. Chen Xuan paid 100 gold coins to have a server escort him to the gentleman's room. Mr. Li, your dinner has arrived. The server tentatively knocked on the door, inquiring. Not long after, the sound of footsteps echoed, followed by a creak as the door swung open, revealing the figure of an elderly man, tall and slender, with a tousled mane of hair. His sunken eyes suggested years of sleepless nights. Upon noticing the presence of Chen Xuan beside the attendant, his countenance darkened instantly. And he barked, "You insolent servant, how dare you deceive me? Do you wish to meet your demise?" This thunderous rebuke sent the attendant sprawling to the ground, desperately pleading for mercy. In this world, being an occupational practitioner conferred privileges, with the mightier practitioners enjoying increasingly ostentatious advantages. Observing this, Chen Xuan took the initiative to speak up. Mr. Li, it was I who compelled him to bring me here. I am here regarding the task you posted. You? That task has already been claimed by someone else. Be gone at once. The old man spoke with unreserved disdain, turning to retreat into his room, reaching for the door to close it. However, Chen Xuan was swift, pressing his hand against the door. Mr. Li, I am aware that your task has been taken, but I am the only one capable of completing it in the shortest time. As he spoke, Chen Xuan raised his hand, and the Time Oblivion staff fell into his grasp. Though his level was insufficient to harness its power, he merely sought to project an imposing presence. The Starry Staff? Upon its emergence, Mr. Li's expression shifted, and after a fleeting glance at Chen Xuan, he relinquished his grip on the door. "Come in." With a sigh of relief, Chen Xuan patted the still kneeling attendant, dismissing him with a wave as he rolled the dining card into the room. The Eye of Origin scrutinized Mr. Li, discovering that, apart from his 7th tier, he was an alchemist. "Now, tell me, what makes you think you can complete my task the quickest?" The man, named Li Lok, was evidently impatient, lighting a cigar and inquiring with urgency the moment he entered. "Well, that depends on what you require," Chen Xuan replied with a smile, countering the question. "Ha ha." Li Lok suddenly burst into laughter, which morphed into a cold sneer. "Boy, do not think that just because you possess a piece of starry equipment, you can toy with me. I give you 3 seconds to leave, or I shall kill you on the spot. You dare to take on a task without even knowing what I need." Humph. Chen Xuan merely smiled at his words, recognizing that Mr. Li had issued a temporary bounty. Clearly in a hurry regarding the matter at hand. Why not share it? After all, you have nothing to lose, do you? Fine, I need 100 units of rock soulfire. Do you have it? Li Lok sneered, noting Chen Xuan's expression. From the looks of it, you probably don't even know what rock soulfire is, do you? Let me enlighten you further. It is born from the soul flames of rock puppets. These puppets possess extremely low intelligence, thus their soul flames are exceedingly weak. Do you have any idea how many rock puppets you would need to gather 100 units? He raised a finger, his voice growing more agitated. 1 million. Do you understand? 1 million. Chen Xuan paused, a hint of confusion flashing across his face. 1 million? Just that much? He recalled having annihilated countless Nagasi witches with a single forbidden spell, so 1 million seemed trivial. 1 million? Just that? Chen Xuan's calm response left Li Lok momentarily stunned, before he erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha, splendid boy. Your strength may not be remarkable, but your bluster is louder than the hand of giants." He appeared eager to witness Chen Xuan's embarrassment, suddenly gesturing, and a fist-sized orb was hurled towards him. Chen Xuan caught it, and Li Lok explained, "This is a soul-gathering shrine, capable of storing vast amounts of rock soulfire. If you have the capability, bring it to me within 3 days." He fixed an icy gaze upon Chen Xuan. "It contains a locating device unique to me, so do not entertain any thoughts of escape. Regardless of your identity or background, if you fail to return it within 3 days, I shall see to it that you are killed." 3 days? Chen Xuan mused, examining the soul-gathering shrine. "That won't be necessary. 1 day will suffice." Such audacity. Li Lok scoffed. The last soul-gathering shrine was taken by the hand of giants, and it has been 3 days without any news. "And you think you can manage it?" "Huh. Rest assured, Mr. Li, I will return it to you by tomorrow," Chen Xuan replied with a smile, securing the shrine and turning to leave. "By the way, do not trouble the attendant. You will regret it if you do," Chen Xuan warned as he vanished from sight. "What?" Witnessing Chen Xuan's sudden disappearance left Li Lok's eyes wide with shock. Is it a teleportation scroll? Or spatial magic? If it were a scroll, I did not see him make any gestures for it. And if it were magic, he did not utter any incantation. Could it be instant casting? Hiss. A youth capable of instant casting magic? Impossible, absolutely impossible. It must be an effect triggered by equipment. It has to be due to that starry equipment. Li Lok raked his fingers through his disheveled hair, grasping onto the most plausible explanation. Yet, a flicker of doubt began to sprout within him. Could this young man truly succeed? In the luxurious imperial suite of the Yunyang Hotel, Chen Xuan gradually materialized from the ethereal realm. Having used the anchored step for the first time, a trace of novelty lingered on his face. That should serve as a warning. After the novelty faded, Chen Xuan's expression grew contemplative. The reason he demonstrated his abilities so openly was to instill a sense of respect in Li Lok. Additionally, having assured the attendant of his safety, he felt compelled to follow through. Shaking his head, Chen Xuan settled onto the sofa and began to contemplate the task at hand. He rotated the spherical soul-gathering shrine in his hands, succumbing to deep thought. Although rock puppets lack high intelligence, their sheer size and immense strength, coupled with their considerable magical resistance, typically confine them to desert or swamp realms. Furthermore, they start at the silver tier, peaking at gold. Furrowing his brow, Chen Xuan suddenly recognized the challenge of this task. To extract the rock soulfire intact, he must ensure the puppets remain undamaged while rendering them incapable of resistance. Achieving this likely necessitated the use of Little Shadow's forbidden spell. However, even if he could restrain them, extracting 1,000,000 units of soulfire would be an arduous endeavor. The optimal approach would be to possess skills specializing in the soul domain, capable of extracting all rock soulfire in one fell swoop without causing harm. This method would undoubtedly yield the highest efficiency. Where might he acquire soul-related skills? Chen Xuan pondered, gazing at the soul-gathering shrine, when suddenly an idea struck him. While lacking soul skills, perhaps a soul contract beast could present an opportunity. Chapter 55. The Cursed Queen. Are you ready to kneel, mortal? With a renewed gesture, Chen Xuan summoned forth an object resembling a treasure chest, which was none other than the Cursed Spirit Shrine. Within this shrine lay concealed a level 30 Cursed Spectre. Chen Xuan had contemplated this entity long ago while searching for a suitable contract beast to become his Xuanwu. One slot for a contract beast was designated for Xuanwu, while the other naturally belonged to this spectre. However, he had refrained from taking action, apprehensive about whether a level 30 golden tier aberration could be successfully contracted under the Divine Covenant. Should he fail, the repercussions for Chen Xuan would be minimal, yet the Cursed Spectre would undoubtedly meet its demise. Relinquishing this opportunity was a bitter thought, especially since, back at the Earthcat Trading Company, he could have easily sold it. Nevertheless, with Li Luoka's task requiring the collection of rock soul flames, Chen Xuan was compelled to confront this reality. Should he take a gamble or devise an alternative strategy? If successful, he could bypass the juvenile phase and directly select some mature or even adult aberrations for experimentation. Taking a risk could transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xuan gritted his teeth. An elemental energy surged from his palm as he proceeded to break the seal of the Cursed Spirit Shrine. With a resonant hum, the seal was undone and an icy, chilling aura assailed him. This sensation was peculiar, though devoid of frost. It sent shivers down his spine. Chen Xuan maintained a tranquil demeanor as he observed the unfolding scene before him. At his side, four small companions manifested, their expressions reflecting vigilance. Their purpose was to safeguard their master from any harm. A raspy, metallic voice echoed eerily throughout the room. Before Chen Xuan, a semi-transparent, inky mist began to coalesce, revealing a gaunt figure, emaciated and skeletal, with bony legs dragging upon the ground. The spectre hovered in midair, its body marred by various wounds inflicted by sharp instruments, blood continuously dripping from its form. Its face, grotesque and witch-like, emitted a chilling rasp as it regarded Chen Xuan, eyes gleaming as though he were the most delectable feast. In a swift motion, it transformed into an ethereal wraith, lunging towards Chen Xuan, disregarding the presence of his four companions entirely. To it, these seemingly harmless entities were utterly insignificant and unworthy of its attention. However, just as its spectral form neared Chen Xuan, an instinctive sense of danger surged within it, compelling it to halt abruptly. Standing proudly nearby was Xiao Ying, one paw raised, claws extended, glimmering with menace. Her large eyes narrowed at the spectre, as if to convey a warning. Move another inch, and you may meet your demise. Meanwhile, Xiao Shui, with her rotund figure, adopted a diving stance, radiating an aura of dread that made the cursed spectre feel its very soul quiver. Little Yin circled above, mouth agape, a flicker of flame dancing within. Fire, after all, held a direct dominion over spirits. And what of the adorably naive little gecko, spewing what appeared to be white vapor? It seemed as though it could freeze the spectre into fragments. In such a terrifying atmosphere, even instinctively, the cursed spectre found itself momentarily immobilized, awkwardly confronting Chen Xuan with a raspy sound. "Ah, hello, I am Chen Xuan, and I harbor no ill will towards you." Chen Xuan endeavored to don a gentle smile. "You don't. Not even the dogs would believe that," it replied with a raspy chuckle. "You cannot speak, can you?" Chen Xuan shrugged, exasperated. "No matter. I shall attempt to contract you now. With a stroke of luck, you might just hit the jackpot. And if luck runs dry, then you'll ascend in place." Following their silent exchange, Chen Xuan wasted no time, raising his hand to approach the spectre. Instinctively, the cursed spectre sought to evade. Yet upon sensing the chilling auras emanating from four formidable beings, it suppressed its urge to resist. As Chen Xuan's finger made contact, a wave of icy sensation enveloped him. In that moment, he focused his thoughts and initiated the divine contract. Notification: contract successful. Did it truly succeed? A smile blossomed on Chen Xuan's face upon hearing the notification. Swiftly perceiving that the cursed spectre's animosity had dissipated, replaced by an aura of affinity. To his astonishment, the transformation of the cursed spectre was remarkable. He allowed it to remain stationary, for the divine contract had been enacted, leading to the inevitable bestowal of blessings. Chen Xuan raised his hand, invoking the divine blessing. With a hum, the cursed spectre's form trembled, its once ephemeral essence solidifying at a visible pace. Moreover, the multitude of wounds adorning its skin began to heal rapidly, the surrounding curses transforming into intricate and exquisite tattoos imprinted upon its flesh. Strangely, its height diminished, shrinking from approximately 1.6 meters to around 1.2 meters. Its tattered garments began to mend, evolving into a delicate black chiffon princess dress, though its lower body was now enveloped in an ethereal mist, obscuring its legs from view. Thus, the once fearsome and disheveled cursed spectre metamorphosed into an adorable lowly princess. Though Chen Xuan marveled at the spectre's astounding transformation, He promptly accessed its attribute panel. Cursed Queen Mythical. Race, Spectre. Level, LV34. Health, 291,000. Magic, 1, 896,000. Strength, 291. Agility, 450. Mentality, 1, 896. Skills, Fatal Link, 7th tier. Cursed Whale, 8th tier. Pain Whip, 9th tier. Spectral Force Field, 9th tier. Cursed Feast, Forbidden Spell. Soul Dimension Slash, Forbidden Spell. Combat Power, 198 stars. Evaluation, I forge curses, I command souls. Are you prepared to kneel, mortal? 2 forbidden spells, both acquired at once. Chen Xuan was initially taken aback by the metamorphosed cursed spectre, but soon he discerned something amiss. This transformation had apparently granted her 2 forbidden spells directly. This indicated she had completed her level 30 evolution. Wait, could the divine feedback yield 2 forbidden spells at level 30? Just as this question arose, a notification echoed in Chen Xuan's mind, providing clarity. Notification, divine feedback triggered. Congratulations. You have received rewards, Strength 100, Agility 150, Mentality 400. Acquired skills, Cursed Feast, Forbidden Spell, Soul Dimension Slash, Forbidden Spell. Haha, indeed it is a dual forbidden spell. The successful acquisition of both spells relieved him immensely. Previously, Chen Xuan had worried that opting for a level 30 contract beast might diminish the divine feedback rewards. However, it appeared that neither attributes nor skills had been compromised, while the boosts in strength and agility were modest. The significant increase of 400 points in mentality for a Spectre adept in soul attacks was a remarkable boon. Moreover, Chen Xuan meticulously examined the effects of the 2 formidable curses and discovered that the Curse Feast was precisely the skill he required. It possessed the ability to forcibly extract the souls of a vast array of targets for consumption. Thus, all that Chen Xuan needed to do was to control the extraction and prevent the cursed spirits from feasting. As for the second spell, the Soul Dimension Slash, it was an even more terrifying single-target attack that disregarded the opponent's defenses and directly assaulted the soul, an utterly insidious threat. Can you speak? Overwhelmed with joy, Chen Xuan couldn't help but inquire as he gazed at the somewhat bashful little girl. She opened her mouth, and although her voice was still quite juvenile, she was unable to articulate any words. It's all right. It doesn't matter if you can't speak, Chen Xuan reassured her, tenderly patting her head, the touch feeling almost lifelike. You truly are the Curse Queen, but seeing how small you are, let us call you Little Curse. Uh-huh. She nodded in response. There was no need for words. Now that the Curse Queen was in place, Chen Xuan's anxiety regarding the task was finally alleviated. The following morning, he ventured out, ready to embark on a cleansing mission across various secret realms. The night prior, Chen Xuan had identified the locations of 6 secret realms near Yunyang City, inhabited by rock puppets. Among them were 2 silver-level realms and 4 gold-level realms. The price for a silver-level pass was 300,000 gold coins, while a gold-level pass cost 1,000,000 gold coins. Chen Xuan purchased all 6 passes in one go and then made his way to the nearest gold-level realm, the Desert Ancient City. As usual, he changed into a different outfit and donned a mask. After consuming one of the passes, Chen Xuan stepped into the first gold-level realm, the Desert Ancient City. Buzz. Upon entering the realm, Chen Xuan opened his eyes to behold a vast expanse of desert. Not far off, remnants of broken walls stood, giving the impression of desolation. However, the moment Chen Xuan appeared, the ground began to tremble, and sand flew in all directions. Suddenly, a colossal rock puppet emerged from the depths of the earth. Towering over 5 meters, it was entirely composed of stone, its eyes glowing with a menacing red light as it let out an enraged roar at Chen Xuan. Roar! With earth-shaking footsteps, it instinctively charged at Chen Xuan. In response, Chen Xuan waved his hand, and 5 beams of light instantly transformed into 5 distinct figures. Xiao Shui and Xiao Ying appeared on either shoulder, while Xiao Yin and Xiao Ye perched atop his head and arm, respectively. Only Little Curse floated beside Chen Xuan, appearing somewhat bewildered. Little Curse, it's your turn. Chen Xuan offered an encouraging glance, prompting her to reveal a tender smile, reminiscent of an ethereal sprite, as she nodded enthusiastically. She then glided forward and waved her hand at the rushing rock puppets. Buzz. A visibly translucent halo expanded outward from Little Curse, enveloping the surroundings instantaneously. In an instant, all the rock puppets in the realm came to a sudden halt, their glowing souls breaking free uncontrollably, appearing before Little Curse as if teleporting. Tens, hundreds, thousands. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of rock soul fires were drawn to her. With her large, watery eyes merely glancing at them, she opened her mouth, ready to indulge. Seeing this scene, Chen Xuan swiftly seized the little girl, shaking the soul-gathering shrine from his hand. Buzz buzz. Countless rock soul fires surged into the shrine, unharmed. Observing the situation, he estimated that in no more than an hour, he could completely drain them. Whimper, realizing that the soul she intended to consume had vanished. Little Curse pouted, letting out a soft whimper. In response, Chen Xuan gently stroked her elfin ears, offering consolation. Don't worry, once we gather enough, you can have the rest to eat. After all, I have all 6 passes with me, and I plan to clear them all. Upon hearing that she would get to eat, Little Curse's earlier disappointment evaporated, and her lips curved into a smile, revealing her 2 tiny fangs. Hee. Ahem, Little Curse. I know you're happy, but there's no need to smile like that. Chen Xuan cleared his throat, noting that while she appeared ethereal without a smile, her grin showcasing those small, sharp teeth felt somewhat discordant. Thus, after an hour, Chen Xuan departed from the desert ancient city and proceeded to the next realm, the Cloudy Swamp. This time, due to Little Curse's skill cooldown, Chen Xuan had to unleash a curse himself. Remarkably, he found it quite exhilarating. To his surprise, he managed to accumulate 1 million rock soul fires after traversing just 2 realms. Initially, he had thought he would need to wait for the skill cooldown, but now it seemed he could simply continue clearing. Fiery Forest, Dreaming Sands, Despairing Maze, Rocky Valley. Everywhere he went, Chen Xuan merely had to let a few of his companions unleash a curse, and tranquility would ensue. The remainder of the time was primarily occupied with tallying his gains. Meanwhile, outside the Rocky Valley realm, a massive team of over 50 individuals materialized. We wish to enter the Rocky Valley. Here is our pass. The leader, a burly man, slammed the pass down before the guard. The guard glanced at it and smiled broadly. The pass is valid, but please wait a moment, sir. There are individuals currently clearing the realm. Clearing? The burly man paused momentarily, then fell silent as he turned to leave. Boss, someone is clearing the realm. He whispered to a middle-aged man wielding a staff in the crowd. Why are there so many people in the Rocky Valley today? The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow. Puzzled. Could it be that someone intends to snatch our realm? The burly man speculated. Impossible. The middle-aged man shook his head. Our grip of giants has already made arrangements throughout Yunyang City. No one dares to obstruct our group. Since there are others, let us wait. Once this realm is cleared, we should be almost done. Confidence gleamed in his eyes as he spoke. Even if someone truly intends to take it from us, do you believe they can succeed? Haha. You're right. I almost forgot about that. The burly man chuckled heartily and stood by in silence. Before long, not far from the Rocky Valley, a flash of light heralded Chen Xuan's arrival. He looked up at the sky, realizing only half a day had passed. Chen Xuan couldn't help but shake his head in amazement. He had initially thought it would take a full day, but it seemed he had underestimated himself. Although the task was complete, Chen Xuan decided to wait until evening to submit it. After all, a day was quite swift. Arriving too early might raise suspicions. As dusk approached, outside the Rocky Valley, a burst of light heralded the emergence of the 100-member team from the grip of giants. Boss, I never expected this endeavor to be so smooth. We completed it in just 7 hours. The burly man emerged with an exuberant smile. Indeed, if young master possesses this icy elephant tortoise for medicinal use, he is sure to reach over level 50 in the upcoming exam. Absolutely. Young master is the most talented mage I have ever seen. I've heard that a 9th-tier guild leader is coming this time, and he will undoubtedly take a liking to young master. I've heard that the 9th-tier leader is specifically seeking an exceptional student to join the guild. Young master is surely destined for this opportunity. Indeed, who among us is unaware that the esteemed young master Zhao Haoyang is the top contender in Yunyang City? Which prominent figure would not be drawn to him? Amidst the flattery of the crowd, Zhao Tanlang, the father of Zhao Haoyang and one of the vice presidents of the Giant's Grip, wore a look of self-satisfaction. To ensure his son's success in the college entrance examination, he had mobilized a 100-strong team to scour countless secret realms. By gathering the rock soul fire, he aimed to exchange it for the ice-sea elephant tortoise, utilizing its blood to concoct a potion that would double Zhao Haoyang's attributes for a day. Thus, his performance in the Diamond Tower of the examination would undoubtedly surpass that of his peers. Such outstanding results would surely catch the eye of that 9th-tier powerhouse. Therefore, this mission was one he was determined to achieve. Without further ado, I shall seek out that alchemist to assign the task. Tired of the incessant flattery, Zhao Tanlang adjusted the soul-gathering shrine in his hands and made his way to the hotel. Shortly after his departure, within a luxurious suite of the hotel, Chen Xuan materialized in the room of Li Locke. Mr. Li, we meet again. Chen Xuan greeted, noticing Li Locke's wary demeanor, as if he might strike at any moment. It's you? Li Locke scoffed. If you believe this will persuade me to comply, I suggest you leave promptly. I trust that waitress is unharmed? Chen Xuan inquired nonchalantly, as if asking an unrelated question. Li Locke remained silent, merely snorting dismissively. Chen Xuan realized he had acquired the answer he sought. Not wishing to linger, he tossed the spherical soul-gathering shrine towards Li Lok. Inspect it. Li Lok, prepared to mock, suddenly shifted his demeanor as he weighed the shrine. His expression changing dramatically. He swiftly retreated to the inner chamber, and Chen Xuan soon felt a surge of magical energy, likely from some investigative skill or device. Moments later, Li Lok emerged, his soiled visage reflecting sheer astonishment. You actually succeeded? How is this possible? Young man, how did you accomplish this? Initially, he had not opposed Chen Xuan, merely considering his possible connections, never anticipating such success. To his utter disbelief, Chen Xuan had indeed gathered so much rock soul fire in a single day. Moreover, Li Lok had confirmed with his devices that not a single flame was incomplete. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, he could not have fathomed the feat in response to the inquiry. Chen Xuan's smile faded, and he replied flatly, What, Mr. Li? Do you intend to renege? Impossible. I, Li Lok, never default on my commitments. Noticing Chen Xuan's reluctance to elaborate, Li Lok retorted, raising his hand to reveal a pristine beast egg. Here, this is the reward for your task. Chen Xuan utilized the eye of Yuan Chua to glance at it, confirming it was indeed the icy elephant tortoise, and waved his hand to store it within his transition space. Do you not wish to open it for inspection? Li Lok inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. I have faith in your integrity, Mr. Li, Chen Xuan stated with a smile. Should you deceive me, I shall find you. You are the first and the last of your age to dare threaten me, Li Lok retorted, his expression darkening, yet he refrained from taking action. Farewell. Chen Xuan nodded with a smile, then vanished before Li Lok's eyes. What on earth method did this lad employ? Li Lok raked a hand through his disheveled hair. I must leave this place quickly. The sensation of being watched is unsettling, I swear. Muttering to himself, Li Lok hurriedly began packing his belongings in preparation to depart. Just then, a knock resounded at the door. Knock, knock. On edge, the sound startled Li Lok, nearly causing him to spill a precious potion. Damn it, who is it? He fumed, striding to the door and wrenching it open with a furious shout. Damn it, servant, I let you off last time. Yet before he could finish, he found a familiar figure at the threshold. Ah, Mr. Li, we meet again, Zhao Tanlang stated with a self-satisfied grin, holding the soul-gathering shrine. This is the task we completed as per our agreement. Would you care to inspect it? You managed to obtain it too? Li Lok blinked in surprise at the soul-gathering shrine, then snatched it from Zhao Tanlang's grasp, reasoning that the more he had, the better. Wait here, he uttered hastily before disappearing in a flurry. Zhao Tanlang stood momentarily in confusion, muttering, why did he say also? However, he soon witnessed Li Lok returning, his expression even more stormy than before. With a resounding crash, Li Lok hurled the soul-gathering shrine to the ground, roaring, Do you take me for a fool? Can't you see the flaws within those soul fires? Or do you think I'm mentally impaired enough to be deceived by your flimsy words? If I hadn't already acquired enough soul fires, you would have ruined everything. Zhao Tanlang, bewildered by the scolding, suddenly had a realization and quickly raised his head to inquire. Wait, Mr. Li, you've already found them? Of course. Li Lok huffed angrily. That young man completed the task in a mere day, and not a single soul fire was damaged. Compared to him, you are nothing but refuse. Unworthy of a dog's attention. It seemed Li Lok unleashed his frustration regarding Chen Xuan upon Zhao Tanlang. If it weren't for your affiliation with the Giant's Grip, I would have killed you already. Get out of my sight. Before Zhao Tanlang could gather his wits, the door slammed shut with a resounding bang. Left standing in astonishment, he stared at the soul-gathering shrine lying at his feet like refuse, a surge of uncontainable fury bubbling within him. Who has stolen the task from the Giant's Grip? The words erupted from him, almost through clenched teeth. No matter who you are, I will find you and reclaim the icy elephant tortoise. Chapter 56. Earth-type Sacred Beast Xuanwu. A million spent. Contract Beast ascends. Within the headquarters of the Giant's Grip in Yunyang City, the atmosphere that had once been filled with mirth among the 100-member guild was abruptly shattered as Zhao Tanlang kicked open the guild's door and stormed in. Boss, you're back so soon. Did you succeed? As Zhao Tanlang entered, many members crowded around to offer their congratulations. However, they quickly discerned that something was amiss with his countenance. Upon inquiry, they learned that the mission had indeed failed. Damn it. Who dared to steal our task from the Giant's Grip? Boss, what are we waiting for? I'll investigate right away. We must find that guy, turn him into meat paste, and feed him to the dogs. Calm down. The priority now is to reclaim the icy elephant tortoise. There are only 4 days left until the examination. If we delay, it will be too late. Quickly, deploy all available methods to locate the individual who stole the task. Understood. In no time, numerous figures dispersed from the Giant's Grip, fanning out across Yunyang City. Not long after, a series of messages regarding this mission began to emerge. Boss, We only found out that someone purchased information about this mission on the black market. Should we continue investigating? Someone has reported directly through the communication network. Investigate. Zhao Tanlang slammed his palm onto the table, his demeanor dark and foreboding. It's possible that the person who bought the information is the one who snatched the mission. Remember, even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we must uncover him. Yes. Chen Xuan was blissfully unaware that the grip of giants was frantically searching for him. After leaving the Li Luoka Hotel, he suddenly appeared in the luxurious suite of Yunyang Lila. As soon as he sat down, he moved his hand and took out a beast egg. This egg was not a mere unhatched creature. Rather, it was a sealing egg specifically designed to contain exotic beasts. This method was a crucial means for various trading firms to transport exotic creatures. Otherwise, live beings could not be stored in the transition space and would certainly not obey the commands of the professionals. Having previously investigated the contents of the egg, Chen Xuan did not hesitate and directly began to undo the seal. With a resonant hum, a flash of white light enveloped the egg and the shell vanished, revealing a colossal tortoise-like beast exceeding 2 meters in length, materializing onto the carpet of the living room. Its towering shell, limbs as robust as those of an elephant, and an elongated neck topped with a seemingly benign head slowly turned, as if it had yet to completely awaken from slumber. Its tail was long, ending in a massive, bulbous growth resembling a snake's head. The sudden appearance of this exotic beast elicited curious expressions from the 5 little ones. "Who is it?" asked Xiaoyan. "What an ugly creature!" exclaimed Xiaoying. "I want to grab its shell and see," piped in Xiao Shui. "Ah!" cried Xiaoya. "Master, can I eat its soul?" Chen Xuan quickly halted the innocent thoughts of the little ones, noting that even the IC tortoise was nearly frightened into submission. Although this was a level 45 IC tortoise with golden tier quality, it could hardly withstand the pressure exerted by the 5 mythic quality little beings. After sending the little ones to play in the bedroom, Chen Xuan wasted no time and placed his hand upon the tortoise's immense shell. With a focused thought, he activated the divine contract. Prompt: contract successful. It worked. Chen Xuan had mentally prepared himself for this outcome, so he was not surprised. Whether it could become the Xuanwu would depend on what followed. After offering a few words of comfort to the IC tortoise, Chen Xuan resolutely invoked the divine grace. A deep, muffled moan emanated from the tortoise's mouth, and in an instant, the previously modeled shell, still flecked with ice shards, began to visibly expand at an astonishing rate. In the blink of an eye, its size surpassed 3 meters, then 4, 5, and finally halted at over 10 meters. Fortunately, the imperial suite where Chen Xuan resided was exceedingly spacious. Otherwise, the sudden growth of its massive form would have surely shattered the ceiling. As its size increased, the tortoise's limbs became extraordinarily robust, its neck elongated, and its head swelled. Yet, despite these changes, it emanated a sense of amiability rather than ferocity. However, Chen Xuan was more focused on the transformation of its tail, which was his primary concern. Legend had it that the Xuanwu possessed both turtle and snake forms, and the only part that could transform into a snake was its tail. Yet, after observing for a while, Chen Xuan noticed that the bulbous growth had indeed become several times larger than before, resembling a stone the size of a grinding wheel. Dropping it on the ground would undoubtedly produce a thunderous sound, indicating formidable destructive potential. Yet, it hardly resembled a snake. Rubbing his nose, Chen Xuan decided not to ponder further and directly opened the transformed IC tortoise. Holy Beast Xuanwu, Mythic. Race, Tortoise. Level, LV46. Life, 2, 461,000. Magic, 1082. 000. Strength, 2, 461. Agility, 720. Spirit, 1082. Skills, Sturdy Shield, rank 7. Meteor Hammer, rank 8. Size at Will, rank 8. Xuanwu Shield Domain, Forbidden Spell. 10,000 Peaks Falling, Forbidden Spell. Combat Power, 289 stars. Evaluation: I can traverse the seas and support the heavens. But one question remains. Who the hell said my tail is alive? Truly the Xuanwu? Seeing the name on the panel, astonishment washed over Chen Xuan's face. He had initially expected the Xuanwu to embody both turtle and snake forms, yet it turned out to be a colossal tortoise. But wait, the Xuanwu is associated with water. Why do most of these skills pertain to the earth? After perusing the skill list, Chen Xuan discovered that this Xuanwu merely possessed the ability to swim. He quickly searched for information on the IC tortoise and learned that it was a terrestrial tortoise residing along the shores of the eternal ice sea. In other words, it only ventured into the water while hunting, spending the rest of its time on land. It was unclear whether its transformation into the Xuanwu was influenced by Chen Xuan's fervent desire for a Xuanwu, or if there were other reasons at play. In any case, Chen Xuan had acquired a powerful Earth-type holy beast, the Xuanwu. Prompt: Congratulations on triggering divine feedback, receiving rewards, Strength 600, Agility 180, Spirit 270. Acquired skills, Xuanwu Shield Domain, Forbidden Spell, 10,000 Peaks Falling, Forbidden Spell. This was the first time Chen Xuan had received feedback with such significant strength since acquiring a contracted beast. He glanced at the amiable holy beast, Xuanwu, sensing that it was currently in its growth phase. Adult IC tortoises were notoriously fierce and difficult to tame when faced with professionals. However, observing the Xuanwu's impressive size, Chen Xuan speculated that once it matured, the evaluation would likely ring true. I can traverse the seas and support the heavens. Since you have become the Xuanwu, I shall call you Xiao Wu from now on. Chen Xuan discerned that it was male, believing Xiao Wu to be a more fitting name than Xiao Xian. A deep hum resonated from the massive Xiao Wu, causing Chen Xuan to feel as though an earthquake had struck. Covering his ears, he turned to Xiao Wu and asked, "Can you shrink a bit?" If he truly had to take such a large Xiao Wu out, it would be quite cumbersome. However, scarcely had he uttered the words when Xiao Wu swayed and immediately used size at will, beginning to shrink continuously. Moments later, a small tortoise, no larger than the palm of his hand, appeared in Chen Xuan's grasp. Perfect, convenient for carrying. Setting the little creature aside, Chen Xuan turned his attention to the other little ones. All right, the contract beast is complete. Now it's time for you all to level up. Previously, he had purchased numerous materials but had not allowed Xiao Yan, Xiao Ya, and the others to continue their advancement. Now that he had some free time before the college entrance examination, Chen Xuan planned to expedite the enhancement of all his contracted beasts. Over the next few days, Chen Xuan spent most of his time in the hotel suite, rarely venturing out. Occasionally, he would visit nearby shops in search of materials or potions that could aid the 6 little ones in their advancement. 3 days swiftly passed, and Chen Xuan's mind was finally bombarded with a series of prompt notifications. Prompt: your contracted beast, Chen Fire Phoenix, has triggered divine feedback, receiving rewards, Strength 200, Agility 150. Spirit 200. Acquired skill, Earth Flame Calamity, Forbidden Spell. Prompt: your contracted beast, the Holy Beast White Tiger, has triggered divine feedback, granting Strength 300, Agility 200, Spirit 300. Acquired skill, Annihilation Star Domain, Forbidden Spell. Prompt: your contracted beast, the Frost Saint Dragon, has triggered divine feedback, granting Strength 200, Agility 100, Spirit 200. Acquired skill, Holy Dragon Ice Cocoon, Forbidden Spell. Xiao Yin and Xiao Ya have lived up to expectations, breaking through level 60 and triggering the 3rd divine feedback. In contrast, Xiao Shui successfully surpassed her previous level of 29, receiving the 2nd divine feedback. This not only awarded Chen Xuan a forbidden spell, but also left her at level 49. However, suitable materials for Xiao Shui were scarce, and despite visiting several merchants, he could not gather enough. The remaining Xiao Ying and Xiao Zhu encountered the same dilemma. Materials for both the Shadow and Spectre categories were particularly rare and expensive. Ultimately, Xiao Ying reached level 50, while Xiao Zhu attained level 42. As for the newly joined Xiao Wu, Chen Xuan had collected quite a bit, but it seemed that those with the Holy Beast designation were notably special. Xiao Wu consumed more than anyone else, yet stubbornly remained stuck at level 50. Yet, for Chen Xuan, the gains were immense, and he found himself quite satisfied with this level of enhancement. The only source of dissatisfaction was his dwindling finances. Once a billionaire, he now had less than 30 million left due to the expenditures of his 6 underperformers. Chen Xuan still had 2 golden and 2 silver secret realms yet to be utilized, which would likely yield several million upon exchange. He could only lament the voracious appetites of his companions. Despite the financial strain, Chen Xuan recognized that the money had not been wasted, as he had once again reached a level cap. Sighing, he sat on the couch in his suite, feeling a twinge of sadness. Why did it take others months or years to level up while he reached the maximum in just a few days? His sorrow was not from achieving the maximum level, but from the impending need to prepare for the 4th transition. If the first 3 transitions laid the foundation for professionals, the 4th marked the true beginning of their journey towards individuality and specialization. With the talent tree soon to be unlocked at the 4th transition, the choice of talent tree route would dictate a professional's future positioning. Gazing at the night sky, Chen Xuan deliberated and ultimately resolved to visit the Temple of Transition tomorrow to accept some tasks. Procrastination was not an option. He needed to ascertain the nature of the tasks for proper preparation. Other matters could wait until after the college entrance examination. Oh, I almost forgot something. Suddenly, a thought flashed in Chen Xuan's mind regarding the information he had received about the IC mammoth turtle, thanks to Lu Xiaoya's assistance. She had sent him several messages lately, inquiring whether he had acquired the IC mammoth turtle. Chen Xuan had been preoccupied and had not responded. Now, with time on his hands, he felt it courteous to send her a video call. Thus, Chen Xuan opened Lu Xiaoya's message list and initiated a video call request. Beep beep beep. Beep beep beep. Beep beep beep. After several moments of ringing, just as Chen Xuan was about to hang up, the call connected. To his surprise, however, the call switched to voice mode instead of video. What does this mean? Chen Xuan felt a twinge of confusion, but assumed she was simply unable to talk via video. Before he could speak, Lu Xiaoya's voice resonated from the other end. Is there something you need? Chen Xuan was taken aback by her curt tone. It seemed he had contacted her at an inopportune moment. Just as he uttered a word, she coldly interrupted. I have something going on. Let's hang up. Without waiting for Chen Xuan to respond, she abruptly ended the call. How peculiar. Chen Xuan raised an eyebrow, sensing that Lu Xiaoya's demeanor was off. Even if he had contacted her at a bad time, she would usually engage in some small talk. Previously, even a simple "oh" from him would prompt her to chat for ages. This was indeed unusual. More importantly, before Lu Xiaoya cut off the call, he faintly heard someone else speaking on her end. It seemed as though there was another person wanting to speak. But the call was disconnected before he could catch it. Could it be that Lu Xiaoya was up to something? He had interacted with her enough to know she was dedicated to her career, not the type to engage in such antics. Yet, the presence of another voice was troubling. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xuan shook his head and decided not to dwell on it. If she had matters to attend to, he could reach out another day. Just as he prepared to rest, a video call suddenly came through. Chen Xuan glanced at the screen, finding it was indeed Lu Xiaoya. Observing the call, he furrowed his brow. After a moment of thought, he accepted the call, only for it to switch to voice mode like before. As soon as he connected, a voice laced with menace emerged. You took my ice sea mammoth turtle, didn't you? Without allowing Chen Xuan to respond, she sneered, if you don't want her to die, come back to the cat merchant in Yingshuang City immediately. Chapter 57. Instant kill at level 7. None of you will escape. Yingshuang City. The implications of her words made Chen Xuan realize that something had indeed gone awry. The information about the ice sea mammoth turtle was purchased by Lu Xiaoya from the black market, and she had assumed it would leave no trace. However, it appeared that the grip of giants was quite persistent and had traced her back to the buyer. Thus, they had tracked down Lu Xiaoya. It seemed that Lu Xiaoya had hung up not because she was busy, but rather to conceal her identity from the other party. Although she had acted quickly, it was regrettable that it was too late. The other party had picked up on the clues and had forced her to return. In an instant, the entire narrative crystallized in Chen Xuan's mind. He could deduce that the reason they were going to such lengths to confront him in Yingshuang City was indeed due to the ice sea mammoth turtle. Therefore, after a brief moment of silence, Chen Xuan coldly replied, whether she lives or dies is none of my concern. Goodbye. Without waiting for a response, he hung up the call. Turning, Chen Xuan beckoned to the 4 little creatures that were guessing about Xiao Wu's hard shell on the coffee table. All right, enough playing. We have matters to attend to. Squeak. Meow. Meow. Huh. Wu. Zhao Tanlang, on the other end of the call, gazed at the now closed window, unable to suppress a frown. He had not anticipated such decisiveness from the other party. However, upon reflection, it was clear that the woman had spent a fortune on this information. She would not simply give up. Swish. He turned his gaze back to Lu Xiaoya, a sinister smile creeping across his face. It seems your friend does not care about your well-being. Lu Xiaoya felt a tremor in her heart at his words. She was well aware that her relationship with Chen Xuan was not particularly deep, and his reaction was, therefore, understandable. Nonetheless, she maintained a calm demeanor and replied, I already told you it wasn't him. You just didn't believe it. That is of little importance. Zhao Tanling shook his head, contemplating. I wish to ascertain whether he would remain equally indifferent upon witnessing one of your hands severed. Indeed, the head. A team member sneered nearby. This woman is so devoted to him. Perhaps she is his mistress. Why don't we escalate the thrill? Zhao Tanling, catching the suggestion, allowed his gaze to wander over Lu Xiaoya's perfectly sculpted figure, exuding an aura of maturity and sophistication, and chuckled lightly. Why not? Is there anything more excruciating than being a mere spectator? Haha. Several members of the team watched Lu Xiaoya, their throats dry with anticipation. They had long been salivating over this alluring beauty. The prospect of such an opportunity was simply irresistible. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoya panicked, her voice trembling. No. I am the manager of the Earth Cat Trading Company. If you dare to act recklessly, you will be opposing the company. Humph. Zhao Tanling scoffed. Spare me your threats. A mere manager from Frost City cannot expect the Earth Cat Trading Company to come to your rescue. Even in death, you will not stir a ripple. His gaze swept over the crowd, coldly commanding, who will go first? Make haste. I will. Oh, I will. My time is limited, let me. No, let me. After a brief quarrel, 3 individuals ultimately volunteered to execute the task. Subsequently, Lu Xiaoya was forcibly ushered into the inner chamber, surrounded by a throng of men. Despite her desperate struggles against a group of 5th and 6th tier professionals, her status as a mere appraiser was utterly futile. Some even resorted to using skills, constraining her to the bed. With her body immobilized, she could only watch as the brutish men around her wore sinister smiles. Despair, resentment, humiliation, and shame intertwined within her heart, and despite her composure, tears began to trickle uncontrollably from her eyes. Yet, rather than eliciting sympathy from her captors, her state only heightened their excitement. With a tearing sound, her sleeve was ripped apart. Zhao Tanlang observed the scene with an impassive expression, his heart encased in ice. For the sake of his son's advancement, he needed to acquire the ice-sea elephant tortoise. As for a mere woman, she scarcely registered as more than a plaything in his eyes. The thought of her demise stirred not a single emotion within him. As the atmosphere reached a fever pitch, a calm and indifferent voice unexpectedly resonated from outside the door. Pardon the interruption. The sudden voice caused everyone to freeze, their instincts as high-tier professionals igniting a sense of alertness as they turned to look. There stood Chen Xuan, accompanied by several youngsters, calmly inquiring, "Who was calling for me just now?" In an instant, all sprang into action, intent on charging at Chen Xuan, only to be halted by Zhao Tanlang's raised hand. Lu Xiaoya, struggling to sit up, quickly adjusted her clothing, her gaze fixed on Chen Xuan in astonishment. He had arrived, and so swiftly. In that moment, it was as if a brilliant light had pierced through the inky darkness of the night sky, dispelling all shadows. The dawn had arrived, but she quickly realized something was amiss. Why was Chen Xuan alone in this place? There were over a dozen individuals, all high-tier professionals. Before Zhao Tanlang could speak, she urgently called out, "Sir, you must flee. They are professionals from the grip of giants. You stand no chance against them." As soon as her words fell, a resounding crash echoed, and a warrior violently demolished the wall of the room. In the blink of an eye, several figures darted forward, completely blocking Chen Xuan's escape. Only after Chen Xuan was entirely encircled did a hint of a smile appear on Zhao Tanlang's face. "Should I commend you for your bravery or scold you for your ignorance? I can't be bothered with idle chatter," he declared, extending his hand. "Hand over the ice-sea elephant tortoise, and I shall let you leave." "Absolutely not," Chen Xuan retorted, shaking his finger. "Regardless of what you surrender, I will not permit you to depart." The crowd was momentarily taken aback before erupting into laughter. "Ha! Boss, that is the best joke I've heard today, no, this year. Tell me, have you even reached the 2nd tier? Huh, you're the first young man bold enough to threaten me, grip of giants. Let us see if I can sever your limbs before you can retaliate." Zhao Tanlang raised his hand to quell the ridicule, frowning as he regarded Chen Xuan. "I shall repeat myself. Hand over the ice-sea elephant tortoise, and I will let you leave as though nothing has transpired." Chen Xuan merely chuckled, not responding. Instead, he turned to the plump little creature beside him, resembling a chubby cat. "Xiao Shui, eliminate everyone except him," he added, "and do not damage the surroundings." "Meow?" Xiao Shui lazily responded, reluctantly rising from Chen Xuan's comfortable shoulder. Witnessing this, Zhao Tanlang refrained from speaking, while the others could not contain their derision. "Is that your plan? You didn't strike me as a beast master. Huh, can that cat even run faster than I walk? Otherwise, the warrior's words were abruptly silenced. It wasn't he that he chose to stop, but rather, he found himself unable to produce sound. Many instinctively glanced over to find a crimson line of blood forming across his throat. With a splatter, blood erupted from the wound like a fountain. Seeing this, the crowd was quick to understand that Chen Xuan had already made his move. Yet, what baffled them was that they had not seen how he had done it. "Be cautious. That cat!" Zhao Tanlang shouted in alarm, prompting everyone to instinctively grab their weapons in preparation to retaliate. At that moment, Xiao Shui, who had inexplicably dropped to the ground, merely quivered slightly before vanishing from sight. Swoosh! Zhao Tanlang could only perceive a gust of wind sweeping through the room before the white cat reappeared in its original spot. Upon glancing at the others, they discovered that crimson lines had simultaneously appeared on their throats. In less than a second, the 10 or so team members had all fallen lifelessly to the ground. How could this be? As the warm blood of his comrades splattered across his face, Zhao Tanlang was utterly dumbfounded. These were the elite members of his team. Over 5 of them were already at the 6th tier, while the rest were all 5th tier professionals. Yet, in the presence of this seemingly plump cat, they had been rendered completely defenseless, unable even to struggle. How could this be possible? Not only Zhao Tanlang, but Lu Xiaoya, hiding in shock behind the bed, was also overwhelmed by the magnitude of the revelation. She had always believed that Chen Xuan had a formidable background, while his own strength was lacking. Given the situation with these contract beasts, she had assumed he was merely a wealthy young master seeking entertainment rather than prowess. Yet, she never expected that the creature that had just struck was a mere cat, capable of effortlessly annihilating all the professionals who had left her utterly powerless. This left her in a state of bewilderment, unable to suppress a burgeoning question. Is this truly a cat? Amidst the astonishment of the two survivors, Chen Xuan paid no heed, instead raising his hand to point at the nearby bookshelf that was damaged by Xiao Shui's antics. Be more careful next time. Meow? Xiao Shui let out a delicate cry, her little paws clasped together in a gesture of submission, exuding an air of innocence. Who exactly are you? After a prolonged silence, Zhao Tanlang, swallowing hard, gazed at Chen Xuan in shock. Now that you've killed the person, and I have no interest in the items, can we just let this matter rest? He was frightened, truly frightened. A dignified 7th-tier professional, and yet at this moment, he lacked even the courage to strike. For he was acutely aware that even if he raised his staff, he would likely be slain before he could utter a single incantation. His throat slipped by that very cat. Very well, I require you to answer me a question. To his surprise, Chen Xuan readily nodded at this request. What question? Zhao Tanlang inquired. Who else, apart from you, is privy to this information? Let me think. Zhao Tanlang hesitated momentarily, then thought, go to hell. Without warning, 2 magical scrolls appeared in his hands. One was instantly activated, unleashing a torrent of violent magical energy that surged towards Chen Xuan. The other was simultaneously triggered. A scroll for long-distance random teleportation. This was no ordinary teleportation. The distance exceeded 1,000 miles. Moreover, the target was randomized, making it exceedingly difficult to trace. Once he departed from this place, he would be free as a bird. His prior pretense of answering was merely a ruse to buy time. As a 7th-tier professional, how could he possibly lack such preparations? From the moment his teammate was swiftly eliminated, Zhao Tanlang understood that Chen Xuan was not someone to be trifled with. He had never entertained the notion that his opponent would truly let him go. Thus, without hesitation, he cast 2 scrolls, one for distraction, the other for teleportation. Just a second, no? A mere second, and he could escape. Buzz. The magic circle radiated with brilliance, erupting in a blinding flash before settling into silence. However, just as a smile began to curl at the corners of Zhao Tanlang's mouth, he found himself inexplicably standing outside the magic circle. This merely a trivial trick. Chen Xuan's indifferent voice echoed as he reached out to stroke the proud little shadow. It was but a fleeting moment when the little shadow had maneuvered him out of the magic circle. As for the attacking magical scroll, it had been devoured by Xiao Wu before it could even unleash its assault. The little creature exhibited no other symptoms, save for a small burp. I shall ask you once more. Ignoring Zhao Tanlang's look of disbelief, Chen Xuan pressed on. Who else, apart from you, knows about this news? Humph, I concede my defeat, Zhao Tanlang replied, his expression darkening. But do you think I would divulge anything? Revealing it would only hasten my demise. He did not trust that Chen Xuan would be so benevolent as to spare him for speaking the truth. Very well, Chen Xuan shrugged. If you refuse to cooperate, then you are of no further use to me. No use to me? What does that mean? Zhao Tanlang pondered, only to see a little girl in a black sheer gown drifting toward him. This is a specter? The thought had scarcely crossed Zhao Tanlang's mind when the little curse's eyes lit up. Buzz. Zhao Tanlang's head suddenly drooped, and when he raised it again, his gaze had grown far more vacant than before. The soul control skill, though merely an 8th-tier ability, possessed peculiar effects in special circumstances. Zhao Tanlang. Chen Xuan commanded directly. Present. Zhao Tanlang responded dully, like a marionette on strings. Notify all those privy to this information to assemble outside Yunyang City immediately. Yes. Zhao Tanlang nodded, activating his communication device to send a string of messages in his Team S group channel. Moments later, he stared blankly at Chen Xuan. Done. Snap. Chen Xuan snapped his fingers and addressed the little curse. He is now yours. A grin spread across the little curse's face, revealing a row of nearly tangible sharp fangs. And the next moment, she inhaled deeply toward Zhao Tanlang. Buzz. Zhao Tanlang's soul was drawn into her mouth like wisps of smoke, uncontrollable. With a thud, the soulless body of Zhao Tanlang collapsed heavily to the ground. A formidable 7th-tier professional had perished just like that. The shock was so profound that even Lu Xiaoya could scarcely bear it, her body trembling uncontrollably. She now comprehended that Chen Xuan's strength was not merely a product of his background. His personal prowess was equally terrifying. This realization cemented her belief that her previous actions had been justified. Having remained single for so long, she now found herself harboring a feeling of admiration for this boy, who was several years her junior. Are you all right, sister? As Lu Xiaoya's thoughts swirled, Chen Xuan's voice suddenly broke through. I'm fine. Lu Xiaoya hastily retrieved a coat from her class change space and draped it over her somewhat tattered attire. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for saving my life. Lu Xiaoya bowed deeply to Chen Xuan. Had it not been for him, her fate would have been exceedingly grim. It's nothing. This situation arose because of me. So rescuing you is only right. Chen Xuan shook his head slightly. By the way, how did you end up in the parlor? He had not anticipated that the anchor point he had previously established would prove useful. Upon returning, he had heard voices emanating from the inner chamber, leading to the earlier scene. I was concerned that the black market news would be unsafe, so I took precautions by staying in the parlor, hoping to mitigate any risks. Lu Xiaoyao replied with a wry smile, but I still underestimated the ruthlessness of the giant's grip. It's all over now. Chen Xuan glanced around at the carnage. Can you handle this? Yes, leave it to me. Lu Xiaoyao nodded without hesitation. Very well, I shall take my leave. Chen Xuan waved his hand, retracting the 6 little creatures, then gave Lu Xiaoyao a slight nod before vanishing into thin air before her eyes. Disappeared? In the room? Lu Xiaoyao's voice echoed with disbelief. Outside Yunyang City, at the entrance of a southern secret realm. Chapter 58, The Annihilation of the Taming Group, a tragedy triggered by a falling star. Are all present? Reporting to the vice captain. Apart from the 12 who left with the captain, the 100 members of the Taming Group are all assembled. Excellent. Quickly check your gear and prepare to depart at a moment's notice. Yes. In a forest less than 20 kilometers from the secret realm, the 100 members of the Giant's Grip Guild's Taming Group stood in a state of high alert, ready to set forth. This urgency stemmed from a recent message from their captain, Zhao Tanlang, indicating that the buyer possessing the icy elephant turtle was also a 7th-tier guild, and a formidable one at that. They had lured their opponents to Yunyang City, instructing everyone to lie in wait for his command. Upon receiving this news, all members of the Tanlang Group swiftly began to assemble, arriving at the designated location in less than 10 minutes. Its efficiency is so remarkable that it ranks among the elite within the entirety of the Giant's Grip's 100-man squads. Report. Team 1 is fully equipped and ready for battle. Report. Team 2 is fully equipped and ready for battle. Report. Team 3. Report. Team 4. The continuous stream of reports echoed, prompting the vice captain, wielding a massive double-handed sword, to nod solemnly. Good. Remain on standby and await further instructions. Yes. Moments later, 5 minutes had swiftly elapsed, and a team member beside the vice captain could no longer contain his curiosity. Vice captain, why hasn't the leader contacted us yet? Indeed. Weren't we told that speed is of the essence? It's been quite a while. Where is he? Silence. The vice captain snapped, silencing the group. Yet after a brief moment, he too began to ponder the situation. Strange. If the leader is coming from the teleportation station, the distance from here is considerable. Yes. Didn't we previously clear the nearby Myers secret realm? Why choose this location? The vice captain spoke, and others echoed his confusion. Just as their words faded, an icy voice reverberated from beyond the forest. Because this place is closest to me. Who goes there? The sudden voice startled the vice captain, causing him to bellow instinctively. However, before the voice could respond, darkness enveloped their vision, prompting them to instinctively look up. They beheld an enormous boulder, resembling a mountain, that had mysteriously materialized from the sky, plummeting downwards with tremendous force. Boom. The earth trembled as if struck by an earthquake. The entire wolf pack was caught off guard, crushed into mere pulp by the descending mountain. The 9th-tier skill, Mountainfall Kill. Chen Xuan stroked his chin, observing the colossal rock, entirely composed of earth elements, create a massive crater spanning several hundred meters. This skill bore a striking resemblance to the single-target variant of the forbidden spell, Mountainfall of Myriad Peaks. If such a mountain were to descend, the terror it would evoke is unimaginable. Little Curse. To ensure that no remnants would escape, Chen Xuan summoned Little Curse as per usual, unleashing a 9th-tier skill, Soul Whale, to guarantee that the enemy would have no chance of resurrection. Having settled these matters, Chen Xuan's form flickered and vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he found himself back in his regal suite at the hotel. Go play. Chen Xuan released the 6 little ones, allowing them to amuse themselves. He then tidied up before reclining on the grand bed in the bedroom, lost in thought. Now that I've annihilated Zhao's wolf pack, there shouldn't be any leaks, right? He closed his eyes, contemplating the lack of rigor in his strategy. After all, no one could ascertain whether they had communicated the news to other squads within the Giant's Grip prior to his intervention. While Chen Xuan had considered obliterating the entire 7th-tier guild, the challenges involved had ultimately dissuaded him. Firstly, the guild was too large, and he had no idea how many members it housed. Gathering them all would pose significant difficulties, bordering on the impossible. Even the earlier annihilation of the Storm Guild had only eradicated a substantial portion of its core members, leaving the surviving ones elusive. Secondly, even if he could achieve this, the situation in Yunyang City was far more precarious than in Yingshuang City. The major guilds gathered here vastly outnumbered those in Yingshuang City. Should he take action, it would likely draw attention. If he inadvertently attracted the notice of a 9th-tier guild, it would pose a considerable threat. Ultimately, Chen Xuan couldn't help but let out a sigh. Alas, the crux of the matter is that I am too weak. If he could harness the ability to unleash 30 consecutive forbidden spells, or even 100, his confidence would soar. Of course, this was a thought only he could entertain. If outsiders were to hear it, they would likely be infuriated. The cost of casting a single forbidden spell was already exorbitant, yet he fancied 100. In his melancholy, Chen Xuan opened his long-neglected attribute panel. Name: Chen Xuan. Class: Demigod Beastmaster of Myth, 3rd Transition. Level: LV 90. Health: 2, 580, 000. Mana: 3, 555, 000. Strength: 2, 580. Agility: 1, 928. Mentality: 3, 555. Skills: Divine Pact, Divine Grace, Divine Feedback, Divine Blessing, Myriad Phoenix Annihilation Flame, Forbidden Spell, Icebound Holy Dragon's Tomb, Forbidden Spell, Anchored Hand. Anchored Foot, Black Tortoise Shield Realm, Forbidden Spell, Mountainfall of Myriad Peaks, Forbidden Spell, Earthfire Calamity, Forbidden Spell, Obliteration of the Star Domain, Forbidden Spell. Holy Dragon Ice Cocoon, Forbidden Spell. Contract Beasts, Crimson Flame Phoenix LV 60, Frost Holy Dragon LV 60, Shadow God Leopard LV 50, Holy Beast White Tiger LV 49, Cursed Queen LV 42, Holy Beast Black Tortoise LV 50. Combat Power, 350 stars. Available attribute points, 0, in the realm of the 3rd Transition. Possessing such grotesquely splendid statistics would surely elicit laughter from any professional. Chen Xuan glanced at his attributes and couldn't help but shake his head. Although his agility surpassed that of 5th Transitions, his strength could vanquish 6th Transitions, and his mentality was sufficient to subdue 7th Transitions, it still felt inadequate. The sheer volume of 3.5 million mana could support at most 7 consecutive forbidden spells, and even with the other little ones at full capacity, it would barely reach 20. Moreover, this included defensive, protective, and single-target spells, which made him feel even weaker. The only silver lining was that Chen Xuan could finally don the Time Oblivion set, which would augment his mana by an additional 800,000 and reduce his cooldowns by 40, while his Contract Beast would benefit from a 25 reduction. Yet even so, there remained a gap of at least 5 hours before he could utilize it. What if he encounters an opponent capable of unleashing 10 consecutive forbidden spells? What if they possessed no cooldowns? What if they were even more formidable than himself? Insufficient, utterly insufficient, far from enough. Gradually, Chen Xuan felt a rising anxiety. The root of his anxiety was his own weakness. With this anxiety looming over him, Chen Xuan resolved to visit the Transition Temple at dawn the following day to commence his 4th Transition quest. Only by completing the 4th Transition task promptly could he unlock his talent tree more swiftly, thus becoming stronger. With his plan set, Chen Xuan retired to bed. But as soon as he lay down, the 6 little ones swarmed him from all sides. Left, right, above, below, he was nearly engulfed by them. Only the newly added Little Curse and Little Wu looked on in bewilderment as the elder siblings jostled for space. Chen Xuan observed this scene in silence, grateful that the bed in this suite was sufficiently large. Otherwise, he would have been the one suffering the most. A night passed in silence, and by the next morning, Chen Xuan arose early, finished breakfast in the suite, and departed from the Yunyang Lila Hotel, heading towards the Transition Temple. Unlike the Transition Temple in Yingshuang City, the architecture here was far more grandiose and imposing, exuding an extraordinary aura. Upon entering the hall, the morning bustle was palpable, teeming with activity, a stark contrast to the tranquility of Yingshuang City. After only a few steps, Chen Xuan heard a sensational piece of news amidst the throng of people surrounding him. Last night, a colossal meteor descended upon the outskirts of Yunyang City, fortuitously striking the greedy wolf faction of the Giant's Grasp, resulting in the annihilation of all its members. A catastrophic incident triggered by a mere meteor? Upon hearing this news, Chen Xuan nearly succumbed to laughter. Only he was privy to the fact that it was the consequence of a skill unleashed by Xiao Wu. However, it was implausible that the Giant's Grasp remained unaware of the surrounding fluctuations of earth elements. Upon further reflection, he swiftly deduced that this information was deliberately disseminated by Giant's Grasp. Their motives could either be to mitigate the fallout or to lead the unseen puppet master into a false sense of security, thereby revealing themselves. Yet, it was evident that Chen Xuan, the true puppet master, could never be discovered. Amidst the clamor of discussion, he found himself at the innermost sanctum of the Transmutation Temple. As he pushed open the grand doors, he observed 3 transmutation personnel bustling about. Furthermore, a considerable queue had formed within the temple, with many awaiting their turn for transmutation or preparing to accept transmutation tasks. The sheer volume of individuals was a testament to the magnitude of Yunyang City. Just as Chen Xuan contemplated whether to join the queue, a voice of surprise unexpectedly rang out beside him. Chen Xuan, is that you here? Turning to the source of the voice, he was greeted by the sight of a graceful figure, wielding a staff, bouncing towards him joyfully, resembling a lively little rabbit. Mu Shui? Chen Xuan was taken aback to encounter a familiar face in this place. Today, Mu Shui wore an ice blue lace gown, complemented by a staff radiating magical energy, exuding the charm of a spirited snow sprite. Beside her was another attractive young lady, who approached them as well. Chen Xuan, are you here for a visit? Before he could respond, Mu Shui cheerfully interjected. Oh, you came here to visit? Chen Xuan was momentarily caught off guard by her question and stammered. Is that what you came for? Indeed. My cousin is the landlord here. With the college entrance examination tomorrow, she had some free time today, so she brought me along for a tour. As she spoke, she pulled the young woman beside her closer. This is my cousin, Lung Xinyue, a fire element mage. She's incredibly formidable. After introducing her, she turned to her cousin and added, Cousin, this is the academic prodigy I mentioned, Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan? The boy you have a crush on? Lung Xinyue scrutinized him with an appraising gaze, while Mu Shui's face flushed crimson as she grasped her arm, attempting to whisk her away. Cousin, what are you saying? Having been exposed, Mu Shui nearly wished to disappear into the ground. Yet, Lung Xinyue merely cast a haughty glance at Chen Xuan and remarked coolly, not bad looking. Kid, what level are you at? Chen Xuan initially hesitated to respond, but considering his acquaintance with Mu Shui, he replied straightforwardly, third transition. Uft. Ha. To his astonishment, Lung Xinyue burst into laughter. Why not exaggerate further and claim you're at the fourth transition? She mocked. It's only been half a month since you started your transition. Come on. If you're going to boast, at least make it believable. Hey, cousin, what are you talking about? Chen Xuan wouldn't lie. Mu Shui interjected, disregarding her embarrassment and quickly defending him. Silly girl, have you been blinded by his looks? Lung Xinyue shot her a scornful glare. Anyone with a modicum of sense wouldn't believe that someone could achieve the third transition in just half a month. Who does he think he is? Zhao Haoyang. At her pointed remark, Mu Shui found herself at a loss for words. 15 days and a third transition was indeed hard to fathom. Lung Xinyue then pulled her behind her, adopting a condescending tone as she addressed Chen Xuan. Listen here, kid. Although Mu Shui's engagement has fallen through, she will undoubtedly find someone far superior to you in the future, so it's best you keep any other thoughts to yourself. Chen Xuan glanced at the girl named Lung Xinyue with a peculiar expression, choosing not to respond. Instead, he nodded at Mu Shui and said, I need to join the queue now. Let us talk later. I'm sorry, Chen Xuan. All right, let us go. Mu Shui apologized awkwardly, hastily pulling her cousin away. However, just as Chen Xuan took a few steps away, he heard Lung Xinyue chastising Mu Shui for her choice in companions. Xiao Shui, you're not a child anymore. Next time, be more discerning. What can a practitioner from some remote village possibly achieve? Any random candidate from Yunyang City would surpass him, you know? Being short-sighted isn't wise. You need to have broader horizons. For instance, I will always love one person in this life, and that is Zhao Haoyang. Cousin, Zhao Haoyang. Is he truly that impressive? Mu Shui retorted, a hint of defiance in her voice. Of course, Lung Xinyue replied proudly, as if she were the very woman of Zhao Haoyang. Do you know why I brought you here? Huh, wasn't he it for a tour? Mu Shui asked, bewildered. Humph, so shallow. I brought you here to see Zhao Haoyang. No sooner had she spoken than the temple doors were thrust open with force. A procession of fully armed and austere-looking practitioners surged in, rudely pushing everyone aside. Even those in line turned pale at the sight, hastily retreating to the sides. Swiftly, a corridor formed, entirely constructed by the wall of bodies. The next moment, a tall youth with a hawk-like nose and a stern visage strode forward. Step aside. Who dares to obstruct the #1 candidate of Yinzhou? The college entrance examination is commencing. Dressed in an eye-catching blue robe, with arcs of electricity dancing across its surface, he bore a long staff embedded with unknown crystals, exuding an air of grandeur. Coupled with his unruly demeanor and distinctive hawk-like nose, he indeed commanded attention. Chen Xuan glanced back at this figure, sensing an aura reminiscent of a domineering CEO from a past life. He advanced towards Chen Xuan's line with an air of indifference, as if oblivious to all else. Ah, so handsome. I think I'm going to faint. Outside the crowd, numerous female practitioners had transformed into ardent fans, beginning to squeal for Zhao Haoyang. Among them was Lung Xinyue, who had previously mocked Chen Xuan. The Zhao family wields immense influence in Yunyang City. Some male practitioners whispered among themselves. Indeed, backed by a 7th-tier guild, and with such a prodigious talent, how could he not be arrogant? What is his profession? How can he be so audacious? Wait, you don't even know what Zhao Haoyang's profession is? He is a special class lightning archmage. Lightning archmage? What's that? Brother, you must be illiterate. He is reputed to be one of the strongest mages in the lightning element, capable of harnessing arcane power to significantly amplify his skills and shorten casting times. It is said that once he reaches the 6th transition, he can instantaneously cast most skills. Wow, that is incredible. But why isn't he at home preparing for the exam? What is he doing here? Obviously, he is here for his transition. I heard that this young master accepted his 3rd transition task 10 days ago, and now he is back, probably having completed it. What? Completed the 3rd transition task in 10 days? That is astonishing. As the crowd buzzed with excitement, Zhao Haoyang had already navigated through the throng and reached the far end of the transmutation temple, handing his card to the service personnel with casual ease. He prepared to step through the grand doors of the temple to complete his transition. Once he passed through that threshold, he would directly enter the 3rd transition. And at this college entrance examination, he would undoubtedly emerge as the brightest star in all of Yunzhou. However, after taking a few steps, he discovered that there was indeed someone ahead of him in line, forcing him to pause. Zhao Haoyang did not anticipate that there would be anyone to obstruct him, and immediately furrowed his brow, stating coldly, "Step aside." Upon hearing this, the figure turned slightly, casting a fleeting glance in his direction, and retorted, "Did you not see that I am in line? Wait your turn." Hiss. The moment those words escaped his lips, the surrounding crowd could not help but narrow their eyes in shock, gasping in disbelief. Who is this brazen individual to speak to Zhao Haoyang in such a manner? Unfamiliar. Likely just a foolish youth from that city, right? By heavens, this is going to be entertaining. The esteemed scion of the Zhao family is being reprimanded. I believe I should offer a moment of silence for that young man. To offend the Zhao family, especially their prodigal son, surely he will not escape unscathed. The one who spoke was none other than Chen Xuan. He had originally been at the end of a lengthy line, but upon the appearance of this Zhao family heir, everyone ahead had fled in fear. With no one to hinder him, Chen Xuan naturally seized the opportunity to position himself at the front of the line. Now, Zhao Haoyang was demanding that he step aside. How could that be possible? Yet, as soon as he uttered those words, Zhao Haoyang's expression darkened. In an instant, several guards at his side rushed over. What? Do you wish to make a move? Chen Xuan calmly surveyed the approaching figures, contemplating how he could incapacitate them without harming any innocent bystanders. Just then, a voice echoed from a distance. "Young Master Zhao, do not be angry." Zhao Haoyang turned to see Lung Xinyue approaching, accompanied by Mu Shui. His previously sullen expression softened slightly. It is Miss Lung. What brings you to the 3rd transition? Brother Zhao. You jest. I lack your extraordinary talent. Lung Xinyue replied with a shy smile. Her earlier arrogance towards Chen Xuan dissipated. Given that he was merely at level 50, far from the 3rd transition. Level 50? That is commendable. As a member of a prominent family, Zhao Haoyang afforded her a measure of respect. However, as his gaze swept past, he suddenly spotted Mu Shui, and his eyes lit up. What a stunning young lady. Mu Shui, naturally beautiful, exuded an ethereal quality enhanced by her identity as an ice mage, captivating anyone who glanced her way. Who is this beauty? He inquired, directing his attention towards Mu Shui. She is my cousin Mu Shui. Lung Xinyue quickly introduced. She is here to participate in the college entrance examination as well. Excellent. Since we are all of similar age, after the exams, why not visit my home? Zhao Haoyang proposed with a charming smile. Really? That would be wonderful. Lung Xinyue exclaimed, her expression transforming into one of infatuation, until Mu Shui tugged at her arm, prompting her to regain her composure. She then pointed at Chen Xuan, saying to Zhao Haoyang, "This is my classmate, Mu Shui, and I kindly ask that you do not hold any ill will towards him." Oh, Zhao Haoyang paused momentarily, then smiled slightly. "I see. Then we are all friends." Brother Zhao, you are truly magnanimous. Lung Xinyue giggled, then turned to Chen Xuan, frowning as she commanded, "Why are you still standing there? Quickly step aside to let Brother Zhao transition." However, Chen Xuan showed no indication of moving, remaining steadfast in his position. Seeing this, Lung Xinyue grew anxious. "What are you waiting for? Hurry and move." Yet Chen Xuan remained unperturbed, calmly regarding the group before him, and coolly replied, "Why should I?" This question left everyone in stunned silence. Whether it was the Zhao family or the grip of giants, they were both esteemed entities within Yunyang City. In a world where professions had encroached upon reality, the strength of a practitioner represented everything. Reasoning held no ground here. Thus, although everyone understood that he was cutting in line, no one dared to intervene. Many even chose to step aside willingly. Yet now, Chen Xuan's assertion of "why should I" had brought to light the very rationale that should have applied. For a moment, Zhao Haoyang found himself at a loss for words. "As far as I know, the transition temple is not privately owned, is it?" Chen Xuan continued, disregarding Lung Xinyue's glare. "This is an establishment belonging to all of Yunyang City, a functional institution for all practitioners. I have been waiting in line. Why should you be allowed to enter first? Fool, do you not see that everyone else has stepped aside? Lung Xinyue retorted angrily, but before she could finish, Chen Xuan coolly interrupted her. That was their choice, not mine. You. Lung Xinyue was about to respond when Zhao Haoyang raised a hand to stop her. He scrutinized Chen Xuan for a moment before smiling faintly. All right, since we are all friends, waiting a bit longer is no trouble at all. He then shifted his tone, since this friend seems quite eager. I presume you are here for your transition? May I inquire as to what level you are transitioning to? Observing Chen Xian's obstinacy, Lung Xinyue let out a haughty scoff. He is quite impressive, a third-level practitioner, likely here for the fourth transition. Ha! Her words elicited laughter from the crowd. As no one believed that Chen Xian could truly be here for a fourth transition, they were merely eager to witness his humiliation. A fourth transition? I must say, I am quite impressed. Zhao Haoyang feigned admiration. This time, the college entrance examination will surely make waves. Just then, the doors of the transition temple swung open, and a recently transitioned practitioner stepped out. His smile faltered the moment he beheld the scene surrounding the Zhao family, and without hesitation, he melted into the crowd. Observing this, Chen Xian paid no mind to Zhao Haoyang's words, striding towards the entrance. As the doors closed behind him, a fleeting shadow crossed Zhao Haoyang's eyes, yet it was merely a shadow. In his view, Chen Xian was just a petty clown from a remote village, entirely unworthy of his concern. If he truly wished, he would rather focus his attention on Mu Shui standing nearby. I wonder if you two have time later. I happen to know of a newly opened restaurant with delightful cuisine. After a faint smile, Zhao Haoyang extended an invitation to the two women. Sure. Brother Zhao invites. I am always available. Lung Xinyue eagerly nodded like a love-struck fool. I am not available. Mu Shui's tone grew suddenly cold. Cousin, I am not feeling well. I will head back now. Without waiting for Lung Xinyue's response, she turned and departed alone. Hey, that girl. Lung Xinyue was about to call out, but the thought of dining with her crush made her giggle uncontrollably. No worries, if she does not go. Brother Zhao, shall we eat together? What is there to say? If the main character is not going, what is the point of dining with you? A mere supporting character? A flicker of shadow crossed Zhao Haoyang's gaze. He had not anticipated that on the day of his elevation to the third transition, he would encounter two setbacks in succession. The first was that insufferable fellow's lack of awareness, and the latter was undoubtedly connected to the former. A pest, indeed. I shall see what results you achieve in the college entrance examination. At this moment, Chen Xian remained oblivious to the fact that he had caught someone else's attention. He stood within the transition temple, enveloped by the familiar magical aura. Prompt. Your level has reached LV90. Do you wish to commence the class change quest? Prompt. The fourth class change quest is a talent transition, and the difficulty will significantly increase. Begin. Chen Xian was determined to accept the quest, showing no hesitation whatsoever. Prompt. You have confirmed the initiation of the class change quest. Please select the quest difficulty. Faced with the same level 6 difficulty. As a man who consistently challenges the impossible, Chen Xian naturally opted for the highest level, a difficulty that is beyond human capability. Prompt. Difficulty selected. Congratulations on commencing the fourth class change quest, The Artisan's Gift. Quest name, The Artisan's Gift. Quest description. It is said that gods are neighbors, and you have earned the favor of the artisan god, who has decided to bestow a gift upon you, but only after you pass the trials. This quest consists of 9 stages, and your current progress is Stage 1. Quest objective. Gather the following materials. Vast Sea Sand, Epic, 1 unit. Purple Tear Gold, Epic, 1 unit. Azure Sky Gold, Epic, 1 unit. Lava Blood Gold, Epic, 1 unit. Quest time limit, 6 months. Note, each time you locate a material, you may directly choose to submit it, and the quest completion will automatically increase. Prompt. Current completion of Stage 1 is 0. 49. Epic level materials? Chen Xian was momentarily astonished upon seeing the information in the quest list. Having gained experience from previous quests, he was not surprised by the task of collecting materials. However, he never anticipated that this time, the quest would require epic-level materials outright. Moreover, it demanded 49 units at once. These materials could not simply be purchased at a merchant's shop. After several quests, Chen Xian had perused numerous merchant lists. Once the quality ascends to epic or higher, their rarity increases exponentially. They might only be obtainable at specialized auctions. The level of difficulty was vastly greater than before. What troubled him further was that each material required 1 unit. While this may sound trivial, in reality, it does not equate to merely 1 or 2 grams. The standard weight classification varies for different materials. Fortunately, there was ample time. Chen Xian mused quietly as he glanced at the quest time limit. I wonder if I can find suitable materials in the Diamond Tower. He had heard that the Diamond Tower consisted of 100 levels. and perhaps one of them would yield such treasures. Although the probability of epic-level materials dropping in a diamond-tier dungeon was exceedingly low, it was not entirely out of the question. For a moment, he could not help but feel a surge of anticipation. With a wave, he closed the quest interface and turned to push open the doors of the Class Change Temple. Upon stepping out, he spotted Zhao Haoyang and the infatuated Lung Xinyue standing nearby, but Mu Shui was nowhere to be seen. Not wishing to greet anyone, Chen Xuan simply maneuvered through the crowd and made his way towards the Class Change Temple. After a brief stroll around, he returned to his suite at the Yunyang Lira Hotel. Time passed, and a night of silence ensued. The following morning, as the blazing sun once again illuminated Yunyang City, the entire city erupted with liveliness. The reason for this was the commencement of the most significant college entrance examination in the entire Summer Kingdom, which was set to begin today. When Chen Xuan arrived at the National Vocational Higher Examination Waiting Center in Yunyang City, the vast waiting area, spanning thousands of square meters, was already teeming with people. Chen Xuan initially intended to find a secluded corner to wait, but unexpectedly, after taking a few steps, he heard Mu Shui's voice calling out to him. Chen Xuan, turning around, he saw Mu Shui, clad in her robe, standing a few meters away. Does this girl have a nose like a dog? How does she find me wherever I go? Upon noticing Chen Xuan, Mu Shui hurriedly trotted over, her face filled with apology. I'm sorry, my cousin was speaking yesterday. Before she could finish, Chen Xuan replied nonchalantly, she is who she is. You need not apologize to me. Mu Shui was about to say something, but the hall erupted in commotion as the crowd suddenly parted, revealing a familiar figure from the previous day. Look, it's Zhao Haoyang. Excitement surged among the crowd. I heard he is the top candidate from Yunyang City, having completed his third-class change. What? Third-class change? Is he on a rocket to level up? Of course, he is the first son of the Zhao family, backed by the 7th-tier guild, Giant's Grip. This time, the top candidate from Yunzhou is undoubtedly him. A third-class change. How many candidates in the entire Yunzhou can boast of that? It's utterly without contest. Look, he is coming this way. As everyone chattered, Zhao Haoyang unexpectedly parted the crowd, deliberately making his way towards the corner. His direction was unmistakably towards Chen Xuan. Chapter 60. Chen Xuan was astonished. The artifact, the water sphere, reacted? What is happening? Zhao Haoyang is actually approaching another candidate? As the most spotlighted candidate in the entire Yunzhou examination, Zhao Haoyang's every move drew the attention of many, triggering a flurry of speculation. Soon, they observed Zhao Haoyang, accompanied by Lung Xinyue, striding toward the corner where Mu Shui, in her exquisite robe, stood. Beside her, Chen Xuan appeared rather ordinary in attire, but his handsome visage was striking. This pair of handsome man and beautiful woman captured the attention of onlookers. Who were these two? Could they be top students from some city in Yunzhou? Impossible. I've done my research. Besides Yunyang City, the strongest candidates come from Yunling and Yuntian cities. I know all the candidates from there, and they are definitely not them. Haha, you might not know this, but I happened to see that handsome guy in the Class Change Temple yesterday. He didn't give Zhao Haoyang a spot, and even slapped his face in front of everyone. What? He is that formidable? Could he be from a prominent family? No way. I heard he hails from Yingshuang City. Yingshuang City? Is that in Yunzhou? I've never heard of it. Just a remote little town. If he had seen more of the world, he wouldn't have made such a foolish move. Indeed, Zhao Haoyang's title as the top candidate is practically reserved this time. Individuals like him possess limitless potential, and at such a moment, how many would want to curry favor with him? But he dares to act so arrogantly. It's practically digging his own grave. Correct. I've heard that a 9th-tier guild bigwig will be personally attending this time, likely here for him. As the crowd buzzed, Zhao Haoyang had already arrived in front of Chen Xuan. Contrary to the discussions of the crowd, he merely offered a slight smile, directing his gaze towards Mu Shui. Mu Shui, there is no need to feel anxious. As far as I know, the Diamond Tower has a resurrection buff. Even if you die, you will respawn on the first floor. Chen Xuan, shall we wait over there? Mu Shui, seemingly uninterested in responding, turned to smile at Chen Xuan. But before Chen Xuan could speak, Lung Xinyue abruptly pulled her aside. Mu Shui, Zhao Gu is speaking to you. She forcibly drew Mu Shui closer, whispering, are you silly? Brother Zhao is indeed the one chosen by the 9th-tier guild. If you do not cultivate a good relationship now, then when will you? As she spoke, admiration gleamed in her eyes. Brother Zhao's current objective is to ascend to the 30th floor, and with a stroke of luck, he might even reach the 40th. The mention of the 40th floor caused Mu Shui's expression to reflect astonishment. She had already attained the second transformation. Yet her own goal was merely to surpass the 10th floor. The fact that her counterpart aimed for the 30th, with the potential to challenge the 40th, genuinely left her astounded. Meanwhile, Zhao Haoyang's eyes flickered with fleeting joy. His presence alongside Lung Xinyue was primarily to draw closer to Mu Shui. Now, With the assistance of this tool, Mu Shui was indeed beginning to perceive his strength. This was already a splendid start. No one could remain unmoved by such an exaggerated ambition. However, there was always an exception. From the corner of his eye, he noticed Chen Xuan maintaining an unwavering calmness, devoid of even the slightest fluctuation. Humph, such pretentiousness. Zhao Haoyang scoffed inwardly. He had already thoroughly investigated Chen Xuan's background the previous night. The underdog from Yingshuang City, once a scion of the minor Chen family, had transitioned to the peculiar profession of Beast Tamer. A candidate devoid of prospects, background, or talent. He was truly a 3-no candidate. With this knowledge, Zhao Haoyang had completely disregarded this insignificant figure. Observing Chen Xuan's feigned composure, he couldn't resist taunting classmate Chen Xuan as an outstanding beast tamer. May I inquire what your target is this time? Chen Xuan's aim surely couldn't be modest. Mu Shui's expression shifted, eager to defend Chen Xuan. However, before she could finish, Chen Xuan glanced at Zhao Haoyang and replied nonchalantly, "The top floor." The top floor? Zhao Haoyang was momentarily taken aback. Then a radiant smile broke forth as he clapped enthusiastically for Chen Xuan. Classmate Chen indeed harbors lofty ambitions. The top floor is a position at 100 layers. I am truly impressed. His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, perfectly audible to those surrounding them. In response, numerous candidates instinctively directed disdainful glances at Chen Xuan. To this, Chen Xuan remained composed, standing unfazed. Soon, the clock struck 8, and a unified announcement echoed throughout the hall. Attention, candidates! The entrance examination is about to commence. Please prepare yourselves and line up to enter the teleportation portal according to your candidate numbers. As the announcement concluded, a dazzling array of magical lights illuminated the front of the hall. These lights formed various magical arrays, each marked with a different number. According to the rules, candidates were to select their teleportation portal based on the last 2 digits of their candidate numbers and queue accordingly. The hall instantly became a bustling sea of candidates, each stepping into the teleportation portal, disappearing from sight. The entire examination cohort was transported to an independent space, commencing an 8-hour countdown from the moment of entry. Thus, each candidate faced an identical diamond tower, with equal timing and identical wild monsters, ensuring absolute fairness. Chen Xuan exchanged pleasantries with Mu Shui before swiftly advancing with the line. Before long, a flash of light signaled their disappearance through the portal. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the waiting center, a group of teachers from various major cities gathered, discussing animatedly as they gazed at the enormous screen in front of the waiting center. I wonder who the top scorer from Yunzhou will be this year. That goes without saying. It must be Zhao Haoyang. There was indeed no suspense in this assertion. It now remained to see which guild would take notice of him, whether he would continue with the grip of Giant Sir ascend to greater heights. Didn't we hear that a big shot from the 9th tier guild was coming? Where are they? The results are still far off. Do you think the big shots from the 9th tier guild are so idle? Have you not noticed the principal and other guild recruiters have yet to appear? That is true. Wait, look, Zhao Haoyang is moving at lightning speed. He has already reached the 5th layer. On the large screen, Zhao Haoyang's name prominently displayed in first place, with the number of layers marked as 5. Truly, he was deserving of the title of a 3rd transformation professional. Such speed was indeed astonishing. The first 10 layers contained only solitary monsters, presenting no challenge for him. At the 6th layer, a ferocious, tusked variegated boar stomped heavily, preparing to charge at Zhao Haoyang. On the other side, Zhao Haoyang waved his staff, unleashing a beam of ghostly blue lightning that struck the wild boar. The creature was instantly paralyzed, and simultaneously, Zhao Haoyang's other skill was already primed to unleash Eclipse Thunder. With a dazzling flash of lightning, the variegated boar let out a wail before collapsing to the ground. Exhaling lightly, Zhao Haoyang revealed a smile. Although this potion lacked the blood of an ice sea elephant tortoise for enhancement, it had at least elevated his strength by 70, making it a trivial matter to ascend to the 30th floor. Born into such a prominent family, Zhao Haoyang was hardly shaken by the demise of Zhao Tanlang. What concerned him more was whether he would capture the attention of a big shot from the 9th tier guild. With this thought, he retrieved a blue regenerating potion and made his way toward the teleportation array for the next layer. Meanwhile, the relatively slower Chen Xuan had just arrived at the 1st layer of the Diamond Tower. Notice, your examination countdown has begun. Notice, please eliminate the wild monsters on the current layer. After defeating them, you may proceed to the next layer. Upon hearing the announcement, Chen Xuan scanned his surroundings, finding the expansive space before him, which dwarfed the waiting center, devoid of any wild monsters. Just as he prepared to search, a sudden prompt reverberated in his mind, causing him to freeze momentarily. Notice, your artifact, the water element pearl, has sensed a similar aura and is vibrating. Chapter 61. Mysterious bug emerges on the leaderboard? What? The water element pearl has reacted? Chen Xuan was taken aback by the prompt. Had it not been for the game notification, he might have forgotten about this artifact altogether. It was said that one needed to gather all 5 elemental pearls to unlock the mythical secret realm, where one could undertake mythical quests. When he first acquired it, he had indeed spent considerable time searching for it. Yet, throughout his efforts, he had found not a trace of information. Now, upon entering the Diamond Tower, a prompt had appeared. Could it be that the 5 elemental pearls were hidden within this layer? With this thought, Chen Xuan hastily released his 6 little companions, instructing them to conduct a thorough search of the area. Perhaps they might indeed uncover the 5 elemental pearls. As for the level 10 wild monster guarding the first layer, it was inadvertently dispatched by the overly energetic Xiaoxua with a single swipe, without even deploying its skills. Nonetheless, Chen Xuan lingered on the first layer for nearly 10 minutes before proceeding to the next layer. There was no way around it. The prompt only indicated that the water element pearl had sensed something, but it never specified its exact location. Chen Xuan was determined not to miss the opportunity to collect the other elemental pearls due to a moment of carelessness. Upon reaching the second layer, a level 15 wild monster charged at him. Without even glancing, Chen Xuan waved his hand, instructing his contracted beast to handle it. Without needing his command, the 6 little fellows began to disperse, continuing their extensive search in the surroundings. Thus, Chen Xuan, who was supposed to ascend swiftly, found himself mired in a sluggish pace. In the blink of an eye, nearly 5 hours had elapsed. With only 3 hours remaining out of the 8, over 90% of the candidates had concluded their Gaokao journey. Yet, rather than the examination center becoming quiet, it burgeoned with excitement. All the candidates were awaiting the final conclusion of the exam, for only then would the recruitment heads from various guilds appear to select suitable candidates to join their ranks. Missing out today would mean that joining any other guild would rest solely on their own endeavors. Therefore, any candidate with even the slightest potential could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. Observing the constantly updating leaderboard on the giant screen, the candidates could not help but engage in fervent discussions. It seemed evident that this time there was no suspense. Zhao Haoyang, the top scholar from Yunzhou, had already secured his title in advance. Indeed, 5 hours had passed. Who could possibly surpass him? 38 floors. My heavens, I struggled mightily to reach the 7th floor. And I don't even measure up to a fraction of his achievement. Not to mention, I've exhausted all my blue potions and barely made it to the 6th floor. Goodness, haven't you noticed that those who have reached above the 15th floor are already in the top 100? I truly cannot fathom how those individuals accomplished it. Just as the crowd was lamenting, someone suddenly pointed at the big screen with a puzzled expression. Hey, did you not notice a bug in the rankings? A bug? What bug? Don't joke about it. This ranking is directly governed by the rules. How could there be a bug? If you don't believe me, look. The candidate ranked 96th is on the 15th floor, right? But he should be in 95th place above him. How did it suddenly change to 94th? Prompted by this observation, the crowd turned their attention to that particular position and indeed noticed the discrepancy. Between the 94th and 96th ranks, there was astonishingly no 95th rank. No, it would be more accurate to say there was a blank space, devoid of any data. Such a peculiar phenomenon ignited a stir among the people. Soon, even the teachers overseeing the examination on the 2nd floor became aware of this situation and conducted an investigation. However, after dispatching a mechanical malfunction check, they remained uncertain whether this was a bug or if there truly existed a candidate within the Diamond Tower. Impossible, it must be a bug, otherwise. Why has it remained stagnant for so long? A teacher asserted decisively. I concur with Teacher Li. Thus far, I have never witnessed a candidate capable of evading the scrutiny of the Diamond Tower. Indeed, I too lean towards it being a bug. As long as it doesn't affect the rankings of other candidates, it's fine. If it were a person, they would have been teleported out by now. It's also possible they're still inside. That's even less likely. How could they remain motionless inside? I noticed that this gap has been stationary for at least half an hour. Upon hearing this, the teachers found themselves at a loss for a rebuttal. However, just as all the teachers were convinced this was indeed a bug, suddenly, the long stationary gap began to move. It shifted several ranks, directly appearing in the original 68th position. Above it, the 67th rank was astonishingly positioned at the last spot of the 16th floor. It moved? How is that possible? Witnessing this scene, many teachers were taken aback. Just moments ago, they had declared it a bug, yet now it was on the move. Strangely, its movement resembled a candidate advancing to the next layer. While everyone was engulfed in confusion, Chen Xuan stood amidst the 16th floor space, gazing at the expanse around him that seemed even more vast than before, feeling utterly perplexed. This was proving to be exceedingly difficult to navigate. In the previous layer, he and the 6 little companions had spent nearly half an hour searching, only to come up empty-handed. Yet, with each ascent, he could hear the tremor of the water element orb vibrating with hints. Damn it, is this not tormenting? He murmured to himself. If he completed the search on this layer and still found nothing, he would be unable to proceed further. Chen Xuan surveyed the sprawling forest and mused softly. He understood that his time was limited. If he continued searching in this manner, he might not finish even by the end of the exam. The previous smaller areas had been manageable, but the subsequent spaces were increasingly vast, and several hours would not suffice for his aimless wandering. What if he got teleported out and could never return? Wait, never return? Chen Xuan's forward momentum abruptly halted. A flash of inspiration illuminating his mind. Of course, how could I have forgotten this? He suddenly realized that if he couldn't find it now, he could always return later to continue his search. Others might be unable to enter, but that did not mean he couldn't. By employing the anchoring hand, Chen Xuan merely needed to leave an anchoring point on each layer, allowing him to teleport back at any time. Smack! Chen Xuan suddenly slapped his forehead, chiding himself for not thinking of such a simple solution sooner. As long as he could establish anchoring points, the anchoring foot would activate. Without hesitation, he initiated the anchoring hand on the 16th layer. The anchoring point was established with remarkable ease. With this conclusion, Chen Xuan felt an immense sense of relief wash over him. This would simplify matters. As long as he could swiftly traverse each layer, he would no longer need to worry about the 5 element or being lost. As for the previous layers, he had already searched them, so not revisiting them was inconsequential. Hey, gather up. Chen Xuan called out to the 6 little fellows throughout the entire space. In a flash, the 6 little companions appeared one after another. All right, now it's time to quicken our pace. Meanwhile, as Chen Xuan discovered his new strategy, the examination center was abuzz with renewed speculation. Look, it's not moving again. This must be a bug. Yes, indeed. Even if it does move, it's merely random jumping. What else could it be if not a bug? Perhaps it will drop down again soon. Teacherly, I was right, wasn't I? Indeed. I maintain it's a bug, after all. There has never been a possibility of a candidate completely concealing all their information. Wouldn't that contradict all the rules of our game? It's unlikely that even a master like the 9 turns could achieve that, right? That's reasonable. I say we should keep our focus on other rankings and not waste time on this bug. Exactly. Look, Zhao Haoyang has reached 39 layers. He is just 1 layer away from crossing the 40th floor. Just as one teacher mentioned this, all the teachers' attention shifted accordingly. The illustrious record of the top scholar was indeed more compelling than this bewildering bug. However, at that moment, the elusive gap began to move again. Chapter 62. The Space of Frenzy. The clown is indeed myself? In a flash, the non-existent gap on the leaderboard began to jump once more. In a mere instant, it surged forward by several ranks, landing in the 50th position. It actually advanced again? How is that possible? Could it not be a bug? Is there really a candidate? Impossible. Look, it stopped moving again. Indeed, if it were to move again, I would broadcast myself performing a handstand while having diarrhea. One cannot help but wonder if this brilliant individual is simply unfortunate. As soon as he uttered those words, the empty space miraculously shifted upwards several ranks, ascending to the 45th position. A loud clap. It felt as though an invisible hand had struck the speaker's face, echoing with resounding slaps. 18 layers. My heavens. Could it truly be a candidate? Impossible. I refuse to believe it. It cannot possibly jump again. If it does, I shall broadcast myself performing 2 handstands while having diarrhea. The previously chastised figure roared once more in fury. Yet slap. In the mere span of speech, the opponent began to leap again. 43rd place. This time, before anyone could utter a word, an even more incredulous event transpired. That empty space shot upwards like a rocket, pausing for less than a few seconds before leaping once more. 41st place. 38th place. 35th place. In a mere 2 minutes, it astonishingly jumped dozens of ranks, directly landing in 10th place. How is this even possible? This cannot be real. There must be some mistake. How could a candidate ascend 20 layers in such a short span? Indeed, the creatures within are all level 60 or above. It's not as though they could be eliminated in an instant. Everyone stared in shock at the space now occupying 10th place. Just above it was Mu Shui, having reached the 21st layer. However, just as everyone thought the space would come to a halt, it inexplicably surged forward with fervent speed. 22nd layer, 23rd layer, 24th layer. Soon, after surpassing the top 9 candidates, the empty space experienced a brief pause. Yet at that moment, a wave of dread washed over everyone. Though the space had stopped, it did not signify a lack of progression, for the candidate originally in 2nd place had only reached 29 layers, and the 1st place, Zhao Haoyang, had now ascended to 39 layers. Such a disparity indicated that the space had not halted, but rather continued to rise. It simply hadn't surpassed Zhao Haoyang. Hence the absence of any visible change. Is this truly a bug? At this moment, even those who had previously insisted it was a bug began to waver. If it were indeed a bug, it appeared far too lifelike. But if it were a real person, that would be utterly outrageous. Who could possibly climb 10 layers in such a brief time? No one could answer this question. Ultimately, everyone could only forcefully categorize it as a bug for the sake of explanation. Meanwhile, this bug had reached the 32nd layer. After casually leaving a waypoint in this layer, Chen Xuan saw little Snow dragging the corpse of a creature towards him. Alright then, on to the next layer. Chen Xuan discovered that there was only one creature guarding so many layers. Even after defeating it, the loot was minimal. Thus, with little time remaining, he was loath to wait any longer. Without needing to search for the 5 Elements Pearl, Chen Xuan's speed was astonishing. He didn't even need to unleash skills. The creatures were swiftly dispatched by Little Snow. Although the little one devoured food as voraciously as a Garfield, her attack power was terrifying, not even granting the other little ones a chance to intervene. In this manner, Chen Xuan casually surged through layers 33, 34, and 35, swiftly breaking through to the 40th layer, aiming ever higher. Just as he breached the threshold of the 40th layer, the name of the previously leading Zhao Haoyang trembled oddly, ultimately shifting to second place in the astonished gazes of the crowd. Second, Zhao Haoyang has become second. A roar of disbelief erupted among the crowd. They had not anticipated that after less than 10 minutes of waiting, he would be completely surpassed. Now, they could see no information above Zhao Haoyang. But everyone understood that in that non-existent realm, there was an invisible first place. And that first place had already surpassed 40 layers, perhaps even higher. Buzz. Just then, a flash of light erupted from the teleportation array, and a figure emerged with a hint of regret. Zhao Haoyang exhaled in disappointment. He hadn't expected the creatures at the 40th layer to be so formidable. He had exhausted all his blue potions and still failed to defeat them. Ultimately, he had inadvertently succumbed to their relentless assault. Oh well, 39 layers is still commendable, Zhao Haoyang consoled himself. At least he felt that the title of champion from Yunzhou rightfully belonged to him. As his figure appeared, many turned their attention toward Zhao Haoyang. However, in stark contrast to Zhao Haoyang's previous musings, the gazes of the other candidates were devoid of any shock or admiration. Instead, they appeared perplexed. Indeed, perplexed. Why the bewilderment? Zhao Haoyang's expression remained largely unchanged, yet he was deeply puzzled. Shouldn't they be flocking around him, marveling at how he achieved such a feat? In his confusion, Zhao Haoyang instinctively glanced at the ranking displayed on the large screen. With a single glance, he froze in place, as though struck by lightning. How is this possible? I'm second. How can this be? He blinked vigorously, convinced he was experiencing a mirage. Yet, each time he looked at the screen, his rank remained unmistakably clear, still second. 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 Two. At this moment, this ranking completely consumed Zhao Haoyang, echoing incessantly in his mind. He never anticipated that after all his efforts, the fool was none other than himself. What on earth is happening? Zhao Haoyang barely managed to utter this line. Yet no one could provide him with an answer. Meanwhile, as Zhao Haoyang's emotions swirled, Chen Xuan stood amidst a vast jungle, observing the throngs of creatures emerging and revealing a faint smile. Are we only just starting to engage in group attacks at the 50th layer? He grinned. Surely this will yield greater rewards? With that, he raised his hand and instructed all the little ones. Go ahead, unleash anything except for the forbidden spells. Chitter. Meow. Meow. Huh. Woof. Chapter 63. Instantaneously defeating the top layer boss. You tell me he is a candidate? Notification. You have slain a blue-eyed jackal, level 80. Gaining 1 experience point. Your contracted beast gains 1 experience point. Notification. You have slain a red-eyed jackal, level 81, gaining 1 experience point. Your contracted beast gains 1 experience point. Chen Xuan stood in place, listening to the notifications flooding in while observing the space around him erupting into 6 distinctly different scenes. On one side, flames raged, reducing trees to ashes. On another, a frigid expanse encased everything in ice. Shadows twisted into sharp blades, commencing their harvest. Meanwhile, another force cleaved through all with razor-like precision. Taking advantage of this moment, Little Curse opened her mouth wide, voraciously consuming the souls uncontrollably. The scene was chillingly surreal. The newly introduced skill of the little martial artist was remarkably simplistic. A flash of earthy yellow light swept across, instantly reducing the surrounding area to mere dust, leaving the wild creatures within utterly unscathed. In just a matter of minutes, the entire 50th floor was completely cleared. Such astonishing speed would surely terrify any other candidates who might witness it. These were vast swathes of wild creatures. After all, a typical candidate, even a mage, would require a painstaking effort to lure and eliminate them, but Chen Xuan's approach was to simply utilize high-level skills to obliterate the terrain. A cursory glance at his spoils revealed only silver-tier wild creatures, lacking the epic materials he sought. Noticing this, Chen Xuan did not linger. With a swift motion, He proceeded to the next level. On the 51st floor, he encountered the brutal iron crocodile, silver, LV-85, which he dispatched in 1 minute. The 55th floor presented the thorn bloodbat, silver, LV-90, ending in 2 minutes. On the 60th floor, he faced the despairing magic spider, silver, LV-95, concluding in 3 minutes. As he sauntered up to the 75th floor, he gradually recognized a pressing issue. Time was running short. At this rate, Chen Xuan had less than half an hour remaining, and his ambition of reaching the 100th floor was simply unattainable within this time frame. With a snap of his fingers, Chen Xuan declared it was time to showcase his true prowess. On the 72nd floor, he confronted the rock porcupine man, silver, LV-115. Before him stood a formidable assembly of these towering, humanoid creatures with porcine heads. Unlike any wild creatures he had previously encountered, this time he was face to face with sentient beings, as evidenced by the multitude of porcupine men that encircled him upon his arrival. "Foolish human, how dare you trespass in our territory?" bellowed the leader, a towering rock porcupine chief of LV-120. "Attack!" As his command resonated, thousands of porcupine men brandished their bony clubs and charged forth. At that very moment, a rather endearing little turtle slowly crawled a couple of steps, before emitting a low, mournful whimper. Whimper. Boom. The entire space trembled violently at the barely audible sound of the whimper, and in an instant, the charging porcupine men felt the light above them dim ominously. They instinctively looked up, only to behold the sky completely filled with colossal boulders, towering like mountains. Panic ensued, fear gripped them, even in the face of such calamity. These wild creatures trembled in terror. The rock porcupine chief gaped in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment at the sheer magnitude of the skill, far beyond the comprehension of any wild creature. With a resounding crash, the massive boulders filled the entire space, reducing all the rock porcupine men to mere pulp. Forbidden spell, the descent of 10,000 mountains. In an unknown, mysterious realm, a magnificent tower radiating resplendent light quivered, seemingly unable to withstand the unleashed power. Several unfortunate candidates were caught in the ensuing tremors, torn to shreds by the wild creatures, thus concluding their examination. Before the aftermath could settle, Chen Xuan had already collected all the dropped items and departed for the next level. Upon arriving at the subsequent floor, he promptly allowed the next creature to take its turn. Boom. Forbidden spell, the annihilation of 10,000 phoenixes. Task completed. Forbidden spell, the ethereal shadow stab. Another task completed. Forbidden spell, the sacred dragon's burial. Task completed. As Chen Xuan, accompanied by his contracted beasts, relentlessly carved a path forward using forbidden spells, chaos erupted in the examination center, which had been waiting for news for quite some time. What on earth was happening? Was that blank space truly a candidate? I am utterly bewildered. If it isn't a candidate, then how has Zhao Haoyang maintained second place for so long? Indeed, how long has Zhao Haoyang held that position without change? It seems he has firmly established himself as the perennial second. If he remains in second place, who then claims the title of top scholar from Yunzhou? Surely it belongs to that blank space. Zhao Haoyang is the second. But what if that blank space is a bug? Then Zhao Haoyang is still the second. Who can claim otherwise? Your argument leaves me speechless. Within the waiting center, Zhao Haoyang listened to the surrounding discussions, his frustration reaching a boiling point. As the esteemed scion of the Zhao family, the foremost candidate from Yunyang City, he was the most formidable contender for the title of top scholar in Yunzhou. Yet now, he was being relegated to the role of the second, unable to refute it. How much longer could he endure this indignity? Brother Zhao, please calm down. That blank space is merely a bug. Cold Xinyue continued to console her brother. Meanwhile, Mu Shui was scanning the big screen intently. Strange. Why haven't I found Chen Xuan's ranking yet? Could it be that he is ranked so low? Mu Shui was perhaps the only one throughout the examination who cared about Chen Xuan's performance. However, after searching for a while, she discovered that the lower the rank, the smaller the font, making it difficult to discern many names without getting close. Instinctively, she refused to believe that Chen Xuan could achieve such a poor ranking. Yet she could not locate him. I cannot let myself be ensnared by this inexplicable gap. Zhao Haoyang growled, his face ashen. I must lodge a complaint. We must uncover how to rectify this bug. His voice resonated throughout the waiting center, immediately attracting the attention of many. Had it been anyone else in a fit of rage, they would likely have been ignored, but Zhao Haoyang was different. With his profound background in Yunyang City and his remarkable achievements, his concerns warranted consideration even from the proctors. Student Zhao, we share your desire for clarity. Yet we currently lack the means to ascertain whether that blank space belongs to a candidate or is merely a bug. One teacher attempted to calm the situation. That is unacceptable. This matter must be resolved today, Zhao Haoyang insisted, unwavering. This concerns not only my own results, but the honor of the entire Zhao family and even the grip of giants. How can we arrive at a hasty conclusion? If you cannot resolve this, then send someone capable to address it. His remarks, devoid of tact, caused the teacher who had spoken earlier to frown. However, before he could respond, a calm, amused voice rang out from the crowd. Do not fret, solutions are always at hand. As the crowd turned towards the source of the voice, they beheld a rotund, jovial elder making his way towards them. The principal of the first high school? The supervising director for this examination? Is it really him? Anticipation surged through the crowd. Perhaps he genuinely possessed the means to resolve the issue of the blank space. The elder, evidently a figure of considerable esteem in Yunyang City, inspired hope among the teachers as he approached the second floor. Director, how do you propose to resolve this? As the elder reached the second floor, many could not resist inquiring. Quite simple indeed. We shall employ real-time projection. The elderly man chuckled warmly as he observed the spirited Zhao Haoyang below. Real-time projection is a unique feature within the Diamond Tower, permitting the immediate selection of any candidate from the leaderboard for visual display. This significantly facilitates the monitoring of candidates to ensure fair play and to detect any potential misconduct. However, to activate this feature, one must possess level 5 permission. Fortuitously, I possess such authority. As he spoke, he gestured towards the large screen in the distance, stating that should he choose the top-ranked candidate for projection, if it were a bug, the projection would fail. Conversely, if it were indeed a candidate, the projection would reveal their current spatial situation. Thus, the matters of interest could be clarified with but a simple trial. Gasps of realization swept through the crowd upon hearing the director's words, curiosity igniting in their eyes. If there truly was a remarkable candidate, they were eager to discover who possessed such prowess. What are we waiting for? Director, please commence. Yes, let us begin at once. We demand the truth. Even several teachers found themselves swept up in curiosity regarding this enigmatic figure reigning at the top of the leaderboard. Very well, I can utilize this permission. But I must remind everyone that each candidate may only be projected once. In the charged atmosphere, the supervising director wasted no time. With a wave of his hand, he conjured a luminous screen before him and entered a series of commands. A miniature leaderboard materialized upon the screen. His keen eyes narrowed slightly as he pointed to the blank space above Zhao Haoyang's name. With a hum, an unseen tremor rippled through the air, and the audience beheld as the entire screen transformed instantaneously, as if they had traversed into a foreign realm. As they witnessed this spectacle, many gasped in astonishment. It worked. It truly is a candidate. My heavens, I must see what level they are on and who they are. Quickly, we can't see clearly. This is driving me mad. Those who previously claimed it was not a bug, are you ready for the live demonstration? Haha, I have switched it on. It's not a mere coincidence. You're quite something. Amidst the fervent anticipation of the crowd, the once nebulous space became strikingly clear. Before their eyes lay an expansive icy tundra, the sky filled with a tempest of snow and wind. Before they could fully comprehend the scene, a resounding roar echoed as the ground fractured, and a colossal figure, towering over 100 meters, erupted from the depths below. Its formidable stature resembled that of a skyscraper, entirely encased in ice, with a grotesque visage and a singular eye that stood out vividly. At the sight of this figure, several teachers gasped in unison. The Frost Giant. It is a level 180 stellar grade boss, the Frost Giant. Impossible. The Frost Giant is a fearsome boss ranked at the 100th level. This cannot be. What? This candidate has not only surpassed Zhao Haoyang, but has ascended to the pinnacle? At this revelation, even the supervising director's voice faltered. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, ensuring he was not mistaken. Indeed, that was the stellar grade boss, the Frost Giant. The mysterious candidate had truly reached the topmost tier. Instinctively, the supervising director began to manipulate the screen, yearning to locate the figure amidst the vast expanse of ice. Throughout history, no candidate had ever managed to reach the summit of the Diamond Tower. Witnessing this scene, he was determined to find the source, even at the cost of all his efforts. Yet, just then, the once blustery daylight within the projection abruptly dimmed, as though they had been thrust into a night sky. This night was not entirely devoid of light. Stars began to emerge, coalescing into an expansive celestial domain. Within this starry expanse, countless starlights erupted, showering down in a dazzling display. In an instant, the scene before them felt as though it had been obliterated by an unstoppable force. Just before this destruction, some witnessed the roaring Frost Giant boss caught unawares, pierced through by a myriad of stars in an instant. What? A stellar grade boss, annihilated by a single skill? The examination center fell into an utter silence, the atmosphere thick with disbelief. At this moment, a singular thought occupied their minds. A candidate had just instantaneously vanquished the top-tier boss, and they were being told this individual was merely a student? Meanwhile, atop the snow-laden summit, Chen Xuan gazed at the now shattered hourglass in his hand, letting out a soft sigh. Alas, it appears I have but one opportunity remaining. This hourglass, a consumable item he had acquired in the Goblin Kingdom, possessed the ability to manipulate time, with each ascent utilizing forbidden spells. He had exhausted all his own and his companion's magical reserves, entering a complete cooldown phase. In fact, 2 of the bosses had been defeated through the valiant efforts of his 6 companions. In the end, to ensure success, Chen Xuan unhesitatingly activated this item. He had anticipated another use, only to discover it shattered completely. Just as he believed that a single forbidden spell had obliterated the frost giant, suddenly, the earth quaked once more, and a new frost giant erupted from below. Cannot be killed? Chen Xuan's brow furrowed deeply at this sight. Chapter 64, The Triple Forbidden Spell. Entering the unprecedented 101st level, the Orb Manifestation. What has happened? Chen Xuan's victory over the frost giant coincided with the examination center erupting in chaos. All eyes were glued to the leaderboard that had reverted to its original state, their astonishment beyond words. They had never anticipated that this real-time projection would reveal the formidable boss of the 100th level. Moreover, they could hardly fathom that the terrifying frost giant had been dispatched in a fleeting moment by an overwhelming force. The shock was simply beyond description. At this moment, Zhao Haoyang stood frozen in place, a singular thought echoing in his mind. Could that truly be a candidate? That is a stellar-grade frost giant. If I entered, I would be obliterated in less than 2 seconds. Yet the candidate had effortlessly dispatched it. Impossible, impossible. How could a mere candidate wield such formidable power? Zhao Haoyang murmured in disbelief, his rational mind suggesting that a top-tier professional must have infiltrated the Diamond Tower. However, if this were the case, the repercussions should affect all candidates from the Summer Kingdom, not just those from Yunzhou. As numerous teachers, including the supervising director, processed the shocking revelation, a consensus formed among them. The individual ranking first, shrouded in mystery and devoid of any visible information, was undoubtedly a powerful enigma hailing from Yunzhou. Indeed, this was a feat that no mere candidate could achieve, even if a candidate were involved. It was certain they had utilized some extraordinarily formidable equipment capable of unleashing devastating skills, thus enabling them to annihilate the frost giant in such a brief span. Regardless of whether it be a mysterious powerhouse or a contestant, it has become abundantly clear that the individual occupying the first position is certainly not a mere anomaly, but rather a genuine person. Consequently, Zhao Haoyang's position as the second is firmly established. Upon realizing that he has truly become the eternal second, Zhao Haoyang felt a surge of resentment welling up within him, culminating in an involuntary spurt of blood. How outrageous! To be so infuriated as to spit blood. There was no denying it. After all, he had aspired to be the top scholar of Yunzhou, and it was only natural for him to be unable to bear such a setback. Being second is commendable, yet to be driven to such a state is indicative of a rather fragile mental fortitude. Indeed, given his current state, it is fortunate he did not secure the first position. Otherwise, he would be utterly incapable of shouldering the responsibility. As he listened to the myriad discussions surrounding him, Zhao Haoyang once again expelled a mouthful of blood, his entire being swaying slightly. This was not the narrative he had envisioned. I refuse to accept this. He longed to confront that mysterious powerhouse for a debate, yet reason cautioned him that a mere flick of the latter's finger could crush him to oblivion. This was an unbearable torment. At that moment, while Zhao Haoyang was engulfed in his frustrations, Chen Xuan gazed intently at the re-emerging frost giant. His brow furrowed in deep concern. It had revived and appeared stronger than before. A thought crossed his mind, prompting him to scan it with the eye of Yuanshu. Frost giant, starry. Race, giant. Level, LV 200. Health, 91,000. Mana, 15,900. Strength, 4,550. Agility, 780. Mentality, 1590. Skills, Resistance Skin, 4th stage. Giant Swing, 5th stage. Battle Roar, 6th stage. Combat Power, 400 stars. The frost giant had previously been at level 180, yet after perishing once, it had ascended to level 200. Chen Xuan found this exceedingly perplexing. As he observed the creature roaring and advancing towards him, he had no choice but to raise his hand once more and cast the spell, Cataclysmic Flame of Censorship. With a resounding boom, the earth cracked open, and this time, before the giant could approach, the ground beneath had completely collapsed. Terrifying magma surged forth from the depths like a dragon of fire, engulfing the entire world in flames. Roar! The frost giant howled as it was entirely consumed by the lava, swiftly meeting its demise. Notification: you have slain the frost giant, gaining 1 experience point. With the notification finally appearing, Chen Xuan hoped that this time it would truly perish. However, as soon as that thought surfaced, the earth trembled once more. Roar! With a furious roar, an even larger frost giant emerged. Another one? Chen Xuan's eyes widened, and this time, he did not wait for the creature to fully manifest before casting another forbidden spell, Nirvana Heart Flame. The frost giant merely let out a few mournful cries before being reduced to ashes in the face of the forbidden spell. Chen Xuan, his brow knitted in concern, observed the dispersing ashes. Having utilized the ability to cast 7 consecutive forbidden spells from the Hourglass of Time, he had already expended 3, leaving him with 4 remaining. If another revival were to occur, he would have to contemplate a temporary retreat until the cooldown period had elapsed, then return. Yet this time, the anticipated revival did not materialize. Just as Chen Xuan believed everything had concluded, a brilliant light descended from above. Before he could react, he was enveloped by it. He nearly cast a forbidden spell to shield himself, but unexpectedly, the light flickered, and he found himself transported to another realm. What is this? Chen Xuan surveyed his surroundings and soon discovered an ancient circular platform carved from stone not far away, upon which magical energy continuously swirled. At the center of the platform lay a spherical gem, rich in emerald hues, reminiscent of jade. The intense radiance emanating from it instilled in Chen Xuan a profound sense of tranquility. The 5 Elements Pearl? Upon seeing the gem, Chen Xuan immediately considered this possibility and hastily activated the Eye of Yuanshu to inspect it. Wood Element Pearl, Mythical. Category, Item. Base Effect, Health Recovery 1000. Durability, Indestructible. Additional Effect, collecting all 5 Elements Pearls unlocks the mythical secret realm and grants a mythical quest. It truly is the 5 Elements Pearl. Upon reading this information, Chen Xuan erupted into joyous laughter. The arduous journey he had undertaken was solely for this very 5 Elements Pearl. Initially, he had presumed this mythical gem was hidden somewhere within the Diamond Tower. Little did he expect it to be located in a space beyond the 100th floor. No wonder no one had been able to acquire it. Obtaining the pearl required not only defeating the frost giant, but also vanquishing it thrice, thus allowing ascent to the 101st floor to claim the wood element pearl. Previously, Chen Xuan had pondered why the frost giant could attain starry level status within this diamond level tower. He had suspected that this tower was not merely a diamond level secret realm, but rather a starry level one. However, upon encountering the wood element pearl, he finally comprehended the truth. The frost giant's prowess was undoubtedly influenced by the wood element pearl. Now that the wood element pearl had fallen into his possession, the diamond tower would rightfully earn its designation. As he grasped the wood element pearl, he felt a tremor in his transformation space due to their proximity, and suddenly, the previous water element pearl floated forth uncontrollably. Buzz! The 2 pearls seemed to generate an immense attraction, drawing closer until they touched, and in an instant, a stream of light radiated from their point of contact, enveloping the pearls completely. Thus, the 2 gems became intertwined. At that moment, a surprising notification appeared in Chen Xuan's mind. Chapter 65, Time-Limited Quest, Record Breaker, Guild Emergence, Frenzied Recruitment. Notification: you have acquired 2 5 Elements Pearls. Unlocking a unique time-limited quest. Quest name: Record Breaker. Quest description: no one can easily obtain the 5 Elements Pearls. To possess them, one must not only rely on luck, but also possess sufficient brilliance to sever all obstacles and earn the favor of the gods. Are you, fortunate adventurer, prepared to face the challenge? Quest objective: break the fastest refresh records in any 5 epic secret realms and maintain them for 5 days. Quest reward: Gold Element Pearl. Quest duration: 1 month. Quest failure penalty: revocation of all 5 Elements Pearls. Another pearl? Chen Xuan was elated upon hearing the notification. He had previously contemplated how long it would take to gather all 5 Elements Pearls. Yet, unexpectedly, after acquiring 2, he had activated a time-limited quest. Completing this quest would significantly hasten his ability to unlock the mythical secret realm. However, the difficulty was undeniably daunting. Chen Xuan gazed at the quest list, unable to suppress a sigh. The quest objective demanded 5 epic secret realms right from the start. What does it mean to conquer an epic secret realm? That realm is a secret place only challengeable by 7th transition experts, and even many 8th transition masters venture into epic realms in search of materials or equipment. Yet here we have Chen Xuan, a mere 3rd transition practitioner, intending to delve into an epic secret realm. The sheer difficulty of this undertaking would undoubtedly terrify other practitioners, should they learn of it. Moreover, a failure could lead to the forcible reclamation of the 5 Elements Pearl he had originally obtained. In his eyes, this task was indeed exceedingly arduous. However, it was worth noting that this task was not meant for a 3rd transition practitioner. The very rules governing the task had not anticipated that someone like Chen Xuan could unleash a forbidden spell. Nevertheless, Chen Xuan felt little trepidation, as there remained a month to complete the task. Once he resolved his current matters and joined the 9th tier guild, Yuling Pavilion. Both his strength and mana would see considerable enhancement, making the completion of these tasks relatively effortless. As he stored the 2 fused 5 elements pearls in his job transition space, Chen Xuan gazed at a flickering light gate beside the platform, realizing he could depart without the need for resurrection. With this thought, he hesitated no longer and stepped through the light gate. Buzz! In a flash of brilliance, Chen Xuan found himself standing in the examination center's teleportation array. He glanced at the time. Only a few minutes remained until the examination concluded. Like him, many candidates were being teleported out as the exam time neared its end. This was not indicative of their prowess. Rather, most candidates desired more time to recuperate after each layer, seeking to face the next challenge in optimal condition. Even the defeat of a single wild monster could significantly elevate their final scores. Amidst the throng, Chen Xuan exited the teleportation array with a serene expression. Numerous individuals were inquiring about each other's scores. At that moment, Mu Shui, who had been observing Chen Xuan intently, hurried over. Chen Xuan, you're out. Indeed. Chen Xuan was unsure why Mu Shui was so fixated on him, but he nodded in acknowledgement. I'm relieved to see you. I thought you had left early. Mu Shui had been unable to find Chen Xuan's ranking and assumed his performance was lackluster, hence she refrained from asking about his score, choosing instead to remain silent about her own. However, her silence did not prevent others from speaking up. The ever-loyal Lung Xinyue, who had been accompanying Zhao Haoyang, felt a surge of anger upon seeing Chen Xuan. In her view, anyone who angered Zhao Haoyang deserved punishment. The mysterious candidate she could not locate was elusive, but Chen Xuan was right in front of her. Without a second thought, she approached him. Chen Xuan, right? Didn't you claim you could reach the top tier? Show me your score. The top tier? Chen Xuan paused, realizing he had indeed ascended to the top tier. Furthermore, he had even reached the 101st layer and obtained a 5 elements pearl. Aware that rankings were continually recorded outside, he had never considered that his score might remain undisclosed. He was even contemplating how to explain this matter if questioned. Yet, upon hearing Lung Xinyue's words, he could not help but feel perplexed. Instinctively, he turned to glance at the giant screen, only to be taken aback. The first place was not his. Zhao Haoyang. Second place? Who, then, occupies the first? Chen Xuan was momentarily stunned, suddenly recalling the notification he had received from the Yuan Chu decree. However, he had been too preoccupied with searching for the 5 elements pearls to pay attention. Could the Yuan Chu decree even shield such information? Seeing this unfold, Chen Xuan, amid his surprise, felt a flicker of delight. Only a foolhardy protagonist would willingly expose all their secrets in front of an audience. If he could remain hidden, he would gladly embrace it. Noticing Chen Xuan's silence, Lung Xinyue assumed he was at a loss for words and wore a mocking smile. Oh, can't find your score? Someone like you, who has no shame, how could you possibly know Mu Shui? She pulled Mu Shui aside. I have no shame? Chen Xuan was taken aback. Pointing to his face, isn't this a face? Uffed. Mu Shui burst into laughter at Chen Xuan's remark, which only fueled Zhao Haoyang's ire. Ever since he had met Mu Shui, he had made numerous attempts to connect with her, yet he had never witnessed her smile so joyously. Now, it seemed that a mere quip from Chen Xuan could elicit such delight from her, intensifying Zhao Haoyang's pent-up frustration. Not daring to speak is one thing. Why resort to such pathetic excuses? He harshly criticized Chen Xuan. I remember you were quite arrogant before. Why the silence now? Zhao Haoyang, you had best watch your words. Mu Shui retorted icily, her beautiful face radiating coldness. Do not think that just because you're in second place, you can act with impunity. There are countless individuals stronger than you, stronger than the Zhao family, even more formidable than the grip of the giants. Zhao Haoyang's fury was nearly uncontrollable. Just as he was about to respond, Lung Xinyue interrupted. Enough. Xiao Shui, how can you speak to Zhao Ge like that? She scolded angrily. What of it that he isn't second? Even if his score were abysmal, he is still second on the leaderboard. If not for that mysterious individual, he would undoubtedly be the true first. She glanced at Chen Xuan with disdain. And your esteemed classmate? Not even a name to be found. It's utterly laughable. She smirked at Zhao Haoyang. Soon, the major guilds will arrive, and a big shot from a 9th-tier guild will come to recruit Zhao Ge. Then I shall see which guild would want a candidate who boasts of reaching the top tier. Initially, Chen Xuan had not attracted much attention. But as Zhao Haoyang and Lung Xinyue grew animated, more and more people gathered around. They began to murmur and point at Chen Xuan. Who would have thought that this handsome lad is merely a fade? Indeed, if he can't even find his name on the leaderboard, he must be ranked quite low. One wonders what gave him the audacity to confront Zhao Haoyang. Charming words may be called youthful exuberance, while harsh words reveal foolishness. Once Zhao Haoyang joins a high-tier guild, it will take little effort for him to make life difficult for this one. This world is indeed cruel. Perhaps he is still unaware of the significance of connections and influence. Among the crowd, Anyone with a modicum of intelligence could discern that Chen Xuan, entirely unranked, stood no chance against Zhao Haoyang, who was second. However, Chen Xuan paid little heed to their chatter. Even if he chose not to join any guild, he was certain he could surpass many practitioners on his own merit. Moreover, there was still that elder named Feng Ling yet to seek him out. If all else fails, he could begrudgingly join Yuling Pavilion. Creak. The abrupt sound of the door being flung open interrupted the discussions among the crowd, and soon after, formidable figures exuding an air of authority and power began to emerge from the entrance of the examination center. The prepared candidates, upon witnessing these individuals, gasped in astonishment. Was that not the emblem of the Glory Legion? A 7th-tier guild. Furthermore, the gentleman wielding a staff, I recognize him. He is the leader of the 100-member team from the 7th-tier guild, Adventurer's Home. My goodness, did you see the crossed swords flanking a shield? That signifies the 8th-tier guild. Sword of Justice. Oh, the Arcane Celestial Palace, the Cataclysm, the Pastoral Meteor. Goodness gracious, why are so many 8th-tier guilds present this year? Are they challenging fate? Could it be that I might be chosen by an 8th-tier guild? If that were to happen, my dearly departed grandfather would surely rise from his grave in disbelief. Indeed, one might speculate that even your grandfather would be able to speak and insist on taking you along. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, all the instructors upstairs had already rushed down. Even teachers were not exempt from the allure of currying favor with these high-tier professionals. However, one admissions officer from the Arcane Celestial Palace, bearing a stern countenance, merely sidestepped the throng and called out to the entire examination center, "Who is Zhao Haoyang?" His voice lacked volume, yet it resonated like a rolling wave, silencing all candidates in the center. Zhao Haoyang, who had been closely observing the situation, seemed to deduce the reason for the inquiry and promptly adjusted his demeanor, raising his hand in acknowledgement. That would be me. Upon hearing the call, the admissions officer's expression brightened, and he swiftly navigated through the crowd toward Zhao Haoyang, followed closely by several other guild admissions officials. Greetings. I am the admissions officer from the Arcane Celestial Palace. We are here primarily to extend an invitation for you to join our esteemed guild, the officer said, a faint smile breaking through his previously stern facade. Zhao Haoyang, we from the Cataclysm are also here to invite you. Rest assured, should you choose to join our guild, all resources for your 4th-tier job transition task will be made available to you as a priority. Another elder, also wielding a staff, interjected confidently. Hey, don't just let them speak. Allow us from the Pastoral Meteor to present our case too. And what about us from the Sword of Justice? Zhao Haoyang, do consider our terms as well. The numerous admissions officers from the 8th-tier guilds exerted themselves to the utmost, striving to win over Zhao Haoyang. Witnessing this, a smile could not help but spread across Zhao Haoyang's face, and the earlier annoyance brought on by the mysterious strongman vanished without a trace. Beside him, Lung Xiyue was so elated she seemed on the verge of soaring with joy, as if the opportunity to join an 8th-tier guild were hers. See, what good is being stubborn? She provocatively challenged Chen Xuan. Can you attract the attention of an 8th-tier guild? Can you make them compete for you? Can you negotiate for extra rewards? This trio of questions left Mu Shui at a loss for words, unable to counter them as they were indeed grounded in reality. Throughout, Chen Xuan remained composed, merely observing the scene as if it were a performance. He even found himself intrigued by Zhao Haoyang's profession, astonished at the popularity of the Lightning Mage class. Meanwhile, Zhao Haoyang, gazing at the eager admissions officers surrounding him, could hardly conceal his pride. The representatives from the 7th-tier guilds were unable to even push through the crowd, relegated to watching from the periphery. Such a spectacle rendered those nearby envious, their eyes gleaming with longing. Yet, at the center, Zhao Haoyang wore an expression of serene detachment. Ahem, I sincerely appreciate the esteemed offers from all of you. But considering the recent conclusion of the entrance examination, I would like a moment to contemplate, he declared. His words prompted a wave of urgency among the admissions officers. It appeared the rumors were indeed true. Zhao Haoyang was the student preordained by the magnate of a 9th-tier guild. Just as the officials prepared to renew their efforts, the door of the examination center swung open once more. With a resounding boom, all eyes instinctively turned toward the entrance. There, a series of imposing figures clad in uniform armor emerged, radiating an aura of iron resolve that compelled the onlookers to step back. The city defense forces had made their appearance? Someone exclaimed in astonishment upon recognizing the distinctive attire. Generally, the city defense forces only intervened during extremely significant events. Soon, a pathway constructed entirely by the city defense forces unfurled before the entrance. Then, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, a middle-aged man of commanding presence and grave dignity emerged from the passage. Anyone from Yunyang City would recognize him. This striding figure was none other than the city lord, Han Guang, a formidable professional who had long since entered the 7th tier. However, Before the crowd could ponder the reason for the city lord's presence, he abruptly halted and performed a respectful gesture, bowing slightly and extending his hand with a warm smile. "Please, Elder Foam." As his words fell, an elder clad in a robe and wielding a staff gradually materialized before the assembly. The air was instantly filled with astonishment. Chapter 66. Wild Speculations. The humility of a ninth-tier guild magnate, shattering the perspectives of the crowd. What sort of presence was the city lord of Yunyang City? Even the mightiest of 8th-tier guild members would treat him with utmost respect. To possess such authority in a vast city, capable of commanding it entirely, not only indicated the individual's exceptional capabilities, but also required the approval of the 9th-tier guild that governs Yunzhou. It could be said that Han Guang's position as the lord of a core city in Yunzhou exceeded even that of some 8th-tier guild leaders in terms of power. Yet now, he displayed such profound respect toward an ordinary elder, leaving everyone in a state of disbelief. Before the astonishment could fully dissipate, the crowd suddenly regained their senses. Who could command such deference from the city lord, if not a dignitary from a 9th-tier guild? Is this the magnate of the Spirit Master Pavilion? The grandeur is overwhelming. Someone gasped. Moreover, did you not notice the depth of his gaze, as enigmatic as an abyss? I felt as if my very soul might be drawn in. Another remarked in awe. My heavens, is this what a 9th-tier guild powerhouse looks like? How terrifying. Numerous representatives from 8th-tier guilds hastily cleared a path for the elder's approach. Indeed, under Han Guang's guidance, it appeared the dignitary had discerned something. As he began to stride toward Zhao Haoyang. Witnessing this, the various admissions officials could not help but sigh in resignation. With the Spirit Master Pavilion stepping in, their efforts to win over Zhao Haoyang had become futile. Now, confronted with the approach of the 9th-tier guild magnate, who commanded the city lord's utmost respect, Zhao Haoyang's smile deepened. He quickly smoothed out the creases in his attire and stepped forward, parting the crowd to meet this significant figure. After all, this was a 9th-tier guild, deserving of his utmost deference. The crowd dispersed, countless candidates gazing eagerly at the unfolding scene. To be acknowledged by the 9th-rank guild was a dream cherished by many aspirants. Yet now, they found themselves relegated to mere spectators. The one who commanded this attention, Zhao Haoyang, was basking in an unprecedented brilliance, rendering even his prominent second place on the leaderboard inconsequential. Regardless of rank, being chosen by the 9th-rank guild was the utmost honor. Junior Zhao Haoyang, paying respects to the seniors. Zhao Haoyang bowed deeply before the city lord and the elder. All eyes upon him. Witnessing this, the starry-eyed Leng Xinyue couldn't help but sneer at Chen Xuan. Look at you, boastful king. You will never reach Zhao Gige's heights in this lifetime. However, as her words faded, the city lord's face broke into a smile upon seeing Zhao Haoyang, preparing to offer commendations. At that moment, unexpectedly, the elder bypassed Zhao Haoyang entirely, not even sparing him a glance. Crack! At that instant, it felt as though a thunderclap reverberated through the minds of all present, leaving them stunned. What on earth was happening? Wasn't he supposed to be here for young Master Zhao? Why was he not even acknowledging him? Before they could gather their thoughts, they observed the elder's expression brighten as he hastened towards Chen Xuan, bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, young friend, we meet again. Gasp. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply, their incredulous gazes fixed upon Chen Xuan. What? All along, the esteemed figure from the 9th-rank guild was not here for Zhao Haoyang? Surely this must be a mistake? Could it be that the elder had mistaken him for someone else? Hadn't it been stated repeatedly that the 9th-rank guild had come specifically for Zhao Haoyang? I had no idea, one murmured. Isn't that what the Zhao family has been proclaiming? I actually believed it, and now it seems we have created a colossal misunderstanding. Ha ha, just look at Zhao Haoyang's expression. At this moment, Zhao Haoyang's complexion shifted from pale to red, then to black, finally turning purple. Had he not already spat blood moments ago, he would have surely done so again. How could this be? How can it not be me? In all of Yunzhou, is there any candidate more exceptional than I? The overwhelming sense of indignation and frustration compelled him to turn around, only to witness the elder smiling and clasping hands with Chen Xuan, engaging him in conversation. With a crack, Zhao Haoyang felt as though his entire worldview shattered into pieces. How could a figure of the 9th-rank guild treat a candidate without even a ranking with such deference? This was utterly beyond comprehension. Not just Zhao Haoyang, but all present, including the enrollment officer from the 8th-rank guild, stared in astonishment at the scene before them. Could it be that the rumored esteemed figure from the 9th-rank guild was here for this exceptionally handsome youth? Yet, they had just heard that this Chen Xuan could not even be found on the ranking list. What was the Spirit Convergence Pavilion up to? Meanwhile, the proctor and others standing at the back exchanged glances, their eyes alight with a sudden, dreadful realization. Director, do you think it's possible that on that leaderboard? A teacher's words were abruptly cut short as the proctor delivered a sharp slap to his face. Smack! The crisp sound stunned the teacher, who held his face in disbelief. Director, why did you hit me? Though you are the director, you can't just strike at will. In response, the director showed no sympathy, but rather retorted sharply, are you blind? Can't you see what's happening? He lowered his voice, trembling. Clearly, this candidate is the designated member of the Spirit Convergence Pavilion. But he is so low-key that the 9th rank guild had to employ significant measures to obscure this examination's information. Their true intention was to conceal this extraordinary talent from public view. If word of this slipped from our lips, the consequences would be dire. What? The struck teacher froze, realization dawning upon him. Indeed, the 9th rank guild had gone to great lengths to shield this information, and he had nearly exposed it carelessly. If he were part of the 9th rank guild, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Hiss. The teacher's earlier anger evaporated, replaced by profound gratitude towards the proctor. Without his intervention, he might have faced dire consequences. Not just he, but all nearby teachers who had grasped the gravity of the situation fell silent, internally relieved that they had withheld any comments. As the crowd speculated, Chen Xuan looked at the elder Wind Ling and furrowed his brow, lowering his voice. I had heard rumors of the 9th rank guild's esteemed figure coming to the examination site, but I never expected it would be you. Chen Xuan glanced around, unable to suppress a thumbs up towards the elder. Your presence is indeed grand. Cough, cough, cough. Young friend, please do not jest. Wind Ling chuckled awkwardly, responding quietly, last time. I left in a hurry and didn't leave you my contact information. When I later attempted to visit your home, you were not present. Consequently, I had no choice but to announce my arrival here, hoping to let you know that I would come looking for you. So it was all for me. Chen Xuan rolled his eyes, feeling the weight of such a favor. Haha, no need for thanks. Just join my Spirit Convergence Pavilion, and that will suffice. Wind Ling grinned, unabashedly pleading, young friend, have you made up your mind about joining us? The surrounding enrollment officers from the 8th rank guild stood agape, unable to comprehend the scene before them. Was this truly a figure from the 9th rank guild? When had the esteemed figure become so humble? Moreover, it seemed this young man had previously turned down their invitation to join the guild. As the onlookers remained in shock, after contemplating Wind Ling's words, Chen Xuan finally spoke. Senior, I sincerely appreciate your invitation, and I. Chapter 67. The Crumbling Zhao Haoyang. Joining the Spirit Convergence Pavilion, Epical Titans, and Eternal Sovereigns. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Chen Xuan pondered Wind Ling's inquiry and ultimately provided his answer. I am deeply grateful for your invitation, Senior. I would be honored to join the Spirit Convergence Pavilion. Ha! Splendid. Upon hearing this, Wind Ling erupted with joy, dancing like a child. The onlookers were utterly bewildered. What was happening? Why was the one inviting more elated than the one accepting? Shouldn't it be the other way around? Beside them, Lung Xinyuet trembled as she beheld the scene, utterly unable to believe her eyes. Wasn't he the one without a ranking? Wasn't he a mere trashy boy from a remote village? Wasn't he the one seeking to climb the social ladder by associating with Mu Shui? Yet now, the very Chen Xuan she had never even glanced at was being earnestly implored to join by the 9th rank guild-s figure, one who had previously dismissed Zhao Haoyang. Lung Xinyue found it impossible to accept. If she struggled to comprehend it, how much more so for Zhao Haoyang, the very person involved? At this moment, Zhao Haoyang trembled with rage, his eyes ablaze with emotion, consumed by a singular impulse to confront the individual before him. However, a fleeting vestige of reason anchored him in place. Come, young friend, allow me to introduce you, said the elderly Wind Ling. His demeanor instantly warm upon receiving Chen Xuan's affirmative response. He clasped Chen Xuan's wrist and turned to the side, addressing Han Guang. This is the Lord of Yunyang City. Han Guang, from this day forth, my young friend shall be a member of our Yuling Pavilion. With these words, Wind Ling irrevocably confirmed Chen Xuan's entry into the 9th tier guild, prompting an outpouring of envious gazes from countless candidates. Many regretted not having taken the initiative to befriend Chen Xuan earlier, while numerous female candidates gazed at him with longing, wishing to rush towards him immediately. Who could resist such a dashing figure, brimming with promise? Nearby, Mu Shui's beautiful eyes glistened with tears of excitement. As she had long been concerned about Chen Xuan's future path, she had even contemplated whether, should she gain admission to a 7th tier guild, she might persuade them to also accept Chen Xuan. Yet now, his accomplishments had far surpassed her own. Truly, he was a youth to be admired. As Mu Shui gazed at Chen Xuan's retreating figure, she seemed momentarily entranced. Chen Xuan, since we have made each other's acquaintance, why not come to my residence for a gathering? Han Guang, an astute city lord, extended the invitation after their introduction. Chen Xuan was about to politely decline when Han Guang added with a smile, Old Wind has been residing at my estate. It would be convenient for us to discuss matters. With that, Chen Xuan pondered briefly, realizing he indeed had questions for Wind Ling, and thus acquiesced. He turned to bid farewell to Mu Shui and departed the examination center accompanied by Wen Ling and Han Guang. With the main character having exited, the examination continued unabated. The attention of the remaining candidates shifted to the guilds they might join. Numerous guild recruitment officers began scouring the leaderboard for desirable candidates to extend invitations. In the midst of this, Zhao Haoyang, having regained his composure, confronted a harsh reality. He had lost his chance at the 9th-tier guild. Without that opportunity, he at least aspired to secure a position in an 8th-tier guild. Realizing this, he glanced towards the recruitment officer of the 8th-tier guild, standing not far away. After forcibly calming his tumultuous emotions, he approached. "Greetings, I would like to accept your earlier invitation to join the Cataclysmic Melancholy Guild," he proactively announced to the officer. After all, this guild predominantly comprised mages, and the various benefits it offered were most suitable for his profession. However, upon hearing his words, the officer could not help but shake his head. "I'm afraid your qualifications do not meet our requirements for entry into this guild." "What? But you just invited me to join." Zhao Haoyang's expression darkened as he retorted. "Humph, that was then. This is now," the officer replied curtly, lacking the previous congeniality. "We merely assumed you were being sought after by the 9th-tier guild, hence our eagerness. Who would have thought you were merely a false prospect?" With that, without waiting for a response, he scoffed and turned away. Indeed, did he truly believe that being a special profession would grant him unfettered access to an 8th-tier guild? The head of the Justice Sword Guild similarly scoffed. "What a waste of my time. How disappointing. Let me remind you, with your aptitude, you'll likely remain in your 7th-tier guild." Alas, Zhao Haoyang watched as the recruitment officers of various 8th-tier guilds disregarded him and departed the examination center. Overwhelmed, he could not suppress a fresh spurt of blood, his body swaying dangerously as despair threatened to engulf him. All his efforts had culminated in stagnation. This time, even the previously affectionate Lung Xinyue had vanished. The glories and accolades he once basked in had evaporated in an instant. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Xuan was now seated in a luxurious vehicle, specially prepared by Lord Han Guang, en route to the Lord's residence. Though many adventurers preferred mounted travel since the game's incursion, navigating the city with large mounts proved cumbersome. Naturally, it was rare for someone like Lord Han Guang to possess a lavish vehicle akin to a Rolls-Royce for traversing the city. As Chen Xuan reminisced about the luxurious car experiences of his past life, they soon arrived at the Lord's estate. Come, please take a seat, student Chen Xuan." In the grand and imposing hall of the Lord's residence, Chen Xuan was ushered to a distinguished seat. Initially, he intended to engage in pleasantries, but upon seeing Wen Ling seated there with an air of calmness and even casting a knowing glance at him, he relaxed. "Thank you, Lord Han." Once the maid had served the refreshments, Wen Ling, without waiting for Chen Xuan to speak, smiled gently. "We have matters to discuss. You may attend to your business." "Very well, old wind. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to call me," Han Guang replied, nodding before turning to leave with the maid. Once the door closed, Wen Ling turned his gaze to Chen Xuan, a smile gracing his face. "Now, what questions do you have? But first, let me officially welcome you to the guild." With a wave of his hand, he opened the guild list, and shortly thereafter, Chen Xuan received an invitation. Notification: "You have received an invitation from the Yuling Pavilion Guild. Do you accept?" Chen Xuan promptly clicked accept, and a series of notifications resonated in his mind. Notification: "You have gained guild buffs, increasing your health and mana by 50. Notification: "Your skill strength has increased by 20, and your magical resistance has risen by 20. Notification: "Your armor has improved by 20, and all attributes have been enhanced by 15. Notification: "Your skill cooldown time has been reduced by 25. Notification: "Given your profession as a beastmaster, all enhancements will automatically apply to your contracted beasts. Notification: "Your current privilege level is LV1. Please elevate your status promptly to access more guild benefits." Gasp. Chen Xuan could not help but inhale sharply as he processed the notifications. The power was astounding, bordering on the extraordinary. In addition to the substantial surge in mana and health, nearly every aspect that could be enhanced had indeed been strengthened. Remarkably, even the cooldown time for skills, which he valued most, had been reduced by a staggering 25, coupled with the 25 cooldown reduction from his previous equipment. This resulted in a halving of the cooldown time for all contracted beast skills, with an additional 15 bonus for himself. He had effectively reduced the cooldown by a total of 75. What had once been 10 hours was now merely 2.5 hours of downtime. Such an amplification was nothing short of terrifying. Even more astonishing to Chen Xuan was the realization that these guild buffs could directly enhance all contracted beasts. This was precisely what the old man Feng Ling had previously alluded to, the true reason why the Spirit Master Guild was the most suitable for beast tamers. Overwhelmed by the buffs, Chen Xuan could hardly contain his excitement as he opened his attributes panel to take a look. Gasp. To his surprise, he discovered that even without the time Oblivion set, his mana had already surpassed the impressive 5 million mark. If he were to don the set, it would undoubtedly soar to around 5-7 million, enabling him to cast forbidden spells in rapid succession up to 11 times. After a brief moment of astonishment, Chen Xuan regained his composure, only to find Feng Ling gazing at him with a broad smile. Haha, how does it feel? Quite shocking, isn't it? The old man inquired with a chuckle. Indeed, it is quite shocking, Chen Xuan replied. Naturally, many newcomers like yourself experience a similar astonishment. Feng Ling explained, just imagine, your mana, which was merely in the thousands, has suddenly skyrocketed by several thousand. What does that signify? Chen Xuan paused, confused. Thousands. Is that really mana? I don't feel anything unless it increases by hundreds of thousands. Any growth that doesn't allow for the casting of forbidden spells feels utterly meaningless. If Feng Ling had known Chen Xuan's current thoughts, he would surely have been infuriated. What a joke. Typically, a third-tier professional would be ecstatic over a mere increase of a few hundred points in mana. Surpassing 1,000 would be cause for immediate celebration. Yet here was Chen Xuan, casually discussing increases in the hundreds of thousands. Simply incomprehensible. By the way, Elder Feng, I noticed a prompt suggesting that I should elevate my permissions. Currently, I am only at level 1 within the guild. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chen Xuan decided to address a question that intrigued him. Oh, you're referring to that? Feng Ling laughed as he opened his guild list. Every newcomer to the Spirit Master Guild starts with level 1 permissions. Our permission levels are divided into 9 tiers, with level 1 being the lowest and level 9 the highest. The higher your level of permissions, the better the benefits you receive within the guild. For instance, the accumulated guild buffs you currently enjoy can be further enhanced as your permissions increase. After a brief pause, Feng Ling suddenly chuckled. Of course, over time, the guild has established various titles corresponding to different permission levels. Titles? Chen Xuan was taken aback. Indeed, with your current permissions, you hold the title of Ordinary Member. Following that are Intermediate Member, Senior Member, Core Member, and then Elder, and finally, the Monarch. Once you reach level 7, you may be referred to as a Timeless Titan, as those at this level are at least 7th-tier professionals. Achieving eternal renown and becoming a formidable figure is certainly within reach. The title of Timeless Titan is indeed well-deserved. Subsequently, there is the Everlasting Overlord, where the minimum requirement is 8th tier, while 9th tier is considered the norm. As for the final level, level 9, it is referred to as the Guild Master. The master of our Spirit Master Guild is rarely seen, but there are rumors that they are seeking an opportunity to ascend to divinity. At the very least at the pinnacle of 9th tier, and possibly even beyond. As he spoke, Feng Ling's eyes shimmered with profound reverence, perhaps for a demigod. A demigod? Chen Xuan found himself momentarily stunned. Wasn't his own title that of a demigod? Could it be that he could now rival the Guild Master at full 9th tier? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Quickly regaining his composure, Chen Xuan reminded himself that he had not yet reached 4th tier, despite the numerous enhancements. He could only manage to cast forbidden spells in succession up to 10 or even 20 times. However, he recognized that his weaknesses remained glaringly apparent. If an opponent were to take a breath and unleash a forbidden spell upon him, he would likely meet his end. Thus, he needed to remain calm and not be deceived by these superficial appearances. Ahem. Only those with level 7 permissions or higher possess the authority to directly recruit new members into the guild. Feng Ling subtly revealed his permission level, hoping to elicit some admiration from Chen Xuan. However, after speaking at length, he found Chen Xuan merely sitting silently, seemingly in a daze. Feng Ling, at a loss for words, couldn't help but marvel at the composure of the Chosen One, unaffected by praise or ridicule. After a lengthy pause, Chen Xuan finally snapped back to reality and could not help but inquire, Elder Feng, how does one elevate these permissions? It's quite simple. Once your contribution to the guild reaches a certain threshold, your permissions will automatically upgrade. Feng Ling continued, to increase your contribution, you must accumulate contribution points, which can be earned by completing guild tasks and donating various materials required by the guild. Moreover, elevating your permissions does not consume points. In fact, these points can be retained to exchange for guild resources. Knowing that Chen Xuan was not well versed in this matter, Feng Ling promptly opened his guild list's marketplace interface, guiding Chen Xuan through it. See here, the materials, equipment, and even potions in this list can all be exchanged for points. Chen Xuan's gaze swept over the list, and just as he was about to look away, his expression abruptly changed. He had spotted the epic materials required for his 4th tier promotion task. What's wrong? Feng Ling instinctively asked, noticing Chen Xuan's change in demeanor. After a moment of silence, Chen Xuan broke into a grin. Elder Feng, I would like to borrow some points. Chapter 68. The first phase complete. Challenge the wild boss. The epic secret realm unveiled. Borrow points? Feng Ling was taken aback. To be honest, this was the first time he had encountered someone asking to borrow points upon joining the guild. What do you need, my young friend? You seem quite eager. Chen Xuan thought for a moment and replied candidly. I am undertaking the 4th tier promotion task and require some materials that are indeed in this list. So you're working on your 4th tier task. Why didn't you mention it sooner? Feng Ling was about to continue explaining, but suddenly widened his eyes in astonishment. Grabbing Chen Xian's arms and demanding 4th tier? This fellow is actually preparing for a 4th tier promotion? He distinctly remembered Chen Xuan stating during their last meeting that he had just achieved 3rd tier. How long has it been? A few days? And he is already ready for 4th tier? Is there a problem? Chen Xuan was taken aback by Feng Ling's sudden excitement and couldn't help but respond apprehensively. Ahem. No problem at all. Feng Ling quickly realized he had lost his composure, releasing Chen Xuan and clearing his throat. Truly remarkable, the chosen one, managing to reach full level so swiftly. He chuckled. I was considering whether to help you level up first. It seems my concerns were unwarranted, huh? Chosen one. Chen Xuan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at the term, prompting him to inquire further. After a brief moment, he finally understood why the old man had pursued him so relentlessly. Previously, he had worried about how to conceal the fact that he possessed more contracted beasts than the rules allowed, but it seemed that concern was unnecessary. With the knowledge of being the chosen one, he felt that finding excuses would be far easier in the future. Immense mana, chosen one. An abundance of contracted beasts. Chosen one. Instant spellcasting, chosen one. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming surge of joy. He had found a scapegoat, and that scapegoat was the chosen one. No matter. Windling declared with resolute determination, as this is the 4th transfer quest, I shall not remain idle. After a moment's contemplation, he continued. While guild points cannot be directly transferred, I can assist you in procuring the necessary materials. Enumerate all that you require, and I shall ascertain the points needed. Consider it a generous gift from me to you. Really? That would be splendid. Chen Xian's expression brightened at this prospect. If he could indeed acquire all the materials, it would significantly expedite the transfer quest and save him a considerable sum. However, as he was about to list the materials, he hesitated and asked, Windlao, these materials are rather scarce and may be quite expensive. Are you truly unconcerned? What nonsense is this? Windlao retorted, his eyes widening in indignation. I have always been a man of my word. Did I not bestow upon you the time annihilation set without hesitation? Speak up. For there is no material that Windling cannot procure. Faced with such audacity, Windlao waved his hand dismissively, exuding an air of grandeur. Chen Xuan, seeing this, no longer hesitated. He raised his hand to open his task list, revealing all the materials required for the first phase of the quest to Windlao. Here. It's not too many, just these. He pointed to the items on the list. Windling's gaze fell upon the list as he began to read aloud. Oceanic sand. Purple tier green gold, sky blue gold. My word, are they all epic level? And lava blood gold. Goodness. So many, and in such quantities? As Windlao perused the list, he muttered under his breath, his complexion shifting from pale to a hue of deep concern. Noting the change in Windlao's demeanor, Chen Xuan quickly inquired, Windlao, are you all right? Ugh. Cough, cough. I'm fine. Windling struggled to suppress the surge of distress that threatened to overwhelm him, forcing a smile. Perhaps the quantity is a bit excessive? Should I? Chen Xuan fidgeted, contemplating whether to reduce the number of items. But Windlao's eyes widened in defiance as he gritted his teeth. Excessive? Is this all you have? I haven't even blinked at such trivialities. Really? Of course. Is it too much of a burden for you? What nonsense is this? Just wait here. I shall return momentarily. With that, Windlao burst forth from the room like a tempest. Bang! The door slammed shut, and a pained expression crossed Windlao's face. His hand pressed against his chest. So painful, too painful. He had never anticipated that Chen Xian's 4th transfer quest would demand exclusively epic-level materials, and in staggering quantities. Goodness. What kind of challenge has this lad undertaken? Windlao felt a twinge of fear. If the first phase was this daunting, how would he navigate the subsequent trials? Shaking his head, he pushed aside his worries, for merely gathering these materials might cost him dearly. Yet, having boasted so confidently, he could not afford to retract his words without losing face. Resolute, Windlao left Cloud Sun City, and Chen Xuan, unaware of Windlao's lengthy absence, was comfortably situated in an upscale room, allowing a few youngsters to frolic about. As night fell, the door creaked open, revealing Windlao, disheveled and trembling as he entered. By the heavens, Windlao, what happened to you? Chen Xuan exclaimed. Did you not merely go out to gather some materials? You look as if you shed a layer of skin. Windlao shot him an exasperated glare before collapsing into a chair, gasping for breath. He then waved his hand, and a dazzling array of materials materialized in the room. Here they are, the materials you requested, all gathered. Seeing Chen Xian's astonished expression, A glimmer of pride illuminated Wind Lao's face. Due to the abundance of epic-level materials you needed, I could only procure about 40 from the guild's marketplace. The remaining 9 were acquired by swallowing my pride and enlisting a few old friends to delve into the secret realms. That is why I have only just returned. Realization dawned on Chen Xuan as he nodded in understanding, instinctively asking, "So, your disheveled state is a result of the secret realm expedition? Are epic-level secret realms truly that perilous?" Cough, cough. Wind Lao responded, clearly agitated. "What do you think? They are epic-level secret realms. Not even 100 of you could manage it alone. You will understand once you reach the 7th transfer. Is it genuinely that dangerous?" Chen Xuan pondered aloud, noting that even Wind Lao, an 8th-tier professional, emerged in such a state. He was tasked with conquering 5 epic-level secret realms. Indeed. But this is not something for you to worry about just yet. Wind Lao interjected, his voice hoarse, waving his hand dismissively. "Enough of this. The materials are yours. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Without waiting for Chen Xuan to respond, he rushed out of the room. How peculiar, Chen Xuan mused, watching Wind Lao's hurried departure with a hint of confusion. However, with the materials now assembled, he wasted no time and promptly opened his task list to transfer the items into the transfer space. Notification: epic-level materials required for the 4th transfer quest detected. Would you like to submit? With Chen Xuan's confirmation, a unit of materials vanished into thin air within the space. Notification: progress towards completing the transfer quest has increased. Current progress, 149. Success. Chen Xuan exclaimed, emboldened, and proceeded to submit the task materials with fervor. Notification: progress towards completing the transfer quest has increased. Current progress, 249. Notification: progress towards completing the transfer quest has increased. Current progress, 349. Notification: progress towards completing the transfer quest has increased. Current progress, 549. In less than 5 minutes, all materials had been entirely consumed. Notification: progress towards completing the transfer quest has reached 4949. Notification: you have completed the first phase of the transfer quest, and the second phase is now available. Task name: Epic Boss Challenge Part 1. Task description: any brave individual wishing to prove their strength must overcome all obstacles in their path. The fearsome bosses that randomly appear in the wild are your first step towards validation. Task objective: randomly challenge any epic-level boss that spawns in the wild and achieve the final kill. Please note, the individual with the highest aggro value will be deemed the killer. Task deadline: 3 days. Notification: task countdown has commenced. Upon hearing the notification, Chen Xuan could not suppress a grin. Goodness, they are having me challenge epic-level wild bosses directly? In the entire Xia Kingdom, reaching the epic tier signifies a complete departure from the realm of low-level professionals. Such epic-level wild bosses are coveted by countless 7th and 8th tier professionals, for they yield an abundance of crucial materials and equipment. Yet, the timing and locations of these bosses are unpredictable, requiring a significant investment of effort just to locate them. This time, the mission was alarmingly constrained to a mere 3 days, which intensified Chen Xuan's sense of urgency. He had yet to complete the previous time-limited task involving the Golden Orb. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xuan deemed it essential to inquire with the old man Feng Ling about the locations of wild bosses nearby, prioritizing his class transfer quest. Should he encounter any failure in this transfer task, all progress would be irrevocably reset to 0, and even if he managed to complete the task subsequently, the rewards would be significantly diminished. This fundamental reason elucidates why numerous adventurers regard the transfer quest with such gravity. The night passed in silence, and the following morning, Chen Xuan proactively sought out the old man Feng Ling. Old Feng, do you have any information regarding the respawn of wild bosses? Chen Xuan directly inquired upon noticing that Feng Ling had regained his composure. Wild bosses, you say? Feng Ling paused momentarily, gazing at Chen Xuan with a hint of perplexity. What prompts your inquiry? Before Chen Xuan could respond, Feng Ling's expression shifted as he realized. Is it for your class transfer quest? Indeed. Chen Xuan nodded affirmatively. Do you have any information? The more detailed, the better. Are you certain you only require information? Feng Ling pondered for a moment, then felt compelled to double-check. Well, what else could I need? Chen Xuan was taken aback, questioning whether his request had been unclear. Cough, cough. Feng Ling cleared his throat. After the previous day's turmoil, he was genuinely apprehensive that Chen Xuan might inadvertently ask for something additional, which could jeopardize his own well-being. If it's merely information, it's quite straightforward. Our guild's marketplace offers comprehensive guides on various wild bosses, and such information can be purchased directly with currency, without needing to expend points. Ah, I see. Chen Xuan nodded in understanding, then bid farewell as he departed. Upon returning to his quarters, he accessed the guild marketplace and located the information guides on wild bosses. Chen Xuan discovered that these guides were not only thorough but also categorized by quality. He swiftly reset several million gold coins in his guild account and proceeded to purchase all information pertaining to wild bosses of epic quality or higher. Yenzhou Ironwood City? After browsing for a considerable time, Chen Xuan ultimately selected this location, not solely for its proximity, but more importantly, for its status as both a wild boss respawn area and the site of an epic secret realm. By visiting once, he could simultaneously fulfill 2 quests, ensuring efficient progress without delays. With this thought in mind, Chen Xuan hesitated no longer and promptly sent a message to Feng Ling, informing him of his impending departure for a few days before making his exit from the Lord's mansion. With a buzz, Chen Xuan emerged from the teleportation array, and as he stepped out of the station, he beheld a parched, sweltering city awash in hues of red and yellow. Ironwood City had arrived. In accordance with his routine, Chen Xuan first sought out several suitable locations within Ironwood City to establish anchor points, before settling into a hotel. With 1 or 2 days remaining until the wild bosses would respawn, he merely needed to stay alert to any developments. As for the remaining time, Chen Xuan planned to tackle an epic secret realm located here, the castle of the Flame Tyrant. Hiss! Standing before the black and crimson stone archway of the secret realm, Chen Xuan couldn't help but gasp in awe. A 2 million coin entrance fee, please don't let me down. He had not anticipated that the entrance pass for this epic secret realm would be so exorbitantly priced, rendering it nearly inaccessible to ordinary adventurers. Suppressing the pang of regret in his heart, Chen Xuan turned his gaze to the stele beside the entrance, which recorded the time spent by all teams that had ventured into the secret realm. To complete his task, he would need to surpass the record held by the leading team and maintain that record unbroken for 5 consecutive days. Scanning the board, his eyes swiftly darted past the other rankings, landing on the team that held the top position in their recorded time.